Long ago, 1,000 years ago, a clan of dragons ruled the magical beasts, and that dragon, who stood above all others in the hierarchy, was called the demon god. No one dared to oppose him, and all the magical races were forced to only kneel before the strongest. The demon god had exorbitant ambitions and wreaked havoc everywhere. He himself led his own army of magical beasts, which easily took over the human world. The demon god's greed knew no limit. He sought to plunge every part of the universe into endless darkness, sparing absolutely no one. It was at this moment, right in the face of death, humanity has fully revealed its potential. At the dawn of the awakening of spiritual power, a select few gained the ability to control magical beasts. These chosen ones, capable of controlling magical beasts, were later called beast tamers. Beast tamers used magical beasts as riders as well. Not only could they be riders, but they could also use the power of the magical beasts. After one of the beast tamers attacked a magical beast, a message came in. A magical beast descended over the northern neighborhood of the city. In the same instant, the report was updated to say that a magical monster had fallen into a residential neighborhood and emergency assistance was urgently needed. A magical beast couldn't leave one indifferent, especially when you first see a dragon in front of you, and even so close. Xiao Xingyu, a third grader at Xiangnan High School, didn't need to imagine what the dragon looked like as it fell right in front of him. Xiao Xingyu was so scared because who was he in front of such a gigantic magical beast? And at the same time, blood splatters were flying towards him. As he fell to the ground, he heard a voice from nowhere. The voice said that at the beginning of this catastrophe, when heaven and earth were not yet separated, he had made a pact. He sealed it with his blood and summoned the spirits of the void. He decided that blood would be his payment and words would be his bond, and then bade them listen to his command. And following that, an attack from the magical beast that was under the control of Beast Tamer followed again. After the attack, Beast Tamer confirms that the magical beast is dead. Also, noticing Xiao Xingyu rubbing his eyes from the bright light and sparks around him, Beast Tamer reported that there were survivors and that no one was injured. Opening his eyes, Xiao Xingyu noticed a giant lion in front of him, as well as a beautiful girl who was apologizing for the inconvenience. The girl's name was Su Ruyan, and she was the principal of Qinglong Academy. Su Ruyan held out a paper or check to him and informed him that Qinglong Academy would compensate for the damage caused to Xiao Xingyu's house, and that they would pay the compensation. Two more beast tamers flew up to Su Ruyan on their magical beasts. After that, Su Ruyan said goodbye to the guy. This was Xiao Xingyu's first encounter with the famous beast tamers. In this world, everyone dreams of becoming a beast tamer. Xiao Xingyu was no exception. He only needed one chance. However, not everything in this world can be obtained just because you want it. Xiao Xingyu didn't even have the money to buy a beast, and without one, he wouldn't be able to pass the National Beast Tamer exam. At this moment, while the guy was still in his dreams, a small dog appeared out of nowhere. The dog immediately started licking the guy, who was not particularly pleased with this action. Xiao Xingyu began to scold. Had the dog been following the dragon all this time? The guy didn't understand where the dog even came from in his apartment. However, the guy who has no money but has a dream immediately became curious if the dog could be tamed. After looking at the dog, he remembered something. As in the textbooks, mentioned a creature that was similar to a dog, and his name was Gale Hound. The Gale Hound had a weak bloodline and didn't require much spiritual power. Therefore, the guy thought that he could feed the dog. Xiao Xingyu was even happy that now he had a beast after all and could become a beast tamer. Despite all this, he was still sad because the national exam was only 3 days away, and he would hardly have time to prepare. Trying to push away all the anxious thoughts, he was still happy that he finally had a magical beast. The next day, the first thing Xiao Xingyu did was head to the Beast Tamer's store that was located in their city of Qingfeng. Looking at the store's signboard, Xiao Xingyu even thought that perhaps the best solution would be to give the magical beast to someone who could take care of it. The guy realized that the Gale Hound had no future with such a poor owner. Even such a small dog had eaten his week's worth of food in just one night. The shopkeeper finally peeked out of the store. He asked why the guy decided to come to him so early. Xiao Xingyu immediately asked the shopkeeper about buying his beast. However, the shopkeeper immediately refused. He didn't need a Gale Hound. After all, it was a beast with such a low pedigree and no evolutionary path. The man didn't understand the point of the offer at all, as no one would buy a Gale Hound. Therefore, the shopkeeper demanded that Xiao Xingyu should leave and not disturb his work. All this shouting from the man scared the dog. Xiao Xingyu only resented that there was no need to shout if the man didn't want to take the dog. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the guy. In front of him was a gale hound. The level was Initial Stage, Tier 1, Loyalty 59, Bloodline Inferior, Hidden Bloodline, Hell Bloodline, Epic Quality. No talents. Hidden Talent, Hellfire, deals true damage, bypassing enemy armor. No evolution paths. Hidden Evolution Path, Gale Hound, Hell Gale Wolf, Hell Nether Wolf, Divine Infernal Wolf. Xiao Xingyu thought that he must have been too tired, and he had dreamed up all sorts of things. He could see no other explanation as to why some system window had appeared in front of him. After carefully wiping his eyes with his hand, he opened his eyes and the system window was still in front of his eyes. From everything written, Xiao Xingyu was interested in the hidden path of evolution. However, the shopkeeper still yelled at Xiao Xingyu. He thought that Xiao Xingyu was mocking him since the Gale Hound did not have any path of evolution. Xiao Xingyu didn't understand if the shopkeeper couldn't see the system window that was in front of him, and if the system window was only accessible to Xiao Xingyu. An arrogant and rich upstart is bound to appear. Such a person appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu. His name was Sujie. He was also in the 3rd grade of Jiangnan High School. He was the son of the richest man in Qingfeng City. He had a haughty expression on his face, immediately noticed Xiao Xingyu. He recalled that Xiao Xingyu never dared to take the exam because he didn't have a magic beast. Looking at the Gale Hound, he noticed that Xiao Xingyu seemed to be able to accumulate a few coins to acquire it. However, Xiao Xingyu immediately removes the dog from Sujie's gaze. The guy makes fun of Xiao Xingyu. He even remarks that it looks like Lina was right, and Xiao Xingyu doesn't want to take the Beast Tamer exam at all. Suji continues to taunt the guy that he still wouldn't pass the exam, even if he wanted to so badly. Xiao Xingyu flinched at the mention of Lina, then Suja continued to mock him. After all, Xiao Xingyu's girlfriend had now become his ex-girlfriend. Jiang Lina is now dating Suja. As if confirming these words, Lina appears and grabs the guy's hand and wonders where he disappeared to. She could barely find him. Suja says that he just noticed an old acquaintance of the girl and decided to greet him. Lina asks Suja not to joke around. After all, she broke off her relationship with Xiao Xingyu a long time ago. Lina doesn't understand at all why she should care about some loser's opinion when she's dating such a rich guy. Xiao Xingyu is also carrying around some mongrel dog. To Lina, he seems incredibly pathetic. However, Xiao Xingyu does not lose heart. He reminds her that he was the one who helped Jiang Lina when she was at the bottom, but he does not care and let the girl continue to waste her life with such a rich jerk. Unfortunately, many people take a good attitude towards them as weakness and take advantage of it. Xiao Xingyu asks that Jiang Lina should remember that he was the one who dumped her. Suja is furious when he hears these words. He is annoyed that Xiao Xingyu is talking to his girlfriend like that. Suja even swears that he will wipe Xiao Xingyu into powder. Jiang Lina, on the other hand, in her corrupt manner, asks that Suji ignore a loser like Xiao Xingyu and that she should have broken up with him earlier. Xiao Xingyu was tired of hearing that the Gale Hound was useless. He couldn't wait to find out what was in store for him next, because he had no hope before, and with the appearance of the dog, his life took on an interesting color. 3 days later, in Zilin Square, the National Beast Tamer exam was announced. The examination center in Qingfeng City welcomed the candidates and asked them to take their seats. The test was about to start, and Xiao Xingyu didn't want to be late and no longer tried to escape. The other candidates also noticed Xiao Xingyu, only they didn't understand why the guy showed up for the exam since the guy didn't have a magical beast. The other candidate also knew about it since Xiao Xingyu couldn't buy a magic beast. However, he heard that Xiao Xingyu had signed up for the exam 3 days ago, and that Xiao Xingyu had applied to Qinglong Academy. The guy was shocked to hear such a thing. After all, Qinglong Academy is the best of the 4 academies. The other candidate was also surprised. He didn't understand how a loser like Xiao Xingyu dared to take such a step. Approaching the table with the magic ball and the examiner who placed his feet on the table, Xiao Xingyu gathered his resolve and said hello to the examiner. He announced that he was here for the exam. The man took off his hat and looked at Xiao Xingyu. He immediately asked, "Is the guy Xiao Xingyu?" It was Chen Qinian, the teacher of the admissions office of Qinglong Academy in Qingfeng City. Xiao Xingyu confirmed that it was him, and also said that he would like to take the Beast Tamer exam. Recalling the guy's dossier, Chen Qinian also recalled that Xiao Xingyu was the only student in Qingfeng City who had applied to Qinglong Academy. The arrogant upstart Suje did not stand aside and came to properly ridicule the guy. Suje believes that Xiao Xingyu has become too brazen and sees no boundaries. Suji recalls that in the past 5 years, only 8 students from their city have applied to Qinglong Academy. But none of those students who applied could pass the exam. Suja thinks Xiao Xingyu is an upstart and that he thinks he is so special. Suji is ready to kneel down and call Xiao Xingyu father if Xiao Xingyu succeeds in passing the exam. That's how much he believes that Xiao Xingyu will fail the exam. Xiao Xingyu did not stand aside. With full determination in his eyes, he tells Suji to get ready, because soon Sujie will have 2 fathers at once. Suja is still shouting after him, but Xiao Xingyu doesn't care about him anymore. Xiao Xingyu asks the teacher to start the exam. The teacher immediately decided to warn Xiao Xingyu that the selection process for Qinglong Academy is extremely strict, and the guy didn't even choose other schools in case he fails the exam for this academy. The teacher reminds him that if Xiao Xingyu fails the exam, he will no longer be able to enter Beast Tamer's Academy. The other students only continued to mock the guy because the passing score of spiritual power for Qinglong Academy is 800. They find it very funny that Xiao Xingyu hopes to get such a passing score. Especially outstanding students like them won't be able to get in, and the pitiful Xiao Xingyu thought he could get into the academy. Despite all the taunts in his direction, Xiao Xingyu is still confident in his abilities. He understands what the teacher is saying and asks him to start the exam. The teacher no longer discouraged Xiao Xingyu and started the exam. The first test is the spiritual strength test. The teacher asked Xiao Xingyu to place his hand on the magic crystal in front of him. The guy puts his hand on the crystal with all his determination. Everyone froze in anticipation, and after a moment, the teacher announced that the guy's spiritual power was 316. Everyone began to mock the guy. Suji was the very first. He scoffs that Xiao Xingyu thought he was so special. Lina also points out that Xiao Xingyu didn't even come close to the minimum threshold for a passing score. Chen Qinian was also upset, because at first he even thought that the student in front of him was quite promising. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power index started to change. The magic ball showed 621, but still the magic power continued to increase. After that, the ball showed 711, and then it showed a number above the minimum threshold of 802. The numbers on the ball didn't stop there, and the magic ball showed 956. The students watching this were shocked. Suja even thought that the spiritual force measuring device had simply broken. The numbers never stopped. Finally, the ball showed the number 1028. Chen Qinian was incredibly shocked by this entire moment that he had seen with his own eyes. The teacher thought that there was definitely a monster in front of him. The magic ball in front of him was about to crack, under the gazes of the shocked students. The spiritual power score was directly related to the beast tamer's potential, so it wasn't just numbers. Every 100 units of spiritual power allows one magical beast to contract with one magical beast. That's why the teacher was also shocked, because if Xiao Xingyu's number is 1028, then this guy might even become a 10-star beast tamer in the future. In the past few decades, only a few 10-star beast tamers had appeared in the Dragon Country. Chen Qinian was overjoyed that he had managed to find another genius. The teacher announced that Xiao Xingyu's final score was 1028. A year ago, the genius Yening Shuang took the exam, and she had 1030. No one expected Xiao Xingyu to be so strong, only 2 points less than Yening Shuang. Suja doesn't want to believe that the guy will become an academy student and reminds him that Qinglong Academy has 2 trials. Jiang Lina is also furious and as if she is cursing her ex-boyfriend. She is sure that Xiao Xingyu won't pass the next test for the quality of the magic beast bloodline. Chen Qinian was about to announce the start of the next test. However, a person from his group ran up to him with an important message. The guy informed him that there was actually a slight glitch in the spiritual power meter and that this candidate's final score was 1032. Chen Qinian is surprised. Turns out he is 2 points higher than Yening Shuang. Chen Qinian asks that his subordinate does not tell anyone about this. Finally, the examiner announces the start of the second test, the test for the quality of the bloodline of a magical beast. Chen Qinian requests that candidate Xiao Xingyu summon his magical beast. Using the star sign on his hand, the guy summons the Black Fang to appear in front of him. The entire space was enveloped by a devilish energy. All the students were carefully watching to see which magical beast Xiao Jingyu would summon. When the haze cleared, everyone could see that a gale hound had appeared. The students were shocked, as a gale hound was the worst choice for lineage verification. No one even in the current times had contracted a gale hound anymore. Teacher was also disappointed because besides spiritual strength, the quality of the bloodline was one of the decisive factors limiting the development of beast tamers. Teacher was well aware that the dog in front of him had a low pedigree. Chen Qinian sadly and closing his eyes was about to announce that the beast Xiao Xingyu was not suitable. However, the students noticed something, and everyone focused their attention. It seems that the galehound in front of them was not a galehound at all, since a giant magical beast appeared in front of him, and everyone knows that the galehound has no evolution. A giant hellstorm wolf appeared in front of the teacher. Did this magical beast really have a second form of evolution? Looking at Xiao Xingyu, the teacher smiled, for the guy definitely knows how to spectacularly surprise everyone. At this point, Chen Qinian concludes the exam. He announces that the test subject Xiao Xingyu has passed the academy entrance exam. The teacher congratulates Xiao Xingyu for passing the Qinglong Academy. The disgraced Su Jie and Jiang Lina with red faces couldn't believe that Xiao Xingyu was able to beat them in the results. They planned to quietly escape. However, Xiao Xingyu did not forget about them and their words. He did not understand where Suzhi and Jiang Lina were going. Is Suzhi really going to run away and not even say goodbye to his father? Suzhi angrily tells Xiao Xingyu to know his place. He is not going to kneel down and call Xiao Xingyu father. After all, the latter will not do anything to him. Xiao Xingyu is no longer that intimidated and poor guy, so he calls out Black Fang. The hellstorm wolf pressed Suzhi on his back, and he bent down on his knees under the weight of the wolf. Xiao Xingyu demanded for Suzhi to say the words he had promised. Breathing heavily and barely holding on, under the weight of the wolf's paws, Suzhi still asks for forgiveness from his new father. However, Xiao Xingyu can't have such a worthless son, so he tells Suzhi to get out. Jiang Lina is not left out either. She declares with a smile that she has actually grown very fond of Xiao Xingyu in these 2.5 years. The girl proposes to start their relationship over again. Xiao Xingyu is already a cool guy, so he tells Jiang Lina that their entire relationship is in the past and walks off into the sunset. Jiang Lina dramatically falls to her knees and asks her ex-boyfriend to forgive her and that she was wrong. She quickly changes her mind. Apparently she didn't like the upstart so much, even with Suzhi's father's money. Xiao Xingyu left the examination square. The first thing he wanted to do was to tell his sister that he had entered Qinglong Academy. He was all excited and was about to announce his success when his sister answered the phone. However, on the other side of the phone, he heard his sister's screaming and frightening voice. Immediately after that heartbreaking voice, the connection was cut off. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Qingfeng City, at the farmer's market, monsters attacked and people were trying to escape. A woman in this turmoil was trying to find her child. Another woman cradled the frightened child against her and asked the girl not to be afraid of anything. To hide from the eyes of the monster, these people could not. The giant scorpion was able to find them very quickly. People were running from the farmer's market, but the guy had no right to do so. He pushed through the people running towards him and tried to understand what had happened in this place. All the horrors of the magical beast attack appeared before his eyes. Chaos, people running, jostling, fire, casualties, and devastation all around. But even that didn't bother the guy, as he saw that a giant scorpion was about to take his sister's life. Xiao Xingyu rushed to his sister's aid, and at the same moment a system window reappeared in front of his face. The system prompted him to use the skills available to the Hellstorm Wolf, Hell Howl, Hell Bind. Xiao Xingyu immediately agreed with the system and told Black Fang to use Hell Howl, Infernal Howl. Even though he ordered it, it didn't work for some reason. Gale Hound also looks at his master in bewilderment. While Xiao Xingyu hesitated, the huge magical beast was already about to pierce his sister with its stinger. Strongly fearing losing his sister, Xiao Xingyu remembered what had recently happened in his house. He remembered that the time the magical beast attacked, the man from Qinglong Academy had shouted something like a spell. Then he decided to try to do the same thing. And he started that at the beginning of this disaster, when heaven and earth were not yet separated. He made a pact, sealing with his blood, and summoned the spirits from the void. Gale Hound turned into a wolf and rushed forward. Blood would be his payment, and words would be his bond. Extending his hand forward in front of him, Xiao Xingyu commanded to listen to his order. When the sting is almost upon Xiao Xingyu's sister, the guy gives the order, Hell Howl. A powerful attack bursts out from his Hell Wolf and destroys the magical beast. Xiao Xingyu is still in shock, for this is the first time for him. He is surprised at how frightening Beast Tamer's strength actually is. After recovering from the shock a bit, he still remembered that his sister is still near the magical monster. He rushed to his sister, who did not let go of the little girl and continued to comfort her. Xiao Xingyu apologizes for coming so late, but he is glad that his sister is fine. His sister is worried about him. Then, without delay, he immediately brags to his sister that he has entered Qinglong Academy and that he is now also a Beast Tamer. Without waiting to be introduced, the Galehound informs himself that he is here too. When Galehound sat down on his lap to Xiao Xingyu, the latter finally introduced him as a contracted beast tamer. In front of the girl appeared a very cute-looking Hellstorm wolf, Black Fang. The residents stared at the magical monster in shock. The one who had caused so much commotion and taken so many lives was finally dead. The guy with a satisfied look confirms that the monster is gone. His sister for now and herself does not know what happened. Finally, the frightened woman found her child. She didn't run away. She kept looking for her daughter despite the danger. The woman thanks her brother and sister. The girl rushed to her mum in tears. She was so scared of that monster. And at that moment, her mum disappeared and she was even more scared. After returning the girl to her mum, the brother and sister decided to go see the defeated monster. In the remains of the monster, Xiao Xingyu found the core of the magical beast. Core level beginning. Condition for obtaining the core, killing the magical beast. Attribute poison. Effect +5 poison attack, experience +10. Taking the stone in his hands, Xiao Xingyu still didn't understand what kind of magical beast core was in front of him. Even though it was just an initial stage core with a poison attribute, but even the smallest core can help the Black Fang evolve, so he throws the magical core to his dog and it eats it. Xiao Xingyu then informs all the bystanders that the beast is dead, and the residents are now safe. The people surrounded Xiao Xingyu. They were happy that they were able to survive, and so they started to thank the guy. They even called him a hero. The little girl he saved also thanked him. She also wants to become a beast tamer, just like Xiao Xingyu. The guy stroked the girl's head and assured her that she will definitely succeed. At night of the same day, Xiao Xingyu never got his roof fixed, as the moon was peeking through the huge hole in the wall very well. It seems his family is not so simple, and it remains to be seen if it is a family. His sister was standing next to his sleeping brother. As she looked at his back, she noticed that the mark on his back was still active. His sister then called someone with a report that the Dragon Rune curse was still active. She reported that the seal on the Dragon King's essence was untouched. The girl didn't understand how Xiao Xingyu was able to make a contract with the magical beast then, because it didn't make any sense. The voice on the other end of the phone concluded that perhaps this was fate. The caller ordered the girl to continue to keep an eye on Xiao Xingyu. The girl accepted the order and pledged to fulfill it with all the responsibility entrusted to her. The guy does not even realize that he is alone in this world, and he really does not have a single loved one. What will Xiao Xingyu do when he learns the truth about his sister and his life? In the near future, Xiao Xingyu was already standing at the train station of Qingfeng City and waiting for his departure. He and his sister, who had also decided to go with him, had many people come to see him off. The people were so kind. One man brought a basket of salted duck eggs for Xiao Xingyu, for he had loved them so much as a child. A kind woman also brought some red envelopes where many people had put money for Xiao Xingyu. The woman asked Xiao Xingyu to cherish their gift. The guy accepted all these gifts because the locals had worked so hard for him. He waved them good-naturedly and asked the locals not to see him off, because he would definitely come back here once the vacation came. His sister also had a very good-natured look, as if what happened during the night had never happened at all. Upon entering the train, the first thing Xiao Xingyu did was offer his sister a seat. That was how they traveled. A few hours later, a warning came over the loudspeakers that magical beasts had appeared on a section of the railroad, so the train might shake. There was no shaking, however, and a voice from the speakers in the car announced that the train had successfully passed the dangerous section and would proceed on schedule. Xiao Xingyu was relieved that nothing had happened. Also, they will soon arrive in the city of Lunyin. His sister reminds the guy that his studies will start soon, so he should not relax. Everything seemed to be going well, but the moment they were relieved, the train suddenly began to shake. No one realized what had happened. Suddenly, a message came from the car speakers for the passengers to get ready. Magical beasts appeared ahead of the train, a pack of three-eyed giant monkeys. A voice from the loudspeaker warned the passengers to be careful and to take care of their lives and property. The passengers began to panic. One passenger was shocked when the conversation mentioned magical beasts. Another passenger was also greatly surprised, for they had been told before that they were safely through the most dangerous section. Suddenly, powerful blows began to resound on the roof of the train car. Xiao Xingyu didn't understand what they had to do now. The other passengers waited for someone to deal with this attack. However, before anyone could come to the rescue, one of the monkeys tore through the roof lining. One of the passengers yells for everyone to run away. When the girl wanted to react already, Xiao Xingyu asked her to the contrary to sit here and not go anywhere. The sister doesn't understand what her brother is going to do. The sister falls on her knees and asks her brother to stop. However, Xiao Xingyu can't do that because an angry monkey has decided to attack him. Before Xiao Xingyu could react in any way, a magical beast appeared right in front of the monkey and hit the monkey with its tail. The mistress of the magical beast resented the fact that the guy was just standing there looking at the monkey. Therefore, the girl orders Xiao Xingyu to step aside if he doesn't want to die. This girl's name is Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran is the daughter of the head of the famous Sky Guild. The girl powerfully swung her spear, and then with a swing of her spear, the girl used Thunder Flash. With this attack, the fox once again rushed towards the monkey. Xiao Xingyu was shocked when he saw this girl in front of him, for he seemed to have realized who she was. Based on the system, the girl had a beast, the three-tailed Thunder Fox. Level, Extraordinary Tier 3. Attributes, Thunder Fox, Epic. Path of Evolution, Three-tailed Thunder Fox, Four-tailed Thunder Fox, Five-tailed Thunder Fox, Nine-tailed Thunder Fox. Hidden Path of Evolution, Three-tailed Thunder Fox, Shadow Red Lightning Fox, Scarlet Lightning Fox. Skills, Tail Strike. Simultaneously strikes an enemy with three tails, dealing an electric shock with the effects of paralysis and stun for 1 second. Thunder Flash, dodge an enemy's attack and deal lightning damage. Putting all the information together and seeing the three-tailed Thunder Fox, the guy analyzed the spear and the magical beast and realized that the person in front of him seemed to be Qin Yanran, the daughter of the head of the Sky Guild. The girl belligerently and victoriously announced that the beast tamer was already here, which meant that everyone was saved. Only Xiao Xingyu, being a walking encyclopedia, is not at all sure that everyone is saved and is not relieved. And for good reason, as soon another monkey breaks through the roof of the train car and makes its way inside. Xiao Xingyu also recommends that everyone leave the wagon as soon as possible. Xiao Xingyu knows very well that three-eyed giant monkeys live in a pack, so he couldn't believe that just one monkey could attack the train. There was no other choice, so Xiao Xingyu decides to summon his Black Fang to help Qin Yanran deal with the monkeys. Qin Yanran finally dealt with one of the monkeys and was very indignant that there were too many of them. It seems Qin Yanran got too caught up in her thoughts and didn't notice when she was attacked from behind by two giant monkeys. However, the glorious hero is already here. Xiao Xingyu uses the Black Fang and its ability, the Hell's Bond. Huge chains appeared from the dog's mouth and bound the monkeys. Xiao Xingyu even scoffs that they are not as frisky now. Qin Yanran absolutely did not expect that the guy she protected earlier would also turn out to be a beast tamer. Qin Yanran takes her fox in her arms and thanks the guy for his help. Xiao Xingyu remarks that there is no need for thanks, as any beast tamer would have done the same thing. But suddenly something caught Xiao Xingyu's attention and absolutely dumbfounded him. The system showed that the three-tailed fox was depressed, lethargic. The fox had post-traumatic stress disorder. To cure this ailment, the system suggested to crush anemone flower, pour boiling water, add thunder element catalyst, then add the magical core of the water element beast dissolved in water. Xiao Xingyu seems to be a naive fool, so he immediately tries to help the girl. He asks Qin Yanran if her fox has recently become too active during battles and then very lethargic afterward, and if it sometimes maims itself. Qin Yanran is shocked. She doesn't understand how the guy knows this. Xiao Xingyu immediately admits that the fox has post-traumatic stress disorder. He supposedly read about it in the Magical Beast Disease Handbook, and that three-tailed thunder foxes most often suffer from this very thing. Xiao Xingyu at least here decided to lie because he couldn't admit that he was actually just seeing all the information about the girl's beast. The girl is glad that she finally found out why her Xiao Xiao hasn't been smiling much lately. Upon her arrival, she wants to get busy treating the fox. And in a burst of joy, Qin Yanran slaps the guy's back. Qin Yanran embraces Xiao Xingyu and declares that he will be her little brother from now on. At this time, Xiao Xingyu's sister is watching all these events and seems to be extremely unhappy. It looks like the sister will reprimand Xiao Xingyu when they arrive. Xiao Xingyu forgot about his sister when he met his new sister. Long live the battle of who will be the best sister. Since Xiao Xingyu's sister didn't stand silently watching, she decided to intervene. The girl put her arm around Xiao Xingyu and declared that she was his sister. Qin Yanran is also not a timid girl, so without feeling awkward at all, she hugged Xiao Xingyu from the other side. She believes that Xiao Xingyu will be her named brother from now on. Xiao Xingyu himself seemed to let the situation go. Each of the girls was unwilling to give in to the other and pulled Xiao Xingyu in their direction. Xiao Xingyu felt that the girls could tear him in two. This was how they arrived at the academy. After a while, the central square of the Azure Dragon Academy, or Qingfeng Academy. All freshmen gathered for the traditional freshman welcome. The Dean of Azure Dragon Academy, Lin Kang, welcomed the incoming freshmen. Next to him was the Vice Dean, Wang Dongsheng. Xiao Xingyu, as a freshman, was also listening to this speech of the dean of all the freshmen, to be patient and wait for the principal. During the dean's speech, Xiao Xingyu remembers how he said goodbye to his sister Qin Yanran and how his sister was not happy. And just like that, he finally reached the academy. A huge lion suddenly appeared, which looked suspiciously familiar to Xiao Xingyu. The other students also noted the purple fire lion and realized that Principal Su Ruyan had arrived. All eyes turned to the arriving Su Ruyan. The boys escorted the girl with admiring glances. Finally, the headmaster arrived at the right place and set down her purple fire lion. And when she got down from the lion, the dean asked her to say a few words for the freshmen and handed over the microphone. Only at this moment did Xiao Xinyu finally notice that the woman in front of him was the same woman who had defeated the Shadow Dragon. He didn't expect that she would turn out to be the headmaster of the Azure Dragon Academy. It's worth recalling that it was us, the readers, who were told by the author of the story that Su Ruyan is the headmaster and gave her name. Su Ruyan didn't say her name or position to Xiao Xingyu. Su Ruyan took the microphone from the dean and congratulated everyone for joining the academy. However, she wanted to remind all the students of one thing. Su Ruyan's tone and gaze changed to a stern one. It didn't matter to her whether a student was from a noble family or a poor one. The most important thing for Su Ruyan was that in Azure Dragon Academy, everyone must obey her rules, and especially the 8th rule. The freshmen were in a hurry to understand and asked others what this rule was, but no one knew it. Then Su Ruyan herself delivered the 8th rule to the students. If there is a conflict between students, it should be resolved through a duel in the arena, regardless of who is right or wrong. The loser must apologize to the winner. Xiao Xingyu immediately realized that the 8th rule may seem harsh, but it actually prevents the scions of noble families from using their power and oppressing the weak. After all, thanks to the 8th rule, even ordinary students can defend their honor with their own strength. After 2 hours, Xiao Xingyu seems to have already had his first conflict, but he had just entered the academy, and it had only been 2 hours since the admission ceremony. One student seemed to recognize the guy, and that he was the same Xiao Xingyu. He couldn't believe that they were in the same class. It turned out that Xiao Xingyu had already gained fame amongst the students as a monster with spiritual power, almost the same as senior disciple Ye Ningxuang. However, the further development of this moment was interrupted as Chen Qinian entered the classroom and told all the students to take their seats as class was starting. The guy didn't seem to be looking for trouble after all, as he greeted Xiao Xingyu, calling him his brother, and said that he would follow him. Chen Qinian didn't let this go unnoticed and asked for the audience to be quiet. Chen Qinian greeted the students and said that he would be their mentor from now on. He hoped that his students would achieve a lot in the Azure Dragon Academy. After that, he asked the students to open the first chapter of the Beast Illustrated Guide and considered that they would start with the theoretical part. Chen Qinian gave the students a lecture and narrated many things. The strength of a magical beast is determined by 2 factors. The first factor is the form of the beast. Currently, the following stages from the lowest to the highest are known: initial form, mature form, full form, transcendent form, and also the highest is the form of the king of beasts. The second factor was the quality of the bloodline of the magical beast. According to the records, the bloodlines of magical beasts are categorized from the lowest to the highest. Beasts of higher bloodline can suppress those with weaker bloodline. In addition, the attributes of magical beasts can suppress and interact on each other. For example, the 5 most common ones were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The principle was as follows. Wood suppresses earth, earth suppresses water, water suppresses fire, fire suppresses metal, and metal suppresses wood. Based on these 5 basic attributes, other attributes could appear, such as sand or lightning. But that was a topic for the next class. Time passed and the lecture continued, but Xiaoxing Yu didn't seem to be used to such classes, so he fell asleep safely. Chen Qinian couldn't stand it anymore, so he threw a piece of chalk at Xiaoxing Yu and told him to get up immediately. The sleepy Xiaoxing Yu got up from his chair. Chen Qinian came to be furious about this. He is surprised at such boldness of a guy who decided to sleep through his lecture. Chen Qinian then decides to ask Xiaoxing Yu what the demonic lizard's weakness is. Chen Qinian is too furious, so he demands the guy to answer his question, and if Xiaoxing Yu can't answer, then let him pack his things and get out. Chen Qinian had definitely messed with the wrong person, because the walking encyclopedia Xiaoxing Yu immediately answered the question that it was a bag of poison under its belly. Chen Qinian didn't stop there and asked for an answer to the question. What area does the ice crocodile usually live in? But Xiaoxing Yu knows the answer to this question as well. The ice crocodile lives in the southern part of the Dragon Country, in the Shuangjiang Lake area, and at the Kunlun subglacial waterfalls. Even the other students are already shocked that Xiaoxing Yu knows the answer to this question. Chen Qinian was not going to give in to the brash youngster and decided to keep testing him. He wondered what Xiaoxing Yu would do if he encountered a heaven-tearing demonic tiger in the wilderness. Xiaoxing Yu then decides that he will clamp his identification badge in his teeth and hide somewhere in the shadows. Here, not only the other students anymore, even the teacher himself didn't understand why Xiaoxing Yu would do that. Then Xiaoxing Yu decided to explain that he would do so because the heaven-tearing demonic tiger was a magical creature at the Beast King stage, a mutated species that only a beast tamer of at least 6-star level could fight against. And if rookie beast tamers like himself were to encounter a heaven-tearing demonic tiger in the wilderness, the only option would be to prepare to die. That's why Xiaoxing Yu chooses as the best option that he would take the identification badge in his teeth so that his relatives could identify his body later, and he would also plan to lie down somewhere in the shade to prevent the tissue from decomposing too quickly. Chen Qinian accepts this answer. He is thrilled that a newly enrolled student is already aware of this knowledge. The teacher wonders how Xiaoxing Yu answered these questions, as Chen Qinian asked questions from the following editions. Then Xiaoxing Yu shows 3 books at once and tells him that it's because he has already read them. The other students are shocked. How can they keep up with such a student? Some students didn't understand where such a prodigy came from. Chen Qinian told the class to engage in self-study, and he himself asked Xiaoxing Yu to go along with him. As soon as Xiaoxing Yu walked out of the classroom with the teacher, he immediately began to apologize to the teacher. Xiaoxing Yu promised the teacher that he would not sleep in class anymore. However, Chen Qinian stops him and says that this is not the point. The point is that Xiaoxing Yu has already learned the theory course. Xiaoxing Yu decides to praise Chen Qinian for this, because the latter is an excellent expert, and that's the only reason why Xiaoxing Yu was able to learn the material so quickly. Chen Qinian is not the kind of teacher who needs flattery, so his boyfriend's behavior annoys him. Chen Qinian recommends that Xiaoxing Yu move on to more advanced material since he has already learned all the theory. Chen Qinian is a responsible teacher, so he somehow hustled too quickly and issued Xiaoxing Yu a pass for the Azure Dragon Academy's library. Using this pass, Xiaoxing Yu will be able to freely visit the library and borrow books for free. The boy was shocked by his teacher's action because Xiaoxing Yu was penniless and this pass was like a golden ticket for him. Chen Qinian patted Xiaoxing Yu's shoulder and wished him success, because the teacher has nothing else to teach such a capable student. Xiaoxing Yu took his teacher's advice and proceeded to the library of the Azure Dragon Academy. The library inside was majestic and beautiful. Xiaoxing Yu took some books from the shelves and sat on the floor, trying to acquire new knowledge. However, he couldn't enjoy reading for long. Suddenly, Wang Yan, the son of Wang Dongsheng, the vice dean, came into the library. He came along with his minions. As soon as Wang Yan entered the library, he immediately informed all the other visitors that the library belonged to him for today. He commanded all the guys to leave the library immediately. The guys who were in the library immediately ran away from the library, except that there were not only guys in the library, but also girls. However, Wang Yan asked the girls to stay because he wanted to study with them. The girls shook with fear when they realized what was waiting for them. They started begging Wang Yan to let them go too. Xiao Xingyu was fed up with all the cries, so he commanded the guy to shut up already. Xiao Xingyu then closed the book and threw it directly at Wang Yan's head. The enraged Wang Yan turned around to see who dared to do this. But Wang Yan's henchman immediately pointed out Xiao Xingyu and that the guy clearly doesn't know his place. Xiao Xingyu thinks Wang Yan is pathetic because he bullies girls and has no conscience. Wang Yan is shocked that someone dares to cross him and that the guy thinks he is a hero in front of him. The frightened girl asks Xiao Xingyu to run away because Wang Dongsheng is the son of the vice dean in front of him, so Xiao Xingyu better not mess with this guy. Xiao Xingyu finally realized why Wang Yan is so insolent. It's all because Daddy is the vice dean. Wang Yan is even proud of this fact and glad that Xiao Xingyu realized it. Wang Yan is happy that everything is back to normal now, and now he commands Xiao Xingyu to fall on his knees and beg for forgiveness. This was definitely not in Xiao Xingyu's plans, and he was not going to let Wang Yan down for his insolent behavior, so he kicked Wang Yan between the legs with his left foot. Wang Yan immediately fell to the floor of the library and began rolling around on the floor in pain. His minions didn't know how to help their master. Shaking in pain, Wang Yan found determination and anger, reminding them of who he was. Squirming in pain, Wang Yan knows that Xiao Xingyu will not be able to deal with the consequences of what he just did. And also Wang Yan swears that he will take care of Xiao Xingyu and not let the guy leave this library alive. Wang Yan is about to show the insolent Xiao Xingyu, who is the master of Azure Dragon Academy. However, at this very moment, Principal Su Ruyan entered the library. The woman noticed how arrogant Wang Yan's tone was. She didn't realize that Wang Yan happens to be the most important person in the academy. Wang Yan is upset and surprised that Su Ruyan came to the library so quickly. Su Ruyan declares that she already knows everything. Since there is a conflict between Wang Yan and Xiao Xingyu, Su Ruyan reminds him that this conflict must be handled properly, as stated in Article 8 of the Academy's Charter. If a conflict arises between students, it should be resolved through a duel in the arena, regardless of who is right or wrong. The loser must apologize to the winner. No one has a choice, especially not the rookie Xiao Xingyu, so they move to the arena, where many students had already rushed over to take the spectator seats. No one wanted to miss this event. Wang Yan and Xiao Xingyu were about to start their duel soon. Another student was surprised that this duel took place. After all, Wang Yan's battle beast was the legendary six-legged ice leopard. Another student didn't even believe that Xiao Xingyu even had a chance to win. However, the guy who called himself Xiao Xingyu's brother still believed in him and that he was invincible. Sweat broke out on Chen Qinian's face. He hoped that Xiao Xingyu would not let them down and would be able to avoid embarrassing himself. Wang Yan and Xiao Xingyu were called to the center of the arena to shake hands, and then the announcer announced that the fight would start soon and advised the fighters to prepare for the battle. Wang Yan is already anxious to show what happens to those who dare to go against him. However, Xiao Xingyu is even now willing to resolve the conflict without a battle. For this, Wang Yan just needs to apologize. This suggestion makes Wang Yan very angry. The duel begins and Wang Yan immediately summons Ice Flame. From the summoning circle, a terrifying and frightening legendary six-legged ice leopard instantly appears. Xiao Xingyu's capillaries even seemed to burst from this as blood spurted out of his eye. Xiao Xingyu, using the system, quickly began to study the leopard. The leopard had an initial form, the first stage. The bloodline was legendary. Attributes, ice and wind. Skills, deep freeze. Any strike deals an additional blow of ice, reducing an opponent's movement and attack speed by 30%. Ice Squall summons an ice ball that explodes on impact into multiple shards that deal massive damage. Loyalty, 72. Xiao Xingyu is surprised that this magical beast has two attributes at once. Unwilling to give in, he decides it's his turn and summons Black Fang. Xiao Xingyu's brother notes that Xiao Xingyu's magical beast looks very imposing. Another student also notes that in terms of beauty, the six-legged leopard definitely loses out. Looking at Xiao Xingyu's magical beast, Su Ruyan noted that she had never seen one before. However, after taking a closer look, she thought that it looked very much like an evolved version of the Gale Hound. Su Ruyan was puzzled because it was thought that the Galehound simply had no evolutionary path. She was very curious as to how Xiao Xingyu was able to accomplish this then. Wang Yan is absolutely not intimidated by the sight of Xiao Xinyu's magical beast, so he declares that Xiao Xinyu can already start preparing his apology. Wang Yan uses Ice Flame and also uses the Freeze skill. Xiao Xingyu, on the other hand, uses his Black Fang and uses the Rushing Jerk skill. The Black Fang rushed towards the leopard while dodging the ice attacks. The magical beasts clashed, and the leopard began to crowd Black Fang rather quickly. Chen Qinian recalled that the Hellstorm Wolf was a magical beast, with the attributes of fire and wind, while the six-legged leopard had the attributes of wind and ice. Looking at the duel, Chen Qinian felt that from the looks of it, Wolf would not be able to overcome the advantage of the elements. The enraged Wang Yan vows to destroy the magical beast Xiao Xingyu. He orders Ice Flame to activate the ability Ice Barrage. Black Fang is covered in ice, and everything around him turns into a block of ice. It's like he's in an ice prison. Poor Black Fang seems to be on the verge of life and death. Wang Yan was beginning to scoff at Xiao Xinyu. He announces that Xiao Xingyu's magical beast will freeze to death very soon. The teachers who were fed up with Wang Yan's antics, as well as Principal Su Ruyan, were waiting to see what Xiao Xingyu would do at such a moment. In response, Xiao Xingyu himself is already mocking Wang Yan, who is so confident in his plan. Xiao Xingyu then calls out to his Black Fang and orders him to activate the ability Hunt in Darkness. Black Fang instantly disappears from the ice prison he was just in. Su Ruyan and Chen Qinian instantly realize that Xiao Xingyu used the darkness attribute, and then it turns out that Xiao Xingyu has as many as 3 attributes. Wang Yan was still in a panic, trying to find where Xiao Xingyu's magical beast had gone. As it turned out, Black Fang turned into a shadow, and thus was able to avoid imprisonment in the ice prison. Black Fang attacked Wang Yang from the back, but he was prevented by the 6-legged leopard, who counterattacked Black Fang. Xiao Xingyu then summoned Black Fang and decided to see what Wang Yan would show against him. Xiao Xingyu used Black Fang's ability, the Oblivion Claw. As soon as the attacks plucked from the shadows touched the leopard, it froze in place and couldn't move. Wang Yan asked Ice Flame to fight back and do something, rather than just standing there. The headmaster immediately recognized this attack, for this Oblivion Claw was a darkness attribute skill. When it hits the target, it causes paralysis for 3 seconds. Xiao Xingyu decides that it is time to end this fight. He then uses Black Fang's ability, Infernal Howl, and pierces the 6-legged leopard with this attack. The host announces that the duel is over, and also announces that Xiao Xingyu has won. Many students, especially the newcomers, are happy that Xiao Xingyu defended their honor and punished the insolent Wang Yan. Wang Yan fell to his knees and couldn't believe what had just happened. He thought he was invincible. Xiao Xingyu approached Wang Yan and also reminded him that he had lost. Since Wang Yan lost, Su Ruyan requires him to apologize to Xiao Xingyu, as written in the academy rules. Su Ruyan is serious, so there's no way to get away. He intends to stop this whole farce. Gritting his teeth and clearly not sincere, Wang Yan bowed properly and also apologized to Xiao Xingyu. Afterwards, he left the arena with great hatred, swearing that Xiao Xingyu would pay for it. Su Ruyan, meanwhile, notes that it was a great fight. She also notes that Xiao Xingyu is already the 2nd disciple who has made a good impression on her. Su Ruyan is looking forward to Xiao Xingyu's next performance, because his next performance will be at the freshman ranking tournament, and this event will be held in 3 days. All red with embarrassment, Xiao Xingyu thanks Madam Principal for the praise, but he wonders who the first student was. Then Su Ruyan confesses that it was a brilliant girl with a spiritual power level above 1,000, Ye Ning Shuang. Once again, this name popped up in a guy's life. Xiao Xingyu had heard of Ye Ning Shuang back during his entrance exam. Su Ruyan knows how to appreciate talents, so she decides to give Xiao Xingyu a spatial ring as a reward. The guy is shocked, because it's incredibly expensive and also awesome, and here he gets it so easily. You can store anything in it. The system reported that in front of Xiao Xingyu was a spatial ring, a high-tech equipment designed to store various things, including food and supplements for summoned beasts, as well as magical monster cores. Xiao Xingyu gladly accepts the ring entrusted to him as a reward, 1 ring to rule them all. Taking the ring from Principal Su Ruyan's hands, the boy once again thanks her. Leaving the Azure Dragon Academy through the gate, the boy thought about something. His sister is probably already worried about him being gone for so long. Therefore, Xiao Xingyu decides to return home as soon as possible. However, Xiao Xingyu's plans were disrupted when a girl suddenly crashed into him on the way out of the academy. The girl even had circles in her eyes from such a blow. The good-natured Xiao Xingyu first asks if the girl is all right, and she replies that she is fine. Kneeling down and stroking the girl's head, Xiao Xingyu advises her to look around next time so as not to hurt herself. The guy then asks the girl to go home, but the girl clings to the guy. She told Xiao Xingyu that she had nowhere to go, and she also asked Xiao Xingyu to shelter her. The guy was completely bewildered by what was happening. After a while, in front of us in the family dormitory, where Xiao Xingyu and his sister now lived, the sister resented that she had just arrived and saw what was going on. She was about to pull her brother back by his ears already. Did this underdog really kidnap a child? Xiao Xingyu is outraged that his sister could even think so badly of him, and he also asks that his sister give him time to explain. The sister is outraged because she doesn't understand what the guy might say and why she might have misunderstood the situation. Eventually, the sister starts to listen to her brother, and a few minutes later, Xiao Xingyu finished his story. After finishing his story, Xiao Xingyu concludes that this is what happened. It turns out that Shi Meng, that's the girl's name, is afraid of magical beasts, so she can't become a beast tamer. It turned out that poor Shi Meng regularly bullied at home, so she ran away from home. Xiao Xingyu decided to bring her to their dormitory to help the girl overcome her fear. The girl turned to Xiao Xingyu's sister with pitiful eyes. She called her sis Zhou Shui and with a pleading look asked her to stay with them since she didn't want to go back home. The sister finally gives in and allows Xu Meng to stay. However, the sister asks that Xiao Xingyu remember an important thing. Xiao Xingyu must not date a girl from the Ye family. The next day at the Azure Dragon Academy, Chen Qinian gathered the entire class outside. Xiao Xingyu was still hovering in the clouds and pondered over his sister's words that he shouldn't see the girl from the Ye family. He tried to understand why his sister suddenly brought it up. The named brother asked Xiao Xingyu what he was mumbling about and what it had to do with the Ye family. The named brother reminds Xiao Xingyu that the teacher said that in this lesson, they will be defining roles on the battlefield. So the guy wonders if Xiao Xingyu knows what it is. Xiao Xingyu apologizes for thinking about his problems at a bad time, but he quickly gives an answer if he got it right, and the guy asks him about his roles in the band. Xiao Xingyu tells him that more often than not, beast tamers act in teams and their roles and responsibilities are different. The gunner has ranged skills, which allows him to destroy enemies at a distance. The mage has well-developed mass control skills, giving him a significant advantage in team fights. The tank has strong defense and health regenerating skills. Roughly speaking, he is a shield for the rest of the team. The assassin is highly maneuverable and has the ability to take out enemies. His task is to attack those who can barely stand on their feet. And the support is famous for its reinforcing skills, which they impose on all team members, giving them a lot of positive effects. The named brother is surprised to learn about all the roles. He wonders what Xiao Xingyu thinks about which role the storm butterfly is best suited for. Oh, those teachers' favorites. Chen Qinian once again yelled at the guy, whose name is Wu Shengyu by the way. The teacher asked him to stop talking in class. Wu Shengyu immediately apologized to the teacher. Chen Qinian's tone of voice and facial expression became serious. He ordered that the students, according to their order numbers, summon their magical beasts to take the test. In this way, the teacher would determine each student's role in the group. The Minotaur-like magical beast that belonged to Songhu's disciple has a powerful defense, so the teacher assigned him the role of a tank. Next was Wu Shengyu, who was so worried about choosing a role. After looking at the storm butterfly, the teacher noted that it possessed massive skills based on the water element, so Wu Shengyu would be a mage. Finally, it was Xiao Xingyu's turn, and the teacher beckoned him to come forward. The first test was to test the attack of a magical beast. Chen Qinian asked if the student was ready, and he did not hesitate for a second to summon his trusty Black Fang, who, as always, appeared with a frightening aura. For this test, Xiao Xingyu decided to use Black Fang's ability, Hell Howl. The Black Fang directed its devastating attack towards the force meter. After the dust from such a devastating strike settled a bit, everyone could see that the meter showed a triple critical strike. And afterward, the force meter showed a simply shocking number for everyone, 6731. The rest of the students were shocked by what they saw. Triple critical impact, this is just a fantastic value for them. One of the students is sure that he can't even make 1.5 critical hits. The teacher is as surprised as the others, because usually the attack of novice beast tamers ranges between 500 and 1500. Chen Qinian didn't expect that the Hellstorm Wolf could deal over 2000 damage with a triple critical strike. While everyone else gaped their mouths in shock and didn't know how to even react to such crazy numbers, Xiao Xingyu felt that the attack test would pass and that he was suited for the role of an assassin. Xiao Xingyu wanted to finish testing himself already. However, Chen Qinian is not just called a teacher for nothing. He asks Xiao Xingyu to continue the test because he himself wants to find out what the guy's potential is. The next test was the attack range test. Xiao Xingyu once again used the Black Fang Hell Howl attack. Once again, everyone was surprised. Wu Xingyu even noted that Xiao Xingyu's attack reached almost 800 meters. Thus, Xiao Xingyu could perfectly go for the role of a gunner as well. After that was the defense test, where Xiao Xingyu once again showed a phenomenal result. The Black Fang was even able to withstand the attack of teacher Chen Qinian's ice-armored turtle. Wu Shengyu even calls Xiao Xingyu a monster. Next was the control or restraint test. Xiao Xingyu used the Hell Bonding ability, and it was perfectly capable of restraining anyone. Thus, Xiao Xingyu was perfect for the role of a mage as well. Next was the reinforcement test. According to the teacher's data analysis, any beast within 10 meters of the Hell Storm Wolf would receive a 30% increase in rage, 10% increase in attack, and 10% increase in movement speed. Wu Shengyu, like the rest of the students, can't wait to learn Xiao Xingyu's role. After all, based on the tests, any role is suitable for him, and it's hard to choose from. Chen Qinian is even a little confused, because Xiao Xingyu is so good that the teacher can't even find the right words. Chen Qinian admits that there is actually one more special role besides these 5 roles. The teacher wants to tell the name of this role, but the students will have to wait until the new chapter of the story is released. As this chapter came to an end, cut off halfway through. Chen Qinian calls the role Xiao Xingyu after all, and it's all-rounder. Wu Shengyu, like the rest of the students, doesn't understand what this role is and what it all means. They ask the teacher to tell them about this role, all-rounder. Then the teacher explains to the students that all-rounder is called Beast Tamers, whose summoned creature is equally suited for all roles. It is then that the Beast Tamers are given this role. So Chen Qinian brings up the point that Xiao Xingyu is obviously the only all-rounder in their group. All the students in his group think he's cool. They are wondering how Xiao Xingyu became so cool. Wu Shengyu is also curious. Xiao Xingyu, under all the admiring gazes of the students, only seems like a good-natured guy. Chen Qinian tried to cool the young man's ardor. He informs him that there is no need to rejoice prematurely. All-rounder are rare, but they still exist. The data of the first-year students has not been fully explored yet. But at this moment, the academy knows that Xiao Xinyu is not the only all-rounder in the academy. The teacher tells us that in the second year, there are students like Ye Ningshuang and Han Tianjun. In the third year, there are Murong Qingyang and Li Xuancheng. Having thus summarized the lesson, the teacher recommends that all the students continue to try hard. Soon, the lessons were over, and Xiao Xingyu left the academy building. He was glad that the classes were finally over. For starters, he wanted to buy some nutrient boosters for Black Fang to prepare for the rookie ranking competition. However, the guy was in for an unpleasant surprise, because his plans were disrupted by the appearance of hooligans. Xiao Xingyu inquired what the bullies wanted from him. This question to the leader of the bullies seemed strange. Had the guy not heard of the Black Tiger Guild? He and the other hooligans were already itching to beat up Xiao Xingyu. Of course, the bullies didn't choose Xiao Xingyu as their victim. They were directed to do so by Wang Yan, who couldn't bear to be defeated. He asks that the bullies not even have a conversation with Xiao Xingyu and just break the guy's nose. After all, Wang Yan wonders if Xiao Xingyu will be as cocky after that. The leader of the bullies listened to Wang Yan. In his opinion, Xiao Xingyu had himself to blame, because he had crossed young Mr. Wang. Xiao Xingyu notices that all the bullies have 3 or 4 stars on their clothes. Xiao Xingyu is angry at this injustice, because these bullies are not even ashamed to attack someone who has only 1 star. Wang Yan declares that if Xiao Xingyu doesn't like this kind of thing, he might cry. The bully leader asks Wang Yan not to worry, as he will deal with Xiao Xingyu himself. The leader of the hooligans summons the majestic Thunder Tiger, which appears as if with the sound of thunder. He sends his glowing lightning Thunder Tiger towards Xiao Xingyu. But Xiao Xingyu didn't wait and also summoned his Black Fang, who immediately attacked the Thunder Tiger. Black Fang immediately began to crowd Thunder Tiger and pinned him to the ground. The bully leader didn't expect this, as Wang Yan didn't seem to have warned him that Xiao Xingyu's beast was so strong. The bully leader is shocked, for from the looks of it, Black Fang only has a mature form. Therefore, the bully leader doesn't understand how Black Fang can resist his Thunder Tiger, which is at the full stage. The bully leader is an experienced fighter after all, so he decides to test who is the stronger of the two. Some weakling with 1 star, or the Black Tiger Guild elite with 3 and 4 stars. Just like that, the bully leader immediately discarded his words that he would deal with him himself and called on the rest of the bullies to help him. However, these were troubling times for the Black Tiger Guild, and they were shocked when someone else showed up. It turned out to be Qin Yanran, who had always wondered who would win, the Black Tiger Guild or her guild Celestial. Qin Yanran appears like a hero in shining armor and saves the guy from the bullies. Xiao Xingyu abruptly turned around and saw Qin Yanran. He remembered to call her his sister, as the girl had asked to call herself. The bully leader and his guild Black Tiger were surrounded. The Celestial Guild members surrounded them from all sides. The tone of his voice changed drastically. He was frightened. Celestial is the second guild in the ranking of beast tamers of Lunyin City. Even the Hurricane Guild, which is in first place, doesn't dare to clash with them. The leader of the bullies immediately adopted an apologetic pose. Under the questioning gazes of his supporters, he inquired what brought Miss Qin Yanran to this place. The girl is hugging the innocent Xiao Xingyu. If she hadn't been passing by, she never would have known what the much-revered Lei was going to do to her dear brother. The bully leader is surprised, for Qin Yanran is the only daughter of the head of the Qin family, and they have no other children. Then Qin Yanran explains that Xiao Xingyu is her named brother, whom she recognized. Therefore, if someone decides to offend her brother, that offender will have to deal with her first. Lei already regretted that he had gotten involved in this whole adventure without understanding. A cold sweat broke out on his face. Qin Yanran did not stop there and decided to finish the already pathetic leader of the hooligans with his words. After all, if someone offended Xiao Xingyu, he would have to deal with the entire Celestial Guild. Lei fearfully tried to find some way to escape punishment. He claimed that there was a misunderstanding. He also immediately decided to take all the attention away from himself. He pointed his finger at Wang Yan and claimed that it was all because of him. Wang Yan had hired them to cause trouble for Xiao Xingyu. Even Xiao Xingyu was surprised by the events that were happening. Wang Yan was greatly startled. He started apologizing and said that he didn't know that Xiao Xingyu was Qin Yanran's brother. Apparently at this point, Wang Yan was too scared as he peed right into his pants. Qin Yanran points out to Lei that he needs to understand what he needs to do. Smiling forcefully, Lei confirms that he understood what he had to do. After that, the Thunder Tiger Guild started beating up Wang Yan. Wang Yan was surprised that they dared to do this to him. After all, he was the one who hired them. After that, Qin Yanran took Xiao Xingyu to the Celestial Guild building. Qin Yanran asks the guy how he encountered the bullies. Xiao Xingyu confesses that he actually wanted to buy nutrient boosters for Black Fang, but Xiao Xingyu didn't expect to be so unlucky. Qin Yanran realized what he needed. She stated that if Xiao Xingyu needed such a thing, he could ask her, especially her guild, Celestial, just specializes in nutrient boosters. Qin Yanran states that if Xiao Xingyu ever needed nutrient boosters, the guy could just ask her and she would give them to him for free. Xiao Xingyu is shocked. He didn't expect his new sister to be so generous. It immediately becomes apparent to him that she is the guild leader's only and favorite daughter. After that, Qin Yanran decided to give her brother a tour of their guild. First, she showed Xiao Xingyu the training hall. The hall was equipped with the most advanced training equipment to help the beasts learn various skills as quickly as possible. Then, the sister showed her brother the relaxation area. There, beast tamers could relax after a task. There was even golf, sauna, and many other activities. The guild also had a conference room where they held meetings on important matters and made plans for future development. After that, the sister showed the medical area with the most advanced equipment and a wide range of medicines. The most important thing the guild had was that their beast tamers' doctors had the highest qualifications, providing the best services to treat injured beasts. The latter really interested the guy. Xiao Xingyu asked his sister in all seriousness if he could join her guild and become a doctor. Qin Yanran hesitated to answer. Their conversation was interrupted, however, and a sharp and emphatic refusal followed. The woman who appeared stated that it didn't matter who he was or where he came from. And did the guy really think that with his age and experience, he could get a job in their guild? The woman even found the guy's very thought of this ridiculous. That woman was Liu Yue, the deputy head of the Celestial Guild. Qin Yanran tries to smooth the edges. She informs her that this guy is the one she told her about, that he was the one who helped Qin Yanran back then on the train. She even reveals that he is her named brother. Suddenly, one of the guildmates rushes in. He runs to Liu Yue in a panic and informs her that they have just had several severely injured beasts delivered to them. As it turns out, such a huge guild is understaffed. Qin Yanran had recently told Xiao Xingyu how huge their guild was, and how they had everything, and that the most important thing they had was doctors. Liu Yue asks his subordinate to calm down and then contact the other branches and ask for their help. Liu Yue asks for Qin Yanran's help to take care of the matter. After going to the injured beasts, Liu Yue notices that time is running out and that the beasts are bleeding heavily and won't last long. Xiao Xingyu beats his palm on his chest and declares that he can help then. He asks Liu Yue not to pay attention to anything, because there is not a second to lose. The Celestial Guild branch was very turbulent today. Many magical beasts came here with serious injuries. A new patient was brought in urgently. The doctors were carrying a magical beast on a gurney to the third operating room, and the patient was bleeding heavily. That's why there were only cries to bring in spare blood bags. The guy who helped carry his magical beast on the gurney asks everyone to stand back. The guy begged for the doctors to help save his magical beast. The doctors were alarmed by this kind of situation. It's typical for the experience of doctors to fade away when the protagonist of the story is around. The doctors ran back and forth in panic. The magical beast had lost too much blood and needed to recover it as soon as possible. The clamp wasn't helping, so a doctor was demanding that a cure be prepared. Another doctor remarked that it wasn't helping, for the blood wouldn't stop. The doctors are frustrated because their methods are absolutely no help at all. Xiao Xingyu is completely different from all these ordinary people. He examines the magical beast with his almost X-ray vision from the system. It was a green-eyed mastiff. Level, mature form, 3rd stage. Loyalty, 92. Bloodline, elite. Life sings. Wound from the poison bee queen's attack, dealing poison damage and preventing healing. Xiao Xingyu immediately finds the wound and reports that the magical beast has encountered the poison bee queen. The greenish slime is a special poison that hinders regeneration. Xiao Xingyu admits that he can stop the guy's battle beast from bleeding, but he needs the guy's permission to do so. The guy panics, he has no choice in the situation, so he asks Xiao Xingyu to save the beast. Xiao Xingyu recommends mixing 1 stalk of heavenly grass with a purple crystal flower to get 20 grams of medicinal mixture. Then add the core of the magic beast, matured with the attribute of poison, and boil for 5 minutes. Other doctors notice that all these ingredients are highly toxic. They really dislike this method of treatment because it is like putting out a fire with gasoline. However, Xiao Xingyu is serious. He asks that they immediately prepare the medicine according to his prescription. Otherwise, they will just waste time and the magical beast will die. The poor guy is too desperate, so he decides to believe Xiao Xingyu. The guy tells the doctors to not stand still and do as Xiao Xingyu said. The doctors finally stopped standing still and rushed to prepare what he said. 5 minutes later, a panting doctor came running in with a bottle of medicine and announced that everything was ready. Xiao Xingyu put on gloves and opened the cap and the bottles. Then he carefully began to lubricate the magical beast's wound. Suddenly, the magical beast roared, surprising everyone there. At the same time, the wound seemed to glow, the bleeding stopped, and the healing process began. The guy who had almost lost his beast a while ago hugged it in tears. Xiao Xingyu, on the other hand, walked over to Qin Yanran and Liu Yue. He asked Liu Yue if she was satisfied with the work he had done. Liu Yue is not stupid and not too arrogant. It's not every day that genius protagonists come to her. They are mostly mediocre guys who lack experience. Liu Yak declares that the guy has demonstrated an amazing result. Liu Yue was forced to admit that she jumped to conclusions about Xiao Xingyu. Only now does Liu Yue officially invite the guy to join the guild as a special pharmacist. Xiao Xingyu gladly accepts this invitation. After all, this is what he wanted from the beginning. At the dormitory, his sister reprimands him. That is, her brother wants to say that he only stayed late because he was signing a labor contract with the Celestial Guild. Her sister couldn't believe it, but her brother said that was the case. The sister even pouted because it seemed like someone had completely forgotten about their own sister after finding some rich sister. Xiao Xingyu tries to justify himself. After all, he would never do that to his sister. Shi Meng, on the other hand, wonders what a pharmacist is. If it's something edible, Xiao Xingyu corrects her and says that it's not really about food. However, since he will now be working for the Celestial Guild, that means he will be paid well. He triumphantly stands up and announces that he will even be able to take his sister and Shi Meng to a restaurant this weekend. Shi Meng is also excited about this kind of information, as she loves to eat out. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, a total loser, lies in the hospital with a broken leg. He is angry at Xiao Xingyu and swears that he will never forget the humiliation he suffered. A father comes to visit his son. He calls his son a lowly weakling. Wang Yan can't hold back his tears. He asks for his father to help him. The father feels humiliated because his son lost to some country boy from a small town. Wang Yan has disgraced not only himself, but also his whole family by his action. Wang Yan cries and tries to justify that Xiao Xingyu had 3 attributes at once. He also points out that Xiao Xingyu has the Celestial Guild behind him, so he doesn't have a chance to take revenge on the guy either. After all, their family can't compete with the Celestial Guild. However, the father is devious. He remarks that it might happen that Xiao Xingyu will accidentally die from the clutches of a magical beast during the trials on Yunnan Mountain. Then it would have nothing to do with their family, a real villain with glasses. Soon, the vice dean's plan began to materialize as the students were sent to Yunnan Mountain. Teacher Chen Qinian, Principal Su Ruyan, and Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng were with the students. Wang Dongsheng announced that all the newly arrived students would be given another test. This test will be broadcast live on all screens at the academy. The bracelets worn by the students will record the number of magical beasts killed by each student. The bracelets will also keep a combat log. A grade of C will be given for killing 1 to 10 magical beasts. If 11 to 30 magical beasts are killed, a grade of B will be given. If someone kills between 31 and 50 magical beasts, they will receive an A grade. The luckiest and strongest, who defeat 51 to 80 magical beasts, will receive a grade of S. And finally, the strongest students who will defeat more than 80 magical beasts. Grade S+. Principal Su Ruyan also requires Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng to announce the especially gifted participants among this year's recruits before the trial begins. One of the students heard that Ye Ningshuang won the first place in the Yunnan Mountain trial last year. Wang Dongshen informed all the students that according to the entrance test results, there were 3 especially gifted students among the freshmen at once. The one in the first class was Mu Rongyang Shou. Mu Rongyang Shou is the eldest son of the Mu Rong family. Also noted in the first grade was Mu Rong Xinshin. Mu Rong Xinshin is the youngest daughter of the Mu Rong family. The other students were greatly surprised that there were 2 all-round gifted students in the first grade at once. And the third student was the third grade student, Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu wondered about the Mu Rong family. As far as Xiao Xingyu remembered, there were 4 great dynasties of beast tamers in their country: the Ye family, the Li family, the Mu Rong family, and the Shangguan family. Therefore, when he heard the Mu Rong family, he was surprised, because he had never met anyone from the 4 great dynasties before. After that, teacher Chen Qinian, Principal Su Ruyan, and Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng gathered in the broadcasting studio of the Azure Dragon Academy. A man with a mustache took the microphone and welcomed all the viewers. He was the host and commentator of this trial. His name was Yang Shu. Su Ruyan asks Wang Dongsheng his opinion about Xiao Xingyu and how much the guy can defeat the magical beasts. Wang Dongsheng is quite arrogant, and he thinks that Xiao Xingyu will defeat no more than 50 magical beasts. He even thinks that he has given an exaggerated prediction. Chen Qinian strongly disagrees with the Vice Dean's opinion and making allowance for Xiao Xingyu's talent. He thinks that the guy will defeat at least 80. Su Ruyan also disagrees with the teacher. In her opinion, Xiao Xingyu will perform a real miracle and break Ye Ningshuang's record. Meanwhile, the newcomers had already begun to enter the trial area, and the trial had officially begun. Not even half an hour later, Wang Lin, a student from the second grade, had defeated a short-tailed bear. The total number of magical beasts killed exceeded 10. Sun Tianhao from 5th grade was able to deal with 20 magical beasts already. The host was surprised that just an hour after the trial started, Mu Rongyang Shou from 1st grade had already killed 43 magical beasts. People watching the trial left comments. Someone remarked that Mu Rong's family could be proud of him. Some even wanted to marry the guy. Some wondered how strong the Mu Rong family was. The host said with unconcealed admiration that the white griffin was the only beast in this trial that had reached its full form. This beast's ability, space penetration, not only instantly shortens the distance to the target, but also enhances any attack by adding a piercing effect. Though the silver-fanged snake has exceptional regeneration abilities, it is unlucky to encounter the white griffin. After all, it would completely nullify the silver-fanged snake's regeneration. So the snake's fate was already sealed. Mu Rongyang Shou asked his white griffin to stop torturing the snake. Approaching the snake, the guy just wanted to extract the magic core and go on his way. The test statistics showed that all 3 gifted students greatly outperformed the results of the other students. However, all 3 gifted students were going toe-to-toe. Mu Rong Xinxin, 50, Mu Rongyang Shou, 49, Xiao Xingyu, 48. The host decided to leave the young master from the Mu Rong family for now and see how his sister was doing in the trial. The Mu Rong Xinxin magical beast was a bone-winged bat with a legendary bloodline. It was also the only undead beast in this trial. Her opponent was Bloodthirsty Lion, a second-stage mature magical beast with an epic bloodline. The Bloodthirsty Lion's attacks dealt 5 times the damage. It was a very strong opponent. However, after facing the bone-winged bat, even such a formidable opponent only had to accept his fate. The host knows how to get the audience excited. He states that if Mu Rong Xinxin manages to kill the Bloodthirsty Lion, the total number of defeated magical beasts will be 51. The viewers on the broadcast cheered the girl on. Some viewers even thought that she was possibly more talented than her brother. Looking at the statistics of the trial, Mu Rongyang Shou was a little surprised that his sister would still take 1st place in this trial. However, he was even more surprised when the statistics changed and someone overtook his sister. The events that happened a moment ago. Mu Rong Xinxin cornered the Bloodthirsty Lion and it could no longer dodge. Then she used her magic beast Bone-Winged Bat and made one last attack. She even rejoiced at the moment of the attack that she had almost managed to handle the lion. However, in the last instant, Xiao Xingyu appeared with his Black Fang. Black Fang dealt a decisive blow to the Bloodthirsty Lion using the claws of the underworld. Bone-Winged Bat's attack missed its target. Xiao Xingyu had brazenly stolen Mu Rong Xinxin's prey. That seems to be the guy's way of getting all the hate from the audience. Xiao Xingyu is so brazen that he even thanks Xinxin for distracting Bloodthirsty Lion and setting the stage for Xiao Xingyu to appear. Mu Rong Xinxin, deep down, was simply furious at such a guy's antics. However, she managed to keep a cool face. The host immediately notes that there was a rather unexpected turn of events. He notes that Xiao Xingyu's cunning is clearly not lacking. The host even calls Xiao Xingyu a genius of stealthy attacks, and that no matter how you hide, you still can't escape Xiao Xingyu. The host was intrigued, for Xiao Xingyu had stolen a beast from Xinxin and topped the table. However, it was too early to relax, because suddenly a 3-eyed magical ant entered the battlefield. The host could even sense the danger emanating from the ant through the screen. He wondered which of these two would dare to challenge a ferocious creature like the ant. Xiao Xingyu decided to use Black Fang's ability, the Infernal Bond, to begin with. The host immediately comments that Xiao Xingyu is the first to go into battle. He notes that the 3-eyed ant is known for its tough shell. However, the Hell Wolf's fire ignores the armor and still deals damage to this formidable monster. Xiao Xingyu orders Black Fang to finish off the ant and uses the Hell Howl ability. Xinxin decided to join the fight as well. The Bone-Winged Bat used sound waves and prevented Hell Wolf from finishing off her opponent. The girl immediately used necrotic flames and finished off the 3-eyed ant herself. When the girl took away the magic core, Xiao Xingyu admitted that he didn't think the girl was so vindictive. The host warms up the audience because the situation is getting even more heated, as Xiao Xingyu and Xinxin are currently tied on points and sharing the first place. At the same time, there is less than an hour left until the end of the challenge. The host wonders who will win in the end. Like a good host at the end, he suggests that the audience wait for the denouement of the exam. After finding the next monster, Xiao Xingyu orders Black Fang to prepare to enter the battle. However, Xin once again destroys the monster with his bone-winged bat, and thus takes the point out from under the guy's nose. What else did he expect everyone to put up with his antics? Even the host notices that wherever Xiao Xingyu goes, his vengeful rival immediately appears nearby and snatches away his prey. Over the past half hour, Xin had firmly established herself in first place by killing the monsters that Xiao Xingyu kindly found for her. The gap was 8 points. Xiao Xingyu pointed out that although he had stolen one beast from the girl, it did not justify her subsequent behavior. Xin did not particularly like these words. The host heats up the audience by asking if Xin can further increase the gap, or if Xiao Xingyu will be able to catch up to her. The comments on the broadcast continued to be amusing and not so amusing. Someone wondered why Xin had such a hurt look on her face. Someone was happy to see such a drama in front of them. Someone pointed out that the girl was even stronger than her brother. Someone confessed that they couldn't take their eyes off the girl. Someone noted that the future husband of the girl was lucky. And the host kept asking if the audience was as curious as he was about how everything would end. Xiao Xingyu decides that he will no longer give in to Xin and tells her to get ready. The commentators exploded here too. Some pointed out that the guy is a real man. Some said that Mom always said not to hang out with braggarts. And someone expected the girl's reaction and how she would get mad. The presenter also made a shocked face. He wondered if he was the only one who heard it, or if the others had heard it too. Xiao Xingyu admitted that he had been holding back the whole time. With less than half an hour left, the presenter wondered if Xiao Xingyu would have time to return to the top spot. Xiao Xingyu chased after the next monsters. Xin kept up with him. Minutes passed, and the number of monsters killed by these two had already broken all records. The Hell Wolf once again jumped into another of his victims, and Xin couldn't outrun the guy this time. Xin finds another magical beast and notes that in the air, Xiao Xingyu definitely can't beat her. However, even here, Black Fang's attack easily catches up with the magical monster that Xin was chasing. The girl can't even stand it all and calls the guy a scoundrel. Xiao Xingyu notes that there is less than a minute left and that there is no way Xin can defeat him anymore. The girl just calls the guy a real scoundrel. Even the host notes that the outcome is a foregone conclusion, and unless something unexpected happens, Xiao Xingyu will take the first place. Xin called the guy a scoundrel over and over again. Xiao Xingyu even wondered if the girl only knew this word. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Xiao Xingyu and Xin, which was speeding towards Xiao Xingyu. The host was surprised at what was happening, because how did a fully developed third-form magical beast appear in the battle arena? The beast easily pushed Xiao Xingyu and Black Fang off the cliff. Somehow, Xiao Xingyu was able to snag onto a growing branch on the slope. Xin immediately rushed to help the guy and asked for him to grab her hand while the bone-winged bat covered them at the same time. Just then, his old acquaintance Wang Yan appeared from the bushes. The guy was too much surprised. In the same instant, the branch he was hanging on cracked and Xiao Xingyu began to fall down. Xin only watched helplessly as Xiao Xingyu fell down. There was nothing else she could do but stare in the wake of the falling guy. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio, teacher Chen Qinian is angry about these exam twists and turns. He asks the principal for permission to personally go to rescue his students. Principal Su Ruyan asks teacher Chen Qinian not to worry so much because Xin and Xiao Xingyu are also her students, as Principal Su Ruyan will not let anything happen to the students. Chen Qinian at the same moment decides to activate the emergency rescue program through security. Only the Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng did not budge. In the back of his mind, he rejoiced at what had happened and called himself a genius. Just a small trick, and his family's enemy had already gone to the realm of the dead. At the same time, the events at the foot of the mountain from which Xiao Xingyu had fallen earlier. He slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised that he was still alive. The last thing he remembered was Wang Yan and his sinister smirk. It seems Wang Yan had once again decided to frame his father and couldn't hold back to personally witness Xiao Xingyu's death. He slowly stood up and crouched down, still holding his head with his left hand. Xiao Xingyu once again realized that Wang Yan had arranged it all, so Xiao Xingyu decided that this time this scumbag who peed his pants would pay. Turning around and looking at his magic beast, the guy was annoyed and surprised. It looked like Black Fang was badly injured. His magic beast had set its body up to cushion the guy's fall and save him. As if out of nowhere, a bottle of medicinal liquid materialized in Xiao Xingyu's hand. He opened the bottle and handed it to Black Fang, asking him to drink it, as it would immediately make him feel better. Like all sad stories, it rained at the same second. Xiao Xingyu hid Black Fang back into the seal and thought about the fact that they needed to find a place to shelter from the rain. After a while, Xiao Xingyu manages to find a cave where he can take shelter from the rain. Looking out of the cave, Xiao Xingyu wondered when the rain would stop so he could return. Besides, he didn't want to upset his sister, who was probably worried about him. He also wondered how Xin, who was trying to help him, was doing since she was left alone with that powerful magical beast. Suddenly, he came out of his thoughts as he heard the crunching of a branch. Xiao Xingyu immediately realized that there was someone else in the cave besides him. Before the guy could react in any way, he was already grabbed with a hand around his throat. The girl said that the guy had seen the Empress's face, which meant that he would have to be killed. Xiao Xingyu involuntarily used his pseudo-X-ray vision. The system showed that there was a 9-tailed fox in front of him. It had the form of a beast king, first stage. Bloodline, mythical. Eye of the Storm skill, makes any opponent below her level petrified. Skill fire of 9 tails. Burns the soul of an enemy with a powerful mental attack. Attributes, Beastman super strength, fire. Loyalty, 0. Hidden path of evolution. 9-tailed fox, 10-tailed celestial fox, 10-tailed dragon fox. The further hidden evolutionary pathway is not yet known. Xiao Xingyu was surprised that this was the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox did not expect that some person knew who it was. Xiao Xingyu in his thoughts only notices that knowledge won't help him, as against a monster of this level it doesn't stand a chance. The 9-tailed fox decided that the guy should definitely not be left alive and squeezed the guy's throat even harder with her hand. Struggling to utter words, Xiao Xingyu asks the fox to wait. The guy tells me that he knows that the 9-tailed fox was injured by a purebred dragon. Without treatment, she will die in half an hour. The 9-tailed fox tried to find out how the guy knew about this, but her strength was leaving her and she involuntarily let go of the guy. Xiao Xingyu decided that this was his chance and tried to use his mark on the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox from such a bright light immediately covered its eyes. The 9-tailed fox had already started coughing up blood. Xiao Xingyu realized that the treatment does not need to be delayed. He declares that since he has realized who she is, then any details can't escape him. The system shows that the 9-tailed fox is severely wounded and will die in half an hour without treatment. A purebred dragon inflicted a mortal wound on a 9-tailed fox. Its energy penetrated the body, damaging the heart vessels and causing the blood to flow backwards. Xiao Xingyu couldn't understand where the purebred dragon came from. After all, this species had been considered extinct for 300 years. First, the guy needed to stabilize the fox's condition. Without further ado, Xiao Xingyu told the fox that he could save it. The 9-tailed fox is upset by these words after all. What can only 1-star beast tamers do? She doesn't believe that the guy can do such a thing. A pure-blood dragon had inflicted this wound, and as far as the fox knew, even the most outstanding doctors among humans wouldn't be able to cure it. Xiao Xingyu emphatically points out that her treatment process is not complicated, and he would be able to cure the girl. However, Xiao Xingyu does not want the 9-tailed fox to kill him once she is cured. Therefore, the guy demands that the 9-tailed fox make a contract with him before he starts the treatment. That's how the guy gets a new pet, the 9-tailed fox. I wonder how surprised his sister and his sister's employer will be. 9-tailed fox wasn't very happy to hear such a thing, and that was still putting it mildly, because 9-tailed was furious at such a guy's suggestion. Did this guy really want the great 9-tailed fox to submit to him and become his beast? Despite the frightening aura that emanated from the 9-tailed fox, Xiao Xingyu continued to insist on his proposal. This did not make the girl very happy, and she immediately pounced on the pushy guy. The 9-tailed fox grabbed the guy by the throat, but the guy didn't chicken out even here. He told the girl that she could easily kill him, but then she herself would not live long. She was angry about the whole situation. How could she even bow down to a man? However, despite her anger, it seems the consequences of fighting the dragon were getting worse. The 9-tailed fox became dizzy and everything around her began to blur. After that came a choking cough. Xiao Xingyu reports that the girl should have already realized that the dragon's power had penetrated right into her heart. He once again suggests that the girl make a contract. After all, if she doesn't, it will be too late to help her. The nine-tailed fox couldn't die so easily. She still had unfinished business and needed to fulfill her sister's task. With bitterness in her heart, but because of her sister's assignment, she decides to accept the guy's proposal. Xiao Yu bites his finger so that there will be blood for the contract. He then places that finger on Nine-Tailed Fox's forehead and tells her that she belongs to him from now on, and he gave his name. A bright magical five-pointed star immediately appeared on the girl's forehead. This was how the Nine-Tailed Fox was able to recognize the name of the guy in front of her. After that, she immediately asks Xiao Yu to cure her. The guy was of course already going to do it himself, because they were now bound by a contractual agreement, so he would definitely save her. But Nine-Tailed Fox couldn't understand why the guy decided to start stripping down to his waist. Xiao Yu explains that it's only to cure the girl. Even though the girl asked him to get dressed, he still extracted his blood. After that, the guy pointed at his wound and asked the girl to drink his blood. The Nine-Tailed Fox was shocked, her face turning completely red. She didn't understand what kind of nonsense Xiao Yu was saying. After all, she can't do such things. However, the guy stands by his decision and already orders the Nine-Tailed Fox to drink his blood, as the blood will protect the girl's heart. The Nine-Tailed Fox believes that there is no turning back, so she decides to go even for such humiliation. After she started drinking the guy's blood, she felt her heart fill up with some power, and it overwhelmed her. After that, Xiao Yu got dressed and told the girl sitting on the ground that this option would help for a while. After that, he finally asked the Nine-Tailed Fox for her name. After all, he was now her new master. The Nine-Tailed Fox was somewhat suspicious, but already with a lot of confidence, and told him that her name was Dailu. However, Dailu was interested in one more suspicious thing, which her new master was silent about. The Nine-Tailed Fox absolutely didn't understand how the guy knew that the wound that was inflicted on her was a wound left by a purebred dragon. Xiao Yu at this moment is only thinking that Dailu has something to do with the disappeared dragons, and that this is clearly for a reason, and maybe the girl can understand what's going on with him. The guy says that he doesn't want to hide anything, and tells her that maybe his eyes have changed after getting dragon blood in them 2 months ago. He even decided to demonstrate, and his eyes blazed with a bright aura. He tells that after that incident, when he concentrates, he sees a panel of information as if it were some kind of system. That's what made him know about the girl's injury. Dailu, in her thoughts, thought that the guy's eyes are similar to the legendary eyes of a demon god. She had heard that those eyes could see all the information about any beast. However, it was not clear to her why a mere human could have such eyes. This made the girl curious about who her new master really was. Xiao Yu didn't understand why the girl had been silent all this time. Dailu, on the other hand, was still in her musings. She realized that it didn't matter now that he had become her master. If everything was as she thought, and the guy really had the eyes of a demon god, then it seemed perfect. In the end, the girl sat down on a rock and said that the guy was incredibly lucky. Xiao Yu obediently sat down next to her and started listening. Dailu reported that the guy's eyes had most likely changed under the influence of the dragon blood and became the eyes of a demon god. This was the first time Xiao Yu heard of this. He thought it was just a system. However, Nine-Tailed Fox corrects him and tells him not to make up any system. He's not a hero of books. She advises the guy to stop reading so much fantasy. In her opinion, what the guy sees is just a visualization of the abilities of the demon god's eyes. He carefully began to ponder her words. Even though she was talking about visualization, at that time he didn't understand why he was hearing that voice. One day he heard a voice telling him to pick up a brightly colored stone that lay before him. This stone would awaken the blood of the beast and allow the dog to be reborn. The first time this happened was after the shadow dragon attack. This voice pointed to a crystal that he said would awaken the bloodline of the Galehound. Later in the Azure Dragon Academy exam, the guy also gave the crystal to his dog. And after that, the Galehound was also able to successfully evolve into a Hellstorm wolf. He wondered when he would be able to hear that voice again. And while Xiao Yu was pondering over the information he received, another magical beast approached the cave. It did not make any welcoming speeches and immediately attacked Xiao Yu and Dailu. The Nine-Tailed Fox grabbed the guy by his collar and tried to pull him out of his thoughts. This magical beast was the lava lion tiger. It was because of him that Xiao Yu fell off the cliff. Xiao Xingyu didn't expect that the lava lion tiger would find him even here. At the same instant, the lava lion tiger rushed into the cave, from which Dailu and Xiao Xingyu could barely jump out. The magical beast once again turned around and was about to tear the guy apart. Xiao Xingyu realized that his affairs were bad, and he wasn't capable of much at the moment. However, the moment the guy was about to be torn apart by the magical beast, the lava lion tiger was attacked by someone. The guy was surprised, not realizing who was attacking the monster, but he quickly realized that it was Dailu. The nine-tailed fox was badly injured, but it still couldn't let some pathetic magical beast growl at it. The lava lion tiger was not afraid of the girl and attacked her with its paw, trying to pierce her with its claws. As a result of this, he managed to plow Dailu to the ground. This only infuriated Nine-Tailed Fox even more. She didn't understand how such a pathetic beast dared to attack the Empress. Dailu reports that for such insolence, it was as if the monster had asked for her to destroy it. Therefore, she does not hesitate to use the true eye of heaven without any hesitation. Not long ago, he was a majestic lava lion tiger magical beast, but now he was just a stone statue. This was what he had turned into after the nine-tailed fox attacked. After that, the lava lion tiger collapsed and all that was left of it was a pile of stones. Xiao Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief because they were now safe. However, he suddenly felt unwell. He felt dizzy and his eyes began to close. Dailu could not do anything and only called his name. At the same moment, Xiao Xingyu woke up in his subconscious. The huge dragon in his subconscious greeted him. The dragon had been waiting for a long time for the eye of the demon god to appear in front of him. Xiao Xingyu didn't understand who was saying this. The guy asked the dragon who the person in front of him was and why he was in this place. The dragon doesn't understand how the guy could forget him, since he was the one who helped the guy's beasts evolve. Xiao Xingyu only made progress because he only followed his instructions when he found that blood-awakening crystal himself. Xiao Xingyu has finally found one of the answers to his questions because the very voice that led him to the crystal is in front of him. The guy wonders who is in front of him. The dragon informs him that that shadow dragon blood that got on the guy has awakened him, and the dragon himself doesn't know who he is. Guy is surprised that everything happened exactly as he thought it would. Even though the dragon didn't know who he was, he said that he could help the guy achieve greatness. Even Xiao Xingyu is amused by these words, as the dragon himself doesn't know who he is, so how can he help the guy? However, the dragon doesn't stop and informs the guy that the guy has already seen his abilities. Xiao Xingyu had assumed this before, but it looks like all those system panels were the dragon's doing. The dragon tells him that he can see all the information about magical beasts. The guy just needs to concentrate to summon the dragon, and it will appear. If the guy follows the dragon's instructions, the dragon promises that the guy will climb to the top of the world. Xiao Xingyu thought all these words were just sweet talk, because there should obviously be a high fee for such an obvious thing. Therefore, he immediately asks the dragon what he wants to achieve. The dragon did not lie. He decided to admit that he does not know. Maybe he could get his memories back this way. Xiao Xingyu does not understand why the dragon decided to appear at this moment. Before this, he thought that all of this was some kind of system. The dragon calms the guy's vigilance and informs him that all of this was only possible because the guy became stronger. Only then was the dragon able to make a connection with him. When the guy made a contract with the two magical beasts, the dragon decided that the time had come. Xiao Xingyu was still curious about where he was and how he ended up in this place. The dragon informs him that it is the guy's subconscious mind, and he himself decided to meet the guy while he is fainting. Only now does Xiao Xingyu realize that he has fainted, and the dragon after that decides that the guy already needs to wake up. His body was enveloped by a red aura, but lastly he asked the dragon when they can see each other again. The dragon, on the other hand, reassures the guy with his last words that he is always there for him. At the same moment, the guy came to his senses. Xiao Xingyu ended up in the hospital, but he didn't know how he did it, because he was in a cave. Chen Qinian and Su Ruyan, standing nearby, immediately noticed that the student had finally woken up. Xiao Xingyu apologized for making them worry. He sat down on the hospital bed and reported that the last thing he remembered was the cave next to the cliff. Su Ruyan calmed him down and informed him that the rescue team had found him unconscious near the cliff. However, Su Ruyan was interested in another oddity, that they found the corpse of Lava Lion Tiger near the cave. It was only 100 meters away from where the guy was rescued. Therefore, she was very curious if he knew anything about it. Covered in cold sweat, Xiao Xingyu reminds the principal that he was found unconscious, so he can't know what happened there. Could the principal really think that a student with 1 star would be able to defeat such a monster? Su Ruyan was slightly annoyed because she thought that Xiao Xingyu had something to do with it. Principal Su Ruyan asks the guy not to worry because the academy will conduct a thorough investigation and deal with the whole situation. Xiao Xingyu, of course, could not counter this and said that he believed these words. After that, Chen Qinian decided to give some good news as well. After all, in the Yunnan Mountain trial, Xiao Xingyu and Mu Rongxinxin had received a grade of S+ and set a new academy record. Therefore, the teacher asks Xiao Xingyu to focus on recovery and prepare for the rookie ranking competition to be held this weekend. After their debriefing, Chen Qinian and Su Ruyan decided to let the guy rest and left the ward, and at the same moment, the guy's hand glowed. Dailu, the 9-tailed fox, Dailu materialized in front of the guy, and all the while he was wondering where she had gone. Dailu informs that the guy sacrificed his blood to save her. After that, he lost consciousness due to his wounds. Almost immediately, she heard voices that someone had found the cave and wanted to check it out. The rescue team arrived just in time. Dailu didn't want them to see her, and so she hid. The 9-tailed fox remembered the guy's words about falling off the cliff being an accident. However, remembering his gorgeous friend who peed in his pants, Wang Yan, Xiao Xingyu reports that it was no accident. Moreover, the guy knew exactly who was behind it. Xiao Xingyu decided that this time, this fool Wang Yan would definitely not get off so easily. It was after all an attempt on his life. Meanwhile, Wang Dongsheng, the vice dean, was sitting on the sofa in the Wang family's office. A frightened Wang Yan ran into his father's office with a phone in hand and informed his father that something terrible had happened. Wang Dongsheng is not pleased with his son's panicked behavior and tells him to pull himself together and tell him what happened. Wang Yan once again reports that things are not good. Holding out his phone to his father, he reports that Xiao Xingyu has survived. The news reported that a true miracle had happened. The young man who went missing on Yunnan Mountain has finally been found. Not long ago, the Azure Dragon Academy was holding a test in honor of new students, in which one of the participants fell off a cliff, but luckily he was found safe and sound. Wang Yan reports that Xiao Xingyu will not let it go and will definitely take revenge on them. After all, he is even supported by the Celestial Guild. Wang Dongsheng doesn't understand why he should take revenge on them, since they had absolutely nothing to do with the incident. The son still has questions and misunderstandings. However, the father informs him that even if Xiao Xingyu suspects them, he has no proof. The father comes to the table, and at this time the son wonders what they should do in this situation. But the father stops him and informs him that they don't need to do anything for now. He then pulls out of the table some kind of creepy box with a red skull drawn on it. He tells his son that if they are going to do anything, then they will have to kill Xiao Xingyu. After that, the father hands this box with a red skull to his son. Meanwhile, in the dormitory where Xiao Xingyu was staying with his sister and Shi Meng, while Xiao Xingyu was relaxing sitting on the couch, someone called his phone. The caller turned out to be Wu Shengyu. He immediately shouted and said that he was glad that Xiao Xingyu was alive. Wu Shengyu was also incredibly happy that Xiao Xingyu had won first place in the trial. He sincerely admired Xiao Xingyu and informed him that if he needed anything, he would let him speak up. Xiao Xingyu was glad that they were truly concerned about him. While he was in the hospital, his sister sat next to his hospital bed. Shi Meng also cried when she saw him in the hospital. Wu Shengyu also reports that the freshman tournament has been postponed, but he believes that Xiao Xingyu will still beat everyone and take first place. Xiao Xingyu asked his friend to calm down. He was surprised that the freshman tournament was postponed just because of him. Then Wu Shengyu reports that Xiao Xingyu probably doesn't know, but his disappearance is the most talked about topic right now. Due to his disappearance, the academy even declared a state of emergency and organized large-scale. They even postponed classes because of this. The freshman tournament is the main event of the Azure Dragon Academy, which is held every year. All participants are divided into groups, and the order of matches is determined randomly. And after the 8 finalists are determined, then the fight for the 3 prizes begins. It is a tense and exciting competition where the future of each participant is at stake. Wu Shengyu was incredibly excited and happy when he talked about it. He asks that Xiao Xingyu not to be late. Xiao Xingyu understood everything and wished the guy a good night. Looking at his reflection on his phone, he thought about the freshman tournament. After all, a good result in the tournament would attract the attention of the academy and its financial support. And since the guy came from a poor family, it was necessary for him to get it, even though he already had a job. The skills of magical beasts depended on the energy level of their master. Right now, he had 2 magic beasts. The stronger the magic beast, the more spiritual energy needed. With the resources of the academy, he could greatly accelerate his development. This would allow him to avoid repeating the situation where Dailu's skills had completely drained his spiritual energy. He needed Dailu's help to get revenge, to finally get rid of the Wang family. This family had been annoying him too much lately. However, in order to utilize Dailu's skills, there was no way he could stand still. He had to continue his development. He was tormented by questions about how he could increase his spiritual energy before the freshman tournament. Looking for different answers, he decided to try asking the dragon inside him about it. This time, he managed to enter his subconscious mind on the first try. As the guy stood at the dragon's huge eye, the dragon inquired if the guy was looking for easy ways. Xiao Xingyu didn't shy away from answering and immediately said that since he now had a connection with the dragon, why couldn't he take advantage of this opportunity? The dragon agreed, but in exchange, Xiao Xingyu must give him back his memories, and then the dragon would do everything in its power to help the guy. Xiao Xingyu agrees to this offer because he doesn't throw empty promises. Besides, he and the dragon are now in the same boat. Dragon reports that only deep meditation will allow the guy to penetrate the subconscious space and communicate with it. Since this involves risks, the dragon has modernized the data panel based on the game systems from the human world. On the system panel, options appeared with beast information, disease diagnosis, and shop. The dragon reported that the guy would now be able to buy necessary items through the shop. However, in order for the guy not to relax and not forget about returning memories to the dragon will periodically give the guy tasks through the system. For completing these tasks, the guy will receive points and other rewards. Xiao Xingyu was surprised that the shop had so many varied and necessary materials. The guy chose Dragon Spirit Pill. Dragon Spirit Pill instantly increases spiritual energy by 10 times, but after 5 minutes, it drains all the strength and causes weakness. The dragon accepts the guy's choice and informs him that this is exactly what the guy needs. However, Dragon Spirit Pill has very strong side effects, so he advises the guy to use it with caution. The dragon decides it's a gift for the guy, but in the future, the guy will have to earn points himself for what he wants to buy. Dragon also informs him that all he has to do is mentally say, "Beastmaster breaks through the void, Holy Shield obeys," to activate the system. And now the dragon needed to recover, so he asks that the guy try not to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Xingyu understood and wished the dragon a good rest, to which the dragon thanked the guy. Looking at the guy leaving his subconscious, the dragon only hoped that the guy would not disappoint him. The next morning in the dormitory, Xiao Xingyu informed his sister that he had gone to study. The sister is worried and asks that her brother not to run like this, as he has only recovered. Ximeng also asks that he take care of his health. The guy wishes them a good day and leaves the dormitory. The long-awaited event for all freshmen, the freshman tournament, is already going to be held today. He even wonders if Wu Sheng missed him while he was away. While walking to the academy, he suddenly noticed a wanted flyer on a pole, and the guy was really surprised by it. On the flyer was a picture of Dailu, a 9-tailed fox was wanted, a reward of 3 billion. She was accused of theft. To get the reward, the 9-tailed fox had to be delivered to Lan Palace in Imperial City. Finding a street with no one on it, the guy pinned Dailu against the fence and demanded answers. He didn't understand why the 9-tailed fox had tricked him. Xiao Xingyu pokes the girl's face with the wanted poster and wonders why she didn't tell him that she was wanted by the imperial family. Dailu lazily replies that she didn't hide it. It's just that the guy didn't ask her about it. Xiao Xingyu got really angry because this is no longer a joke. The 9-tailed fox was wanted by the Empress's personal decree. Therefore, he does not understand how Dailu has not told him about it until now. She doesn't understand what would have changed if she had said it. And does the guy regret making a pact with her and not being able to turn her in to collect the reward? Xiao Xingyu was wary. He is after all Dailu's master now, and he would really like Dailu to trust him and not hide anything from him anymore. The girl remembered the humiliation she had gone through when she signed the contract with Xiao Xingyu. She agreed to try her best not to hide anything from the guy. After that, she took out a purple crystal. Dailu felt that it seemed like Shangguan Lan had put such a bounty on her head just because of this thing. Xiao Xingyu was even upset because he didn't understand why such a stone would be the reason for such a reward. Dailu then confesses that it is the ultimate treasure of dragons, the dragon's tear. It is rumored that pure-blood dragons have three great treasures: the scaly sword, the dragon king's mustache, and the dragon's tear. The scaly sword and the dragon king's whiskers are artifacts with devastating attack power that can be used in battle. The dragon tear, on the other hand, had no combat use, but it is made up of the tears of 10,000 purebred giant dragons. If one utilized the full power of the dragon tear, one could even reverse time and go back in time. Xiao Xingyu couldn't believe it. How could anyone believe such a thing? The guy wanted to ask Dailu about this earlier, but there wasn't the right time. He was curious because dragons had been completely wiped out 300 years ago, so he didn't understand why dragons had recently reappeared. Xiao Xingyu is very interested in the mysteries behind the 300-year-old war against dragons. Dailu only wanted to say something, however the guy was called out at that moment. The wanted criminal immediately dissolved and hid according to the treaty mark on the guy's hand. The ones who called out to him were Xin and Yang Shou from the Murong family. Yang Shu noted that they had met Xiao Xingyu at this place by a miraculous coincidence. He already thought that his sister was mistaken. The guy pointed out that Xiao Xingyu got out of the real hell. He asks Xiao Xingyu to be careful so that he won't be killed next time. Xin looked at her brother and noticed that he was worried about Xiao Xingyu, but said such harsh words. He was angry with Xiao Xingyu because after Xiao Xingyu fell from the cliff, his sister was so worried that she couldn't even eat. He went to his sister several times and asked her to eat, but she hid under the blanket and refused. It was only after the sister saw the news on TV that Xiao Xingyu was all right that she ate several portions at once. He reports that he tried his best to calm her down. At that moment, he gave away his sister's secret, and she covered her brother's mouth with her hand. And he unintelligibly informed Xiao Xingyu to be careful next time so that his sister would not suffer. Xiao Xingyu must think of the consequences next time, or else his sister would lose her appetite again. Xiao Xingyu agrees. After all, he can't make such a girl worry. The freshman tournament should be starting soon, so he suggests that his brother and sister come inside the arena with him. However, this offer is met by Yang Shou with a distinct coldness in his heart, and informs him that they are not close enough to go together. Besides, Yang Shou has not yet forgotten how Xiao Xingyu stole his sister's monster-killing points in the Yunnan Mountain trial. Therefore, he states that they haven't forgiven him for that yet. After that, Yang Shou summoned his sister and informed them that they were leaving. Xiao Xingyu absolutely could not accept such behavior, for he had no way of understanding why Yang Shou had even spoken to him. Soon, all the students gathered in the arena at the Azure Dragon Academy. A celebratory fireworks display was even launched in honor of it. The host welcomed all the students and faculty gathered in the arena. He announced that the annual freshman tournament was about to begin. All freshmen should draw lots to determine the order of the fights. After that, the host asked everyone to line up to start pulling lots. Wang Yan couldn't take his eyes off his opponent, for Xiao Xingyu had indeed returned unharmed, even though he had so skillfully watched him fall from the cliff from the bushes. However, this time, Wang Yan planned even more treachery, or rather not he planned, but his father, who gave his son a box with a red skull drawn on it. This time, Wang Yan swears that he will definitely make sure that Xiao Xingyu will never rise again. Next, the host called out the next student for the draw, and Wang Yan headed towards the host. The other students were not happy with him. After all, he is the son of the vice dean. It was rumored that Wang Yan was taking advantage of his father's status to molest girls in the library. But in the arena, Xiao Xingyu beat him so badly that he lost all dignity. The other students considered Wang Yan the biggest disgrace of the Azure Dragon Academy. Wang Yan couldn't help but hear all these whispers from the students and the disgust directed towards him. It made him angry, and it was all because of the humiliation from Xiao Xingyu. He pulled out a piece of paper and joyfully thought that today he would pay back Xiao Xingyu 100 times what he had humiliated him with. The host announced the start of the 7th round, and it was Xiao Xingyu versus Wang Yan. After all, Wang Yan had drawn Xiao Xingyu's name in the draw, of course. I wonder how much the mysterious skull box will help him against Xiao Xingyu. or he will be humiliated again, and he will not get away with humiliation alone. Host was surprised. He even thought he was imagining things, because it was once again the Xiaoxing Yu versus Wang Yan confrontation. Host even thought that it was a miraculous coincidence. However, things did not happen by miraculous coincidence. Wang Dongsheng had prepared everything for his son to draw out a piece of paper with Xiaoxing Yu's name on it. The son only remarks that he will not disappoint his father this time. Clutching the name paper in his hands, Wang Yan pointed at Xiaoxing Yu and menacingly announced that they will see each other later in the arena. Wang Yan can't even hide his hatred towards Xiaoxing Yu. He even declares that he will cripple Xiaoxing Yu's magical beast. However, Xiaoxing Yu does not give in to this provocation and wants to wait and see the end of the fight. And so Xiaoxing Yu and Wang Yan meet in the arena, already their second confrontation in the arena. Sitting in the arena in the spectator seats with his sister, Yang Shou wonders to his sister why she is looking so intently at Xiaoxing Yu. The sister wonders from her brother if he feels what is happening. Yang Shou doesn't understand what his sister is talking about and what he should be feeling. Then Xinxin notices that since returning after the tragedy, Xiaoxing Yu's aura has become much stronger. Principal Su Ruyan is in such a position for a reason, as she too immediately notices that Xiaoxing Yu's aura has changed. She wondered what had happened to the guy in the past few days. The host raised the red flag and announced the start of the battle of Xiaoxing Yu versus Wang Yan. Xiaoxing Yu and Wang Yan immediately jumped off in different directions, away from the center of the arena. After that, Xiaoxing Yu summoned his Black Fang, and Wang Yan summoned his Ice Leopard. At this moment, an electronic screen appeared, displaying the information about the magical beasts discovered by the Beast Tamer tester. Anyone could check this information. Xinxin was even trembling from the information she received, because there was a reason why the aura seemed strange to her. This Hell Swift Dog's aura was not like the initial rank 1 as indicated on the electronic screen. However, she realizes that the tester couldn't have made a mistake, and Hell Swift Dog's rank is equal to its initial rank 1. Xinxin thought deeply about this matter because this information was too strange. And then it dawned on the girl, perhaps Xiaoxing Yu was deliberately suppressing the rank of his magical beast as he wanted to use this battle to break through. The battle started and six-legged Ice Leopard rushed towards Black Fang, attacking him with its paws. Six-legged Ice Leopard used its devastating Freeze Blast attack, and from its mouth an ice attack rushed towards Black Fang. However, Black Fang used Dark Shadow Stealth and successfully hid in the shadows, thus dodging the ice attack. The spectators in the stands became terribly cold, and they strangely pulled winter clothes out of nowhere. This can only be explained by magic. One guy seems to have even forgotten what event he came to, because it's time for him to get on his sleigh and deliver presents to the kids. Or maybe his Christmas started early. Six-legged Ice Leopard lost sight of Black Fang and tried to find him, but Black Fang, covered in shadows, appeared behind the leopard. After that, Black Fang used Hell Howl and dealt a devastating damage to Six-legged Ice Leopard. The feelings of the spectators from the grandstand were varied. Some were wiping the sweat off their faces after what they saw, while others were shivering from the cold. One guy decided it was a good time to eat ice cream. This guy, on the other hand, seems extremely unhappy that only the blonde guy got ice cream and didn't share. Host also managed to dress warmer with the help of magic and got a warm jacket. He couldn't stop commentating on the match that was unfolding right before his eyes. After all, this match was incredibly exciting, as it was a battle of ice and fire. Xiaoxing Yu was tired of all this and gave in to his emotions and ordered Black Fang to use the Silent Claw skill. The host was too surprised by this turn of events, for Xiaoxing Yu had used the Shadow Attribute skill. A frightening aura began to emanate from Black Fang. And following that, he used the skill to rush towards the six-legged Ice Leopard and struck it with his paw, activating the negative silence effect. The host loudly remarks that the six-legged Ice Leopard has been struck by the Silent Claw and is now unable to use its skills. Even the spectators from the grandstand notice that six-legged Ice Leopard is as stupid as Wang Yan, and that it is not said for nothing that a magical beast is similar to its tamer. However, this time, Wang Yan refuses to give up. He even wonders if Xiaoxing Yu thought that he would lose a second time in exactly the same place. After saying that, Wang Yan threw a suspicious blue pill into Six-legged Ice Leopard's mouth, which he most likely received from his father. Six-legged Ice Leopard began to chew on the pill he received from his tamer, and at the same moment, His aura began to change. It was as if the six-legged ice leopard had evolved. Even its appearance had changed. However, this was the most important change. He had overcome Black Fang's silent claw ability and was able to successfully use his skills despite not being able to before. After that, the six-legged ice leopard used a powerful ice attack, which it channeled into the unsuspecting magical beast Xiaoxing Yu. I wonder how Xiaoxing Yu will be able to deal with this troublesome guy and his magical beast. How badly will Wang Yan be humiliated this time? At the very least, he should be praised for persevering in his way and hating Xiaoxing Yu, even if he is stupid. Xiaoxing Yu doesn't understand why Wang Yan's magic beast has become so strong. The guy decides to check if Wang Yan is using a forbidden potion that temporarily strengthens the magic beast. Without hiding anything, he wonders, from Wang Yan, if he made Wang Yan drink the forbidden potion of his magic beast. Wang Yan asks Xiaoxing Yu to mind his own business. After that, the six-legged ice leopard uses the Ice Squall ability. A powerful ice attack rushed towards Black Fang. Black Fang struggled to bear six-legged ice leopard's ice attack. Xiaoxing Yu asks if Black Fang can hold out against such an attack. Wang Yan is unwilling to stop there and has another trump card up his sleeve. He tells his magic beast to use an even more devastating attack, the Ice Hammer. This ice attack was incredibly powerful and completely overwhelmed the Black Fang. One of the students watching was surprised that the six-legged ice leopard had suddenly become so powerful. Another student also noticed that the balance of power had changed because of this, and that Xiaoxing Yu could have lost at any moment. Wang Yan starts to boast that last time he just gave in, but now he will show his full power in a confrontation with Xiaoxing Yu. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng asked the principal about his son, noting that his son's talent is as good as Xiaoxing Yu's. Principal Su Ruyan is extremely dissatisfied with what she has seen and heard. She understands that the six-legged ice leopard couldn't just increase its power dramatically. She even thinks that the father and son are idiots for doing such a thing. Host, meanwhile, continues to comment on the fight. He notices that Xiaoxing Yu is in a difficult position. It was clear to him that if the fight continued at this pace, Hellstorm Wolf would not only lose the fight, but also get seriously injured. After that, Wang Yan also uses the Winter Blizzard ability. Xin Xin is worried about the guy. Principal Su Ruyan is still not happy with what is happening. Chen Qinian and Wu Sheng are also worried about the guy. The host wonders if Xiaoxing Yu has a trump card that will turn the tide of the battle. Xiaoxing Yu only grinned, because for some reason everyone thought that Black Fang had defeated over 100 magical beasts on Yunnan Mountain by accident. Xiaoxing Yu then orders Black Fang to go on the attack, using the Hellfire Lotus to destroy the ice around him. Wang Yan tells his magic beast six-legged ice leopard to dodge this attack. The Black Fang melted the ice around it and opened its mouth to attack with Hellfire Lotus, its opponent. Chen Qinian was delighted, because the guy was using a fire element combat skill in a similar situation, the Hellfire Lotus. Principal Su Ruyan thought all of this was unbelievable. She was surprised that the guy had used a martial skill only available to fully evolved beasts, and that the guy's future was limitless. Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng was wary, for Xiaoxing Yu had become too rapid in his development. Now he in no way wanted to let the guy live. Host is delighted. He notices that the spectators didn't seem, and Xiaoxing Yu applied the fire element skill. The host is surprised that Hellstorm Wolf only has the initial form, but he managed to master such a skill. The host's opinion had changed, and now he already believed that if Xiaoxing Yu's development continued, Xiaoxing Yu would be able to surpass Ye Ningshuang. Xiaoxing Yu uses the Hellfire Lotus, and this swift attack powerfully swarms the six-legged ice leopard. Watching such a devastating attack, the host believes that Xiaoxing Yu will become the best in the entire Azure Dragon Academy. When the dust settled from such a devastating attack, the six-legged ice leopard could no longer fight. There was a sepulchral silence in the stands. Host looked at the battlefield, and seeing the end of the battle, he decided to announce the winner of the battle. Host announced that the winner of this confrontation was Xiaoxing Yu. Many students thought that the guy was a real monster. Some of the students marveled at what kind of destructive ability the Hellstorm Wolf had. After that, someone asked everyone to look at the electronic scoreboard because Hellstorm Wolf's data had changed. Originally, the Hell Storm Wolf was only at the first step of the initial form, but now it had reached the third step at once. The host announced that Xiaoxing Yu had set an unprecedented record. Wang Yan, on the other hand, was sitting on the ground at this moment, almost crying because he had once again suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Xiaoxing Yu. Even his father's help did not help Wang Yan defeat Xiaoxing Yu. At this time, the host was praising Xiaoxing Yu. He marveled that this was the first time since the Azure Dragon Academy started holding a freshman tournament that a magical beast was able to climb 2 steps right in the arena. The person who had shown such marvelous progress was Xiaoxing Yu. Wang Yan got up from his knees and looked at his magic beast, which no longer needed any help from his beast Tamer. Xiaoxing Yu stroked the Black Fang as it excelled on the battlefield. After Black Fang had defeated dozens of magical beasts on Yunnan Mountain, he had to face the lava lion tiger. After surviving many deadly trials, Black Fang was already at the threshold of evolution. Xiaoxing Yu used the 6-legged ice leopard's ice abilities to corner the Black Fang. This move was to encourage Black Fang to overcome the next obstacle. At this time, Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng's voice came from the teacher's podium. He asked for all accusations to be supported by evidence. Xiaoxing Yu wondered what Wang Dongsheng was up to, so he decided to go and see. Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng reminds everyone else that the rules of the competition state that the fight is fought until a winner is determined. He also remarks that the 6-legged ice leopard is already dead, so this proof should be enough. The other teachers support Wang Dongsheng, noting that Xiaoxing Yu is talented, but at the same time he is tough and ruthless, so they don't want to keep him in the academy. Another teacher supports this decision that the guy should be expelled. Another teacher asks Principal Su Ruyan not to protect the guy. However, Principal Su Ruyan is adamant and demands that they investigate everything first before passing judgment. She believes that until the truth is revealed, she will not spare anyone who tries to deceive her student. Su Ruyan then asks for the body of 6-legged ice leopard to be brought in, so that the doctor can perform an autopsy. The doctors began to examine the 6-legged ice leopard. Su Ruyan became curious if there were any results. One of the doctors notes that the internal organs of the magical beast were severely damaged, and it was probably due to the Hellfire Lotus. Wang Dongsheng, the vice dean, was glad that he was able to bribe one of the academy's doctors in advance, as he knew that Su Ruyan would resort to this method of verification. Wang Dongsheng continued to insist that the guy should be expelled since even the doctor had confirmed everything. However, Xiaoxing Yu suddenly came over and asked Wang Dongsheng how he thought that the killer would act so brazenly in front of so many people. Xiaoxing Yu recalls that the Hellfire Lotus only attacks the soul, but the 6-legged ice leopard died from internal bleeding. The teachers abruptly began to change their opinions. One teacher also remarked that there was no point in striking so openly. Another teacher also pointed out that a spiritual attack didn't leave any physical damage. Xiaoxing Yu pointed his finger at the doctor Wang Dongsheng had bribed and asked him if he was sure of his statement after the autopsy. Xiaoxing Yu leaned closer to the doctor and told him that he shouldn't risk his career over a small bribe. The poor doctor was immediately frightened. He didn't know what to do now. Xiaoxing Yu remarked that the matter was extremely serious, so he asked to have the 6-legged ice leopard's blood analyzed to check everything again. Principal Su Ruyan agrees with this request and decides to do it immediately as well. 10 minutes later, the doctor finally finished examining the 6-legged ice leopard. Soon the doctor ran up to Su Ruyan and in a trembling voice began to tell her what caused 6-legged ice leopard to die. Su Ruyan was fed up with this, so she told the doctor to make it clear. The doctor reported that 6-legged died because of the rampage pill. Wang Yan became furious at such a statement from the doctor and told the doctor not to lie. Wang Yan kneeled down and complained that he could not have given his magic beast such a dangerous pill. However, the doctor shows the results of the analysis, not just words. He reports that he can say with certainty that the 6-legged ice leopard has taken the rampage pill. This drug puts magical beasts into a state of rage, enhancing their abilities, but this drug had many side effects. Principal Su Ruyan took the doctor's report and looked at Wang Yan again, noting that all the evidence was there that he had done this to his magical beast. Wang Yan began to stutter, not knowing what to say. The teachers were shocked that the vice dean's son was so cruel that he even gave his magical beast poison. One teacher couldn't even think that such a heartless person even existed. Wang Yan looked pleadingly at his father and begged him for help. Wang Dongsheng asked Principal Su Ruyan to give his son another chance. However, she is extremely dissatisfied with such a request. She asks Wang Dongsheng not to forget his position, as he is not only a father but also the vice dean of Azure Dragon Academy. She completely serious and threateningly states that if Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng plans to cover for his son, he can get out with his son. These words of the principal immediately pointed out Wang Dongsheng's current situation, because if things continue, he himself will suffer. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his son and decided to pass judgment himself. He stated that Wang Yan had violated the rules of the Azure Dragon Academy and had given his magical beast a rampage pill. Wang Dongsheng decided to expel Wang Yan from the academy. This came as a shock to Wang Yan. He didn't understand why his father decided to expel him from the academy. Wang Dongsheng remarks that the fact of using the forbidden pill had already been established, so the son was left with no other choice. However, he vows that he will definitely avenge his son. Wang Dongsheng then pushed his son away and told him to throw him outside the academy grounds. Wang Yan was shocked by his father's betrayal. Many students breathed a sigh of relief because it was finally over. Some even heard that the list of the top 8 first-year students was already prepared. The top 8 of the tournament were Murong Xin, Xiao Xingyu, Murong Yangshou, Zhao Tianming, Fan Rui, Zhou Xiu, Sun Wanpeng, and Lin Enzuo. The students were ecstatic as Xiao Xingyu was the real dark horse in this tournament. They marveled that a guy with no connections and no wealth was among the 8 strongest competitors in the tournament. Some even thought that the guy was a real genius. Everyone who saw the Xiao Xingyu versus Wang Yan fight immediately refused to participate further. Yang Shou also noticed that Xiao Xingyu was among the top 8 competitors in the tournament. He remembers that Xiao Xingyu stole a lot of points from his sister in the tournament, so he vows that if he meets against Xiao Xingyu in this tournament, he will avenge his sister. Xin thinks that he shouldn't do that. Xin didn't want her brother to defeat Xiao Xingyu, she herself wanted to defeat Xiao Xingyu. Meanwhile, Wusheng ran up to Xiao Xingyu and said that Xiao Xingyu had entered the top 8 competitors in the tournament. Xiao Xingyu doesn't understand why his friend is so happy. After all, he hasn't won the tournament yet, but only made it to the top 8. Wusheng believes that it is definitely necessary to celebrate the victory in the match. Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng angrily pointed out that let Xiao Xingyu not rejoice prematurely. He was looking forward to seeing how Xiao Xingyu would react when he returned home, where everything was broken. Late in the evening, Xiao Xingyu only managed to reach home. All evening, he had been celebrating his getting into the top 8 in the tournament. As soon as he entered the house, he immediately noticed that the door was broken. The guy fearfully ran into the house and called out to his sister and Shi Meng. In the house, he could only find Shi Meng sitting helplessly on the floor. Seeing Xiao Xingyu, the girl immediately ran to him and hugged him. The girl said that some masked man had kidnapped Ruo Xue. This man left a letter. Xiao Xingyu tried to calm the girl down, telling her that Ruo Xue would be fine and that he would take care of everything. After that, Xiao Xingyu picked up the letter and began to read it. From the note, he learned that his sister's kidnapper demanded that the guy go to the Yinnanshan Mountains to rescue his sister. Without thinking for a single second, Xiao Xingyu went to the Yinnanshan Mountains. He still couldn't understand who could dare to kidnap his sister. Finally, Xiao Xingyu saw his sister by a tree and she was unconscious. Suddenly, a man with glasses appeared whom no one could immediately recognize. He asked the guy not to scream, as the girl was still alive. Xiao Xingyu told the man to let his sister go. The villain with glasses only began to speak in riddles, casting unnecessary mystery and wondering if the guy knew who the man was. Xiao Xingyu angrily remarks that he has only had a conflict with Wang Yan recently. But since Wang Yan doesn't have the courage or capability to kidnap a man, so the man in front of him was Wang Yan's father, Wang Dongsheng. Wang Dongsheng took off his hood with a sinister grin and admired Xiao Xingyu's assumption. Wang Dongsheng wished that Xiao Xingyu was his son. Then he would make Xiao Xingyu the strongest young beast tamers in the entire Dragon Empire. He certainly knows how to lie, because there would definitely be no such thing, and Xiao Xingyu would be just as much of a jerk as Wang Yan. Wang Dongsheng is disappointed that life turned out differently and reminds him that Xiao Xingyu even injured his son, so he must kill Xiao Xingyu by all means. Wang Dongsheng then called out he used the Earth Force and summoned the Stone Guardian. He summoned his magical beast, Rock Demon Bear, which looked like an angry bear with a huge hammer. Wang Dongsheng notes that his Rock Demon Bear has the form of a king of beasts. Rock Demon Bear is constantly in a state of absolute defense, making it invulnerable to physical attacks, and also the magical beast can neutralize any control skills. Wang Dongsheng observes with a sneer that single-star beast tamers against a king-class beast can do nothing, so Xiao Xingyu's path must break at this point. However, Xiao Xingyu did not lose optimism and thought that Wang Dongsheng would be disappointed. This made Wang Dongsheng adjust his glasses and chuckle. He thought that the guy would summon his pitiful dog, which would become an appetizer for Wang Dongsheng's magical beast. Xiao Xingyu raised his right hand up and smiled, because he didn't say that he only had one magical beast. Xiao Xingyu summoned Dailu and told her to destroy the bear. The very sky opened up with lightning, and the summoning of the magical beast had an effect even on the weather. Wang Dongsheng doesn't quite understand what's going on, but senses the frightening aura that just appeared. Dailu appeared and immediately began to stretch as if he had just woken up. She wondered what had happened at Xiao Xingyu's place, that he had summoned her. The girl complains that she wasn't given a proper sleep. She even demands that Xiao Xingyu should think of moral compensation for her. Xiao Xingyu orders that Dailu should quickly kill the bear. However, Dailu first wonders if she can go to sleep afterward, if she will deal with the bear. Xiao Xingyu is not that stingy, so he informs her that Dailu can then sleep as much as she wants. Wang Dongsheng's face was covered in cold sweat when he saw the magical beast Xiao Xingyu. He decided that he had to do something first, so he sent his Rock Demon Bear to attack. However, Dailu only had to glance at the Rock Demon Bear, and it immediately froze before reaching the nine-tailed fox. Rock Demon Bear froze in one place, and soon it petrified after being subjected to Dailu's ability. At this moment, Wang Dongsheng was confused and became even more frightened as he realized who was in front of him. He recognized that the nine-tailed fox in front of him was the royal grade beast that was wanted all over the country. Wang Dongsheng was shocked that Xiao Xingyu had contracted with the empire's most wanted criminal. Xiao Xingyu should realize what would happen to him if this became known. However, Xiao Xingyu also remarks that since he showed nine-tailed fox in front of Wang Dongsheng, he has no plans to let Wang Dongsheng go alive. Wang Dongsheng is not even happy with such a comparison, as does the guy really believe that he can bridge the gap between 1 and 6 stars with just one summoned magical beast. Wang Dongsheng did not get his position for nothing, for he was a 6th-star beast tamers. Wang Dongsheng was quite experienced, and so his Rock Demon Bear did not die instantly and was able to remove the petrification. Wang Dongsheng reminds the guy that he realizes that nine-tailed fox is strong, but Xiao Xingyu shouldn't forget that it won't change the fact that Xiao Xingyu is just a 1-star beast tamers. Wang Dongsheng no longer scoffed and became serious. He was going to show the guy the difference between their abilities and that the gap between 1 and 6 stars couldn't be bridged so easily. Rock Demon Bear became enraged, and a rather frightening dark aura began to emanate from him. The magical beast let out a terrifying roar that spread throughout the surroundings. Xiao Xingyu was furious upon seeing this attack, as it would be the Black Mist, darkness attribute. Beasts with the attribute of darkness must feed on the blood of humans or other beasts to replenish their energy. Xiao Xingyu was furious because he remembered that about 5 years ago, low-level magical beasts had started disappearing in Lunyin City. The guy had found the culprit of that incident. Wang Dongsheng only laughed upon hearing such a thing. He stated that it was an honor to die from a Rock Demon Bear fang. A mark, a red skull, appeared on Wang Dongsheng's left cheek. Xiao Xingyu was surprised to see a red skull on the man's cheek. He had heard that the Red Skull was a guild that specialized in training beast tamers with the darkness attribute. This guild was listed as a sinister organization. Red Skull is one of the 5 largest guilds of darkness. Xiao Xingyu wondered what would happen if everyone found out that the Vice Dean of Azure Dragon Academy, Wang Dongsheng, was actually a member of the Red Skull Guild. Wang Dongsheng returned the words to the guy, stating that since he revealed his real identity, he will not let Xiao Xingyu go alive. Dailu remarks that with Xiao Xingyu's current energy reserves, she won't be able to use a single martial skill. However, Xiao Xingyu asks that the girl not to worry, as he never enters a battle unless he is sure of victory. After that, he ate the dragon spirit pill that he received earlier as a gift. Energy instantly surged in his body. Wang Dongsheng didn't give the guy a chance either and immediately decided to attack him. Xiao Xingyu beckoned Dailu over to him and she immediately stood up to defend him. At the same moment, Rock Demon Bear approached them and swung his huge hammer. Xiao Xingyu used the transformation ability. After activating this ability, Dailu turned into a nine-tailed fox. After which, the nine-tailed fox used the Blood Eye ability. A huge eye appeared above the nine-tailed fox, with the help of which nine-tailed fox launched a powerful attack on Rock Demon Bear, and this attack easily broke through his defense. After piercing through Rock Demon Bear's body, the attack also pierced Wang Dongsheng. Wang Dongsheng's wound began to burn with red-black flames. He began to complain that he couldn't lose. The Blood Skull Guild would not allow its member to fall into the hands of the authorities, so Wang Dongsheng's body instantly burned in red-black flames. Xiao Xingyu and Dailu watched the scene while standing on the cliff. Suddenly, the guy's body stopped obeying him, and he started falling to the ground. He now realized the side effect that came after taking the dragon spirit pill. Dailu stood helplessly beside the guy and didn't know how to help him. Dailu tried to wake up her master, for she didn't want Xiao Xingyu to fall asleep in such a place. However, at this moment, someone grabbed Dailu firmly by the throat. Apparently, as soon as his brother passed out, then his sister immediately stopped pretending and grabbed the nine-tailed fox by the throat. Sister immediately decided to point out nine-tailed fox's place in the hierarchy. Dailu immediately sensed the eerie odor coming from Xiao Xinyu's sister. Sister was surprised because she never thought that a royal-grade magical beast had decided to contract Xiao Xingyu. Dailu was incredibly startled when Xiao Xingyu's sister appeared in front of her. Dailu was surprised that the power of a dragon appeared in front of her. She had never encountered such a powerful aura as that emanating from Sister Xiao Xingyu before. Dailu felt that the girl was not Xiao Xingyu's own sister, as the dragon power was coming from her. The sister came closer to the girl and asked her to be quiet, which made Dailu blush. Ruoxue then told Dailu that she didn't need to know everything and to keep her mouth shut. Ruoxue then removed her hand from Dailu's throat, who was still surprised by the events. Ruoxue crouched down to the Xiao Xingyu lying on the ground, who was still unconscious, and said that she was only Xiao Xingyu's sister at the moment. Ruoxue began to examine Xiao Xingyu. Dailu was worried about the guy and wondered if he would be all right. After examining Xiao Xingyu, Ruoxue concluded that the guy had taken a medicine that temporarily increases spiritual energy, so he was facing the negative effects of the medicine. Ruoxue asks Dailu not to worry, as there is no threat to the guy's life, and he only needs 3 days to recover. After that, Ruoxue stood on the edge of the cliff and chanted something melodiously. This melody drifted towards the direction of the fire that had caused Wang Dongsheng to burn. Dailu held the guy in her arms and was just incredibly shocked as she realized that Ruoxue had used the Dragon Whisper ability. Dragon Whisper is a combat skill unique to purebred dragons. The skill can restore any essence in the world through a special melody. Dailu was delighted by what she saw. Ruoxue's cheeks were covered with fine scales. She happily announced that there was now no trace of today's battle left. Now, other than Ruoxue, Dailu, and Xiao Xingyu, no one else would know what had happened in this place. Looking at Ruoxue's face, Dailu recalls that she knows that there is only one dragon with such scales among dragons. That dragon's name was Chaos. Ruoxue turned towards Dailu with a frightening look. Ruoxue began to emit a frightening and pressurizing aura. She said that she didn't care that the nine-tailed fox was wanted on the orders of the Empress of the Dragon Realm. However, since Dailu made a contract with Xiao Xingyu, she is obligated not to betray him. Ruoxue asks that Dailu help Xiao Xingyu properly, and then Ruoxue will not harm her. If Dailu disobeys Ruoxue's order, the girl will immediately cut off all the tails of the nine-tailed fox. Proud Dailu understood everything from the first time. Ruo Xue also tells Dailu not to tell Xiaoxing Yu anything about her identity. 3 days later, Xiaoxing Yu woke up in the hospital room. He was happy to see his sister as well as Principal Su Ruyan. His sister was so happy that her brother was fine, because she was so worried about her brother. Xiaoxing Yu asks his sister and pressurizes him like this, since he has not fully recovered yet. Xiaoxing Yu first wonders what happened that night. Ruo Xue said that when she woke up, she found that they were on Yinnanshan Mountain and her brother was lying unconscious beside her. Although she didn't know what had happened, she saw that her brother was covered in sweat, so she immediately carried her brother down to get her brother some help. Xiaoxing Yu was glad that his sister didn't notice anything suspicious, which means Dailu took care to cover up the details of what happened. Principal Su Ruyan reports that the guy was unconscious for 3 days and missed the semi-finals and finals of the freshman ranking tournament. The first-place winner was Murong Xin and the second-place winner was Murong Yangshou. Since the guy was unconscious for 3 days, his absence is considered a voluntary withdrawal from the tournament. However, as Principal Su Ruyan had learned, something strange had happened 3 days ago. Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng had disappeared. Xiaoxing Yu became anxious after saying this, because perhaps because of such a coincidence, everyone began to suspect something. Ruo Xue immediately stared angrily at the woman after these words of the principal. She believed that if Su Ruyan dared to harm Xiaoxing Yu, she would immediately kill her. Ruo Xue had already released the claws on her left hand. However, Su Ruyan said that she believed that the guy was innocent and would therefore continue to investigate the matter. Now, Azure Dragon Academy needed to find a new vice dean. Xiaoxing Yu was surprised, for it seemed that Su Ruyan had decided to protect the guy. Once again sitting down on the chair, Su Ruyan also informed that she had not just come to check on the lad's well-being. She had come to inform about the Supernova tournament. This was the first time Xiaoxing Yu had heard of such a tournament. The Supernova tournament is a major event co-organized by the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Red Crane and Black Turtle academies. 3 of the most talented rookies are chosen from each school to represent their academies. When it came to the most talented disciple, everyone would name Ye Ningshuang. However, in last year's Supernova tournament, she lost to Li Mucheng of White Tiger Academy and only came in 2nd place. Therefore, Su Ruyan wants Xiaoxing Yu to become one of the representatives of the Azure Dragon Academy and restore the honor of the academy. In addition, Su Ruyan believes that this will be a great chance for the guy to make up for the lost opportunity of winning the freshman ranking tournament. Xiaoxing Yu certainly understands Su Ruyan's opinion, but he doesn't even know the conditions for participating in this tournament. After that, Su Ruyan decided to talk about the rules for participating in the tournament. The first rule was that a participant must have at least 2 battle beasts. The second rule was that the participant must be a minimum of 2nd-star beast tamers. These were the 2 prerequisites for participating in the tournament. The tournament should be held next month, so Principal Su Ruyan believes that the guy will be able to qualify for the tournament. Principal Su Ruyan believed in him and had helped him many times, so he didn't want to let her down. Plus, Xiaoxing Yu wanted to see the strength of the White Tiger Academy that was able to defeat Ye Ningshuang. Xiaoxing Yu asked Su Ruyan not to worry, because he would get the 1st place in this tournament and bring back the greatness and honor of the Azure Dragon Academy. That same night, the guy set off for the mountains. One of the conditions for participating in the tournament was to contract at least 2 magical beasts. The guy already had 2 magic beasts, but Dailu was wanted all over the country, so she couldn't be summoned in open battles. Besides that, Black Fang was only an entry-level Hellstorm Wolf right now, so it would be difficult for him to participate in such a high-level tournament. Xiaoxing Yu decided that it was time for Black Fang to become stronger, so he summoned him. Xiaoxing Yu was glad that he had prepared everything in advance. After the principal left, he checked out of the hospital and bought some fire supplements and evolution materials with his salary as a beast tamer's doctor in the Celestial Guild. Some of them were rewards for the Yunnan Mountain trials and the freshman ranking tournament. Xiaoxing Yu laid out all of his stockpile of materials and supplements that he could acquire in front of Black Fang, and then asked Black Fang to eat all of these treats. Black Fang lightning fast began to devour all the gifts that Xiaoxing Yu had given him. Black Fang was filled with a monstrous amount of energy that was difficult for him to contain. Xiao Xingyu summoned Dai Lu and informed her that Black Fang might have a breakdown during the evolution, so he asked the girl to protect them. Black Fang began to rampage, despite Xiao Xingyu's entreaties for him to remain calm. Dai Lu was holding back all of Black Fang's powerful attacks that he was sending in different directions. Xiao Xingyu fell to the ground as he felt all the pain that Black Fang was feeling. He decided to use the dragon spell, Beastmaster breaks through the void, Holy Shield obeys. This way he wanted to check the progress to the end of evolution. At this moment, the evolution progress was 30%. The evolution progress continued to increase as Black Fang and Guy's pain became more and more intense. When the evolution progress stopped at 99% for a while, Xiao Xingyu even thought that perhaps the Black Fang had failed. At the same moment, he noticed that Black Fang glowed with purple energy, and the guy rejoiced that Black Fang had succeeded in evolving. Black Fang evolved into Hell Netherwolf. All of its stats increased. Stage, Mature Form, Level 1. Bloodline, Hell Bloodline, Epic Bloodline. Hellfire, deals pure damage while ignoring enemy armor. Demonic Power, increases attack and defense, and 50% of damage is converted to health. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Darkness, Demon. Skills, Hellbind, Hell Roar, Shadow Stealth, Silent Claw, Judgment Blade. Xiao Xingyu was glad that Black Fang had a new attribute after evolving. Dai Lu was greatly surprised that Black Fang was able to awaken a demonic attribute. Looking at Xiao Xingyu, the girl was once again convinced that the guy was a unique beast Tamers. Xiao Xingyu was glad that everything had gone according to plan, and Black Fang had become stronger. Dai Lu reminded the guy that he needed to make a contract with another magical beast. She wondered what the guy would do now. In this case, he already had one option. As it turned out, Qin Yunran had heard that the guy was going to participate in the Supernova tournament, so she thought that the guy couldn't do without another beast and was going to buy him everything he needed. Xiao Xingyu thanked Yunran for agreeing to help him. However, Yunran reminds him that Xiao Xingyu is her brother, so she will help take care of his problem, and besides, he only needed one magic beast. After that, they headed to the magical beast store. The girl in the store immediately recognized Qin Yunran and asked her whether she wanted to buy an electric medicine or a lightning crystal. Qin Yunran informs her that her brother will be participating in the tournament in a month, so they came here to find a suitable beast for the contract. She asks for the girl to advise them on something in this matter. The girl asks that they should rely on her and she will do everything. After that, she led the guy over to one of the magical beasts. It was a demonic red spider. Its attack was much higher than other magical beasts of the same level. There was also a shadow tigress in the store. It was very fast and could deal increased damage from stealth. The girl was about to show another magical beast, but she was interrupted. Qin Yunran informed that they didn't need cheap options, and she asked to show them high-end beasts and informed that she would pay for everything. Since Qin Yunran had asked, the girl didn't hide the best magical beasts they had at the moment. She led the customers to a closed section and introduced the best magical beasts that were in the store. While Xiao Xingyu was looking around, the girl asked if the guy had taken a fancy to any of the magical beasts. In the closed section of the store, there was an underground pangolin. The girl noted that the underground pangolin had very good characteristics. There was also a three-eyed fire snake in the store. The girl noted that the three-eyed fire snake was impressive with its poison and fire damage. The next magical beast was the icebone bird. The girl thought that the icebone bird was also a good choice. Xiao Xingyu was a little disappointed because none of the magical beasts presented had a hidden bloodline. Qin Yunran was surprised that her brother didn't like any of the magical beasts. The girl notices that they had many top-grade magical beasts in their store, but the guy still wasn't happy with them. Then she asks to tell what kind of magical beast the guy needs. She asked to voice the requirements, and then she will order a magical beast especially for him. Suddenly, the girl's speech was interrupted by a store employee and informed that a new product had been brought to the store. A man with huge muscles held the cage and informed the girl that these were some of the best magical beasts. This was the first time he had seen such top-notch magical beasts. The cage appeared to be filled with elven-type magical beasts. Xiao Xingyu knew that such magical beasts were considered useless, so he didn't understand why the store needed such magical beasts. Qin Yanran informs him that if one were to sell elven-type beasts as battle beasts, no one would take them, but if they were bought as pets, they would be bought up instantly. Xiao Xingyu decided to take a look at the magical beasts with his marvelous eyes. It was the water pixies. Stage, initial form, level 1. Bloodline, low. There were no abilities or skills. Attributes, water. Suddenly the guy was surprised to see the line of the system that said hidden bloodline, where angel's bloodline, mythical, was listed. The guy couldn't take his eyes off the pixie water. Qin Yanran wondered if the guy was okay because he froze and didn't move. Xiao Xingyu happily tells his sister that he wants to buy pixie water. The girl is surprised to see the guy's choice. Qin Yanran is also shocked at how her brother turned out to be. The guy is like a naive fool, absolutely doesn't realize what's wrong with his choice. He moved closer to the cage with the water pixie and revealed that he wants her to be his magical beast. He didn't reveal that he only wanted to take the water pixie to him because of her bloodline. After the purchase, Xiao Xingyu went to the mountains along with the cage with the pixie water he bought. He opened the cage and asked Pixie Water not to be afraid of him since he wasn't going to hurt her. He then took out a pill and asked Pixie Water to eat the pill so that her wounds would heal. After the water pixie ate the pill, then her wounds instantly healed. Xiao Xingyu then asked the water pixie if she wanted to make a contract with him and become his magical beast. The water pixie began to contemplate her actions, remembering how the guy immediately noticed her and bought her from the store, and then how he helped her recover with a pill and promised not to harm her. After thinking over her decision carefully, Pixie Water flew up to the index finger of the guy's right hand to make a contract. Xiao Xingyu was pleased that the girl had agreed to the contract and informed that they would be bound by the contract from now on. After that, the contract was successfully concluded. Xiao Xingyu wondered at the water pixie if she was willing to accept him as her master since she had agreed to a contract with him. The water pixie flew up to his hand. Xiao Xingyu was happy that the bond between the beast and beast tamers was much stronger after the contract was signed. After that, he took out a crystal awakening bloodline crystal and informed Pixie Water that he had shattered the crystal especially for her. If the girl ate the crystal, she would be able to evolve. The water pixie, still a little suspicious, flew up to the crystal and began to eat it little by little. After eating only a small portion of the crystal, the water pixie became incredibly painful. Xiao Xingyu asked the girl to be patient for a while because it was going to be over soon. The water pixie couldn't contain all that raging energy in her body and shot it into the sky. This energy was dangerous as Dailu appeared at the same second and asked if Xiao Xingyu was all right. Xiao Xingyu, who was under Dailu's protection, reported that he was fine. Pixie Water's body curled up into a cocoon at this moment, with golden energy emanating from the cocoon. Soon the evolution process came to an end and a militant angel girl emerged from the cocoon. Xiao Xingyu was happy that the hidden evolution had awakened. Examining the system window, he noticed that the girl had become a sacred angel of light. Stage, initial form, level 1. Bloodline, angel's blood, mythic. Shield of light ability. Dispels negative effects and creates a shield of holy light around allies. Attributes, angel, holy light. Sacred cross-strike skill. Creates a blade-shaped wave, dealing triple critical damage to enemies while increasing the number of layers of holy light shields on himself and allies. Sword swirl of light skill. Swings 2 wings of light, unleashing feather-shaped swords of holy light that deal massive damage. Evolution path. Sacred Angel of Light, 4-winged Angel of Light, 6-winged Archangel, Sacred Angel Priestess, 12-winged Seraphim. Xiao Xingyu, looking at the girl once again, clarified whether he had understood correctly that when he became a 9th star beast tamers, the girl would be able to evolve into a 12-winged Seraphim. Only now did Xiao Xingyu remember that he never gave his new magical beast a name. Before the awakening of the hidden bloodline, the girl was a water element spirit, so he decided to give the girl the name Freya. In Greek mythology, the name Freya is associated with the spirit of water. Freya immediately knelt down on one knee on the ground, as if welcoming the name given by her master. Xiao Xingyu said that from now on, he and Freya would fight side by side. Dailu noted that after he obtained another magical beast, he was one step closer to participating in the Supernova tournament. The next step is for beast tamers to become a 2nd star. Soon in the teacher's office, Chen Qinian was shocked to hear that Xiao Xingyu wanted to participate in the second Star Beast Tamer's exam. Xiao Xingyu notes that the Supernova tournament was about to start soon, so he needed to become a 2-star Beast Tamers as soon as possible. Chen Qinian couldn't understand why the young ones were so eager to grow up. The brother and sister from the Mu Rong clan had also passed the second star exam 3 days ago. Chen Qinian heard it said that Black Fang had already evolved to mature form, level 1. Chen Qinian thought that perhaps this would be enough for the requirements of the exam. Chen Qinian finally gave up and said that if Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power level was up to the standard, he would let the guy take the exam. Xiao Xingyu agreed to such conditions and wore a bracelet to measure spiritual strength. The other teachers were also interested in the test. One of the teachers noticed that many people were talking about Xiao Xingyu's outstanding spiritual power, so the teachers were curious to see what the guy could do. As soon as the guy put on the spiritual power bracelet, the numerical value immediately showed more than 1,000 and continued to rise. Finally, the numerical value stopped at 2,583. The teacher was shocked, because if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Chen Qinian noticed that usually when a beast evolves, the spiritual power of the host would also increase, but according to statistics, the average spiritual power level of 2-star beast tamers was in the range of 2,000 to 3,000. Chen Qinian noticed that none of his students, even the most talented ones, had spiritual power that reached such values. The highest value was 1,500, and that was only when their beasts had entered a mature form. But Xiao Xingyu's value was over 2,500. Chen Qinian allowed the fellow to take the 2-star beast tamer's exam. Xiao Xingyu teacher for allowing him to take the exam. Soon a helicopter was flying over the Blood Mist Canyon. Xiao Xingyu opened the door of the helicopter and realized that this was the place where his second star exam would be held. Principal Su Ruyan informed Xiao Xingyu through the earpiece that the guy had arrived at the entrance of Blood Mist Canyon, and that the 2-star Beast Tamer's exam would start at this place. Chen Qinian cautions the guy, reminding him that Blood Mist Canyon is full of magical beasts. If the guy realizes that he can't cope, he shouldn't be a hero, but should not give a distress signal. Standing on the edge of the helicopter, Xiao Xingyu announced that he was ready to start the exam. Principal Su Ruyan and Chen Qinian watched the guy through magic screens that displayed everything in the exam area. Su Ruyan reports that Xiao Xingyu's task is to go through the canyon all the way through. If he successfully reaches the exit, the exam will be considered passed. After that, Su Ruyan officially announced that the exam for 2-star beast tamers had officially begun. When Xiao Xingyu heard that the exam had started, he parachuted out of the helicopter and jumped straight into the canyon. Principal Su Ruyan and Chen Qinian were in the exam observation room. Chen Qinian informed Principal Su Ruyan that Xiao Xingyu had already entered the Blood Mist Canyon. In order to pass through the Blood Mist Canyon, the examinees must first fight the iron-toothed crocodiles. Then the student must escape from the bloody demonic spiders that dwelled in the demon cave. However, among the blood demonic spiders, there were sometimes individuals of the 3rd stage of the mature form. Chen Qinian wondered if Xiao Xingyu would be able to deal with such magical beasts. The teacher also recalled that because of yesterday's downpour, many magical beasts had appeared in the purple swamp. During his landing after skydiving to the ground, the guy noticed these magical beasts, which were iron-toothed crocodiles. Iron-toothed crocodile. Stage, initial form, level 3. The magical beast possessed many dangerous skills. Chen Qinian was scared for the guy when he landed with his parachute directly to the many iron-toothed crocodiles. However, the teacher believed that if Xiao Xingyu summoned his Hell Nether Wolf, he would be able to avoid danger. Finding himself practically in the jaws of all those iron-toothed crocodiles, Xiao Xingyu decided to summon his magical beast. Contrary to all the teacher's assumptions, the guy summoned Freya, who could perform well against such enemies. Chen Qinian was shocked that the guy had summoned a non-Black Fang. Principal Su Ruyan was also surprised that the guy had already managed to contract a second magical beast. After looking at Freya's characteristics and skills, Chen Qinian was shocked that he couldn't even hide his emotions. He confessed to Su Ruyan that Xiao Xingyu was a real monster because the guy was able to contract with the sacred angel of light. Chen Qinian could not believe what he had seen with his own eyes. He noted that such magical beasts had not been seen for many years. He wondered where Xiao Xingyu was able to find the sacred angel of light. Principal Su Ruyan had heard that 2 days ago Xiao Xingyu had bought a water pixie from a magical beast store. She speculated that perhaps the water pixie had evolved like that. Chen Chinian can't believe it, since water pixies are inferior beasts and the sacred angel of light has a purebred bloodline. Principal Su Ruyan asks that Chen Chinian not forget that Black Fang was also raggedly only a gale hound, but now he has evolved into Hell Nether Wolf. After accepting all the arguments, Chen Chinian could not deny this outcome. He remarked that Xiao Xingyu always made the impossible possible, and this was what true beast tamers should be like. As soon as Xiao Xingyu landed on the ground, he found himself surrounded by iron-toothed crocodiles. However, the guy was not confused and ordered Freya to attack the magical beasts that were in front of them. Freya dealt with the iron-toothed crocodiles with consummate ease. The poor teacher would soon be in trouble from a student like Xiao Xingyu. Chen Chinian couldn't help but be surprised as Freya defeated the iron-toothed crocodile in just one strike. He immediately realized that the real sacred angel of light was in front of him. Chen Chinian believed that his student's magical beast definitely had a mythical bloodline. Xiao Xingyu asks for Freya to guide him through the swamp. Freya is willing to fulfill Xiao Xingyu's task, but she decides otherwise and takes the guy in her arms. Xiao Xingyu clearly did not expect this outcome. As the girl flew using her wings along with the guy she held in her arms, the guy kept asking for the girl to put him on the ground. He felt that it was incredibly humiliating. Xiao Xingyu even covered his face with his hands in shame. However, Freya soon stopped and set the guy on the ground. A thick fog appeared in front of them, which they couldn't ignore. As if out of nowhere, a multitude of spiders appeared. Freya immediately swung her blades and went into battle. As Freya's attack energy rushed upwards, the blades in her hands became entangled in a web. In front of Xiao Xingyu and Freya, the same blood demonic spider that Chen Chinian had told about appeared. The bloodline demonic spider was one of the most dangerous for Xiao Xingyu in this exam, as the spider already had a mature form that was level 3, bloodline elite. The blood demonic spider also possessed a super strong thread, making the web resistant to water, fire, and chopping attacks. Attributes: poison. The spider also possessed the spider prison skill. With this skill, the blood demonic spider could create a giant web that envelops its victim and begins to constrict. Xiao Xingyu recognized the magical beast that appeared in front of him at a glance. He remembered that blood demonic spiders lived in colonies. After looking around with his gaze, the guy noticed that there were at least 20 blood demonic spiders in this cave. After that, the blood demonic spider went to attack the guy. Watching the battle, Chen Chinian believes that although the sacred angel of light only has initial form, it can ignore the difference in strength and damage even mature blood demonic spider individuals. Xiao Xingyu dodged the attack of the blood demonic spider at the last moment. After that, he decided to summon Black Fang to deal with the blood demonic spiders. Principal Su Ruyan reminds the guy not to waste his time, as he needed to get to the finish line to pass the exam, not kill all the magical beasts. Xiao Xingyu only smiled after hearing Principal Su Ruyan's words and then ordered Black Fang to attack the magical beasts in front of him. Black Fang rushed forward to attack, but the blood demonic spiders didn't just watch, and also immediately wanted to entangle Black Fang with webs. Black Fang was able to dodge most of the attacks, but one of the webs released towards him still grabbed his back leg. Following that, one of the webs launched at him, grabbed his left front leg, and restrained his movements. Xiao Xingyu decided to spring into action and asked Freya to activate the sacred shield of light on Black Fang. The guy then asked Black Fang to unwind and use the Hellfire Lotus. Freya used the sacred shield of light, causing Black Fang to release. Black Fang then unfurled, blocking the webs that were released in its direction. The Black Fang spun around so much that it formed a tornado. The blood demonic spiders began to be sucked into a powerful stream of air that they tried to escape from. However, they could not escape and began to die one by one. The Black Fang returned to Xiao Xingyu, and the guy was upset that 25 spiders were too easy to defeat, and he thought it would be more difficult. Suddenly, the entire space around the guy shook. Xiao Xingyu felt that someone with a frightening aura appeared in front of him. Stones flew in all directions as the magical beast appeared. Crypto Spider appeared in front of the guy and his summoned magical beasts. Crypto Spider was a fully evolved magical beast. Crypto Spider possessed the skills: super strength thread, swarm intelligence. Attributes: mental. Chen Qinian asks for Xiaoxing Yu to retreat, as yesterday's downpour attracted a Crypto Spider that Xiaoxing Yu won't be able to defeat. The guy wonders what will happen to the exam if he retreats. Chen Qinian thinks that the guy will be able to retake the exam next time. However, Xiaoxing Yu doesn't want to back out, because it's just wasted time and he doesn't want to retake it. Xiaoxing Yu believes that even if God himself comes between him and successfully passing the exam, he will die. He plans to destroy anyone who gets in his way. Black Fang and Freya attacked Crypto Spider. However, when the dust fell, the guy saw that Crypto Spider was unharmed and managed to defend himself from the attacks. The guy is not very happy with this development. Chen Qinian asks the guy to stop risking his life and retreat. He also stated that the teachers are sent to save the guy. Dailu also thinks that the guy should give up his scheme. She thinks that Chen Qinian is right and the guy should not go ahead with his plan. Dailu thinks that with Xiaoxing Yu's current strength, he won't be able to defeat Crypto Spider. However, Xiaoxing Yu is against the decision to run away. He reveals that he wants to pass the second Star Beast Tamer's exam and destroy the magical beast, but even more, he wanted to know his limit. Dailu thinks the guy is a real psycho since he decided to stay. Xiaoxing Yu asks Black Fang to stealthily approach Crypto Spider from behind and use the Oblivion Claw. Black Fang plunged into the darkness to stealthily get close to Crypto Spider. However, Crypto Spider wasn't going to just stand there and wait for an attack in his direction and attacked the guy himself. Realizing that things were not going well, Xiaoxing Yu asks for Freya to cover him and Black Fang launched his attack. Black Fang came out of the shadows behind Crypto Spider and used the Claw of Oblivion on Crypto Spider, scratching him in the process. Crypto Spider, for this action, knocked Black Fang back with incredible ease, like a beaten dog. Freya stood up to Xiaoxing Yu's defense and tried to soften the blow. However, the Crypto Spider struck with an incredible force that Freya couldn't contain, and they all flew away. Xiaoxing Yu hit the rock with such force that he could use a course of rehabilitation at the very least. Despite his injuries, he was able to stand up. Freya and Black Fang are badly hurt after being attacked by a Crypto Spider. The Crypto Spider began to slowly approach them. The guy started taunting Crypto Spider, trying to make the magical beast mad. Crypto Spider didn't like the taunts from the guy and went on the attack again, using its web. Xiaoxing Yu climbed on top of Black Fang and they tried to dodge the attack. Xiaoxing Yu informs Black Fang that the web is poisonous, so he asks Black Fang to retreat to safety. Crypto Spider was unwilling to let go of its prey and rushed in pursuit. Xiaoxing Yu turned around and realized that they couldn't escape so easily and needed to come up with some sort of plan. Suddenly, he noticed that the Crypto Spider's health streak was gradually decreasing, although he couldn't understand why. Would Xiaoxing Yu be able to figure out what was happening to the Crypto Spider? For the sake of the exam, there was no need to put his life in danger. You can always retake the exam, but you can't get your life back. Xiaoxing Yu noticed that Crypto Spider's wound wasn't too deep, but Crypto Spider's web had become much weaker. The guy thought that this was probably due to the Crypto Spider's blood. Xiaoxing Yu noticed that Black Fang was injured, which meant that he wouldn't be able to withstand the Crypto Spider's attacks anymore, so the guy asks for Freya to cover them. Freya then took off with the guy, and Black Fang also bounced to the side in an attempt to dodge the Crypto Spider's webbing attack. The guy noticed that the Crypto Spider's life bar had decreased once again. Now he could finally figure out how to deal with the vile Crypto Spider. He immediately shouted to Black Fang to spit on the Crypto Spider. Remaining confused, Black Fang followed the guy's order and spat on the Crypto Spider. The monster was enraged and wasn't going to tolerate such neglect on his account, so he immediately attacked the insolent dog. Xiaoxing Yu immediately told Black Fang to retreat into the shadows and attack as soon as he got the chance. As a result of this experiment, the guy realized that the Crypto Spider was using up its life force when it released its web. In that case, the guy needed Crypto Spider to continue attacking uncontrollably with its web, because then Crypto Spider would definitely die. After thinking over his strategy, the guy told Black Fang not to take any risks and just try to wear down the monster. Black Fang began to circle around Crypto Spider, who was trying to track his movement. However, as soon as Black Fang himself tried to attack Crypto Spider immediately caught Black Fang by the back paw with his web, and then Crypto Spider delivered a powerful blow with its forelimb to Black Fang. Guy told Black Fang to not hold back and activate the demonic power. He then asked Freya to use the sacred shield on Black Fang to remove all negative effects from Black Fang. Freya immediately followed the guy's request and rid Black Fang of the negative effects. Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky right above them, carrying Chen Qinyan and Su Ruyan. Chen Qinyan asks the principal why they still haven't intervened in the confrontation between Xiao Xingyu and Crypto Spider. However, Su Ruyan thinks that they don't need to hurry since it seems that the guy himself has found a way to deal with Crypto Spider. Chen Qinyan was still worried since he didn't know how much longer the guy and his magical beasts could last in such a fierce confrontation. Another 7 hours passed, and the guy along with his magical beasts were still confronting the Crypto Spider. The guy was incredibly tired from such a tough confrontation. He noticed that the Crypto Spider had already lost 90% of its health, that it was even starting to reflect on the Crypto Spider's web, for the web had become lighter in color. Xiao Xingyu believed that Crypto Spider couldn't deal with Black Fang, who was under the enhancement of demonic power, and also Crypto Spider couldn't break through Freya's defense. All they needed to win was to hold out a little longer. However, the guy was confused by the fact that all living creatures instinctively wanted to survive, and Crypto Spider, after losing so much blood, still didn't try to escape. He wondered why the Crypto Spider was still fighting so fiercely. After analyzing the whole battle, he remembered that Crypto Spider hadn't left the cave all the time, which meant that maybe there was something valuable in the cave that Crypto Spider was willing to sacrifice his life to protect. The Crypto Spider couldn't retreat and escape, so it once again fiercely attacked the guy and his magical beasts. At that time, Xiao Xingyu told Black Fang to use Hell Howl. At this moment, the guy noticed that the Crypto Spider had almost no strength left, which meant that this was their chance for a counterattack. He told Black Fang to use Hellfire Lotus. The attack caught up with the Crypto Spider, hitting it right on target. Despite his injuries, Crypto Spider did not back down and attacked with his web from above. Freya managed to protect the guy and Black Fang from such a destructive force at the last second. However, Xiao Xingyu told his magical beast not to worry about his defense, because the most important thing was to finally destroy the Crypto Spider. Therefore, the guy told Black Fang to use the Hellfire Lotus once again. This time, the deadly attack still caught up with the Crypto Spider. Xiao Xingyu felt heavy as if he had worked the night shift. He even praised Black Fang and Freya for handling the situation perfectly. The guy couldn't wait to find out what was hiding inside the cave and why the Crypto Spider was fighting so desperately, unwilling to back down. At that moment, he heard in his earpiece being told to leave immediately. The guy absolutely did not understand why he needed to leave if he had defeated the Crypto Spider. However, he immediately heard through the earpiece that even after dying, the Crypto Spider could continue to move for a while. Hearing those words, he immediately noticed Crypto Spider started to slowly rise from the ground. And then the Crypto Spider let out a furious scream. Xiao Xingyu wanted to retreat, but the Crypto Spider blocked the only way out of the cave. There was nothing left for the guy to do, so he told Black Fang and Freya to hide. Freya's memory was still fresh in her mind, how the guy had bought her out from the magical beast store and how he had treated her afterward and helped with her development. Therefore, Freya rushed towards the Crypto Spider lightning fast to protect her master. He told her to return immediately, but Freya pushed Crypto Spider out of the cave with incredible strength. Freya then sent Crypto Spider flying into the sky, where the monster exploded. Then a surprised Xiao Xingyu showed up from the cave because he didn't expect Freya to be able to learn a new skill by herself. The guy hugged Freya and remarked how incredible she was. As they made their way deeper into the cave, they finally managed to find what the Crypto Spider had been guarding so fiercely. The guy asked Delu if she knew what it was. The girl told him that in front of them was a heavenly soul vine seed with an ancient bloodline. The guy was happy to get his hands on such a valuable relic. He thought that since the seed possessed such a powerful bloodline, it would be very difficult to cultivate it. Therefore, he asked Dailu if she knew how to do it. The nine-tailed fox knew the whole process. She noticed that the process of growing this seed was incredibly difficult. This seed required dewdrops from a periwinkle herb and the nectar of a magical yellow flower, as well as fertilizer made from the excrement of beasts of higher forms. The description of the process made him disappointed, because to raise such a seed required even more care than a nobleman's daughter. Xiao Xingyu reminds Dailu that she also has the form of a beast king, and that Dailu is so dangerous that the empress of the whole country is furious. He thought that the girl must be familiar with many beasts of the right level. However, Dailu got angry at the guy, yanking that she wouldn't stoop so low as to collect excrement. The guy, however, stops the girl's thoughts and remarked that he wanted the girl to just ask someone for excrement. Even this idea extremely disliked Dailu and pissed her off. Soon the guy left the cave. Just at that moment, the helicopter door opened and Su Ruyan inquired if the disciple was all right. Hiding the found seed behind his back, the guy asked not to worry about him as he was perfectly fine. 2 weeks later, the battle arena in Xiling City. The spectators were incredibly excited. The guy was also amazed by the scale and atmosphere, because this was exactly what he expected from a national competition. Just at this moment, he was called out by Yang Shou, calling the guy great, clearly mocking him. Along with Yang Shou, his sister Xin Xin also came along. Xiao Xingyu was also not left out and also poked fun at Yang Shou. He even pointed out that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that Liu Jin had become even more beautiful in that time. Yang Shou did not expect such an outburst from the guy, so much that he even spat water out of his mouth in surprise. Yang Shou was furious to hear a guy call his sister by the wrong name. However, Xiao Xingyu reiterated that he called the girl Liu Jin, all because the name Mu Rong Xin Xin was too long, so Xiao Xingyu decided to give the guy's sister a nickname like that. Yang Shou was shocked that the brash guy had the nerve to insult his sister like that. The brother strongly disliked what kind of stupid nickname Xiao Xingyu gave his sister, and he wasn't going to leave Xiao Xingyu alone after that. However, Xin Xin asked her brother to sit down in the seats, and he immediately agreed to do so. Xiao Xingyu didn't give up and inquired about Liu Jin's progress and how advanced her magical beasts were. The girl stated that her first magical beast had undergone evolution and reached the second stage of mature form, and the second magical beast had awakened the ability to control lightning. Yang Shou was shocked that his sister talked to another guy and so calmly accepted a silly nickname from this guy. Yang Shou was upset by the fact that girls were growing up too fast. He remembered how his sister was always vindictive. The guy still remembered how he gave her the nickname, and after that, she didn't speak to him for a few days. However, when Xiao Xingyu did it, the girl didn't say anything to him. Yang Shou stated that the world has gone crazy because now a cat is in a relationship with a mouse. He even claimed in public that his sister had found her soulmate. Xiao Xingyu inquired what was wrong with the girl's brother. However, the girl asked the guy to ignore her brother. Xiao Xingyu asked the girl who they were going to fight today, but the girl also did not know this information because the results of the draw had not been announced yet. At this very moment, Principal Su Ruyan approached the trio and said that the results of the draw had already been announced. Their first opponent would be the White Tiger Academy. Su Ruyan said that they had to destroy their opponents at all costs. At this very moment, another woman appeared and snidely asked why Su Ruyan was so nervous. She wondered if Su Ruyan was afraid that her students would lose to White Tiger Academy again. The mysterious stranger who suddenly appeared was Principal Zhu, who was the principal of White Tiger Academy. Su Ruyan wondered why Zhu was in this place and not at her place in the training area. She advises Zhu that if she wants to find out the news, she should just look on her phone. Zhu notes that she only wanted to look at the main trump card of Azure Dragon Academy this year. She'd heard talk of the guy being skilled at fighting fully evolved magical beasts, and also that the guy is capable of summoning creatures of two opposite attributes, hell and heaven. She was about to say that the guy looked like Yening Shuang. The woman was willing to admit that the guy could do something, but she thought that the guy was only like Yening Shuang and nothing more. Su Ruyan couldn't stand this and stood up for her disciple and the Azure Dragon Academy. She pointed out that just because someone was in a more favorable situation didn't mean that they were really strong. Yang Shou tried to intervene and calm down the principal. Xiao Xingyu had heard that Zhu Qingyu and Su Ruyan had been competing since elementary school. They competed in everything, be it studies or position in society. Just at this moment, Chen Qinyan announced that the Empress had already arrived. The girls immediately stopped fighting and turned away from each other. Zhu Qingyu asked Su Ruyan to just wait. After all, she was going to have Su Ruyan sent to Azure Dragon Academy in disgrace. Su Ruyan only remarks that such a thing will not happen. She then angrily tells Xiao Xingyu, Xin Xin and Yang Shou to follow her to greet the Empress. Soon the sky around the arena was covered by a cloud of golden light. The people in the spectator seats of the arena immediately rejoiced because the Empress herself had arrived. One guy couldn't even believe that the most beautiful and powerful woman in the country had arrived. Finally, the spectators in the arena could see Shangguan Lan, the Empress of the Dragon State, descending towards them on her magical beast. Xiao Xingyu was also surprised to see Shangguan Lan. After all, she was the strongest beast tamers of the Dragon State, and just her mere presence caused everyone around her to tremble. Looking at Shangguan Lan, the guy was simply shocked, as she had the mark of 11 stars. She stood above all beast tamers of the 10th star, Beast Empress. He realized that the difference between them was not a few stars, but a whole chasm. Gazing with his wondrous eyes, Xiao Xingyu discovered that the 7-colored sacred Qilin in front of him. The monster had the form of a beast king, level 3. Bloodline, pure blood Qilin, divine. He couldn't get any more information about the magical beast. He was incredibly shocked, although he had expected something like this, but the difference in their levels was too great. Even the Dragon Eye couldn't find out the full information about this magical beast. Xiao Xingyu was wondering how on earth Dailu was able to survive despite the Empress giving orders to capture her. He even cheekily remarks that Dailu should be glad she met him and survived because of it. Although Dailu notes that the guy is rude, she has to agree with this statement. Xiao Xingyu realized that Qilin was not Shangguan Lan's only beast. Dailu told me that there were more powerful beasts than this Qilin in the Empress's subordinate. Suddenly, Shangguan Lan's entire body seemed to be enveloped by a golden dragon energy. The guy was surprised that she had real dragon power. He even wondered if Shangguan Lan had a true purebred dragon. The guy believed that they had died out over 100 years ago. However, this was information Dailu did not know. Xiao Xingyu remembered that according to the annals, only pureblood dragons, phoenixes and Qilin were of divine origin. He knew that when it came to strength, dragons definitely came first, followed by phoenixes and then Qilin. Therefore, he was curious as to why dragons were hunted. Besides, he didn't understand how she could make a contract with one of the purebred dragons if they were extinct. Besides, the guy remembered that the Empress had one of the greatest dragon treasures, the dragon's tear. Therefore, the guy realized that everything in this situation was somehow mysterious. The Empress took her throne and immediately announced the start of the battles. Principal Su Ruyan notes that according to the results of the draw, Xiao Xingyu comes first. Yang Shou once again teases the guy, noting that if he fails, they will cover for him. However, Xiao Xingyu asks Su Ruyan not to worry about anything, because he will win. The host finally announced that the participant from White Tiger Academy on the left side is Lin Tianqi, the Sing of the head of the Tiger Guild. The host also announced that on the right side was the candidate from Azure Dragon Academy, the talented beast tamers from downstairs Xiao Xingyu. The beast tamers immediately summoned one magical beast each. Black Fang confronted Red Snake in the first round of the challenge. Sitting on the spectator stand, Xin Xin notes that the snake with sand attribute is the Black Fang's natural enemy who uses fire. Yang Shou notes that when fighting equal opponents, the deciding factor is not lineage at all, but elemental advantage. Therefore, the guy realizes that Xiao Xingyu will not have it easy in this battle. Lin Tianqi told Red Snake to use the Hurricane Blade ability. Xiao Xingyu tried to defend himself with Black Fang's Hell Howl ability. Their attacks collided, causing Black Fang to be slightly hurt. Lin Tianqi arrogantly remarks that the advantage is on his side and Xiao Xingyu is doomed to defeat. He even suggests that Xiao Xingyu surrender, and then it will be over quickly and painlessly. However, contrary to his words, Xiao Xingyu notices that it is too humid today. He remarks that the battle has just begun, and everything that has happened before is just a warm-up. The guy even arrogantly states that he only needs 2 attacks to defeat his opponent. Such arrogant words did not please Lin Tianqi. Without delay, Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fang to use Hell Howl directly into the sky, which Black Fang demonstrated. The Empress's subordinate was surprised and didn't understand what the guy was doing. He thought that the magical beast's fire was too weak to melt the sand. However, Shangguan Lan immediately understood everything and informed her subordinate that this was not the case. The subordinate wondered what the guy was really up to. Shangguan Lan then explains to her assistant that Xiao Xingyu is going to take advantage of the 7 colored clouds that Shangguan Lan caused to appear in the sky above the arena. Watching Xiao Xingyu's magical beast attacking the sky, Lin Tianqi couldn't understand what the guy standing in front of him was up to. When raindrops suddenly appeared from the sky, Lin Tianqi understood everything. He immediately told the red snake to stop Xiao Xingyu and Black Fang. However, Xiao Xingyu happily pointed out that it was already too late and the guy had missed his chance. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Lin Tianqi had already noticed that the sand was getting wet. Now his magic beast could no longer create sand whirlwinds or hurricane blades. After that, Xiao Xingyu led Black Fang to attack the magical beast guy using Hellfire Lotus. The Hellfire Lotus instantly roasted the red snake, which was completely unprepared for such an attack. The host enthusiastically stated that Xiao Xingyu had succeeded and had actually done what he said he would, and that in just 2 attacks, the guy had turned the tide of the battle. Lin Tianqi and Red Snake were defeated by such a crushing attack. Host remarked that the artificial rain idea was great. Shangguan Lan noticed that the guy had calculated the moment accurately and was also thinking perfectly. The subordinate reported to the Empress that they had checked Xiao Xingyu's past and could not find anything suspicious. After listening to the subordinate's report, she ordered that Xiao Xingyu would then receive the first invitation to the Emperor Soul training camp. The subordinate couldn't believe that a commoner would receive the first invitation. However, she didn't dare to go against her mistress's words and was going to comply with the Empress's order. When the guy returned to the spectator stand, even Yang Shou praised him, noting that the guy had an easy victory. Xin Xin also praised the guy. Xiao Xingyu once again pulled out quotes from a collection of pathos quotes and said that he never loses to anyone. Principal Su Ruyan, being in the spectator stands, also congratulated the guy happily and promised to reward him later. He even asked that the principal should remember to do so when they return. Suddenly, Dailu smelled the scent of phoenix grass. The guy was surprised by this fact, because according to his information, phoenix grass only grows in the western frontier. That was why he was surprised that Jiling might have it too. The guy was about to leave the arena, but at that very moment, Xin Xin noticed this and asked if the guy would watch the next fight. Xiao Xingyu tried to get out of the situation by saying that his fight was already over and he wanted to take a walk. However, the polite Xin Xin remarked that it was her turn to fight. The guy immediately gave a motivational speech for Liu Jin and that she would do well and he would hold his fists out for her. Yang Shou was directly furious that the guy decided to flirt in front of him with his sister. The girl made another attempt, but the guy informed her that he had urgent business to attend to and that there was no way he could watch the girls fight. Deciding not to insist anymore, the girl then said that they could go somewhere after the tournament. This time, the guy didn't fight back and immediately agreed to the girl's proposal. Just at this moment, the host announced that the second battle would be between Mu Rong Xinxin, the daughter of a renowned general from the Azure Dragon Academy, and Zhou Ye, the son of the ruler of Hanyang from the White Tiger Academy. Meanwhile, on Yueting Street in the city of Xiling, the city welcomed Mr. Zhou, noting his merits, that he defends the borders day and night, and that it is hard work. The hero was greeted with gifts and a lavish procession. After all, he was the hero who made Xiling famous. He was even called the brightest star of the entire Dragon Kingdom in this city. Just past all these people was Xiao Xingyu, who was surprised at how many people had come to greet the army. Then Mr. Zhou himself appeared, looking incredibly formidable and spectacular. Next to the man was an Imperial Battle Rhino. Stage, Beast King form, Level 2. Bloodline, Battle Beast, Mythical. This magical beast had the Battle Roar ability, which could be used to boost the morale of allies, increase the attack and defense of allies, and weaken enemies. The attribute of the magical beast was super strength. Loyalty, 150. Xiao Xingyu was shocked because the 8-star beast tamers with the highest form beast had a loyalty of over 100. He wondered how many death trials they had gone through together. Dai Lu understood everything too. She noticed that they were from a clan of battle monsters who live by battles. She knew them well, as they had an old feud with her 9-tailed clan. She remembered that the only one who could be the ruler of the western city on the border of the Dragon Kingdom was Zhou Xiong. Guy realized that the man was Zhou Ye's father, who was now supposed to be fighting Xin Xin. Dailu reports that phoenix grass grows on the Ligu Glacier in the west, which is full of magical beasts. Zhou Xiong protected this region, so the girl notices that the man must definitely have the phoenix grass. She even suggests that the guy steal the herb from the man's bag. Zhou Xiong was Beast Tamer's 8th star, so it was just ridiculous for the guy to hear such a suggestion from the girl. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu noticed that the Imperial Battle Rhino was limping. He decided to seize the opportunity, and after unseating everyone and stepping forward, he caught Zhou Xiong's attention, saying that the Imperial Battle Rhino was sick and that he would be able to cure it. Zhou Xiong stopped right in front of the guy and inquired what the guy meant. Zhou Xiong saw that the guy was wearing the Azure Dragon Academy uniform, which meant that the guy was the same age as his son, and he thought that the guy didn't know anything about healing. Xiao Xingyu immediately held out his ID card to Zhou Xiong and said that he was a guest healer of the Celestial Guild. He immediately inquired if the Imperial Battle Rhino often looked sluggish lately. He continued to ask Zhou Xiong if the magical beast was getting red spots and if its skin was covered in sores during rainy weather. Zhou Xiong couldn't understand how the guy could know this. Zhou Xiong had specially returned to find a cure for his magic beast. He said that the guy had not earned his trust so far, but he still asked why his magic beast was sick then. Zhou Xiong wanted to see if the guy's diagnosis would match what the other healers said. However, Xiao Xingyu said that it was quite a simple task, because in fact, all of the magical beast's problems were due to the sand mantic that Xiao Xingyu had extracted from the magical beast's leg. After that, Zhou Xiong still remarked that the guy was really good at this. Over the years, Zhou Xiong had met with many top healers, but no one had ever been able to cure the Imperial Battle Rhino. Since the guy has diagnosed it, Zhou Xiong wonders how the guy would cure the magical beast. Xiao Xingyu asked Zhou Xiong to find a less crowded place. After all, he needed some herbs. Zhou Xiong didn't resist and immediately invited the guy to his house. He asked the guy to tell everything he needed so that he could have everything prepared. He also remarked that if the guy could cure his magic beast, he would fulfill the guy's every wish. Xiao Xingyu was happy that he had a great opportunity to not only get the phoenix grass, but he would also be able to make a useful acquaintance. After that, they moved to the Zhou residence. Xiao Xingyu said that he needed 15 grams of silver lotus petals, 20 grams of sacred grass, 25 grams of poria. In addition, a secret ingredient had to be added and boiled to get the purple soul extract. After a while, Xiao Xingyu prepared the violet soul extract, a special preparation to cure sand mantic. He said that part of the medicinal remedy had to be drunk, and the remaining part had to be applied externally. In addition, the healing extract had no side effects. After seeing how polite the guy was, Zhou Xiong decided that he would believe the guy and decided to immediately cure his magical beast. Zhou Xiong walked over to his Imperial Battle Rhino and offered him a medicinal extract. The effect of the medicinal extract was immediately visible as the local fleas instantly began to fly out of the Imperial Battle Rhino's body. Zhou Xiong, seeing the effect of the treatment, immediately noticed that the young man in front of him was a great healer. The man was so happy that his magical beast would finally be able to get a good night's sleep. He thought this treatment remedy was amazing. Xiao Xingyu says that he understands what Zhou Xiong is worried about, and he is even willing to give the recipe of his medicinal extract so that Zhou Xiong can treat his soldiers' battle beasts when he returns to Huangyang. Zhou Xiong was interested in this offer, but he immediately inquired about what the guy would ask for in return. Xiao Xingyu didn't hide and immediately confessed that he wanted the phoenix grass and the magic radiance flower. When Zhou Xiong heard the guy, he was excited because the phoenix grass was not such a valuable herb, but the magic radiance flower was difficult to obtain, but it was possible. The guy admitted that he only wanted this and nothing else. Zhou Xiong suggested that the guy stay for dinner. that he would socialize with the guy and have a bowl of drinks. Xiao Xingyu decided not to deceive the old man and confessed that he had run away secretly, and at this moment the old man's son had most likely already finished fighting with a girl from his academy. Zhou Xiong had also heard that the principal of Azure Dragon Academy and the principal of White Tiger Academy had been feuding for a long time. The old man decided to go along with the guy since he wanted to visit the Empress. When he arrived at the arena, he saw that the battle was still going on. The host said that the battle had reached its climax, and it appeared that the battle between Zhou Ye and Xin Xin had been going on for an hour and there was still no winner. Zhou Ye noticed that Xin Xin was in a losing position, but he didn't understand why the girl was fighting so hard. In addition, the guy noticed that from the beginning of the fight, the girl looked distracted, which made him wonder what was distracting the girl. The girl's thoughts were occupied with the fact that Xiao Xingyu still hadn't returned. She felt that if Xiao Xingyu found out that she had lost, she would be incredibly ashamed. Her honor was at stake, and she intended to win her fight and prove to Xiao Xingyu her strength. Xiao Xingyu from the spectator seats of the arena inquired from the girl if she still had any spiritual energy left, and noticed that the girl was still holding on. The girl was surprised that the guy had already returned to the arena. Scanning with his marvelous gaze, the guy noticed that the opponent's condition left much to be desired, and they were both on the verge of exhaustion. Xiao Xingyu realized that this was both good and bad news for both sides. After that, he decided to take a look at the magical beasts fighting. Xin Xin had a snow-winged hunter magical beast. Stage, mature form, level 2. Bloodline, mythical. The snow-winged hunter also had the eagle eye ability. The ability endowed the magical beast with a vision that allows it to spot weaknesses and blind spots. There was also a second ability, Arctic Storm. This ability allowed it to release ice waves after receiving an attack, strengthening its shield. Attributes, air, ice. Loyalty, 99. The guy was surprised as Xin Xin seemed to be using his first battle beast. Xiao Xingyu realized that the girl had used her trump card and also that the girl had a strong fighting spirit. Zhou Ye used a magical beast, demonic darkness wolf. Stage, mature form, level 2, bloodline, mythical. The magic beast possessed the ability of Will of the Wolf. The ability allowed it to reduce the damage it received from the front. It also had the Shadow Clone ability. The ability allowed you to create 12 shadow clones that deal pure damage. For each clone destroyed, additional spiritual energy was expended. Attribute, mental, loyalty, 87. Seeing that the magical beast could create 12 clones, the guy wasn't surprised that the fight was taking so long. Xin Xin used the Arctic Storm ability. In response, Zhou Ye once again used shadow clones. The demonic darkness wolf attacked the snow-winged hunter, who couldn't understand where he was being attacked from. The spectators in the stands thought that the demonic darkness wolf's technique was incredibly sneaky, because it was impossible to tell the difference between the original and the clones. Xiao Xingyu, however, there were differences after all. The girl decided that she should take the risk. Just at this moment, Xiao Xingyu started coughing loudly while on the spectator stand. He managed to attract the attention of Xin Xin, who immediately realized that it looked like the guy was hinting at something. The girl examined her rival's magic beast and realized what the guy was hinting at. She immediately ordered the snow-winged hunter to attack the particular demonic darkness wolf. The ice attack hit the real demonic darkness wolf, causing it to be in pain. Zhou Ye didn't understand how the girl was able to find the real magical beast, and thought that it was impossible, and most likely the girl was just lucky. He ordered his magic beast to move the clones, but Zhou Ye demonic darkness wolf had already paled. After that, the host announced that the end of the battle had finally arrived. The winner of this battle was Xin Xin. With this win, Azure Dragon Academy wins by a score of 2-0. Xiao Xingyu and Yang Shou immediately congratulated the girl on her victory. Xin Xin ran up to Xiao Xingyu and hugged him, thanking him. Her brother was just shocked at his sister's behavior. Yang Shou didn't understand what happened to his sister and what Xiao Xingyu had done to her. Xiao Xingyu, on the other hand, was about to reveal that he didn't do anything special and just gave the girl a hint to solve the problem. The brother was unwilling to listen to Xiao Xingyu's pathetic excuses and told him to keep his hands off his sister. He promised that if Xiao Xingyu ever messed with his sister again, he would definitely kill him. Meanwhile, Zhou Ye walked over to Principal Zhu Qingyu and sadly noted that he had lost too. Principal Zhu Qingyu was furious. She stated that she was waiting for all three of them after lunch to discuss team battle tactics. She noted that no one would go to bed until they managed to come up with the perfect plan. She ordered the students to practice until they fell down. Zhou Xiong was beside the Empress and noticed that it seemed that his son still had a lot to learn. He couldn't help but notice that General Murong's daughter was quite perceptive, as she was able to spot a weakness at a crucial moment. Zhou Xiong couldn't help but note that the girl was considered one of the most promising students of the Azure Dragon Academy for a reason. However, Shang Guanlan saw everything perfectly well, and she asked that Zhou Xiong not pretend, for he too had noticed that someone had tipped the girl off to the weakness of the opponent's magical beast. That someone was divine Dr. Xiaoxing Yu, who Zhou Xiong himself had just praised just now. Zhou Xiong got down on one knee and asked Shang Guanlan not to punish the disciples and give them another chance. On the contrary, Shang Guanlan thought that Xiaoxing Yu, Xin Xin and Zhou Ye had performed well and would be invited to the Emperor Soul Camp. Zhou Xiong thanked the Empress for such a valuable lesson. Meanwhile, Xiaoxing Yu approached Yang Shou and said that Principal Su Ruyan wanted to have a barbecue tonight, so Yang Shou should definitely come. At this moment, a guy ran up to them with a letter in his hands. He reported that Xiaoxing Yu and Xin Xin's performance in the arena had impressed Empress, so they were officially invited to the Emperor Soul Camp. Xiaoxing Yu didn't even know what the Emperor Soul Camp was. Yang Shou was surprised. After all, the Emperor Soul Camp was an elite program for the top freshmen, run by the Empress herself. Everyone who leaves the Emperor Soul's camp becomes a pillar of the Dragon State. Xiaoxing Yu became agitated upon hearing the information about personally training with the Empress. Although the offer was tempting, but he was bound by a bloody contract with Dailu, and if they were exposed, his life would be in danger. Xin Xin, noticing the excitement in the guy, touched his cheek with her palm. Xin Xin asked him not to frown because they would have a barbecue first and they could think about the rest later. In the evening, Xiaoxing Yu, Xin Xin and Yang Shou gathered with the other students for a barbecue. Xiaoxing Yu wondered why Liu Jin and Yang Shou didn't shy away from eating street food, even though they came from an elite clan. Yang Shou remarks that the four great clansmen are not monks. She and her sister eat not only barbecue, but also malatang and even lai tiao. Xiaoxing Yu remembered that Xu Meng didn't even know what a yutiao was. He thought that all the descendants of great clans were used to luxury. Xin Xin sighed heavily, and the guy inquired what was wrong. The girl complained that her older brother was pissing her off. Xiaoxing Yu noticed that the girl was too tense, so he even offered to give the girl a massage, disguising himself as a doctor. Yang Shou is furious at such speeches from the guy. He even stated that he will kill the guy now. Xiaoxing Yu asks Yang Shou to cool down. Besides, he was going to drink 3 penalty cans. However, Yang Shou pointed out that they actually had water, not alcohol. Xiaoxing Yu asked that the owner of the establishment bring them something stronger. After that, a box was brought to them and Yang Shou, like a demon, suggested that Xiaoxing Yu get down to business. After a small amount of time, Yang Shou felt incredibly nauseous. Xiaoxing Yu wondered if the guy was all right and if he would continue. Yang Shou refused to give up. However, he asked that when the guy married his sister, he should not dare to offend her, or else he, as the elder brother, would take revenge. Xiaoxing Yu cheerfully remarks that the girl's brother is not feeling well, but he has already accepted Xiaoxing Yu as his brother-in-law. The girl blushes and remarks that her brother was with them today, but she would like to fool around sometime with just Xiaoxing Yu. Xiaoxing Yu remarks that they have a team tournament tomorrow, and then he wouldn't mind going out the day after tomorrow. Xiaoxing Yu's face also turned red at this moment. When he returned to his room, he noticed that he already had the phoenix grass, and the magic radiance flower was also going to be brought to him soon. All he had to do was to get the excrement of the magical beast form of the Beast King. The guy was wondering how he would get his hands on such a much-needed item. In the end, he decided to just go to bed and decide what he should do next tomorrow. In the morning, Dailu tried to wake the guy up. The guy was surprised when he woke up and saw Dailu in front of him. He immediately pinned Dailu against the wall, making a kabadon, and wondered why Dailu had gotten out on her own. and he also wondered if the Empress's people had seen Dai Lu. Dai Lu remarked that she had gone out to get information and she had managed to find out something very important. The guy exhaled heavily. He even noticed that he was almost dying of fear and that his heart practically jumped out of his chest. However, Dai Lu inquired from his chest or hers. The guy apologized that his hand accidentally slipped and he touched the girl. As he sat down in his chair, the guy noticed that the girl had spontaneously stepped out of the beast tamer's tag. He still wondered what Dai Lu had managed to find out. Dai Lu told him that Murong Jin, the admiral of the Dragon State's fleet, had caught a Medusa, a spiritual disaster snake. She knows a lot of things. Given how the Dragon State operates, Dai Lu thinks that the Medusa will probably be executed in 3 days, on the full moon. Guy remembered that Murong Jin was the father of Yang Shou and Liu Jin. Guy wondered how the capture and execution of the Medusa concerned Dai Lu. The girl remarked that she had known the Medusa for a long time, and that it was her friend, and furthermore the magical beast form of the King of Beasts. The guy realized that it was not for nothing that Admiral Murong Jin was able to defeat the beast form of the King of Beasts. Suddenly, it came to the guy's attention that it looked like Dai Lu was going to save Medusa. Dai Lu said that Medusa had information that the Dragon Empress of Shangguan Lan Dragon State had participated in the dragon-slaying battle. The girl wanted Xiao Xingyu to at least try. However, the guy realized that it was an impossible mission, and even if Dai Lu called him her master, he still wouldn't agree. Xiao Xingyu noticed that the Medusa was in the underground prison in the fleet headquarters. There were 1,000 high-level beast tamers patrolling the area. At the headquarters itself, there were 10th star beast tamers who controlled the beasts with the blood of a sea god, and the admiral himself was not to be forgotten. It was absurd to even think that a girl would want a guy to enter such a dangerous place with her. Dai Lu, with a pitiful look, begged the guy to save the Medusa. Xiao Xingyu was angry because the girl kept insisting. He even reminded her that Dai Lu was a magical beast bound to him by a blood pact and was therefore obligated to obey him. However, at this very moment, the situation did not change in favor of the guy's decision because suddenly a system notification appeared. Through the system, the guy was tasked to infiltrate the fleet headquarters and rescue the Medusa, then reveal the secret of the Empress's participation in the battle with the dragons. The reward for a successful rescue was a purebred dragon egg, plus 10,000 points. Penalty for failure: disclosure of information to the Empress about Dai Lu and her master. Xiao Xingyu was furious when he saw the task because the old dragon gave him such a deadly task, as if he wanted the guy to die there. However, the guy soon realizes that if he is revealed, his sister will also suffer, so he had no choice. Also, his attention was drawn to the fact that for completing the task, he will not only get a reward, but can also make a contract with a Medusa, a beast with the form of the King of Beasts. Plus, the Medusa's excrement could be used as fertilizer for the heavenly soul vine. Guy heroically declares that Dai Lu is not only his contract beast, but also his family, and so he wants to help Dai Lu. He eventually agrees to go with Dai Lu and free Medusa. Dai Lu was incredibly happy that Xiao Xingyu had agreed to save the Medusa. Just at that moment, he saw that the girl's loyalty had increased to 90 towards him. At the same moment, he received a news notification on his phone, informing him that there would be a public execution of the Medusa on the Ice and Flame Island in 3 days. Xiao Xingyu wondered why they chose 3 days before the execution instead of executing it on the same day. Dai Lu said that spirit snakes have special blood. If you cut off its head on a full moon, you can get a whole magic crystal. If you kill it on another day, the crystal will be incomplete. It was only now that the guy was beginning to realize what a fool's errand he had agreed to. The Beast Tamer's 2nd star was going to stage an escape from a prison crawling with strongest fighters. After that, he told Dai Lu to return to the Beast Tamer's tag, as he needed to prepare for further action. Dai Lu pleaded that the guy should not give up trying to save the Medusa. However, Xiao Xingyu needed to deal with today's tournament first. Arriving at the arena, Xiao Xingyu was surprised to see that the entire arena seemed to be drenched in lava blood. He asked why they had chosen this particular place. Yang Shou said that it was said that the fallen dragon lake was formed during the battle with the dragons. A giant dragon died in this place whose blood dyed the water that color. Since then, the place looked like a boiling magma, but Yang Shu believed that these were just rumors. After all, there was no proof of any kind. Xiaoxing Yu thought it was a cruel test. After all, if you lost, you would be left skinless. He was curious as to what was actually in the water, so he looked with his marvelous eyes. In the depths of the scorching magma, he sensed the dragon's power, and then he discovered that there were dragon bones at the bottom. Xiaoxing Yu saw that there were dragon bones at the bottom of the lake, and so he pondered that if he let the magical beast devour the dragon bones, it would surely amount to evolution. The dragon bones took all the guy's attention, as he didn't understand how he could get those bones. Xin asked the guys to be extremely careful, as the broadcast would be watched by viewers from all over the country. Yang Shu immediately noticed that from the beginning, the guy was just standing there in a daze. He asked him to come to his senses, as their fight was about to start soon. Multiple helicopters started flying around the venue. Host greeted the spectators and announced the start of the team battle in the Supernova tournament. Ruo Xue, along with Xi Meng, were also watching this confrontation on TV while in the dormitory. The host announced that the 6 remaining contestants would fight in today's fierce fight. He fueled interest in the fight and wondered to the viewers who would be able to emerge victorious today. Ruo Xue, meanwhile, asked Xi Meng not to drink too much cola so that she wouldn't get tooth decay. Xi Meng was happy that her brother would definitely win today. Xiaoxing Yu realizes that Liu Jin is right and that he needs to show his sister and the others what he can do. Xiaoxing Yu immediately summons Black Fang. Yang Shu calls for White Griffin, and Xin calls for Bone-Winged Bat. Lin Tianqi stated that he will finally be able to show everyone the result of his countless training. He even asks that his opponents should not expect mercy. Lin Tianqi then calls out for the Red Snake. Zhou Ye also immediately summoned the demonic darkness wolf. However, Xiaoxing Yu immediately noticed that the third guy didn't summon his magic beast for some reason. Yang Shu acted too impulsively and unrestrainedly, deciding to attack first before the opponents had time to summon their magical beasts. Therefore, he ordered his White Griffin to rush into the attack. However, at the same instant, something rushed out from the third guy to attack White Griffin. Xiaoxing Yu asked Yang Shu to be careful, but it was too late, and White Griffin received a rather powerful punch. At the same moment, a magical beast materialized beside the third guy. Xin immediately recognized the magical beast, for it was Shadow Ninja Monkey. Yang Shu also recognized the magical beast. He remembered that this beast was able to instantly teleport several times in a row in a limited area. Now he could recognize that their opponent was not so simple. Lin Tianqi told Red Snake to use the Hurricane Blade. Zhou Ye at the same time summoned the Shadow Clones. Yang Shu started complaining that he couldn't see anything because of the Hurricane Blade. He wonders to his sister if she can handle the demonic darkness wolf by herself since she has already fought it. However, Xin notes that back then her opponent only lost because of the prolonged battle, and now the storm was preventing her from finding the real body of the magical beast. The third guy seemed to be the brains of the entire operation and commanded that Zhou Ye use his demonic darkness wolf and focus on facing Hell Netherwolf. Zhou Ye immediately commanded his magical beast to attack the Black Fang. Despite the multiple attacks from the demonic darkness wolf, Xiaoxing Yu told Black Fang to keep going and break through the sandstorm. Black Fang successfully continued to break through the sandstorm. The third guy immediately told the guy not to dream of breaking through and told Shadow Ninja Monkey to attack with darkness shurikens. The Shadow shurikens hit the Black Fang accurately. Therefore, Xiaoxing Yu told Black Fang to use the ability Hunt in Darkness. Xin starts to worry about the guy and wonders if he's all right. Despite the dire situation, Xiaoxing Yu notes that he's fine and that he foresaw this scenario. Yang Shu was furious as the opponents were mean and focused all their attacks only on Black Fang. Xin also managed to notice that the opponents were only targeting Xiaoxing Yu, so they needed to thwart their opponents. Yang Shu immediately ordered White Griffin to use Heavenly Lightning to destroy the shadow clones of Hell Nether Wolf. The third guy didn't give up and ordered Shadow Ninja Monkey to continue attacking with Darkness Shurikens. However, a gap also started to open up in this direction as Xin ordered Bone-Winged Bat to defend Hell Nether Wolf. The third guy with a smirk on his face only remarked that the others were wasting their energy since they wouldn't be able to defend Hell Nether Wolf forever. He even began to scoff that Xiao Xingyu's star would be the first to extinguish today. To his disappointment, Xiao Xingyu certainly didn't think that he had already lost. He told Black Fang to use the demon power. The third guy was incredibly shocked as Hell Nether Wolf had fully recovered from the previous attacks. Now it was Xiao Xingyu's turn to smirk and warm up, as their battle was just beginning. Host meanwhile piqued his interest in the battle, marveling at the true demonic strength that Xiao Xingyu had displayed. He was thrilled that all of Hell Nether Wolf's wounds had completely healed, and that the magical beast had recovered to a perfect state. The third guy noted anxiously that the three of them had only attacked Hell Nether Wolf. If it was any other magical beast, it would have long ago Ru-Hurl without strength. The guy couldn't help but note that the healing effect of the demon's power was simply incredible. Suddenly, he noticed that Shadow Ninja Monkey, as well as the rest of his partner's magical beasts, suddenly became wary. He was surprised by this turn of events because it seemed that their magical beasts were afraid of Hell Nether Wolf. After thinking it over carefully, he was surprised that his opponent's ability also had a mental effect on his enemies. Xiao Xingyu didn't hesitate and told Black Fang to prepare, and then use Hellfire Lotus. Yangshuo was surprised that one magical beast skill simultaneously contained 4 attributes: fire, wind, darkness, and demon power. Yangshuo immediately pointed out that Hellfire Lotus was one of those techniques that was astonishingly powerful. Lin Tianqi immediately told Red Snake to use the Hurricane Blade to put out the fire. However, to his shock and disappointment, the counterattack had absolutely no effect whatsoever. Lin Tianqi was shocked. After all, he had always known that the earth element should suppress fire. Xiao Xingyu only scoffed at the guy, noting that elemental superiority was of no importance before absolute power. After that, Xiao Xingyu told Black Fang to tear apart his opponents. Even the entire live broadcasting crew became repulsed due to the power of the attack. The battered Red Snake even let out a tear because of what his master had condemned him to. The Shadow Ninja Monkey and the demonic Dark Wolf were also seriously injured. Xin Xin looked at the guy in surprise, realizing that he hadn't fought at full strength yesterday. Xiao Xingyu even began to mock the White Tiger Academy, that there were only weaklings there since he alone could handle 3 elite disciples by himself. Lin Tianqi was furious when he heard such taunts. However, the third guy was more reasonable. He immediately stopped Lin Tianqi, saying that this was a provocation from Xiao Xingyu. He told the others to not give in to their emotions and act according to the plan, but to give their best this time. Red Snake, Shadow Ninja Monkey, and Demonic Darkness Wolf once again attacked Hell Nether Wolf using their most powerful techniques. Lin Tianqi was ecstatic, for he thought that this time Hell Nether Wolf would not be able to withstand an attack of such destructive power even with the strength of a demon. However, Xiao Xingyu wondered why Lin Tianqi was so confident in his judgment. The dust had yet to fully settle, and Lin Tianqi was already shocked when he saw what appeared in front of him. Black Fang had successfully survived the attack of the 3 elite students. The third guy was shocked. After all, concentrating one's own flames into armor was a martial art that only fire beasts with outstanding talent could learn. The ability was called the Blazing Sun Armor. Lin Tianqi wondered to the guy what kind of technique it was. The third guy, still in astonishment, explained that the Blazing Sun armor could absorb powerful attacks and turn the resulting damage into armor energy. This combat technique not only required a high level of beast consciousness, but also a huge reserve of spiritual power in beast tamers. He didn't expect that Xiao Xingyu was capable of using such a technique at all. The students of the White Tiger Academy began to look around when Xiao Xingyu asked if they had noticed anything. Only now did the third guy notice the magical beasts, Yangshuo and Xin Xin. As soon as he detected them from above, White Griffin attacked all 3 magical beasts with lightning. Bone-Winged Bat then flew up to Shadow Ninja Monkey and grabbed his paws, after lifting Shadow Ninja Monkey high up off the ground. The third guy was well aware that Shadow Ninja Monkey would not be able to break free, so he would most likely be thrown outside the arena. Finding no other way out, he decided to summon his second magical beast. He told the summoned stone giant to rescue Shadow Ninja Monkey. Xiao Xingyu was ecstatic because they had finally made their opponents summon a 4th beast, so he summoned Freya. Freya and Stone Giant's blows collided, but Freya was not inferior to him despite his size. The third guy was shocked. He had seen such a magical beast in books and recognized it as a sacred angel of light. However, he couldn't understand how an initial stage beast could resist his stone giant. Xiao Xingyu, even here, doesn't let the opportunity to say quotes overflowing with pathos slip away. He states that his magical beast is much stronger than his opponents can imagine. Xiao Xingyu continues to perform tricks and pull abilities out of nowhere. Let's see how well he can handle collecting Medusa's excrement. Meanwhile, Bone-Winged Bat had thrown Shadow Ninja Monkey outside the arena. The host immediately pointed out that the first beast to be thrown out was Shadow Ninja Monkey, and that due to Xiao Xingyu's intervention, Yang Heng was unable to save his beast. Xiao Xingyu at the same time still had his two magical beasts, Black Fang and Freya, available. Despite Black Fang's snarling, Xiao Xingyu asked him not to interfere further in the battle, as he wanted Freya to show her full glory in battle. Yang Heng couldn't believe Xiao Xingyu's insolence that he hoped to be a beast of initial form to defeat beasts that had reached the advanced stage. The White Tiger team. Lin Tianqi couldn't listen to the guy's bluster anymore, so he immediately told Red Snake to teach the guy a lesson. Xiao Xingyu only smiled as if he and Freya were just waiting for this moment. Yang Heng immediately panicked, telling Stone Giant to cover Red Snake. At the same moment, Freya appeared in front of the Red Snake with monstrous speed and sent it flying at full speed with a single strike. Stone Giant appeared behind Red Snake, trying to slow down the recoil of the blow, blocking Red Snake from flying out of the arena. The host at this point couldn't understand what had happened, asking the operator to turn on the replay in slow motion. The operator even wanted to try to slow the moment down 1,000 times to at least try to see what happened at that moment in the arena. Yang Shou tried to make out what ability Freya had used, and if it was a light foot strike. Xiao Xingyu did not hide anything, and said that Freya had mastered this technique herself, and the technique was called Lightning Leap. Zhou Ye was angered and at the same time delighted at the power Freya possessed. He thought that even Stone Giant had a hard time withstanding Freya's strikes. Therefore, he wanted to know what they would undertake next, but Yang Heng didn't have any ideas. Xiao Xingyu, being the protagonist, began to rattle off pathos quotes and phrases. He asked Yang Heng if the beasts on their team liked Freya's lightning leap. Even Yang Shou thought that this phrase would make it to the top of the most pathos quotes of the year. Zhou Ye asked the others not to panic because he thought that Freya probably couldn't use lightning leap very often. Yang Heng agreed with him, realizing that he had miscalculated but would support his two co-commanders this time. Zhou Ye didn't despair, realizing that they still had two more magical beasts, which meant there was still a chance of victory. After that, Zhou Ye summoned another one of his magic beasts, Thunder Rhino. Lin Tianqi was unwilling to concede a second time, following his teammate's example and summoning his second magical beast, Indomitable Grey Fox. The Mu Rong family's brother and sister were also unwilling to give in to this confrontation. Yang Shou understood his sister half-heartedly, stating that they would not leave Xiao Xingyu to fight alone. Xiao Xingyu did not hesitate, immediately telling Freya to push the Indomitable Grey Fox outside the arena. Yang Heng was unwilling to let Xiao Xingyu make such an attack, so Stone Giant stopped Freya. However, the brother and sister channeled their magical beasts to not let their opponents interfere with Xiao Xingyu's plan. Freya lightning fast reached the Indomitable Grey Fox and kicked it with her foot. Bone-Winged Bat and White Griffin were able to hold off Stone Giant and Thunder Rhino at this time. Zhou Ye had to admit that he had almost no spiritual energy left, but in his opinion, Xiao Xingyu still had enough spiritual energy. Lin Tianqi also admitted that he was already at his limit and that he only had enough spiritual energy for one attack. Yang Heng realized the dire situation and decided that now was the time to use their crowning technique, as it was their last chance to win. Xiao Xingyu immediately warned the others that the spiritual power of their opponents was running out, and that was why their opponents would try to make the last, but at the same time the most powerful strike. He believed that now was the decisive moment, so they should show their determination to everyone. Yang Heng told Stone Giant to increase in size, after which it began to grow rapidly. Lin Tianqi then told Red Snake to use Hurricane Blade to make it difficult for opponents to see. After that, Zhou Ye came into play, telling the demonic Darkness Wolf to use the Shadow Cloning ability on Stone Giant. A multitude of Stone Giant's shadow clones and Stone Giant himself tried to attack Black Fang. However, they failed and only attacked the ground. They couldn't understand where the Black Fang had disappeared to. At the same moment, Yang Heng and his team finally discovered that the Black Fang was in the sky. His white griffin gorged itself on the Black Fang with its claws and lifted it into the sky. A joyous Xiao Xingyu told Black Fang to finish off the remaining magical beasts from his opponents in the arena. Xin Xin told Bone-Winged Bat to unleash the flames of souls. Yang Shou also told White Griffin to unleash the full power of lightning. Once the magical beasts started using the abilities, the brother and sister told the magical beasts to pre-eat all the energy to Black Fang. Black Fang began to absorb the energy of Bone-Winged Bat and White Griffin. He then attacked the magical beasts in the arena with all that energy. All of Stone Giant's clones were destroyed, and he was defeated. The demonic darkness wolf and the red snake were also defeated. Yang Heng, Zhou Ye, and Lin Tianqi collapsed without strength on the arena. Yang Heng was angry and disappointed that they had lost. The host announced that the battle was over, and the winner of this confrontation was Azure Dragon Academy. An overjoyed Xiao Xingyu immediately embraced Liu Jin and tried to pull her to him. Yang Shou was angry that Xiao Xingyu had the nerve to touch his sister on live TV. The White Tiger Academy team came up next to them. Yang Heng called Xiao Xingyu a real monster. Lin Tianqi, although he was dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle, he admitted that this time they had lost fairly and without question. Zhou Ye also believed that this time the fight was fair. A smiling Xiao Xingyu thanked the White Tiger Academy disciples for complimenting him. Suddenly, he heard a noise where someone was thanking the headmaster of the Azure Dragon Academy. As it turned out, it was the principals of the two academies clashing once again. Su Ruyan arrogantly thanked Zhu Qingyu for the congratulations because the whole country had talked about Azure Dragon Academy thanks to Zhu Qingyu and White Tiger Academy, hinting at the defeat of White Tiger Academy. Zhu Qingyu responded to this arrogant statement by asking Su Ruyan to keep a close eye on his star pupil in case he decides to transfer to White Tiger Academy next year. Su Ruyan, on the other hand, scoffed at Zhu Qingyu as Zhu Qingyu somehow even managed to assume that she could poach a disciple of the Azure Dragon Academy. She told Xiao Xingyu to come over to her for one moment. As soon as he approached, Su Ruyan pulled him to her and embraced him, stating that she had saved his life and that the guy would always stand by her side. The guy tried to remind director Su Ruyan that they were still on live TV, so she should keep her cool. Ruo Xu, who was watching the whole thing on TV at that moment, was furious and even broke the TV remote, which scared Shi Meng. In the evening, Xiao Xingyu, Xin Xin, and Yang Shou celebrated their victory in today's match. With a red face, Xiao Xingyu tried to assure the others that he was fine and not drunk at all. Yang Shou was greatly surprised at the state the guy was in. Considering he was fine during the solo victory celebration yesterday, Xin Xin thought that the guy just didn't know how to drink cocktails. They ended up taking the guy to his room to get a good night's sleep, and besides, it was past their bedtime. However, as soon as they closed the door, the guy immediately opened his eyes. All this time he had been faking it, creating an alibi for himself. He immediately told Dailu to get out of printing beast tamers, as they needed to head to Fallen Dragon Lake. Dailu thought that the guy wasn't important, so she didn't really understand where he was going in the middle of the night. However, Xiao Xingyu informed her that he had figured out how to save Medusa. In order to do so, the girl must go to the same place with him. Dailu was shocked that the guy had come up with a plan so quickly. He began to explain that in order to make Medusa's escape, Dailu needs to evolve as soon as possible, as she has been on the third stage of the Beast King form for quite some time. In addition, the dragon power is still in Dailu's body and still hasn't dissipated. Therefore, he inquired about what would happen if he gave her the bones of a pure-blood dragon. Dailu couldn't understand where the guy was going to get the pure-blood dragon bones from. And if he did, it wasn't clear how it would help her. Xiao Xingyu believed that if Dailu absorbed the dragon bones and combined her blood with dragon blood, she could break through and evolve into a nine-tailed dragon fox. Dailu thought the guy was a fool in this situation, since everyone had the understanding that no creature could fuse its blood with dragon blood. Therefore, she believed that no matter how valuable a dragon bone was, in the end it was just a bone. The guy understood all of the girl's concerns, but still he hinted that he had a way to make something like this. The girl was surprised that the guy wanted her to evolve into a nine-tailed dragon fox. She even thought the guy was joking. The idea of a guy was causing the girl excessive anxiety. Soon, they arrived at the fallen dragon lake. The weather at this time had become too violent, and there was a heavy downpour. Xiao Xingyu thought that they were lucky that it started raining heavily, because this way the chance of being seen became much lower. He asked for Dailu to protect him with foxfire. When he descended into the water, he would point the girl's way. Grabbing the guy with one hand and forming a protective bubble with her other hand, she jumped into the lake with the guy. She was curious about where exactly the dragon bones were located. Xiao Xingyu, like a navigator, began to guide her, asking her to dive a little to the left. However, they were off course, and they had to dive to the right and then to the bottom of the lake about 300 meters away. Soon they found them, and Dailu saw the giant dragon bones. Xiao Xingyu explained that the dragon heart bone in front of them was the smallest, but also the densest and hardest part of the dragon. Dailu still couldn't believe that the guy was 18 years old, considering that he even knew such information. Xiao Xingyu didn't hesitate for long and immediately started absorbing the dragon bones, placing them in the ring. He decided that once they made it to the shore, it would be necessary for them to immediately head to the confluence forest. There must be many predatory beasts in the forest, so no outsiders can interfere with them. They soon made their way to the surface and went straight to the confluence forest. In the forest, Dailu noted that they now had the dragon bone, but she still couldn't figure out what needed to be done for her to become a nine-tailed dragon fox. The guy asked her to take her time, for he would give her one thing that would help her in her evolution. Looking at the mysterious red crystal the guy gave her, she couldn't understand what it was or how much she could trust it. However, the guy reminded her that he is her master, so she can't not trust him. Plus, he pulled out a protective heart pill as well and held it out to the girl in his hands as well, hoping that the pill would increase Dailu's chances of a breakthrough in her evolution. He couldn't tell the girl that the blood fusion crystal and the protective heart pill were actually purchased from the system store. He thought that Dailu would just think he was crazy and unlikely to believe his delusions. Before starting the evolution process, the guy decided to warn the girl. He reminded her that this was a very risky venture. If the fusion with the dragon's blood fails, Dailu will face quite a setback in her evolution. Looking at the guy, she was even amused, trying to look brave. She reminded him that he had said he wanted to become the greatest beast tamers, so she didn't understand since when the guy had become so indecisive. Dailu admitted that from the moment she agreed to go with Guy to Fallen Dragon Lake, everything was already decided and they couldn't back out now. She wanted to save Medusa at all costs. Plus, she wanted to make sure that the Dragon State Empress couldn't hold her back anymore. She was tired of hiding in the Beast Tamer's seal all the time, and she wanted to live freely in the sunlight. In order to become stronger, Dailu is willing to take risks. Xiao Xingyu couldn't refuse the girl, besides, her words cheered the guy up. He apologized for hesitating and then told Dailu to get ready to advance. After that, the guy took out the dragon bones from the ring. Dailu, meanwhile, had already turned into her beast form. Dailu then opened her beast mouth, starting to absorb the blood fusion crystal, the protective heart pill, as well as the dragon bones. As soon as Dailu had just consumed everything, she felt her body burning, and it was unbearable to endure. Dailu couldn't stand still, so she ran as if her body was burning at the moment, and she didn't know what to do about it. Xiao Xingyu ran after her, noting that the blood fusion crystal should have already started to take effect, so Dailu should be a little easier by now, and she would be able to deal with the pain. Dailu couldn't contain herself any longer, starting to shoot out excess energy from her mouth. Suddenly she saw a billboard that showed the Empress of the Dragon State. Just by seeing the Empress, Dailu became even more furious. Xiao Xingyu was running around her, pretending to help, trying to calm Dailu down. He reminded the girl that she had said earlier that if she couldn't handle it, all would be lost. The guy tried to hold the girl back, promising to help the girl get stronger, and by the same token, he himself would help her get revenge on the Empress and other enemies. Dailu let out a furious growl and then transformed back into a half-human form. Horns appeared on her head. Xiao Xingyu was happy that Dailu had managed to survive such a dangerous evolutionary process after all. Dai instantly approached the guy, knocking him to the ground. She called the guy scum because he sounded like he was proposing marriage to her. The guy tried to smooth things over, that it was about something else entirely. However, all red with embarrassment, the girl asked the guy to repeat the words he said again. After a while, the weather was so clear this morning. Xiao Xingyu was unwilling to give up so easily, but he realized that he would definitely not become a great magician by the age of 30. Sitting on a large rock, the guy pondered about his life. He hadn't slept all night, so he emitted a frightening aura, and his appearance as if he was completely drained. The guy thought he was a fool, since he knew that dragon blood enhanced beasts, but he forgot that a dragon was lustful by nature. He was an ordinary human, so he didn't understand how he could resist the nine-tailed dragon fox. At least in this regard, the guy showed his modesty. After all, he called himself an ordinary human. He even understood why he didn't call Black Fang and Freya for backup. Xiao Xingyu knew that Black Fang and Freya, even together, would not be able to stop Dai. He even sadly remarked that if someone asked him why he couldn't resist, he would reply that it was the nature of men. Xiao Xingyu thought that what happened at night was even crazier than waking up in someone else's bed. Dai snuck up behind the guy, grabbed him by the throat, and started choking him. She kept calling the guy a scoundrel. However, the guy pointed out that he was the injured party in this situation. With her face reddened again, Dai started complaining that she couldn't control herself. Plus, she didn't want anyone to know what happened because she would definitely be laughed at. The guy thought it was unseemly for Dai to walk around like that, so he pulled out a cloak for her from the spatial ring. Dai scoffed at him because not only had he seen, but he had already done everything he could possibly do, and now he suddenly decided to show himself as a gentleman. She thought that the guy was a hypocrite in this regard. Xiao Xingyu was unwilling to continue the argument, believing that they were both adults. Besides, if anything should happen after this incident, he was willing to take care of the little fox. Xiao Xingyu clearly pissed off the girl, so she told him to get out, and then she also threw a rock at his head. The guy thought that even though there was a misunderstanding between them, he still wanted to congratulate the girl on her idol breakthrough and successful evolution. He held a cell phone in front of the girl, in the screen of which, as if in a mirror, she saw her current appearance. She was surprised that she now had dragon horns on her head. She was even happy that all her injuries were also healed. Xiao Xingyu decided to check everything with his marvelous eyes. He immediately noticed that the bloodline had changed as well. Bloodline: mythical nine-tailed fox bloodline, plus pure blood dragon bloodline. And the habits and tastes indicated that the girl liked bamboo shoots and sleeping longer. Xiao Xingyu praised Dai for being the world's first summoned beast that managed to absorb the blood of a pure-blood dragon. He even thought it was incredibly lucky that they were able to succeed. However, the girl suddenly got angry after hearing jokes about her pregnancy again. She swore that if the guy said one more word, she would personally send him to the beyond. Dai misheard, because the words luck and pregnancy sound the same in Chinese, so she thought Xiao Xingyu was talking about pregnancy, so she got angry. A play on Chinese homonyms occurred. Soon, Xiao Xingyu and Dai arrived back in the city. While looking at the information on his phone, Xiao Xingyu was well aware that the prison was very well guarded. They would only be able to rescue Medusa on the ice island in 2 days. The finals of the competition were to be held in 6 days. Guy realized that they only had one chance, so if the plan failed, they would have to retreat, refuse to save Medusa, and flee the execution site. Plus, they have to get everything done in 4 days to participate in the tournament, or the others might suspect something. After voicing all the information available, the guy asked Dailu's opinion of what she had heard. The only thing Dailu couldn't understand from the entire plan was how second star beast Tamer, who only had a maximum of around 3,000 spiritual power, would be able to grapple with those who were 9th star beast tamers. Xiao Xingyu asked not to worry about it as he had one way, but he would need the dragon elixir, which for some reason he would prepare himself. Since Dailu now had dragon blood flowing in her, the guy asked her to give him some. Dailu didn't spare her blood at all, noting that the guy could take as much as he needed. The girl carefully filled the vial that the guy needed so badly with blood. Xiao Xingyu immediately told Dailu not to treat his body so negligently. He tried to stop the blood on the girl's finger. Only they were about to have a second round because of the moment that had arisen. They were immediately interrupted by a message on the guy's phone. Liu Jin texted him about them meeting at 7 o'clock in the evening at the north gate of the night market. She even made up that her brother wanted to eat kebabs with Xiaoxing Yu. In the evening, Xiaoxing Yu came to the north gate of the night market. Yang Shou was already waiting for him there and immediately called him over. Xiaoxing Yu even wondered why they had come so early. Yang Shou was clearly unhappy with what was going on, so he immediately admitted that his sister had insisted on having kebabs today. At the same moment, Liu Jin, who wore a luxurious dress today that emphasized all her virtues, came out to join them. She even complained that they were already waiting for the guy. Xiaoxing Yu started to make excuses that he had a rough night and that's why he overslept. He immediately approached Liu Jin, wanting the girl to help him with one thing. Liu Jin immediately got worried, not knowing what could have happened to the guy. The guy was a gigolo. He immediately asked the girl to get him some special ingredients that were too expensive, so he couldn't buy them himself. Without hesitation, the girl agreed to support the gigolo, fulfilling his request. Xiaoxing Yu was so happy that the girl agreed to his request. Yang Shou was as angry as ever, looking at what was happening and reminded that he was still by their side. It seems that the brother and sister had their own arrangements for the evening. The sister suddenly said that she would go with Xiaoxing Yu to get some herbs for the time being. After his sister's words, Yang Shou immediately remembered the urgent things he needed to do right now, so he had to leave his sister and Xiaoxing Yu. After that, he took Xiaoxing Yu aside to say a few words to him. After stepping aside, Yang Shou told Xiaoxing Yu to watch himself and his hands beside his sister. He explained that he could tolerate Xiaoxing Yu touching his sister, but he definitely couldn't tolerate it if Xiaoxing Yu decided to suddenly drag his sister into the hotel. If Xiaoxing Yu decides to do such a thing, then let him not be blamed for the consequences afterwards. The smirking Xiaoxing Yu didn't even think of playing innocent, stating with such an expression on his face that he didn't even have such a thought. After their masculine conversation, Yang Shou decided to leave, wishing the rest of them a good evening. The sister asked her brother not to come back too late. Soon, Xiaoxing Yu and Liu Jin walked out of the store with the right amount of ingredients. Xiaoxing Yu apologized to the girl for spending a rather large amount of money. As a thank you, he was going to prepare strengthening elixirs that suited the magical beasts belonging to Liu Jin. The girl was glad that she was able to help the guy, so she was looking forward to the elixirs the guy would prepare. Liu Jin asked the guy if he noticed anything this evening. Xiaoxing Yu was even wary after hearing her words. He realized that the girl wanted him to praise her beautiful image this evening. Xiaoxing Yu decided to have a little fun by pretending to be blind to the obvious hint. The girl was surprised that the guy didn't notice anything. She was even a little upset that the guy noticed absolutely nothing. Soon they were coming down the stairs in some dark alley. Hearing the girl's scream, the guy turned sharply as he was worried about the girl. As it turned out, the girl saw the black cat and just got scared, and then fell to the ground. Xiaoxing Yu approached her and examined her ankle, thinking that she had twisted it. Liu Jin sadly remarked that this happened to her often, so she was used to this kind of accident. Xiaoxing Yu asked the girl to be careful with her health. When he came closer to the girl and turned his back, the guy pointed out that it was slippery outside, so he was going to carry the girl on his back. Liu Jin was a proud girl, so she thought she could walk on her own. The cat, meanwhile, kept his eyes on them and licked his right paw happily, as if he had planned the whole thing to have a romantic moment for the guy and the girl. Eventually, the guy asked the girl to stop being mean, and she climbed on his back. However, even such a romantic moment was ruined as it suddenly rained. Xiaoxing Yu immediately decided to start running as fast as possible. The girl asked him to be slower, but he didn't want them to get completely soaked. Soon they did exactly what Yang Shou had politely asked the guy not to do. They ended up in the hotel room, just the two of them. The guy was wiping his head with a towel, happy that they had finally arrived and were no longer in such heavy rain. At this point, he finally noticed the girl shivering from the cold as she too was soaking wet. He threw a towel to her and asked her to wipe herself well, because if the girl didn't, she would definitely get sick. Xiaoxing Yu even asked if he should help the girl change her clothes. However, the girl refused such a tempting offer from the guy's mouth. He even asked if he should massage the girl's ankle. Without waiting for the girl's reply, he immediately sat down, grabbed her left leg by the ankle, and began to massage her ankle. Xiao Xingyu was sure that the girl had first twisted her leg because of the magical beast. Liu Jin couldn't understand how the guy knew such information. He almost blabbed but corrected his words in time, noting that he was a doctor and could treat summoned beasts and humans. Liu Jin confessed that she first twisted her leg when she was 5 years old. That's when she found herself at sea with her father. There was a great storm at the time. The Navy ships were attacked by countless aquatic beasts. She accidentally fell overboard and was almost eaten by a black and gold basking shark. Her father rescued her but lost his arm. Too bad her father didn't seem to give her a straw hat after that, and she doesn't aspire to be a pirate king, and her father isn't a redhead. Compared to what her father had been through, her trauma was nothing. Guy thought it was ironic such a reversal, because tomorrow he was going to the Navy headquarters prison where he would meet with General Mu Rong. He was worried that his dangerous scheme might have affected Mu Rong's family negatively. Xiao Xingyu asked the girl not to strain her leg in the coming days, and then she would definitely have time to recover before the finals. After saying that, he was about to leave the room. However, the girl asked the guy to help her reach the bathroom because she was having trouble walking. Xiao Xingyu did not refuse to help her. After that, the girl took a hot shower to get warm and not get sick. Coming out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, she was already even beginning to think that she was too axe and straight acting. Suddenly, she discovered that her brother was in the room, who immediately inquired if her leg was already better. From one look on Yang Shou's face, it was clear that it was as if he was a little disappointed in his sister. He admitted that Xiao Xingyu had asked him to come and look after the girl, and the guy had some business to attend to. The brother admitted that he understood that his sister liked the guy, but he thought his sister was overreacting. Yang Shou reminded his sister that feelings can push one into rash hookups, so he asked his sister to learn to control her feelings. Glancing at her phone, the girl realized that her brother's words made sense to her, and she herself was beginning to realize that she had been overly sensitive today. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu arrived at his room. He immediately told Dailu to appear in front of him to help with the elixirs. After appearing in front of him, Dailu jealously inquired why the guy didn't stay with Liu Jin. Xiao Xingyu, with a red face, tried to give her a hint as to the reason, but immediately decided that now was not the time to discuss it. What he needed right now was for Dailu to control the fire. They need to create at least 2 perfect dragon elixirs, because only then would they have a better chance of saving Medusa. Dailu even pouted, trying to turn everything into a joke. After that, they set to work. Making proper elixirs was not an easy task. Soon, an exhausted Xiao Xingyu, with bags under his eyes from fatigue, happily remarked that he had managed to produce 2 elixirs. Now he wanted to get some sleep, so that once he woke up, then they would set off on their journey. His legs started to wobble from fatigue, so he started to fall, but the girl managed to pick him up, preventing him from falling. She thanked the guy for his giving. They had become incredibly close over the past few days, and he had helped her in many ways, so she was incredibly grateful. Something manhwa was starting to veer more and more into the harem genre that it was time to change the title to I Will Regain My Power to become the owner of a luxurious harem. I wonder if there will be any difficulties in Xiao Xinyu's progression to the top of the world, or if no one will be able to stop him. After resting for a while, Xiao Xingyu regained his strength and began to prepare for the incredibly dangerous mission. He put on a red shirt, pants, as well as gloves. Looking at himself in the mirror, the guy pondered about the mission he needed to accomplish. Dailu gave in to panic, wondering from the guy if he really needed to go on such a dangerous mission. She realized that the guy had no reason to risk his life for a summoned beast. Dailu had the form of a beast king, so she would be able to get out in one piece if something went wrong, but the guy would not. However, Xiao Xingyu gave her a light slap on the forehead and asked the girl to stop talking about it. He reminded the girl that she was not just a summoned beast to him, but a part of the family. So wherever the path took them both, he was going to walk that path by the girl's side. Dailu was confused after the guy's words. The guy pointed out that he didn't agree to such a dangerous mission just because Dailu wanted him to. Dailu wondered how to solve the academy issue, considering that the guy would disappear for a few days. She did not want to let this matter go to waste. However, Xiao Xingyu had already resolved the matter by telling Principal Su Ruyan that he urgently needed to return home. After his request, the principal gave him 3 days of vacation. Meanwhile, at the sports center, Chen Qinyan informed Yang Shou and Xin Xin that Xiao Xingyu took a vacation and went home, so there would be no guy in training in the next few days. Hearing this news, Xin Xin puffed her cheeks disappointedly and remarked that she thought so. Yang Shou wondered where his sister was going. However, her sister gave her brother an unkind look and said that she was not feeling well and would skip the training session as she would return to the hotel. Her brother didn't argue with her, asking his sister to rest since she wasn't feeling well. However, he wondered what her sister was talking to Xiao Xingyu about yesterday, since she looked so depressed. Looking at Yang Shou and Xin Xin leaving, the teacher was disappointed that all the students had scattered and that no one wanted to attend class. He was also disappointed because the students didn't care that he was even there. Soon Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu arrived at the beach. Looking into the distance, the guy pointed out that if one swam straight from the Azure Beach to Ice and Flame Island, it would be the fastest way to get there. He wondered if the girl could swim that distance. Dai Lu was a little displeased, for she was a fox and not a shark. She began to complain that if she spent too much time in the water, she would get sick. After she said that, the guy was even more curious about what the girl's plan was. Dai Lu asked the guy to see for himself what her plan was, and then the sea in front of them raged. Xiao Xingyu asked her to stop wasting energy because she would only bait all the sea monsters with such manipulation. However, as it turned out, this was exactly what the girl wanted. Soon the beast she had been waiting for all this time appeared. Dai Lu immediately used chains to restrain the beast. Xiao Xingyu was surprised to see the royal lava tiger whale, a magical beast of the first stage Beast King form for the first time in person. The royal lava tiger whale was strong, but it was unlucky to meet Dai Lu. Hopping onto the royal lava tiger whale, Dai Lu told the beast to take them to Ice and Flame Island. Turning around to look at the guy, the girl noticed that he seemed nervous. Xiao Xingyu crouched on the monster's back, stating that if he said he wasn't nervous, the girl would be unlikely to believe him. Dai Lu believed that even now it wasn't too late to abandon their mission. The guy lay down on the monster's back and, looking at the girl, stated that he didn't regret his choice. He asked Dai Lu to wake him up when they reached the island, as he wanted to sleep now. The girl called out to the guy again, but he indignantly asked what else was wrong. Dai Lu decided not to say anything about anything. In the back of her mind, she swore that she would protect the guy for the rest of her life. Somewhere in the distance, Punk Hazard Island, that is, Ice and Flame Island, could be seen. Meanwhile, at the main base of the Navy, General Mu Rongjin was reading the newspaper and was happy that his daughter and son had taken the right path. Mu Rongjin read the article in the newspaper that the Azure Dragon Academy had won a crushing victory. Looking at the photo of his children and Xiao Xingyu, the general noticed that his children's friend was also extremely talented. He was distracted from this activity by Lao Bai coming in. He even thought that Jin should take a vacation to visit his children since he was so worried about them. Murong Jin was surprised that Lao Bai had appeared in front of him. However, Lao Bai reminded him that executing Medusa was a serious matter. As it turned out, the Empress was worried, so she sent Lao Bai to oversee the whole process. Murong Jin was confused. Did the Empress not trust him? Lao Bai asked him not to think that way, because he didn't know what was happening on land. Lao Bai decided to enlighten him by telling him that not long ago in Sakurano, cultists had tried to break through the border, but their troops had managed to push the cultists back. The south was also turbulent, with only fugitives and bandits. The biggest headache was definitely the Flame Alliance people, who wouldn't leave Medusa so easily and would definitely do something about it. Murong Jin asked the old man if all these groups knew that Lao Bai had arrived at the main naval base. The old man only laughed when he heard such a question. He was holding back a storm of emotions because he knew perfectly well that no one would dare to even poke their nose into the main naval base when they knew that two generals were there at once. Lao Bai is the general of the ground forces. Turning around at General Murong Jin's subordinates, Lao Bai glared at them in such a way that they shook with fear. Murong Jin told him not to scare his trusted men. He decided that now was the time to start the ceremony, so he ordered the prisoner to be brought in. After a while, the imprisoned Medusa, shackled in chains, was taken to the giant guillotine. Lao Bai was brought before Medusa. He reported in full disclosure that Medusa's atrocities were incalculable. Lao Bai believed that the fact that Medusa had survived to this day was only the Empress's favor. Medusa didn't flinch after such words said by Lao Bai towards her, but she was surprised by the words about her crimes being incalculable. A magical beast-class beast appeared in front of everyone present, Medusa, the spirit serpent of disasters. Medusa was amused that Lao Bai thought she was a monster, for if that was the case, then what was Shangguan Lan, who had more dirty secrets than all of them put together, in his eyes? At this moment, Xiao Xingyu and Dailu arrived at Ice and Flame Island. Dailu noticed that Medusa was being guarded by two generals, and didn't understand how they could even fight them. Xiao Xingyu wanted to wait a little longer and see if they would still have a chance. Looking up, he noticed that there were some suspicious individuals. The sea was raging heavily at this moment. Murong Jin did not hesitate and ordered his subordinates to prepare the Dragon Fang execution weapon. The subordinates pulled the guillotine with a giant rope, raising the blade upwards. Medusa was furious, for she realized that Shangguan Lan believed that with Medusa's death, Shangguan Lan's dark secrets would forever remain at the bottom of the sea. Emitting her frightening aura for the last time, she declared that sooner or later, the sins that Shangguan Lan had committed 200 years ago would come to light. The subordinates holding Medusa's chain trembled from this frightening aura. After a moment, they seemed to lose their mental sobriety and control over their bodies, bringing their blades to their throats. Lao Bai reacted lightning fast to such an action of Medusa, telling his subordinates not to breathe in the mist. He bound all four of his subordinates with vines of wood that came out from the ground. He also bound Medusa with vines of wood. By this act, he prevented Medusa from carrying out her plan, so she disliked his act very much. The old man was surprised at how incredible Medusa was, since even in such a dire situation, she was still able to use illusions and resist. Medusa reminded Lao Bai with a wry smile that he had probably forgotten what had happened to his family. After all, out of the 5 great clans, only his clan had been destroyed. And now the Bai family was now being served by Shangguan Lan. She considered such an act on Lao Bai's part as not loyalty, but a betrayal of her ancestors. She managed to shake Lao Bai's confidence as he threateningly declared for Medusa not to dare meddle in this matter. At the same moment, one of the subordinates pointed out to the hooded guests where the electrical room was located, and then informed them that as soon as they cut the power, the hooded guests would be on their way. However, they were discovered fairly quickly by other military personnel on the property. Realizing that things were bad, the hooded men decided to act decisively. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the grounds of the naval base. An alarm was raised on the island as someone had attacked the prison. The hooded men couldn't wait any longer, so they rushed to the attack, unleashing their magical beasts. Upon seeing the invaders, Lao Bai told his subordinates not to panic, but to first launch the defense protocol and lock down the island so that not even a fly could leave the island. Murong Jin ordered his subordinates to continue the execution of Medusa, because if Medusa died, the attacking people would have no reason to attack them anymore. Xiao Xingyu decided to take the chance. He sent Dailu to rescue Medusa. Running at full speed between the military, the girl separated the military without stopping for a second. Then, with small leaps, she went up to the place of execution. Murong Jin was greatly surprised by the sudden appearance of the 9-tailed fox. Medusa was also surprised when Dailu appeared beside her. However, Dailu immediately stopped her questions, saying that they would discuss everything later when they managed to get out of this place. Murong Jin was extremely unhappy that 9-tailed fox had appeared. He reminded her that she was wanted all over the Dragon State, and she had decided to show up on her own. He even thought 9-tailed fox was brave. Nevertheless, he didn't waver, deciding to send 9-tailed fox and Medusa to the other world. Murong Jin was about to deal with both of them. But at that moment, Lao Bai stopped him, asking him to wait and take a closer look. On the mountain next to Medusa and Dailu was a hooded guy. This guy was Xiao Xingyu, who tried to hide his identity behind a tight hooded garment and had a half-skull mask on his face. Lao Bai thought that the guy was from the Yan clan. Xiao Xingyu confidently said that they didn't need to know, as he had only come for the snake, and anyone who got in his way would die. Dailu thought that the guy had gotten into character quite well. Medusa, on the other hand, was extremely disgusted that a newly hatched chick and weakling dared to call her snake. She was surprised that such a pathetic beast-tamer's second star dared to address her like that. The hooded invaders didn't realize who the guy was. They even thought that maybe he was their ally. In the end, they decided that it didn't matter who the guy was, the important thing was to help him escape with Medusa now. Murongjin didn't care whether the guy was from Yanmen or not, since invading the Navy headquarters would only get him killed. An overjoyed Lao Bai informed his subordinates that whoever captured the guy alive would receive a generous reward. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu ate the pill he had previously prepared. Medusa was surprised that the guy's spiritual power increased tenfold in an instant. Xiao Xingyu informed Dailu that he would be able to last for a maximum of 10 minutes, and then his life would be in Dailu's hands. The girl understood without further ado what the guy was trying to convey to her. Murongjin did not hesitate, giving his subordinates the order to destroy the guy. The military men summoned their magical beasts and rushed to attack. Quite quickly, Xiao Xingyu, Dailu, and Medusa were surrounded by the military. Only then did Xiao Xingyu command Dailu to act. The girl in return asked the guy to take care of Medusa. Nine-tailed Fox stepped forward and unleashed her power. The military men immediately fainted one by one. The magical beasts belonging to the military had a hard time. They were in incredible pain. Some of the hooded invaders even foamed at the mouth from such an attack. One of them wondered to Mr. Guitian why they were being attacked as well. He was immediately called an idiot, as the man pointed out that meant what the guy saying he was from Flame Alliance was actually true. Murongjin was surprised by this turn of events, only now noticing that it looked like the nine-tailed fox had evolved. Lao Bai was startled when he saw the dragon's scales, horns, claws, and pupils, as it was a dragon power that had disappeared 200 years ago. Murongjin thought that the guy was incredibly dangerous, so he to Lao Bai that they by all means must not let him leave Ice and Flame Island. Lao Bai himself was well aware of the need to destroy the guy here and now. At the same moment, the ground beneath Xiao Xingyu trembled. A giant-sized plant with a mouth came out of the ground. The giant plant immediately tried to devour Xiao Xingyu, Dailu, and Medusa. They couldn't react in time and fell right into the giant plant's mouth. The military men ran up to the stem of the plant, looking at it with astonishment. One of the military men declared that the beast in front of him was a beast of the form of the king of beasts, cursed demon flower. The other military man thought that it was better to see it once than to hear it 100 times. The cursed demon flower was a beast plant with an ancient lineage, and besides, it looked simply incredible. Looking up, the military man trembled, for as he had expected from a god among the plant beasts, he had destroyed the enemies with a single blow. Once inside the giant plant, Xiao Xingyu wondered where they had gotten to. Medusa explained that they were inside the cursed demon flower's stomach. Even the cursed demon flower's stomach was not calm. Once inside the flower's stomach, the enemy magical beasts attacked Xiao Xingyu, Dailu, and Medusa. In the same second, hooded men surrounded Medusa. However, with a sweep of her tail, Dailu cleared the space around them from the enemies. Finding himself in a tight spot, the guy used his marvelous eyes. He immediately found the cursed demon flower's vulnerable spot, telling Dailu to use dragon breath, pointing out the beast's weak spot. Dailu heard him and immediately used dragon's breath, hitting cursed demon flower's weak spot. The cursed demon flower began to wriggle, showing how it was in pain and that something was going on inside of it. Murongjin tried to find out how Lao Bai was doing, since it had already been 6 minutes. Lao Bai explained that when the cursed demon flower swallowed a person, the person would be in agony, due to the fact that their flesh would start to decompose and their bones would be shattered. So Lao Bai thought that even the dragon fox wouldn't be able to get out. However, at the same moment, the cursed demon flower was torn apart, and from it a gigantic 9-tailed dragon fox appeared. Lao Bai couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't even imagine that the 9-tailed dragon fox would be able to escape from the cursed demon flower's stomach. Murongjin, on the other hand, was impressed by the power of the dragon flame, as even a cursed demon flower with ancient blood couldn't withstand such an attack. Murongjin said that they had already been fighting Flame Alliance for 100 years, and that he was surprised that the guy had such strength, but he wasn't even on the top 10 list of wanted criminals. He was curious about who the guy really was. Xiao Xingyu only laughed at Mu Rongjin's request for him to give his name. In response to this ridicule, Mu Rongjin decided that since the guy didn't want to reveal his identity, then they would have to arrest him and slowly interrogate him in the underwater prison. At this moment, a magic beast that Mu Rongjin had summoned appeared from the water. The magical beast began to suppress the nine-tailed dragon fox with its ability. Xiao Xingyu was impressed and excited at the same time, as he was convinced that the magical beast belonging to Mu Rongjin possessed a powerful and incredibly destructive force. The giant magical beast attacked the nine-tailed dragon fox, and the nine-tailed dragon fox attacked the giant magical beast in response. As a result, their attacks collided, causing an explosion. The guy was having a hard time enduring the pain. Bloody tears had already started to flow from his eyes. He reminded Delu that there was no way they could drag out the fight, as the pill would still be in effect for a little over 3 more minutes. Dailu realized what he wanted to tell her, deciding that the most important task now was to escape. Lao Bai was unwilling to let them go, so he used the execution by myriad vines ability. A multitude of vines appeared as if out of nowhere, restraining the nine-tailed dragon fox's movements. Lao Bai was furious because even though they burned his cursed demon flower with dragon flames, plant beasts were naturally painless. Xiao Xingyu realized that they were in a rather pitiful situation. They were surrounded from the front and back. The vines incredibly restrained nine-tailed dragon fox's movements, preventing her from moving. The giant magic monster belonging to Mu Rongjin was also preparing to destroy nine-tailed dragon fox with its powerful technique. After realizing the situation, Xiao Xingyu told Dailu to stop resisting, suppress the dragon's power, and disable the energy shield. Dailu couldn't understand why she would do something like that in such a situation. However, Xiao Xingyu asked her to trust and do what he was asking her to do. The water trident rushed towards her, and the vines also restrained her during this attack on her. Looking at the dust that rose up, Lao Bai couldn't understand why nine-tailed dragon fox suddenly stopped fighting and even gave up her shield. Mu Rongjin didn't care why she did so, because in any case, no enemy was capable of withstanding the strike of the sea god Leviathan's trident. Suddenly, they noticed a bright glow at the point of attack. Lao Bai was surprised that they were still alive, even after being struck by the sea god Leviathan's trident. Mu Rongjin couldn't believe it, because the trident was his pride. At the same moment, a purple dragon appeared out of a puff of dust. Mu Rongjin was shocked that a dragon had appeared in front of them, but he soon realized that a dragon soul had appeared in front of him. Lao Bai was eager to find out who the guy was, since he was able to release the dragon soul. Dailu was in a state of bewilderment as to how she was still alive. Xiao Xingyu explained to her that she had an ability, the Dragon Soul ability. The Dragon Soul ability automatically protects against lethal damage. The guy quickly realized that this ability would be good for fighting Leviathan and Cursed Demon Flower. The girl was even a bit indignant that the guy looked somehow calm at such a moment. In fact, the guy was in a very heavy state of mind. He admitted that his spiritual energy was at 0, so he might pass out or die in a minute. He wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Dailu also wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. The old man was unwilling to let them go, reactivating the vines to bind the nine-tailed dragon fox. However, Dailu got tired of the old man and Cursed Demon Flower always getting in her way, so she attacked Cursed Demon Flower and threw it far away from the island into the sky. At the same moment, the guy told Nine-Tailed Dragon Fox to use the Bloody Eye ability. But aside from the old man, their enemy was Mu Rongjin. He claimed that they represented the honor of the Dragon State Navy and that the billions of citizens of the Dragon State were behind them. Mu Rongjin could not allow them to escape from Ice and Flame Island. He then told Leviathan to use the sea god trident again. Leviathan obeyed his master and began to form the sea god trident from the water. Just at the same instant, the nine-tailed dragon fox struck from the sky directly at the trident with its attack. Their attacks met with a huge explosion and a monstrously bright glow. Xiao Xingyu, Dailu, and Medusa were thrown aside by such a blast. Once the dust cleared, Mu Rongjin and Lao Bai noticed that the invaders were no longer there. Mu Rongjin was disappointed that he had allowed such monsters to escape. Lao Bai was also disappointed that he was already too old to resist the power of the Dragon Soul. Mu Rongjin was unwilling to give up. He thundered that they were in the territory of the Navy headquarters and that no one could just come and leave on a whim from their territory. He then ordered all available vessels to search all coastal waters for trespassers. However, at that moment, one of the ships came under attack. A subordinate reported to General Murong Jin that the Southern Islands Alliance had attacked them. Murong Jin clearly did not expect such a thing at such a moment. He immediately received a report from a subordinate that the first ship had been hit and they had a leak in the hold. Some asked the general not to worry, as the attackers were no match for them. Others reported that the seventh ship's turbine was out of commission. A third reported that a third ship was coming to help, and that the general should not worry. Grabbing the radio and hearing that the captain of one of the ships was injured, Murong Jin changed his mind. He told the Leviathan to put off searching for the man in the black robe, or better yet, to surface and help repel the Southern Island Alliance's attack. After surfacing on the surface of the water, Dailu looked around, searching for the guy. Xiao Xingyu, meanwhile, was sinking to the seabed, unable to resist, as if he had eaten devil fruit. The side effects of the dragon elixir were too strong, so he could no longer resist. He wanted to sleep so badly, and he was also incredibly cold from sinking to the seabed. At that moment, a giant-sized Medusa swam up to him and grabbed the guy with her hands and pulled him to the surface of the water. Looking at him, she even praised him that he was an ordinary human being, was able to withstand 2 beast tamers of 9 stars. However, she had her own plans, and even apologized to the guy when she tried to put it in her mouth. The guy continued his unsuccessful attempts to resist the side effects of the dragon elixir. As soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Dailu crying. The girl was glad that the guy was finally awake, for she had been very scared for him. The incredibly exhausted guy was wondering from the girl if they had accomplished their mission. In addition, his face was incredibly sore. Looking around a bit, he couldn't figure out where they were even. According to Dailu's story, they were inside the Medusa, but she told him not to worry, as no beast moved underwatery as fast as the Medusa. Looking at the girl, the guy was glad that they were able to accomplish the mission, and he was able to keep his promise. He was about to ask the girl for forgiveness, but he was no longer able to resist and fell asleep. Dailu did not wish the lad to close his eyes now. That hour, Medusa surfaced to the surface of the water to see where they were. She felt that the guy was badly injured and unconscious, and his condition was grave. So finding an uninhabited island nearby, she decided that they would stop there. Soon, Murong Jin and Lao Bai were able to deal with the attackers from the Southern Island Alliance. Murong Jin felt that they had dishonored the entire dragon state today, since the 2 generals couldn't handle such a simple task. Lao Bai was now only thinking about how they could survive the Empress's wrath. A moment later, a golden light lit up the sky, and then they saw the 7-colored sacred Qilin descending towards them from the sky. Murong Jin and Lao Bai were incredibly startled when they saw that the Empress had appeared so early. Shangguan Lan was incredibly angry and looked down on her subordinates, wondering where Medusa was. Murong Jin immediately started apologizing that he couldn't live up to the Empress's expectations and let the prisoner escape. Lao Bai bitterly and fearfully reported that other forces had also attacked them, and that was the only reason why that person had managed to escape. The Empress was unwilling to listen to their pathetic excuses. All she cared about was who had taken Medusa and escaped. Lao Bai revealed that the person was wearing a black cloak and a mask with the face of a demon. In addition, the 9-tailed fox Dailu was his battle beast. Shangguan Lan was enraged. She couldn't understand how the 2 generals couldn't protect the Navy headquarters. Getting down on one knee, Murong Jin admitted his guilt and was willing to suffer the punishment he deserved. Lao Bai also got down on one knee and confessed to the Empress that the assailants had the power of a dragon and the 9-tailed fox had the dragon soul. Shangguan Lan could not believe such information and denied her suspicions after hearing this. She told Murong Jin and Lao Bai to tell her where the black-clothed man had fled to. After she dealt with the matter and returned, she would then punish them. Murong Jin informed her that the man had gone to the southeast. The Empress immediately turned in that direction and rushed there. Looking after her, Lao Bai realized that if the Empress decided to intervene in this matter, then a big change was definitely coming to the dragon state. Meanwhile, on the desert island, Medusa and Dailu were sitting around a campfire while the guy lay next to the fire. Medusa couldn't have imagined that so much would happen to Dailu in such a short time. Dailu wouldn't have believed it either, for without the guy's help, she would have died in the dark cave long ago. Medusa was quick to notice that Dailu and Guy had an overly close relationship. Xiao Xingyu was delirious and asked for water. Dailu wanted to fetch it, but Medusa disappointedly remarked that there was no fresh water on the island. So instead of water, Dailu gave the guy some of her own blood to drink. Medusa was shocked by such an act on the part of her friend. Her friend was willing to sacrifice her blood for some man. Suddenly, a girl and a damaged dragon appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu. He was able to recognize her as it was the empress of the dragon state, Shangguan Lan. She approached him to destroy him, and he only helplessly defended himself. Everything around started cracking like a mirror shattered, and then Xiao Xingyu abruptly jumped up. Dailu was glad that the guy finally woke up, because he had slept all morning and she was very worried about him. He grabbed his head with his hand because his head suddenly started spinning, but he was more interested in the strange dream he had. The guy asked the girl where they were now. Dailu told him that at the moment they were on an uninhabited island near a magical strait. It was outside the jurisdiction of the Dragon State Fleet, so she asked the guy not to worry about anything. Licking his lips, he instantly tasted the dragon and that Dailu had let him drink her blood. The girl with a trembling voice explained that after losing consciousness, Xiao Xingyu was severely dehydrated and there was no fresh water on the island, so she had to do so. Xiao Xingyu was grateful and appreciated such an act on the girl's part. Just at this moment, he saw that the girl's loyalty increased to 99 towards him. After that, Medusa peeked into the cave, wondering how long they would be acting like this. Xiao Xingyu was surprised to see the crown on Medusa's head. Medusa had been filling a glass of water for him the whole time and then brought him a glass of water, for which he thanked her. Looking at Medusa, the guy even blushed. Medusa thought that it was not the guy who should thank her, but she thanked him. She thanked him for saving her life. Dailu pointed out to the guy that this was the highest form of appreciation in the snake tribe. Xiao Xingyu asked Medusa to behave without all these formalities. Medusa, on the other hand, confessed that the snake tribe always repays goodness, even more so for saving a life. She said that whatever the guy wants, she will fulfill it if he only wishes, and that he cannot be shy in his request. The girl obviously doesn't know yet for what purpose she was released and what the guy needs from her. The guy was intrigued as the girl herself told him not to be shy. Without thinking about anything else, Xiao Xingyu confessed that he wanted to choose Medusa as his desire. What will Medusa say to such a tempting offer from the guy? Medusa understood the guy's choice, but nevertheless she refused the guy's offer with an annoyed look. Xiao Xingyu absolutely did not expect this turn of events, so he was incredibly surprised by the fact that Medusa refused his proposal. While the guy looked upset at Medusa, she sat down beside the fire with a calm expression. She nonchalantly informed him that she was willing to do anything for the guy except making a bloody contract. Xiao Xingyu couldn't understand how he was suddenly rejected and wanted to know the reason why Medusa refused his offer. She stated that orcs would never be slaves. We will never be slaves. The guy was incredibly generous, so he even offered food and lodging. But Medusa refused even such a generous offer. Dailu recalled her first meeting with the guy. At one time, she too had been forced into a bloody contract with Xiao Xingyu, but she was that everything ended well for her in the end. At the same moment, a fountain of blood literally spurted out from the guy's mouth. He reminded Shasha that he thought that if he risked his life for her, he could warm her cold heart. He threw his head back dramatically and began to complain that he was wrong to claim that Medusa had no room for warmth in her soul. Medusa was a little surprised by this turn of events. In addition, she couldn't understand why the guy's mouth was bleeding again. Xiao Xingyu put all of his acting skills to use. He dramatically said that since Medusa didn't want to make a bloody contract with him, then he had no reason to live anymore. Besides, in his next life, he wasn't going to save an ungrateful snake like Medusa anymore. Medusa only heard a rebuke in his direction for being ungrateful. It was as if Dailu decided to play along and also dramatically asked the guy not to leave her alone. Eventually, under the pressure of cheap manipulation, Medusa gave in and agreed to sign a bloody contract just so the guy wouldn't die. With a happy smile, the guy grabbed Medusa's hands. He remarked that Shasha was incredibly kind and that he was now motivated to live again. Medusa was shocked by the guy's behavior. Dailu decided to intervene, pulling the guy's cheek away with her hand. She started reprimanding him for being so shamelessly manipulative of everyone as of late. The guy didn't deny his guilt, but admitted that all means were good in such a situation. Besides, he believed that death was far worse than a bloody contract. Dailu wondered what the guy would have undertaken if the moral pressure wouldn't have worked on Medusa. With an incredibly intimidating smirk, the guy stated that he would then simply capture Medusa and hand her over to the authorities to collect the reward. In that case, Medusa would quickly surrender, and he would have succeeded. Dailu was slightly disappointed in the guy. After his words, she thought that honest people were almost impossible to meet these days, so Medusa was just a paragon of morality and ethics against the guy's background. The guy did not hesitate, approached Medusa and decided to immediately make a bloody contract. Shasha immediately agreed to his proposal. The guy launched a bloody drop from his finger right into the girl's forehead. In the same instant, everything around Medusa glowed with a golden light. And then a mark appeared on Medusa's forehead. The guy joyfully announced that he was the master of Shasha from now on. The girl still couldn't believe that she had actually made a bloody contract with a human. She even thought that making a bloody contract with a human was just her sleep. Dailu understood the girl perfectly in this matter. The guy immediately began to use his marvelous eyes to examine Medusa. Medusa was a spiritual serpent of disaster. Stage, Beast King form, level 2. Bloodline, divine scarlet blood, mythical. Shackles of dreaming ability. Any enemy who sees Medusa, if they are of a lower level, will be drawn into a dream world and plunged into oblivion. Cataclysmic coming ability. When it appears, Medusa causes calamities such as pestilence, thunderstorms, volcanic eruptions, and other disasters. Attributes: Orc, mental water. Loyalty, 10. The skill phantasmal absorption causes an enemy to pass through 9 circles of illusion. When the soul is separated from the body, death ensues. Death embrace. Medusa wraps her long body around the enemy and strangles them until they are unconscious. Life-stealing skill. Medusa's venomous fangs sink into the enemy's body, sucking out his life force and restoring his own. He also learns that Medusa likes sweets and prefers to live in cold places. Evolution path. Demonic Medusa, the highest form of evolution. Hidden evolution path. Spiritual catastrophe. Snake, sky-eating dragon Medusa, wanderer of the world. The guy now realized even better that Shasha was incredibly strong. If he had another dragon bone, he would help her evolve. He realized that he needed to find the Eye of Rebirth and the Dungeon Lord's magic crystal to help Medusa evolve into a world wanderer. At that moment, a bright crack of thunder came from the sky. The guy at the same moment felt as if lightning had struck him. Dailu noticed that the guy didn't look good, so she inquired if he was all right. However, Xiaoxing Yu instantly realized that he had a bad feeling. After all, even though the danger had already passed, his heart was frantically pounding. Only now did he realize that he had saved Medusa, but the system still hadn't given him a reward, which meant he still hadn't completed his task. He instantly told Dailu and Shasha that they needed to escape from the island immediately. Xiaoxing Yu perfectly sensed that if they didn't escape now, it would be too late. Dailu realized that the matter was very urgent, and the guy wasn't kidding. Medusa noted that she swam much faster than any of them, so she told them to climb on her back. As soon as they had only sailed a little away from the island came under a devastating attack from the sky. Dailu was startled to see that the island had been destroyed. Xiaoxing Yu told the others to look up and that a guest had arrived. High in the sky, they saw Empress Shangguan Lan, who had personally arrived to punish the intruders who know her secrets. She immediately noticed that the guy was wearing a black cloak and a mask with the face of a demon, which meant she was not mistaken. After spotting the 7-colored sacred Qilin, Dailu was finally convinced that Empress Shangguan Lan was in front of them. The giant snake-shaped Medusa sadly noted that Shangguan Lan was chasing them, so they wouldn't be able to escape. Xiaoxing Yu was disappointed that he had to face the strongest of all beast tamers at this moment. His spiritual power was already running low, and he had no pills left. On top of that, he couldn't use his techniques. The guy was in a predicament, completely unaware of how he could get out of such a situation. Dailu asked the guy to take it easy and trust her. With great difficulty, she activated the shield around them. Shangguan Lan looked at Dailu with an arrogant look. She stated that the little fox was lucky to be able to bond with the blood of a pure-blood dragon. Shangguan Lan was interested in the guy, so she told him to identify himself, because only then would she keep the guy's body intact. Being in a panic, Dailu asked Shangguan Lan to stop. Shangguan Lan was perplexed as to what was even going on. Dailu stated that she was willing to swear allegiance to Shangguan Lan right now, but then Shangguan Lan must let the guy live, even if her imprisoned the guy in the dungeon forever. The guy was surprised by such a sudden offer from Dailu. However, lighting the flame in her hands, Shangguan Lan pointed out that it was not proper for the dead to talk to the living. Medusa did not wish to give up or discuss anything with Shangguan Lan. She wished for them all to fight Shangguan Lan. Shangguan Lan became angry upon hearing the response of the disturbers of her peace, believing that they had then chosen their own fate. In the same instant, a golden dragon seemed to appear around Shangguan Lan. Dailu was astonished when she saw that Shangguan Lan was using the dragon's power. Shangguan Lan's body had changed. Horns grew on her head and 2 wings appeared from her back. Dailu was frightened when she saw the black dragon's soul. She felt an incredibly sinister and monstrous energy. The girl even began to doubt that Shangguan Lan was actually a human, for a human was not capable of such a thing. Medusa explained to them that this was the real face of Shangguan Lan, and that Shangguan Lan wanted them to take her secret to the grave with them. The 7-colored sacred Qilin, along with Shangguan Lan, had already rushed towards them in full swing. Dailu sadly noticed that they had no chance of surviving this battle, but nevertheless, she refused to give up. She assumed her beast form, preparing for a desperate battle. Dailu, in her beast form, faced the 7-colored sacred Qilin. At the same moment, Dailu in her beast form began to lose one limb after another, and then turned back into humanoid form and began to fall down. Guy and Medusa were worried for Dailu, who had suffered so much from just one attack by the 7-colored sacred Qilin. Guy picked up Dailu, but the girl was severely injured from such a strong attack. From her last strength, she looked at the guy. The girl already felt that her life was coming to an end. She sadly noticed that they had only recently met. She wanted to spend more time with the guy. The girl started apologizing to the guy for getting him into such a dangerous situation. Xiao Xingyu could no longer hold back his tears and started crying. He tried to convince Dailu that it wasn't her fault at all for the current situation, and it was his own decision to help her. Dailu apologized again and again to the guy that she could no longer hold on, and apparently her life had come to an end. The girl could no longer keep her hand in the air, her hand fell to the ground, and the girl's gaze faded. Xiao Xingyu recalled how many hard moments they had gone through together with Dailu, and he was shaking with overwhelming anger. Shangguan Lan asked the guy not to worry too much about the fox, as the guy would be able to reunite with her soon. Shangguan Lan began to prepare her devastating and incredibly powerful attack. Shasha confidently stated that the guy should not worry, as she would protect him until his death. And after death, the 2 of them would wait for the guy. However, the guy refused such an offer from Medusa. Medusa didn't understand what he was saying. Xiao Xingyu explained to her that he didn't want such an ending. He believed that Dailu should live, and just at this moment, a bright crystal shone near Dailu. Shangguan Lan was incredibly surprised when she saw the dragon tear. In that instant, it was as if time began to roll backwards. Not long ago, the time was 7 hours and 10 minutes, and by the end of the dragon's tear effect, the time had rolled back to 4 hours and 45 minutes. Using the dragon tear, the guy was able to undo all the events that had happened to them recently. Suddenly, he saw Dailu in front of him, who was calling out to him. She didn't understand why the guy was hovering in the clouds for a long time. Xiao Xingyu still couldn't believe that they had succeeded. The girl didn't understand what the guy was even talking about. Xiao Xingyu abruptly jumped up and approached Dailu and then kissed her, which was too unexpected for the girl. Just at that moment, Shasha saw them. The girl was surprised by what was happening in front of her eyes. Grabbing Dailu by her shoulders, the guy stated that there was no time to make clarifications. He decided to communicate the most important thing that they need, to leave the island immediately. The guy told Shasha to swim towards the strait, as there were so many other beasts there. which means there were a lot of odors in that place, which plays into their hands. The girls were frightened by such sudden concerns from the guy, but Shasha decided not to argue with him in this matter. Soon Shangguan Lan arrived at the island and destroyed the island. She noticed that the trail of the intruders was lost in this place. Further away, however, the Strait of Magical Beasts had already begun. She was disappointed that the intruders had managed to escape. Looking into the distance at the Strait of Magical Beasts, Shangguan Lan promised that next time not even a bone would be left of the guy in the black cloak. Meanwhile, a guy and two girls were hiding in the territory of the Magical Beast Strait. Shasha thought that most likely no one was chasing them anymore. The guy fearfully pointed out that if they were found even in the Strait of Magical Beasts, then they would only have to die. Dailu was quite perceptive, so she immediately inquired how the guy realized that they would be chased by Shangguan Lan. The guy got down on one knee beside the girl, that Medusa even thought that the guy would confess his love to Dailu. Xiao Xingyu took the girl's hands and declared that he couldn't lose the girl a second time and that he wouldn't survive it. Dailu's face turned slightly red, though she still didn't understand what the guy was even talking about. Only now did Xiao Xingyu admit that it was all about the dragon tear and that he had accidentally activated it. He asked the others to touch the dragon tear and then they would understand everything. The girls were surprised and annoyed to realize the situation they were in without even realizing it. Tears started to appear from Dailu's eyes, so the guy asked her if she was going to cry. However, the girl began to justify that it wasn't tears, but just sand in her eye. Medusa was not very happy with the situation in which she found herself. Only now did the guy see the system alert. The system was congratulating the guy for successfully rescuing Medusa. The guy received a reward, 1 pure-blood dragon egg, as well as 10,000 points. Receiving the news made the guy smile a little. After all, if the reward for saving Medusa was given by the system, then it meant that they were safe this time. Xiao Xingyu remembered that Dailu had told him that Shasha knew the secret of the dragon battle that happened 200 years ago. The guy asked Shasha to tell him about who Shangguan Lan really was and whether or not she was even human. Shasha told the guy that once upon a time, Shangguan Lan used to slay dragons in packs, but ended up becoming what she was fighting, a sinister dragon. In the war 200 years ago, 90% of the strongest warriors of the dragon state participated. Back then, there were two strongest warriors, Shangguan Lan and Xiao Liang. In those distant times, Shangguan Lan was not yet the empress of the dragon state, and Xiao Liang was not the rebel leader of the Flame Alliance. Back then, Shasha was just a small snake hiding in a rock. The girl remembered how they fought in the Dragon Valley where her hideout was, so she saw the entire battle with her own eyes. After Shangguan Lan had killed countless dragons, she stood in the center of the valley and was covered in dragon blood. Shasha remembered Shangguan Lan laughing hysterically at that moment. Shangguan Lan then transformed into a black dragon that was much larger than its brethren. Obsessed with bloodlust, she destroyed the entire valley, not caring whether the enemy in front of her was an enemy or an ally. When the battle was over, the dragons were destroyed and almost all beast tamers were dead. The only survivor was Xiao Liang, the current leader of the Flame Alliance. Only because Shasha was far away, then she was able to avoid death. But even so, Shangguan Lan still wanted to kill her. Now Xiao Xingyu could understand why Xiao Liang betrayed the dragon state and created the Flame Alliance, becoming Shangguan Lan's enemy. Xiao Xingyu was curious as to how Shangguan Lan was able to become a sinister dragon. He was curious to know if it was because of her or if it was about the number of dragons destroyed. If what mattered here was the number of dragons destroyed, the guy was curious how many Xiao Liang had destroyed then. Xiao Xingyu realized that Medusa was not directly involved in the events, which meant that the only way to find out the truth was to ask Xiao Liang about it. However, the guy realized pretty quickly that meeting Xiao Liang was almost impossible. He was a disciple of Azure Dragon Academy and a second-star beast tamer, and Xiao Liang was the rebel leader of the Flame Alliance. If the guy were to bond with Xiao Liang, then his sister might be in trouble, and such a bond would threaten his sister's life. Medusa wondered what the guy would do when he knew the truth about Shangguan Lan. The guy only grinned after her question. Xiao Xingyu didn't think it was a good decision to suddenly become a fighter for justice and accuse Shangguan Lan of atrocities from 200 years ago. He didn't even think such thoughts were funny. After all, one couldn't feud with such a monster. Dailu thought a little differently as she realized that Shangguan Lan had already targeted the guy and would not let go of him so easily. Xiao Xingyu responded by arrogantly saying that Shangguan Lan was after the man in the black cloak, and that man had nothing to do with him. Dailu was not convinced by his words. The guy then asked her not to think about it and reminded her that they needed to rest for a while first and then slowly return to the city. The dragon tear in the guy's hand suddenly shone brightly. The guy's head suddenly ached and his legs began to shake. In the same instant, the guy lost consciousness. After a while, Xiao Xingyu woke up but didn't realize what place he was in and why the place was so dark. A moment later, a dragon appeared in front of him, blinding his eyes with its bright light. Xiao Xingyu tried to escape, wondering at the black dragon how Shangguan Lan had snuck into this place. As the guy ran, he bumped his foot against a huge mirror. He wondered who could even put a mirror in such a place. Suddenly, his body began to be covered in dragon scales. He became frightened, not realizing what was happening to him at the moment. Instantly, wings began to appear from his back. He didn't want to become a monster, but horns grew on his head, his ears changed their shape and became longer. His eyes were covered with blackness, and the wings on his back increased in size. Meanwhile, Dailu was inquiring from her friend about the guy's health condition. Medusa examined the guy, realizing that the guy was currently in a weakened state due to recent events. Also, the guy had a high fever, so she assumed that the guy would be unconscious for a few days. Medusa even complained that the human body was too infirm. Dailu didn't understand what they should do next. Looking at Dailu, Shasha hinted that the magic beast's milk could boost the immunity and recovery ability of the guy. Dailu was incredibly confused. She didn't understand where the girl was looking, since she definitely didn't have any milk. With an incredibly red face, Dailu announced that she understood what Medusa was getting at and went to get the magic beast's milk. Xiao Xingyu soon regained consciousness with a cry that he was not a monster. He quickly noticed that it was all just a dream. The guy was relieved because all the agony he had experienced was only a dream, and he had almost died of fright. Medusa was incredibly happy to see that the guy had regained consciousness. Xiao Xingyu noticed that Shasha was beside him, so he immediately tried to find out how long he had slept. Shasha told him that they were still near the magic beast strait and the guy had slept for 3 days. The guy was scared since it had been 3 whole days and he still had a supernova competition. As he tried to get up from the ground, he noted that it had been about 5 days since they had left the city. Therefore, he needed to return to the city immediately to make it to the finals in time. If he didn't make it back to the city in time, that the academy might suspect something. And if the Empress noticed that the guy was missing at such a moment, he would definitely be finished. Just at this moment, Dailu ran into the cave. She was glad that the guy had finally woken up. Shasha was also worried about the guy's well-being. She realized that the guy was in a big hurry, but she asked him to calm down. The guy couldn't do otherwise because there was too much at stake. If he didn't make it back to the city in time, big problems awaited him, and not only him. Seeing Dailu, the guy asked what she was holding in her hands. Dailu informed him that she had brought the milk of a magical beast, which the guy should drink right now. However, the guy did not like the idea. He refused, for he was human and could only drink milk tea at most. The guy didn't like the beast's milk and found it too nasty. Dailu did not accept the guy's refusal, as the guy needed to drink the magical beast's milk. Medusa smirked and asked the guy if he knew why he had been unconscious for 3 days. The girl believed that the milk of the magical beast would strengthen the immune system and restore the guy's vitality. She also added that Dailu had sacrificed too much. Looking at the embarrassed girl in front of him, the guy began to ponder Medusa's words. Suddenly, looking at the magic beast milk that was in his hands, he thought in a completely different direction from the original one. Medusa told the guy to stop procrastinating. After all, Dailu had extracted the milk especially for him, and if he didn't drink it, the girl would be upset. Dailu stated that she had put in a lot of effort, drop by drop, so she wanted the guy to drink the milk. Blushing a little, the guy still decided to drink the milk. He realized that Dailu had sacrificed too much for him, so he didn't want to hurt the girl again. Therefore, he gathered his courage and drank the magic beast's milk. Only now did he feel and realize what an idiot he had been, for he realized that he had drunk the milk of the Silver Tiger Empress. Medusa was teasing the guy at this time. Medusa reminded the guy that she didn't have a lactation period after all, so the girl had to hunt female magical beasts every day. The guy couldn't keep his face unshaken and immediately admitted that he almost died of fear. Only Delu still didn't understand what the guy was even thinking originally. Moving from jokes to real questions, the guy asked Medusa how long it would take them to get back to the coast of the Dragon State, given Medusa's top speed. The girl felt that half a day would be enough for her. Xiao Xingyu decided that since they had some time, the girls could catch a beast for them to eat. Medusa didn't find it a problem, asking the guy to wait in the cave as they would be back pretty quickly. After chasing the girls out of the cave and being left alone, the guy was going to see what reward the system had given him. The system had given him a pure-blood dragon egg as a reward. The attributes and skills of the egg were unknown. Cultivation method: long-term infusion of dragon power. Materials for accelerated dragon hatching: ice lotus from dragon bones, dragon heart, underground flame berries. Prohibitions when hatching a dragon from an egg: it is forbidden to contact with evil forces, otherwise a genetic mutation will occur. A pure-blooded dragon will become a demonic dragon. Looking at the egg in his hand, the guy was slightly disappointed by the difficulty. He couldn't even grow anything from a seed, and here was a real dragon. However, he realized that since he had a magical beast, the conditions should be tough. Suddenly, he heard a noise at the entrance of the cave. Shasha and Dailu had already managed to obtain magic beasts and brought them into the cave. Xiao Xingyu was surprised at how fast the girls acted. Soon they were eating the roasted meat of magical beasts on the fire with gusto. Looking at Medusa, the guy noticed that even in her human form, she was eating rather huge chunks of magical beast's meat. The girl immediately reacted after noticing the guy's gaze on her. She inquired what the guy was thinking about. The pervert immediately decided to check with the girl about his relationship with her. Medusa thought that the guy was her savior, so she stated that the guy could speak his mind directly. Just at that moment, the guy decided to ask the girl if she could give him some of her excrement. Medusa felt as if she was petrified when she heard the guy's request. She even decided to ask the guy again what he said, as she thought she heard wrong. Not the least bit embarrassed, the guy with a smile again asked the girl for some excrement. Medusa became furious and let out her claws, thinking that the guy was definitely looking for death. Dailu immediately stood up and tried to stop Medusa. Medusa asked Dailu not to stop her because she just needed to kill the pervert who was right in front of her. The guy realized that the situation was rather unpleasant, so he figured that since Medusa was refusing, then Dailu could comply with his request. However, Dailu resented the guy's suggestion. She stated that he only approached her because Medusa was unwilling to fulfill his request. Dailu even called the guy a pervert and incredibly spoiled. The two girls angrily declared that the guy was a pervert. Xiao Xingyu tried to explain that he was not a pervert and that he needed the excrement of the magical beast for fertilizer. He didn't understand why the girls were looking at him as if they were willing to die rather than agree to such a disgusting request. Medusa was slightly surprised to hear about the plant. Dailu also stated that she and Medusa were no longer wild beasts, so they had pride and dignity. The guy admitted his mistake and that he was too rude to them, but nevertheless he really needed the fertilizer. The most important condition for excrement is that the magical beast has the form of a beast king. After thinking about it for a bit, Dailu noticed that other magical beasts might be suitable as well. After listening to the guy, Medusa didn't know what the problem was, because they were currently in the magical beast strait, and at the bottom of the strait there were many beasts of the level they needed sleeping. After a while, Xiao Xingyu, Dailu and Shasha decided to pull off their plan. The three lights dived to the bottom of the magical beast strait. As soon as the lights touched the bottom of the strait, the bottom immediately exploded. At the same instant, the magical beast, disturbed by the explosion, became indignant. The magical beast was about to find out who dared to disturb the peace. Suddenly, a small magical beast appeared out of the water. It started complaining and shouting why someone had gotten the idea to hurl fire into the sea. The guy was a little surprised when he first saw the rare mutated imperial whale. The girl resented the guy calling it rare. She angrily stated that the guy was definitely sick of living. Xiao Yu was not the least bit scared and provocatively told the beast to come out and fight him. Such insolence, the girl couldn't stand it, so she was going to rip the guy apart in 3 seconds. She instantly jumped out of the water, intending not to leave even bones from the guy after their fight. However, at that moment, the magical beast saw that the guy wasn't alone and was incredibly scared. Medusa was already stretching her arms, wondering what the girl had said about killing her master. She wondered if the girl had enough to carry out her threat. Dailu was also outraged that the girl dared to insult their master. She thought that the girl should prepare to die after her words. The girl immediately bowed her head to the ground. She apologized and also asked to be pitied, for she still had her mother and 3 eggs that had not yet hatched. The guy had assumed all along that whales gave birth to calves. He stroked the girl's head and informed her that they were not villains, so they would not kill the girl. The magical beast still couldn't believe the guy's words. However, Xiao Yu then said incredibly horrible things to the girl. The pervert asked for the girl to give him some excrement, which came as an incredible shock to the girl. She immediately slapped the guy in the face with her tail, believing that the guy was a pervert. Soon, Xiao Yu, Dailu and Shasha were already heading towards the shore of the dragon state. The guy was even a little disappointed that the girl had escaped. He basically didn't understand what was so unpleasant about his request, nor did he understand why he had been hit in the first place. Dailu chuckled a bit at the situation that had occurred. Nevertheless, the guy was glad that he was able to get the fertilizer. Medusa noticed that there were snowy mountains ahead. They only needed to cross the snowy mountains and then they would be in the city of the 4 spirits. After listening to Medusa, Xiao Yu decided that they needed to rest and wash first, or else someone might suspect something because of the too strong smell that came from them. After a while, they found a cozy place with a waterfall. The guy immediately asked if they wanted to wash with him. He was going to rub their backs and give them a massage. Dailu was a little embarrassed and refused his offer. Shasha, on the other hand, smiled, thinking that the guy was so young and therefore must be incredibly tough. Dailu immediately covered her mouth with her hand and asked her to shut up. Xiao Yu was pleased to see that the girls were getting along so well. He also admitted that he had heard that the girls in Silver City were incredibly beautiful. Shasha was angered by his words, vehemently stating that she was not that kind of girl. Xiao Yu was happy to know that the girls there were. Dailu had absolutely no idea what they were even talking about. Suddenly, a beast jumped out of the bushes and landed right on the guy's head. Taking the beast off his head with his hand, the guy examined it. Dailu immediately recognized the beast. It was an electric hare. However, the electric hare wasn't just running away, as a pack of storm wolves appeared from the bushes following him. Looking at the pack of storm wolves, the guy realized that they had mistaken him for a rival in the hunt. Xiao Yu decided to trust Dailu and Shasha to deal with the wolves quickly. The girls were only too happy to finally stretch their fists. When was his sister going to take action instead of sitting on the sidelines? After a while, Xiao Yu observed the burnt wolves. He thought that Dailu was incredibly cruel since she didn't spare anyone. Dailu was displeased with the guy's statement towards her. After all, she was actually saving the guy, and he was suddenly unhappy with the result. Xiao Yu tried to smooth the edges in their conversation. After that, he let Electric Hare go. The guy asked Electric Hare to remember that in this world, the strongest survived, and that next time he wouldn't be able to help him anymore. However, after landing on the grass, Electric Hare pushed himself off the ground and jumped back into the guy's pants. Xiao Yu was unhappy with the fact that the beast was getting into his pants. Pointing his finger at the beast, he told the beast to get out of his pants immediately, promising to even sue the beast for harassment. Dailu rolled her eyes at such strange speeches from the guy. She was amazed that the guy was threatening the beast with a lawsuit. Grabbing Electric Hare by the ears, the guy asked him to stop sticking it to him. He even started threatening Electric Hare that he had wanted to eat hare cooked in soy sauce and pepper for a long time. After looking at Electric Hare, he still decided to shake his chance, promising that if they were bound by fate, he would keep Electric Hare by his side. Looking at electric hair with his gaze, the guy noticed that electric hair had an initial form and that he couldn't evolve. Bloodline, low. No abilities were present. Attributes, lightning, barely enough to charge a phone. Skills, none. Hidden combat technique. Bounce allows you to reset the cooldown on an ally's ultimate ability up to 3 times in a row. Habits and tastes. Carrots, other vegetables and fruits, like stormy and rainy weather. Xiao Xingyu was incredibly happy that electric hair could reset the cooldown of the ultimate ability. He looked at electric hair with different eyes now, for he was literally a god of support. He was happy, even finally recognizing that he was the chosen one. Looking at Dailu and Shasha, he declared that the beast would go along with them. He couldn't wait to make a bloody contract with electric hair to be his battle beast. Medusa thought the guy had lost his mind. She pointed out that electric hair was incapable of evolving, so he was more useless than a flea dog. Dailu was more favorable, so she thought that if the guy decided to sign a bloody contract with electric hair, there must be a reason. Meanwhile, the peaceful and tranquil city of Jiling. On this day, the decisive battle of the Supernovas tournament was to take place in the open arena in this city. The host announced that the teams of Azure Dragon Academy and Red Crane Academy would face off in today's match. Yang Shou was extremely worried and dissatisfied that Xiao Xingyu still hadn't arrived at the arena. Xiao Xingyu was also not answering his calls and messages. There were 15 minutes left before the battle started, so Yang Shou hoped that the guy would still come and not miss the decisive battle. Xin Xin politely asked her brother to call the guy one more time. The brother started complaining that he had already called the guy many times, but the guy was out of range all the time. Then the sister asked her brother to call the guy one last time. Not daring to refuse his sister's request, Yang Shou still decided to call the guy's phone one more time. Suddenly, a voice came out of the phone informing him that there were not enough funds in the called party's account. Yang Shou was happy about this message from the mobile operator as well. After all, if the mobile operator reported that the guy had no money on his balance, it meant that the guy was in the cell phone coverage area. So even though a little angry, Yang Shou decided to send the guy some money for his phone. However, at that moment, the door to the room opened abruptly and a cheerful Xiao Xingyu entered the room. He said hello to Yang Shou and Liu Jin, noting that he missed them. Yang Shou was enraged, thinking that the guy was completely insolent and came right after he had recharged his cell phone account. He even asked for a refund. At this moment, his balance was topped up by 100,000 yuan. So he cooled his ardor a bit, but still pointing his finger at the guy, he said that since he had paid the guy's cell phone bill, he should not dare to disappear anymore. Xiao Xingyu did not argue with Yang Shou, agreeing with his words. The girl became curious about another point. She had heard that the guy had gone to Lunyin to see his sister. So she couldn't understand why she called the guy's phone so many times, but the guy was always out of range. The guy realized that his legend was so shaky and about to collapse. He started to improvise and grabbed the girl's hands. The guy confessed that he almost forgot to tell her which girl was especially beautiful today. The girl smiled, taking the guy's words at face value. However, fooling Yang Shou was not so easy. He pointed out to his sister that the guy was just changing the subject, so he told his sister not to fall for the guy's words like a lovesick fool. At this point, their conversation was interrupted, which played into the guy's favor. The host announced that there were 10 minutes left before the match started, so he asked all the participants to get ready and go to the stage for the opening ceremony. Yang Shou announced to the others that it was time for them to come out. A slightly blushing girl, after the host announced, immediately stated that she needed to go to the restroom. The guy asked the girl not to stay too long. When the girl was in the restroom washing her face, a girl appeared behind her. She noted that they had met again. Xin Xin wondered what Ji Liang was doing here. Xie Liang even teased her a bit, as if the girl had not expected her to participate in today's match. Xin Xin immediately realized that Xie Liang had replaced Liu Linga. Xie Liang admitted that the girl was injured, so she had to replace her. She asked Xin Xin if it was bad that she had replaced Liu Linga. Xin Xin only arrogantly hummed. Xie Liang pointed out that although they were childhood friends, she asked that Xin Xin should not expect mercy in the arena. Walking to the door, Xin Xin accepted the challenge from her so-called friend, wanting to see who would defeat who in the arena. Xie Liang was arrogant, stating that she would definitely embarrass Xin Xin in front of everyone today. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, brother was waiting for her. He was not happy that his sister had stayed in the restroom for so long because it was time to enter the arena. Now the girl was fully prepared for the upcoming confrontation in the arena. She and her brother held hands and went to the arena. Meanwhile, the host was already greeting the spectators arriving at the arena, for today was the final day of the Supernova tournament. He loudly announced that the Red Crane Academy team was on the left side. Xie Liang greeted all the spectators, and the shouts of the spectators became incredibly loud. Someone was surprised that Xie Liang had appeared, realizing that the rumors about Liu Linger's illness had turned out to be true. Someone couldn't resist Xie Liang's cuteness. The guy stated that he would agree to marry the girl even if he had to make 20 children with the girl. Someone noted the girl's brother Wei An, and what a handsome guy he was. Yang Shou pointed out specifically to Xiaoxing Yu that the introduced brother and sister from the Z family were not ordinary people. Their father was 10th star beast Tama Xiejun, one of the Empress's advisors and the chief strategist of the Dragon State. Xin Xin had heard about what was said, that Xie Wei'an had a chance to be the future husband of Princess Shangguan Qian. Xiaoxing Yu didn't care that the princess's fiancé would oppose them. After that, the host announced that the Azure Dragon Academy team was on the right side. Yang Shou announced that their time had come. The host also announced that the judge of today's tournament would be the inimitable Empress. Behind the Empress, Xi Jun appeared. He asked with a smile if he remembered the guy's name correctly, Xiaoxing Yu. Shangguan Lan noted that he had gotten the guy's name correct. Xiaoxing Yu was supposed to fight his favorite son, so she asked Xie Jun what his opinion was on the winner of this confrontation. Xie Jun only joked that it all depended on the guy's skills, and he had no way of influencing the outcome of the battle. He immediately changed the subject and asked the Empress if she had been able to find out anything about the Black Cloak and Masked Man. Shangguan Lan admitted that the Imperial Association had dispatched all the Silver Priests to secretly check all the beast tamers of the 9th and 10th star, but so far everything had been to no avail. Xi Jun was not eating his bread in vain as he inquired if she had heard the expression, "the darkest place under the lamp." He continued that the person in the black cloak might not be a high-level beast tamer at all, but an influential official, for example. Finally, opening his eyes like Gin Ichimaru, he made a suggestion that the person in the black cloak could be a minor figure from a backwater town in the Dragon State. At the same moment, Xiaoxing Yu felt someone scary looking at him intently. This frightening gaze caused his face to change dramatically, as if he had been struck by lightning or had a poisonous snake wrapped around his body. Noticing the sudden change in the guy, the girl asked if he was all right. Trying to gather his courage, the guy reassured the girl that everything was fine. Although he had survived Shangguan Lan's attack, the memories of the incident still scared him. He hoped that the Empress wouldn't find out that he was the man in the black cloak. After all, he was only a 2-star beast tamer and couldn't do anything against the Empress and her supporters. Host announced that this year's tournament was on an elimination basis. After saying that, he asked the members of both teams to enter the arena for the final battle. Yang Shou decided to go first to the battle this time, so he majestically announced for the others to watch him and learn something. Xiaoxing Yu teasingly asked the guy not to lose in the first battle. Yang Shou did not appreciate his joke. The host then announced for one contestant from each team to come forward. Both teams did not hesitate to make a choice, and both students went to the center of the arena. The host was greatly surprised that the Red Crane Academy immediately played its main trump card, and Xie Wei'an entered the arena first. The recently confident Yang Shou tensed up. He thought he would be fighting Dongfang Jing or Xie Liang, so he couldn't expect to face such a strong opponent like Wei'an right from the start. Nevertheless, he tried to cheer himself up by reminding himself that he himself was not nothing, in being the son of an admiral of the Dragon State Navy. There was no way he could slap his face in the dirt. Wei'an, without any preamble, declared that it was over. Yang Shou didn't understand what he was even talking about. Wei'an clarified that he meant that as soon as he stepped into the arena, the fight was already over. He was going to single-handedly destroy the entire opposing team. Yang Shou's pride was hurt. He was not going to let anyone underestimate him and immediately summoned White Griffin. In response to this, Wei An summoned demonic flame beast. Yang Shou couldn't hide his surprise, completely unable to understand how he could fight such a monster. Xiao Xingyu was also shocked when he saw the demonic flame beast that Wei An had summoned, because he used his eyes to see all the information about the beast. Stage, full form, level 3, bloodline, demon bloodline, mythical. The beast also had the demonic gene ability, which made the beast immune to 70% of the damage it took from enemies in the area, and also reduced the movement speed of all enemies around it by 70%. Attribute, mental, loyalty, 68. The only weakness of the beast was that the beast's tail was not immune. White griffin at the same time. Stage, full form, level 3, bloodline, legendary. The spiritual lightning ability allows you to paralyze the soul of an enemy. Attributes, lightning, air, loyalty, 94. Hidden evolution path, white griffin, thunderous hammer griffin. White griffin's biggest weakness was its low stamina. Xiao Xingyu asked the girl not to jump to conclusions, as her brother still had a chance if he attacked the beast's tail. The girl only sadly remarked that her brother was unaware of this information. The guy noted that there were too many cameras around them, so they couldn't tell her brother the information, giving him much-needed help. Xiao Xingyu realized that White Griffin's advantage was its high explosive power and damage, so the first 3 minutes would decide the outcome of the entire fight. If Yang Shou didn't take the initiative, White Griffin's low stamina would play a cruel joke on him. He even thought that it was necessary to help Yang Shou develop his beast in the near future. Yang Shou decided to act first and told White Griffin to use Thunderous Spear of Heaven. In response, Wei An told Demonic Flame Beast to simply endure the attack directed at him. The host was ecstatic, fueling the audience's interest. He pointed out that Demonic Flame Beast had withstood White Griffin's signature attack and remained completely unharmed, while Wei An hadn't even activated spiritual energy. Yang Shou was extremely upset that his beast's signature attack didn't work. Yang Shou realized that Wei An had allowed his beast to deliberately adopt the attack that White Griffin was known for. With a smile on his face, Wei An turned to Yang Shou. He pointed out that White Griffin was a battle beast that relied on quick dominance, but here it was extremely weak in the endurance battle. Yang Shou was extremely dissatisfied with the current situation. He stated that he knew everything himself and that he didn't need Wei An's advice. He then asked White Griffin to attack Demonic Flame Beast again. Seeing that his opponent hadn't given up yet, Wei An told his beast to use Rush of a Hungry Tiger. Demonic Flame Beast instantly appeared behind White Griffin and began to bite his wings. Demonic Flame Beast then pressed White Griffin into the ground with its paws. The spectators cheered as they saw such an interesting battle. They were in awe of how cool Demonic Flame Beast was. Some even remarked that Zi Wei An was the son of strategist Xie Jun for a reason. Wei An asked his opponent to stop being stubborn and let White Griffin rest. Demonic Flame Beast completely defeated White Griffin, who was lying on the ground. Wei An stated that what had already been demonstrated should have been enough, so he asked Yang Shou to give up. After all, it was only a tournament. Yang Shou continued to be stubborn. He stated that there was no way he would lose to Wei An, especially with his sister looking at him. Wei An only smirked again, noting that Yang Shou did not appreciate the kindness he showed. The girl was about to help her brother, but Xiao Xingyu covered her mouth with his hand. Turning around and looking at the guy, she grudgingly asked him why he had stopped her. The guy remembered about male solidarity. He explained to the girl that Yang Shou was not a competitor at this moment, but her older brother. Yang Shou, meanwhile, was thinking of a way out of the situation. White Griffin's wings were badly damaged, and it would require more spiritual energy to use the skill. He felt that he couldn't lose to the Z family in front of his sister, so he decided to take the risk. The guy summoned his second beast, Steel Gorilla. At this moment, White Griffin flew up and was already behind Steel Gorilla's back. Yang Shou told Steel Gorilla to use the giant steel staff, and with that, he ordered White Griffin to use Thunder Force. Steel Gorilla and White Griffin rushed towards the demonic flame beast. At this moment, even Wei An became slightly agitated, telling demonic flame beast to absorb the attack. Steel Gorilla and White Griffin's attack seemed to scatter and was absorbed by demonic flame beast. With such destructive power, Yang Shou took a knee. He didn't expect the demonic flame beast to be able to withstand such an attack. It was incredibly frustrating for him, as he had pulled out his main trump card. He practiced the technique shown endlessly. Wei An lost his cold-blooded tone and declared that the end of their battle had come. He told Demonic Flame Beast to use the Blue Demon Roar. With his attack, Demonic Flame Beast easily defeated his opponents. Host instantly announced that the battle was over, and the winner of this confrontation was Ji Wei An from Red Crane Academy. Steel Gorilla and White Griffin were defeated and passed out from such a devastating attack by their opponent. Yang Shou had suffered a crushing defeat. He was humiliated, so defeated in front of his sister, which incredibly hurt his pride. On top of that, he had also lost to the Z family. A smile returned on Wei An's face as he declared that Yang Shou was not even his opponent. Xiao Xingyu suggested that the fact that Wei An possessed such an incredible battle beast was most likely the work of his father. The girl agreed with him. After all, Wei An's father was a 10th star beast tamer, so for him to catch a demon blood beast was a simple matter. Even Xiao Xingyu noticed that the Ji family was treating the sibling from the Mu Rong family too strangely. The girl revealed that she and Xie Liang had an argument over the bone-winged bat when she was a child. The beast was caught when the Empress and her army were fighting outside the palace. Xie Liang believed that the beast belonged to her. However, Xin Xin pointed out that the beast had chosen her. As a result of this argument, bone-winged bat scratched Xie Liang's arm with its wing. Xin Xin immediately asked if the girl was all right. Xie Liang immediately said that Xin Xin had dishonored her and taken what was hers. The indignant girl stated that the Z family never forgets a grudge. The guy didn't understand how Wei An's eyes were red if the pupils were grey. Xin Xin explained that it was called heterochromia, a genetic trait of the Z family. She pointed out that other than the difference in color and the scary look, there was nothing special about it. Xiao Xingyu decided to test his guesses and looked at Wei An with his marvelous eyes. He discovered that the guy possessed an eye of foresight. The eye could track the opponent's movements, anticipate his attacks and angle of impact, and was also capable of stealthily exerting an intimidating effect. Guy quickly noticed that Shangguan Lan and the Z family were the two most important figures of the dragon state, and both were related to the beast. This meant that there were too many mysteries left from the time of dragon slaying. The host, meanwhile, announced that the second duel was to begin in the very near future. On one side of the arena was Zi Wei An from Red Crane Academy, and Murong Xin Xin from Azure Dragon Academy came out against him on the other side. Zi Liang told her brother to give Xin Xin a good lesson. She even allowed her brother to not hold back and kill the Xin Xin beast. Wei An pointed out that he was actually a gentleman, so he wouldn't want to kill his opponent's beast, but he was willing to beat up the beast. He didn't hold back and told the girl to give up while she still had a chance. If she didn't give up right now, something even worse than what happened to her brother might happen. Xin Xin confidently stated that she was not afraid of him. Host, meanwhile, continued to heat up the audience's attention by announcing that they were in for a battle of the Titans. He wondered if Xie Wei An would be able to win a second time, or if Murong Xin Xin would defeat his opponent and avenge his brother. The girl did not hesitate to summon Bone-Winged Bat and told her to attack Demonic Flame Beast. Noticing that it wouldn't be that easy this time, he told Demonic Flame Beast to dodge the attack. The host immediately noticed this detail, that Demonic Flame Beast did not take the attack, but began to dodge. He even assumed that Demonic Flame Beast was afraid of Bone-Winged Bat's attacks. Si Jun immediately understood everything. He realized that Murong Xin Xin had learned about the Demonic Flame Beast vulnerability from Xiao Xingyu. The man admired Xiao Xingyu's abilities. The Empress asked the counselor who would win this time. Xie Jun confidently stated that there wasn't even any mystery here, as his son had inherited the Eye of Foresight. However, when his son fought Xiao Xingyu, it would be quite difficult to determine the winner. Nevertheless, as a father, he would cheer for his son. Bone-Winged Bat continued to attack Demonic Flame Beast, incapacitating it. Xiao Xingyu was glad that the girl was starting to succeed. The guy knew that Demonic Flame Beast's 70% immunity only worked on physical and magic attacks, and undead flames, although they looked like fire magic. They were spiritual attacks, which was Demonic Flame Beast's weak point. Murong Xin Xin only increased her pressure in her attacks by telling Bone-Winged Bat to use a shower of necrotic arrows. Bone-winged bat's attack hit demonic flame beast accurately. Having already stopped being cold-blooded, Wei An told demonic flame beast to use blood whirlpool. He then ordered demonic flame beast to use deflecting. The previously used attack of bone-winged bat was deflected and went back to bone-winged bat. The girl sadly noted that demonic flame beast had too many abilities. In addition, the tiger head was still hiding its abilities. Wei An decided that he had had enough of fighting with the girl, so he decided to end the battle. Xin Xin reacted in time, telling Bone-Winged Bat to use his ultimate ability, Undead Wrath, when he recovered. After recovering quite quickly, Bone-Winged Bat used Undead Wrath. The girl was already anticipating her victory. With this attack, she was able to draw all the attention to herself and begin to dominate this battle. Wei An was extremely infuriated by the situation. He had to do something, or else he would be in a losing position. Xin Xin, meanwhile, noticed that although Undead Wrath was a rather powerful skill, but even such a skill was unable to finish off the demonic flame beast, so she decided that it was time to deliver the killing blow. The girl commanded Bone-Winged Bat to make a final attack on the enemy beast. However, at this moment, Wei An taunted her that her attack was useless. At the same instant, the demonic flame beast easily repelled the attack directed at it. Xin Xin did not understand at all how this could happen. The girl was frustrated that she had spent all her strength on Undead Wrath, and now she couldn't summon a second beast. Xie Liang behind her brother was cheering. She joyfully declared that the end of Murong Xin Xin had come. Her sister asked her brother to finish off the bone-winged bat. Wei An did not hold back his emotions either, insulting Xin Xin and Yang Shou, also calling them weaklings who did not belong in the tournament. A guy tried to stop him, hinting that his opponent had already lost. But he still ordered Demonic Flame Beast to use Blue Demon Roar. Demonic Flame Beast attacked towards Xin Xin, so Bone-Winged Bat stood up to defend her. The girl told Bone-Winged Bat to dodge immediately. However, at this moment, Black Fang jumped out from behind her and directed his attack towards Demonic Flame Beast's attack, thus neutralizing the attack. In the same instant, Xiao Xingyu appeared right in front of Xin Xin, as if closing her off from the attack. Wei An was no longer having so much fun since Black Fang had repelled the Blue Demon Roar with such ease. Xiao Xingyu began to reprimand the guy, reminding him that according to the rules, if one of the participants ran out of spiritual energy, he was considered the loser. The guy brazenly ignored the referee's words and continued to attack. The people from the spectator stand were also displeased, thinking it was too mean. After all, if the attack had hit the bone-winged bat, the beast might not have been able to recover from something like this. However, Wei An was not the least bit embarrassed, confidently stating that he did not know that the girl had run out of spiritual energy since the judge had not signaled him to stop. At this point, the father came to his son's rescue. He said that the judge had failed to stop the battle and that it was a serious mistake on the judge's part. Xie Jun ordered the incompetent referee to be removed from the arena and banned from refereeing anything for life. The father just came and blamed it on the judge right in front of everyone. The guy thought that Xie Jun had lost his conscience, but the empress didn't stop him and didn't seem to have any intention of interfering in the dispute. The poor judge apologized, and admitted his guilt. The host immediately stated that there had been a slight misunderstanding and that the misunderstanding had already been resolved. Now he finally announced that the second fight was over and the winner was Xie Wei An. Host noted that Xie Wei An would fight the last member of the Azure Dragon Academy, Xiao Xingyu, in the next fight. Xin Xin admitted that she felt that she could have won the fight, but there was something wrong with her opponent. It was as if he knew where she would attack. The guy calmed the girl down, believing that she would let him do the rest. Xi Liang was extremely dissatisfied that her brother was unable to finish off Bone-Winged Bat due to the appearance of the strongest dark horse, Xiao Xingyu. However, she still believed that after meeting her brother, the guy would beg for mercy. A guy with a bottle of water and a pill ran up to Wei An. He said that when a contestant defeats 2 opponents in a row, he would receive 1 energy recovery pill. Taking the pill from the guy's hands, Wei An arrogantly declared that he knew all this himself. The host began to reignite the interest of the audience, noticing that only Xiao Xingyu was left on the Azure Dragon Academy team after the siblings' defeat. At the same time, no one had dropped out of the Red Crane team yet. He wondered if Xie Wei-an would be able to maintain his winning streak, or if Xiao Xingyu would be able to turn the tide. Wei-an once again arrogantly stated that if the guy surrendered, his beast would be almost unharmed. He was about to voice out what would happen if the guy refused, when suddenly he was startled out of his wits. Wei-an saw what kind of terrifying energy and frightening gaze was coming from Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu then confidently said that his rival's sister would now see with her own eyes how miserable her brother would be. After that, Xiao Xingyu promised to deal with his sister's beast as well. Xiao Xingyu definitely knows how to piss off his opponent. The much-anticipated battle between the owners of the marvelous eyes is about to begin. Wei-an was furious. He declared that if a guy wanted to destroy his sister's battle beast, he should first defeat it. He immediately summoned his demonic flame beast. Xiao Xingyu instantly summoned the Black Fang in response. Wei-an told demonic flame beast to use the blood whirlpool ability. However, Xiao Xingyu was ahead of him, and Black Fang instantly appeared in front of demonic flame beast, using the Oblivion Claw ability. The host was delighted, as Hell Nether Wolf dealt his opponent 28 strikes in a row, and demonic flame beast missed its chance to use its ability. Wei-an was extremely dissatisfied with his magical beast. He angrily ordered demonic flame beast to stop taking enemy strikes and retreat. However, Xiao Xingyu thought otherwise, so he told Black Fang to grab the enemy, whereupon Black Fang dead bite demonic flame beast's front left paw. After that, purple chains appeared from Black Fang's back and began to wrap around his opponent. Black Fang then pushed himself off the ground and jumped upwards with his opponent, after which he swung Demonic Flame Beast in mid-air and hit Demonic Flame Beast in the back with his paws. Demonic Flame Beast fell onto the arena at a high speed, causing splintered rocks to fly from the arena in different directions. Wei-an was extremely unhappy with the situation, and Xiao Xingyu was pissing him off incredibly. Xie Jun took a closer look at the guy and noticed that the guy looked kind of strange at the moment. He couldn't understand how the guy's strength and aura were so different from a few days ago. Wei-an was simply furious. He declared that he wouldn't hold back anymore and then told Demonic Flame Beast to use the flame card. Host was ecstatic because Demonic Flame Beast was finally showing its true strength. He thought that Hell Nether Wolf would simply not be able to dodge such an attack from Demonic Flame Beast, and if Hell Nether Wolf flew outside the arena, then it would lose. Xiao Xingyu told Black Fang to immediately use the hunt in darkness. Black Fang deftly dodged Demonic Flame Beast's attack. It then appeared from the shadows behind Demonic Flame Beast and bit its tail. Wei-an was glad that Xiao Xingyu had finally been caught and he had managed to fool him. However, Xiao Xingyu asked Wei-an with utmost calmness if he was sure that he had caught him. After paying attention to the fight, he noticed that the Black Fang had simply dissolved. He was surprised that it wasn't Black Fang's real body there, but a clone. Xiao Xingyu decided not to delay and told Black Fang to use the Hell Howl ability as Black Fang jumped out from the enemy's blind spot. Demonic Flame Beast was forcefully knocked back by Black Fang's attack. Wei-an grabbed his right eye with his hand. He had absolutely no idea how Xiao Xingyu had managed to anticipate his next move. However, this was not the end of the battle, and Wei-an only recognized that Xiao Xingyu was worthy of him fighting him seriously. He even promised that things would be completely different now. At this moment, his left hand glowed with a purple aura, and then he told Demonic Flame Beast to use the second form. Demonic Flame Beast stood up on its hind legs, transforming into its second form. At the same instant, 4 more limbs emerged from its back. Host was surprised to see that Demonic Flame Beast now had 3 heads and 6 arms, noting that Demonic Flame Beast had completely changed compared to the beginning of the battle. The magical beast transformed into its second form and stared menacingly at his opponent. Xiao Xingyu did not feel any fright when he saw that his opponent's magical beast had transformed into a humanoid form. He believed that even such tricks would not help Wei-an win their confrontation in any way. Wei-an saw that Xiao Xingyu had decided to use a second battle beast and was intrigued to see who the guy would summon this time. As it turned out, Xiao Xingyu had decided to use electric hair in this battle. What was the surprise of the host, Wei-an, Yang Shou, Xin Xin, Xie Liang, and everyone else when they saw that the guy had summoned electric hair into the arena. The Empress was also surprised that the guy had summoned electric hair. Wei-an couldn't even hide his laughter. He admitted that he thought Xiao Xingyu was a worthy opponent, but the guy turned out to be just a crazy person. He was surprised that Xiao Xingyu was seriously using a worthless magical beast like electric hair with a weak bloodline without any attributes. Wei An was surprised that his opponent was using such a magical beast as his main weapon. The guy relaxed too much, thinking that Xiao Xingyu was unworthy of being called a beast tamer. He told Demonic Flame Beast to use the Six Paths Hammer ability. Demonic Flame Beast instantly rushed towards Black Fang and attacked him with all of his 6 arms. Xiao Xingyu was not the least bit confused, telling Electric Hair standing beside him to help Black Fang. Black Fang shone a purple aura with golden lightning and then unleashed all that energy into the sky. Wei An thought that all of Xiao Xingyu's attempts to counter him were useless. He noted that the Demonic Flame Beast's absorption ability was now 3 times stronger than before, so he thought that the Hellfire Lotus ability wouldn't help him. Xiao Xingyu agreed with him that perhaps one Hellfire Lotus attack wouldn't be enough. However, he wondered if Demonic Flame Beast would be able to withstand 3 such attacks. Wei An thought that his opponent was definitely delusional. He knew very well that Hellfire Lotus was Hell Nether Wolf's ultimate, and that the cooldown of this ability was an hour. However, contrary to his words, 3 Hell Nether Wolf materialized in the sky. Wei An couldn't understand how this was even possible. He told Demonic Flame Beast to use Blood Whirlpool as soon as possible. Xiao Xingyu stroked the electric hair in his hands as if it was the main villain, noting that it was too late to do anything. Wei An still thundered that there was no way he would lose. Therefore, he told Demonic Flame Beast to withstand Hell Nether Wolf's attack. Demonic Flame Beast tried its best to withstand Hell Nether Wolf's attack. However, it was unable to hold its defense and withstand the attack for long, and as a result, a powerful explosion erupted in the arena. When the dust from the attack settled, it could be seen that Demonic Flame Beast had been defeated. The referee announced that the fight was over, and the winner was Xiao Xingyu from Azure Dragon Academy. The host continued to warm up the crowd, noting that this fight would go down in history as Xiao Xingyu had used 3 Hellfire Lotus at once. Wei An, still trying to realize his defeat, fell to his knees. Only now was it slowly dawning on him that Xiao Xingyu was able to use the Hellfire Lotus because of Electric Hair, and that was the only reason why he had contracted with Electric Hair. However, Xiao Xingyu corrected him by pointing out that it wasn't a triple Hellfire Lotus. The ability had been used 3 times since the cooldown had been removed. He also boasted that he could use Hellfire Lotus at least 1 more time. Wei An was annoyed to learn about the potential for 4 uses of Hellfire Lotus. He didn't expect Xiao Xingyu to have such a trump card hidden up his sleeve. Wei An promised that Xiao Xingyu would pay for humiliating him today. Yang Shou seemed to cheer up after Xiao Xingyu won the fight. He proclaimed loudly that Xiao Xingyu was cool and that he was his brother. Meanwhile, the principal of the Red Crane Academy came out. He stated that their Red Crane Academy might lose the fight but not lose their dignity. Therefore, he told Xie Liang to enter the arena. Xie Liang was upset, noting that even her brother had lost. She was well aware that if she went out against the guy would wipe her out. However, the principal reminded Xie Liang that her father was sitting on the judicial tribune, and the girl should be well aware of the dangers of refusing to fight in the arena. In the end, the girl still entered the arena. Stammering slightly, she stated that she did not expect at all that Xiao Xingyu could defeat her brother. Xiao Xingyu only laughed that he had to wait a long time for the girl to finally enter the arena. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. The guy then stated that he had to avenge Liu Jin and destroy the magical beast Xie Liang. The girl started stammering her words again, as if she was afraid of the guy. She warned the guy that her father was sitting in the tribune. She even asked the guy to give in to her and lose the fight, and then she would guarantee the guy a trouble-free life. Xie Liang promised that if the guy did as she said, he would become her friend. Besides, compared to the connections of Xi's family, Murong's family was not even close. However, Xiao Xingyu didn't care what kind of connections the Xi family had, and he wasn't going to lose. Xie Liang then decided to teach the guy a lesson with her water peacock. However, moments later, Water Peacock was already sent flying by his opponent, hitting the edge of the arena. The girl panicked as she realized that Water Peacock was hurt. Xiao Xingyu didn't stop there. He pointed his finger at the girl, reminding her that he had previously said that he would destroy her beast. The referee immediately stated that Water Peacock had lost consciousness. At the same moment, the host wondered if the others had seen what he had just seen. With just one attack from the Xiao Xingyu beast, the fight was over. Although this was already the second fight for Xiao Xingyu, he had defeated Water Peacock with full strength. Zhe couldn't understand how this was even possible, since she had a beast with the attribute of water. She felt that Hell Nether Wolf shouldn't have been able to hold out against Water Peacock for even one round. She already knew that she couldn't win, but she needed to hold out for 3 rounds because only then would she at least not disgrace the Red Crane Academy and the Z family. The host announced that according to the rules, the girl could summon a second magical beast. The girl was arrogant and told the host to shut up. She felt that she had already embarrassed herself enough to be made a fool of as well. Wei An approached her and announced that his sister refused to participate any further, so he asked for the next contestant to be called. The host was surprised at Wei An's sudden decision, but agreed to his request. Only now the host announced that the fight was over, and the winner of this confrontation is Xiao Xingyu from the Azure Dragon Academy. The host then called the next member of the Red Crane Academy, Dongfang Jing, into the arena. Xiao Xingyu noticed that the last participant from Red Crane Academy was left. Since the guy had never fought before, Xiao Xingyu thought that the guy might be the main trump card of the Red Crane Academy. With full confidence in his abilities, the guy entered the arena. He stated that he didn't think he would have to fight after all, so since he came out to fight, he promised to put up his full strength. Dongfang Jing even told Xiao Xingyu to start praying. He didn't hold back and immediately unleashed his 3 magical beasts, all of which were giant birds. After a short time, Dongfang Jing gave up, as all of his magical beasts were defeated. The host announced that the winner of the battle was Xiao Xingyu of the Azure Dragon Academy. The principal of Red Crane Academy clutched his right hand, realizing the shame of his academy's performance today. Xiao Xingyu admitted that he actually thought that Dongfang Jing was the strongest of the team. However, the guy only spread his hands apart because if Xie Wei An lost his fight, what was there to say about him? The guy felt like a minor character who originally had no chance of winning the fight. Meanwhile, Yang Shou and Xin Xin managed to approach the guy. The girl was happy that their academy had managed to win after all. Yang Shou was also surprised that Xiao Xingyu alone managed to defeat the entire opposing team. Xiao Xingyu turned to the girl and reminded her that they had actually won the tournament, so he didn't understand why the girl was so calm at such an important moment. He suddenly grabbed the girl with his hands and lifted her above the ground. The guy joyfully declared that this was their star moment, so they should celebrate this moment properly. The girl panicked that the guy did this in front of everyone and asked him to lower her back to the ground. Meanwhile, Wei An angrily pounded the street drink machine while his sister stood beside him. All they had to do was listen as the entire arena exploded with the thunderous shouts of the fans in the stands celebrating the victory of Azure Dragon Academy. In the same instant, a system alert came in front of Xiao Xingyu. The system was reporting that the Supernova Tournament Champion achievement had been unlocked, which meant the guy would be rewarded with an Attribute Crystal plus Bloodline Enhancement Crystal. The guy rejoiced that finally the mission was accomplished. The Attribute Crystal allows you to add another attribute to the beast, so he decided to use it for Freya. The Bloodline Enhancement Crystal improved the bloodline, so the guy decided to give it to Black Fang. Finally, Empress Shangguan Lan came over to personally congratulate them on their victory. She praised the brother and sister first, for which the girl thanked the Empress. Xiao Xingyu had already prepared for the Empress to put a medal on him. However, at this moment, the Empress suddenly grabbed the guy's head with her hand and pointed out that they had already met. Xiao Xingyu was incredibly scared because suddenly the Empress recognized him. The Empress then stroked the frightened guy's hair. A subordinate came over to her and the Empress told her to bring a medal and a cup. She suddenly said that she thought the guy had a lot of courage, but he was suddenly nervous in front of her. Xiao Xingyu tried to divert the topic by saying that it was just the first time he was so close to the Honorable Empress, and that was why he was nervous. Looking at the back of the departing Shangguan Lan, the guy had no way of understanding what the Empress's words meant. He wondered if she had decided not to expose him or if he had just misunderstood. As she left, the Empress said that the youths were growing so fast and that she had high hopes for them. Remembering the Shangguan Lan he had seen in his dream, he was scared whether he was really safe or had already been exposed. Once they got back to the hotel, it was already incredibly noisy. After today's duel in the arena, members of the various guilds had arrived at the guy's place to invite him to join them. Someone came from the Qnu guild to invite the guy to join them. This guild was ranked 30th in the rankings. Someone came from the Binpo guild. Someone came from the Jonyu guild, where 2/3 of the guild members were girls, and the guild leader was a real beauty. The guy had instantly become a celebrity after today's arena fight, so every guild wanted to snatch a rising star. However, the guy brushed them off, saying that he wasn't interested, and besides, he was already a member of another guild as a pharmacist. Yang Shou wondered why the guy refused all the offers. After all, they were all guilds from the top 50. Xiao Xingyu said with a bit of annoyance that the more famous a person was, the more trouble they were in. Xiao Xingyu had not yet forgotten that Qin Yanran and the girl from the Celestial Guild had been very kind to him, so he did not want to betray their trust. Yang Shou now understood a little better why the guy refused. The guy didn't understand what the big deal was. After all, they had accepted him as their own. At this moment, Principal Su Ruyan and Chen Qinian appeared. Su Ruyan came in with a bottle of wine and wanted to celebrate their academy's victory in the tournament. Chen Qinian reminded her that she herself had made the rule that they shouldn't drink wine during the tournament. Su Ruyan suddenly said that it was a stupid rule and she would immediately rescind it. She asked him to go back and inform the disciplinary committee so that the rule would be cancelled immediately. Chen Qinian did not argue with her, stating that she is the principal and therefore her word is law. Su Ruyan then approached the guy, asking him to cheer up since he was the hero of tonight. She noticed that the guy was worried about something. Xiao Xingyu was a little surprised that Su Ruyan noticed it. She asked the guy to tell her because then she would help him relax. Suddenly, the guy asked Su Ruyan if she could show him her legs. Chen Qinian was just shocked at such a suggestion from the guy towards the principal. Su Ruyan instantly flared up, grabbing the guy by the collar and asking him to repeat what he had previously said. He even asked for Chen Qinian to save him. Chen Qinian pretended that he didn't care and didn't hear anything. Even Xin Xin called the guy a pervert, and Yang Shou advised the guy to prepare to die. He called out to others for help, but Su Ruyan grabbed him by the collar and dragged him into the room, closing the door with a loud bang. As soon as the room door closed, Su Ruyan pressed the guy against the door. She was delighted by the guy's courage. Xiao Xingyu tried to justify that it was all nerves and asked the girl to consider it all a last joke before he died. Suddenly, the girl showed him her legs as he had asked earlier, which made the guy's face turn incredibly red. She decided to promise the guy that if he passed the 4th star Beast Tamers before the end of the semester, he could do more than just look at her feet. And if he managed to reach Beast Tamer's 9th star in 10 years, there was a lot more waiting for him. The guy didn't know how to choose the right words. However, they were suddenly interrupted and were not allowed to finish. The girl in the room asked them not to flirt in this room. The girl informed them that the Empress was inviting Xiao Xingyu for a conversation. It would take 4 hours to get from this place to the Imperial City and back. The girl wondered if the guy had any free time right now. The guy didn't understand if he had the slightest chance of refusing the Empress's voluntarily forced request. He decided that what must be, so he decided to follow the girl to the Empress. After a while, they arrived at the Imperial City. As they approached the majestic building, the girl announced that the Empress was already waiting for the guy. The guy was shocked that even the entrance was being guarded by the golden Saint Killin form of the Beast King. He was well aware that if the fight started, he would hardly be able to escape at all. Slowly, the guy walked towards the Empress, who was waiting for him. As soon as he arrived, Shangguan Lan immediately inquired if the guy had any idea why she had summoned him. Xiao Xingyu decided to inform her that he was far from the Empress's wisdom, so he asked the Empress to tell him why she had summoned him. Shangguan Lan informed him that a serious crime had recently occurred in the Dragon State. An unknown person had kidnapped a death row convict in the days when the guy was just out of town. Xiao Xingyu tried to dodge the claim, saying that it was a serious crime, but that he had no idea what it had to do with him. The guy realized that the Empress seemed to be following him after all. He hadn't returned home, he hadn't informed his sister, Liu Jin and the others couldn't reach him, so his explanations were unlikely to stand up to any criticism. She continued by saying that Counselor C had hypothesized that if a person was hiding something, he might be hiding his real strength and personality. Xiao Xingyu decided to start by saying that this was too general a conclusion. After all, by this logic, any laborer, teacher, or student could be the unknown they were looking for. At the same instant, the Empress rose from her throne and walked towards the guy with a slow step. The clatter of her heels echoed throughout the room. As she approached him and walked past him, she said with certainty that the guy was the man in the black cloak. The guy tensed, realizing that he should have expected the Empress to understand everything. He couldn't figure out what he should do now, since it was unlikely that he would be able to escape. Besides, not even the dragon's tear can turn back time to yesterday. If he dared to oppose her, his sister might get hurt. Plus, he was worried about Liu Jin and the others, who he had struggled so hard to snatch victory in the tournament with. The Azure Dragon Academy might also suffer because of his actions. Suddenly, the Empress put her hand on his head and said that she was joking and let the little one not be afraid. Shangguan Lan reported that her people called the kid's sister, and his sister said that the kid went back for 1 or 2 days and then went to catch a new beast. She was impressed that the guy's new beast turned out to be an electric hare. Still stammering with fright, the guy recalled that the Empress suspected him of being the man in the black cloak. The girl suddenly stated that she didn't suspect him of that. It was just that the guy was really cute, and she wanted to tease him. Although Counselor Z was suspicious of the guy, but she knew that the guy had gotten his first beast less than a year ago. Therefore, she was well aware that the guy couldn't compare to a 9th-star beast tamer. The guy's heart was already racing, and his heart almost stopped because of the stress. His sister had actually saved him, so he promised that when he came back, he would definitely thank her. Shangguan Lan stated that the guy was cute to her, but she didn't call him out just for a joke. She asked him if he had decided what he wanted to do after he graduated from Azure Dragon Academy. Xiao Xingyu admitted that he had 3 more years of study ahead of him, so he hadn't thought about his future after the academy yet. The Empress told him that there were only 3 paths for any academy graduate. The first path was to join the Beast Tamers Guild. The second path was to join the army to become part of the land, sea, or air forces. The third way is to join an international mercenary organization and become a bounty hunter. However, the Empress informed him that she could give the lad a 4th path. The guy was surprised, not understanding what the 4th path implied. Xiao Xingyu was surprised. Would the Empress really use him due to her position? He was even more surprised that he felt guilty at such thoughts. He even felt like slapping himself for having such thoughts. In the end, the guy asked the Empress directly what was the 4th path for him that she was suggesting. Shangguan Lan informed him that the guy could become a part of Emperor Soul and serve her. The Emperor Soul organization was the personal guard of Shangguan Lan, who performed the most dangerous tasks. The regular members of the Silver Priests were completely replaced every month, which once again proved the lethal nature of the profession. The Red Priests had an even higher mortality rate. Most died on undercover assignments, and their deaths were even more agonizing than those of the Silver Priests. Only the Great Black Priests had a high survival rate. They were the strongest, but to become one had to fulfill 3 conditions: reaching the Beast Tamer's level of 8th star, performing a first-class feat in Emperor Soul, and gaining the full trust of the Empress. The Empress asked the guy if he was willing to join the Emperor Soul ranks. The guy thanked her for her trust and favor. He was about to continue his speech, but the Empress interrupted him, noting that judging by the tone of his voice, the guy wanted to refuse her offer, while showing himself to be a good guy. Xiao Xingyu immediately protested, declaring that he was willing to join Emperor Soul even now because he wanted to become stronger with all his heart. The Empress walked up to him and smiled, saying that she immediately realized that he was smart and would make the right choice. Xiao Xingyu only sighed dejectedly, knowing full well that he didn't even have any choice. He had heard that serving a ruler was like living next to a tiger, but it wasn't that bad. Plus, he noticed it seemed like the Empress didn't trust Xi Jun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him that Xi Jun was suspicious of him. He even promised that when he became the Grand Black Priest, he would have a chance to take Xie Jun's place. After that, he would become the 2nd person in the Empire. And if he still uses the identity of the man in the black cloak, he would one day be able to topple the Empress from her pedestal. Suddenly, the Empress wanted to show the guy something, and then told her subordinates to come into her room. The subordinates entered with an oversized magical beast. The guy quickly checked him with his marvelous eyes. In front of him was Killin. Stage, full form, level 1. Bloodline, blood of Killin, divine. Electrosensitivity ability. This ability tripled all stats, attack, defense, and so on, in a thunderstorm. Thunder Seal ability. By setting a seal, allows you to instantly move behind an enemy's back. Not activated yet, as you must first attain transcendent form. Blood Divine Lightning. Turns blood into red lightning, disorienting the enemy. The ability was also unactivated and required the attainment of transcendent form. The Thunder Purification ability allows you to purify yourself and allies from negative effects. Burns, poisoning, slowdowns, and so on. Attributes: lightning, healing. Loyalty, 330, skill, heavenly punishment. With a roar, summons 18 lightning strikes that deal area damage. The number of lightning bolts increases with strength. Lightning chain skill, a tail strike unleashes a chain of lightning. Paralyzing enemies, the awakening skill has not been activated yet. Evolution path, Thunder Jade Killin, fierce thunder beast, king of the thunder Killin, emperor of the lilac thunder. Of habits and preferences, only that he likes rain and something to chew on. Guy was delighted, realizing that there was a reason Killin possessed one of the 3 great bloodlines. The parameters of the Qilin in front of him were simply beyond the realm of possibility. The magical beast had practically no weaknesses. The Qilin was Shangguan Lan's favorite beast, so only members of the ruling dynasty could use them. The Qilin that was in front of him appeared to be still a cub. Shangguan Lan inquired if the guy liked the beast. The guy was surprised at such a question. She repeated her question again, whether the guy liked the magical beast. Xiao Xingyu honestly admitted that there was hardly a single beast tamer in the entire empire that could resist Qilin. After the guy's words, the Empress informed him that Qilin now belonged to him. The lad was shocked. He even thought that he had misheard and misunderstood the Empress's words. Wouldn't the Empress start keeping tabs on the guy and his shenanigans with the help of the Qilin given to him? The Empress asked him to repeat what he had just said. Xiao Xingyu immediately corrected himself, replying that it was simply because he was nervous that he misspoke. Qilin is a beast of the imperial family, but among those with the Shangguan surname, only Shangguan Lan and her daughter Shangguan Qian possess such a thing. Therefore, the guy was incredibly surprised that the Empress decided to bestow Thunder Qilin upon him. He concluded that perhaps the Empress had too high an opinion of him. However, at that moment, Shangguan Lan said that the guy would not get the Qilin for nothing, but that the guy had to fulfill one condition. She said that at the supernova testing next month, the guy must take the S-rank task and successfully complete it. As soon as he heard about this task, he immediately understood everything. Because this task was of high difficulty. Supernova testing takes place a month after the conclusion of the supernova tournament and is for all participants who entered the arena. Supernova testing tasks are categorized by difficulty into 4 ranks: C, B, A, S, from easiest to hardest. Most participants choose rank B, the confident ones choose rank A. He once asked the principal about this supernova testing. Then he was able to find out that in all the years of supernova testing, only 8 people had chosen the S-rank task. Out of those 8, 6 of them had failed. The remaining 2 had a hard time passing the test. From this, he concluded that the Empress most likely wanted to test his potential and whether he was worthy of joining the Emperor Soul. So the guy was going to fulfill her hope. He stood in a confident pose, placed his hand on his heart, and then announced that he had already said that he wanted to become stronger with all his heart. Therefore, he assured the Empress that he would definitely handle the S-rank task and would not disappoint the Empress. Shangguan Lan had expected such a response from him, so she remarked that the guy was as smart as she expected. She also pointed out that Jie Jun wanted to promote Jie Wei-an to Emperor Soul, but she did not allow him to do so. After that, the Empress announced that it was quite late, so the guy could leave. The guy politely said goodbye to the Empress. Sitting back on the throne, Shangguan Lan pondered the encounter with the guy. She quickly noticed that the guy was quite promising, but she wondered why she couldn't resist, and still decided to tease him. This question alerted her, casting another suspicion in the guy's direction. Soon the guy returned to his hotel room. As soon as he returned to his hotel room, Dailu and Shasha immediately appeared in front of him. After looking at their faces, the guy wondered why they were so serious. He asked them to calm down and smile a little. However, Dailu called him a fool, reminding him that serving the ruler was like living next to a tiger. To which the guy pointed out to her that how could he have survived if he had refused the empress in such a situation. Dailu understood that, but still couldn't agree with that choice. Shasha was also very concerned, noting that she understood the guy's situation and that accepting the empress's offer was the only way out. However, she wanted to remind the guy that in the imperial soul, the mortality rate of ordinary silver priest members was above 90%. Xiao Xingyu tried to reassure them, pointing out that sometimes a desperate situation hid a single path to salvation. He asked them to remember what Shangguan Lan said to him at the end. Dailu asked if he was referring to the fact that the empress refused to accept Xie Wei-an into the emperor soul. Medusa was alarmed, noting that Shangguan Lan is by nature extremely suspicious, and even Jie Jun she doesn't trust completely. Dailu also brought up that the Z family's influence is getting stronger and stronger, which means they may soon break free from her control. The guy cheerfully declared that someone like him, Xiao Xingyu, a rootless commoner who had a chance for a better life. If he becomes part of the imperial soul, he will be obliged to be loyal to the empress, and will not be able to join behind-the-scenes alliances. So the empress wants to use him to restrain the Z family. All he has to do is keep playing his role, step by step earning the empress's trust until she lets her guard down. And when he becomes strong enough, he will strike first and topple her from the throne. The girls looked at the guy like he was mentally ill as he chortled while fantasizing about it. He was so deep into his fantasies that he was already envisioning how the empire would soon bear his surname, Xiao. Dailu was not so optimistic, believing that the guy was playing with fire. But the guy corrected her by pointing out that he wasn't playing with fire, but with human nature. However, Dailu was not only concerned about that. She rightly remarked that when the guy became emperor, there would be a lot of women around him. He was even surprised that that was the first thing she thought of, since he had implied something else entirely. With sadness in her voice, Shasha noted that it was too late for them to retreat. Besides, if they stumbled, they would immediately die. Xiao Xingyu tried to calm them down, confidently stating that he had everything under control and that they should follow him, and then they would all win. Getting down on one knee, Medusa firmly declared that her life belongs to the master. So even if there was an abyss ahead of them, she would follow her master to the end. Dailu was surprised at how cunning the snake was, that it had even learned how to flatter. Turning to her, he pointed out that Shasha had spoken up. So now he was interested in her opinion. In the end, the girl informed him that so be it, let the guy do what he wanted, and she would always support him. The guy was happy that Shasha and Dailu had decided to follow him on this dangerous path. After a while, everyone arrived at the airport because the supernova tournament was over. While at the airport, the guy was happy that he would finally be able to go home. As soon as they entered the airplane, Chen Qinian asked them if they had brought everything with them. Xiao Xingyu, on the other hand, was more interested in why they were the only ones on the plane. Chen Qinian explained to him that the principal was in a good mood, so she rented the whole plane just for them. The guy was happy that the principal had been so generous. Noticing his backpack, Yang Shou was surprised that he had packed so much stuff. The guy's backpack contained beef from Fengyao, sugar gourds from Qingjing, and a bunch of local Shiling delicacies. Looking at the contents of the backpack, he even thought that the guy didn't come for the supernova tournament, but for groceries. Xiao Xingyu was not the least bit embarrassed after Yang Shou's question. He noted that his sister liked all that food, so he decided to get some more. Yang Shou started hypocritically teasing the guy that he loves his sister. Xiao Xingyu didn't bend to his jokes, admitting that his sister was the best girl in the world and that he would take care of her for the rest of his life. Yang Shou thought that such respect for his sister was very good. Looking at his sister, he wondered how Xiao Xingyu was doing with his sister. He even thought of adding some fuel to the fire in their relationship. Xiao Xingyu looked at him, for his behavior raised questions for him. So they slowly flew towards home, where at home, Sister and Shi Meng were waiting for Xiao Xingyu to arrive. However, their peace was soon disturbed, as the airplane began to shake as if it were in a turbulent zone. Yang Shu panicked and tried to ask Chen Qinian what was going on, but Chen Qinian was panicking and didn't know anything either. Xiao Xingyu calmly noticed that there was a sudden smell of wine. Hearing this, Chen Qinian thought that their matters were not good. As it turned out, Su Ruyan hit the pilot on the head and he lost consciousness. She was indignant that some dork had entered the women's restroom for some reason. Su Ruyan also couldn't understand why there were so many buttons in the restroom. However, it was pointed out to her that it wasn't a restroom at all, but a cockpit, so they asked her to get out of there. Nevertheless, Su Ruyan decided to check the strange levers in front of her, causing the airplane to start dancing in the air. After a while, the plane was still able to land and they were still alive. Xin Xin was still dizzy, and Xiao Xingyu was glad that they had finally landed. Yang Shou also exhaled a sigh of relief, for he thought that this might be the end of them. At the same time, the staff members picked up Principal Su Ruyan under their arms and led him away. No sooner had they stepped out of the airplane than people rushed towards them. They began to praise Xiao Xingyu. Some considered him incredibly cool, calling him the pride of the academy. Someone thought the guy was the great hero they had been waiting for so long. Someone hailed Lunyin's great genius, Xiao Xingyu. Another guy remarked that living with Xiao Xingyu in the same room was a blessing from a past life. The guy even promised to follow Xiao Xingyu all the way to the end, from now and forever. However, Xiao Xingyu at this moment decided to inquire about who they even were. The guys were incredibly surprised, as they hadn't seen each other for a little while, and Xiao Xingyu had already completely forgotten about them. At the same moment, he admitted that he was joking, and that how could he forget about Wu Sheng and Sung Hu when they were like adopted sons to him. The guys were outraged at such jokes. Sheng was even outraged that he called him a son. He hadn't forgotten about them, though, so he reached into his bag and pulled out a notebook of notes from there. Xiao Xingyu held out the notes to them, telling them that he had made a training plan for them based on their abilities, so this training plan would help them become stronger. Wu Sheng was so happy to receive something like this. Sung Hu was already ready to call the guy father. Turning to Xin Xin and Yang Shou, he wondered why they were frozen in place, since everyone was waiting for them too. But Yang Shou pointed out that Xiao Xingyu was the protagonist of their academy. Xin Xin also didn't want to take away his glory. However, Xiao Xingyu was not satisfied with this answer, so he went behind Xin Xin and Yang Shou's back and hugged them, pushing them forward, which surprised the brother and sister. The reporters immediately began to take pictures of them to make the best photos. While mostly everyone was waiting for the winners of the Supernova tournament, there were also those who were annoyed by the whole situation. One such person was Wang Yan, who was an old acquaintance of Xiao Xingyu. Watching Xiao Xingyu from the screen, he would angrily pound his fists on the wall. Wang Yan hated Xiao Xingyu more than anything else in his life. He blamed Xiao Xingyu for everything that happened to him. If it wasn't for Xiao Xingyu, his beast wouldn't have died. If it wasn't for Xiao Xingyu, he wouldn't have been expelled from the academy. If it wasn't for Xiao Xingyu, his father wouldn't have disappeared. And he wouldn't be wandering around like a dog despised by everyone. Wang Yan blamed Xiao Xingyu for everything, but by no means himself. He believed that he was the dark horse of the Azure Dragon Academy, so this title and the fame that Xiao Xingyu received should have been his. At this moment, an unknown person wearing a red hooded cloak appeared behind the guy. He reached out and grabbed the guy's shoulder, making him incredibly scared. The unknown person pointed out that the guy's name was Wang Yan, and that he was the son of Wang Dongsheng. Wang Yan angrily asked who appeared in front of him and how the unknown person knew his father. The unknown person pointed out that the guy didn't need that information. He also added that if the guy wanted to defeat Xiao Xingyu, he should come to them. After he gave Wang Yan the leaflet, he left. Wang Yan did not understand what kind of unknown person had appeared in front of him. However, when he looked at the leaflet that the stranger handed him, he was shocked. It was the symbol of the Beast Tamers of the Darkness Guild. After a while, still the same day, sitting in class, the students were surprised to hear about the midterm exam. Chen Qinian explained to them that there was a midterm exam scheduled for this semester, which would consist of 2 parts. The first part of the exam was a pièce de resistance theory exam, while the second part of the exam was a practical exam, an actual battle with magical beasts. Chen Qinian told them that their group would be escorting a military freight train numbered 13. The purpose of the exam was to safely deliver the cargo from Lunyin to Huangyang in 24 hours. Hearing that they would arrive in Huangyang during the exam, Xiao Xingyu remembered that Zhou Xiong had promised to help him pick magic radiance flowers. If he collected the magic radiance flowers, then the conditions for germinating the heavenly soul vine would be fulfilled. One of the students tried to ask the teacher what their route would be while walking this part of the exam. Also, the disciple was also curious about how strong magical beasts they might encounter. Chen Qinian then pointed out that they would pass through the Poison Gorge, Kunming Mountain, and the White Bone Abyss along the way. Therefore, they had a high probability of meeting magical beasts of transcendent form, and maybe even the form of a beast king. The students were very frightened. One of the students was surprised that it was called a midterm. After all, it could have been a one-way ticket. Another student noted in fear that it was too early for him to die, so the best option would be to drop out. Chen Qinian asked the disciples not to panic, noting that Train 13 would also be accompanied by the Celestial Guild. Therefore, if strong beasts suddenly appeared, the guild would deal with them themselves, and the disciples would just get a line in their dossiers. Hearing that the Celestial Guild would be participating, Xiao Xingyu thought that perhaps Qin Yanran would also be there. Therefore, he decided to write a message to her himself. Xiao Xingyu texted her that their group would be accompanying them on a mission to guard train number 13. Qin Yanran was excited that they would be able to see each other and fight shoulder to shoulder. At this moment, the teacher menacingly called out to Xiao Xingyu. The guy put his phone away, trying to apologize to the teacher, justifying that there was an important message. However, Chen Qinian menacingly told him to immediately leave the classroom with him. There was no other choice, so Xiao Xingyu followed Chen Qinian out. One of the students was glad that Xiao Xingyu would finally get what he deserved now. After leaving the classroom, Xiao Xingyu pointed out that it was not necessary to punish him. However, Chen Qinian admitted that he was not the one to punish the guy, as he would definitely be reprimanded by the principal afterwards. After that, Chen Qinian took out some kind of stone from his pocket. He explained that it was the core of a magical beast of the full form of the lava lizard. The teacher said that it was a gift to the guy from the principal, as it would help Hell Nether Wolf break through to the next level. Xiao Xingyu was incredibly happy. He even asked for the teacher to thank the principal for him. Suddenly, Chen Qinian pointed out that last time the guy took a vacation, he had asked the guy's sister, and it turned out that the guy wasn't even home. Xiao Xingyu didn't deny it, slightly surprised that the teacher knew everything. To which Chen Qinian pointed out to him that next time there was no need for trickery, and that the guy should go straight home after class and spend time with his sister. His face covered in cold sweat, and he grabbed his head with his hand. He then informed the teacher that he had planned to do so. Suddenly, he felt as if his head had been struck by lightning. He realized that it was the power of the dragon and rushed towards the window. Chen Qinian did not understand what was even happening. Looking at the sky, the guy sensed that the dragon power was incredibly pure and did not belong to Shangguan Lan. Xiao Xingyu was incredibly surprised, for he had absolutely no idea that there were still purebred dragons in this world. Soon, a dragon appeared high in the sky, with two people standing on the dragon's head. The girl could not believe that Xiao had reached such a level in less than 6 months. She asked the leader if they should change clothes and meet the guy who was now in this city. The girl is the commander-in-chief of the Flame Alliance, Ye Mei. However, the man felt that the time for their meeting had not yet come. That man was Xiao Liang, the current leader of the Flame Alliance. Ye Mei wondered what the leader was waiting for and why he didn't want to meet the guy now. Xiao Liang only pointed out with a smile that the guy was growing up very fast, so the day of their meeting was already close. After that, Xiao Liang pointed out that it was time for them to fly away, and the dragon sped away at full speed from the place. The author's love and references to One Piece continue. Xiao Xingyu thought the whole situation was strange, because he could definitely feel the dragon's power in the sky, but he couldn't find any trace of it. The only thing that made him relieved was that it wasn't Shangguan Lan. In the evening, he was finally able to return home, which he happily announced to his sister and Shimeng as soon as he opened the door to the apartment. Shimeng happily ran up to him and hugged his leg. She confessed that she missed him a lot. The guy responded by confessing that he missed her too. Shimeng said that she saw how cool the guy was in the arena, so when she grew up she would definitely marry him. However, the guy stopped her by pointing out that she was still very young and he liked older girls. Shimeng didn't understand what was so good about them, as she thought she had it all too. At this moment, Ruoksu came out of the shower, wiping her head with a towel. She asked Shimeng not to pester her brother, as he hadn't even had time to put his backpack on the floor yet. When he saw his sister, he immediately threw his backpack aside, approached her and hugged her, saying that he missed her a lot. His sister also hugged him back, letting him know that she missed him too. Shimeng was surprised to see that a brother and sister could have such a relationship, since things were completely different between her and her sister Ye Ningshuang. Looking at his sister, Xiao Xingyu offered to sleep this night with her, but the sister pointed out to her brother that he was already a big boy, so it was not allowed. However, the guy grabbed her hand, reminding her that they had been sleeping together since they were kids. His sister explained to him that it used to be a forced measure since they didn't have an extra room. However, now they were living in the family dormitory, and also with Shimeng, so it could affect Shimeng badly. Therefore, the sister was strongly against his proposal. Xiao Xingyu pointed out that Shimeng had already fallen asleep, so he was offering to do it one last time. In the end, the girl gave in, but reminded him that it would be the last time and that it wouldn't happen again. The guy was incredibly happy that his sister agreed to his proposal. When they got into bed, they continued their conversation. His sister touched his cheek, noting that his brother hadn't been home for a long time and had lost a lot of weight. The guy admitted that everything was fine, but they had a midterm at the academy next week, so he would be gone for a long time again. His sister was surprised to hear that he would be gone for a long time. Xiao Xingyu told her that the exam is to escort train number 13 to Huangyang City. The girl was surprised since the city was on the western border of the Dragon State and it had terrible conditions and full of magical beasts. The guy tried to calm her down, noting no longer the same as before and had become much stronger. His sister admitted that it seemed that way because she used to be able to hug him with one arm, but now she probably couldn't do it with two. He thought that there was nothing wrong with that, and he could now hug her himself. After that, he pulled the girl to him and hugged her. His sister even called him a prankster afterward. Xiao Xingyu promised his sister that when he earns a lot of money, he will buy a villa overlooking the sea, and then his sister will be able to collect her favorite seashells on the shore every day. And he would beat everyone and come home and eat the food she cooked. He thought that only then he would be truly happy. The girl confessed that it was as if she could see it all in her mind. She said that she was looking forward to the future he had drawn. But in her soul, the girl sadly called him a fool, noting that she couldn't be with him for the rest of her life. At this point, his sister asked him to promise her something. The guy wondered what it was all about. The sister then asked him for a promise that whatever happened to her, he should live happily ever after. The brother thought that the sister was worrying for nothing because he wouldn't let anything happen to her, so in the end, he promised to fulfill her request. After all, his sister raised him and was always kind to him. Soon the school day at the academy started again. Wu Sheng stared at his book, thinking that failing an exam was a small thing, and that it was more frightening to die in the midterm exam. Xiao Xingyu began to tease him, suggesting that he write a will then. However, Wu Sheng refused to make a will beforehand. After that, Sung Hu sat down on their table and called them into the dining room, promising to treat them, and even took out cash from his pocket. Xiao Xingyu started bantering about how the guy was incredibly rich. He was so surprised and excited, but said it was something we could go somewhere else since someone else had already invited him today. As Sung Hu looked at the guy leaving, he asked Wu Sheng who Xiao Xingyu was dating today. Wu Sheng then pointed out that the guy was a real star at the academy now, so maybe some of the beauties had asked him out. Sung Hu remembered that there were 4 main beauties in the academy, Ye Ningshuang, Murong Xinxin, Qin Yanran, and another girl with double pupils, but he forgot her name. Wu Sheng helped him by pointing out that the girl's name was Bai Wange. Sung Hu, thanks to his friend's help, also remembered her name. However, Wu Shen thought that it was definitely not Bai Wange since she hardly showed her face in public. Therefore, the guy thought that Xiao Xingyu had a meeting with Murong Xinxin today since she was on the team with Xiao Xingyu and had a rather high ranking. Sung Hu felt that there was logic in his assumption. Meanwhile, the brother and sister were walking down the street and talking. The brother reminded his sister that their father was coming home today, which meant that there would be a real feast in their house today. The girl missed father's cooking too. Just at that moment, they bumped into Xiao Xingyu passing by. Yang Shou wondered why the guy was so excited and then suggested that he come over for dinner tonight. Xin Xin pointed out to the guy that their father would be cooking tonight. Besides, their father wanted to meet Xiao Xingyu, but suddenly the guy refused, citing that he had already arranged to meet a girl. Yang Shu was shocked from the way Xiao Xingyu said this, as if he had another girl they didn't know about. At the same time, Ruok Shui was looking at herself in the mirror, noting that the guy had grown incredibly. And the girl's thoughts were not about that at all, as she noted that the guy had grown in every sense, and her face became incredibly red. Yang Shou continued to wonder which girl Xiao Xingyu was talking about. Xiao Xingyu then admitted that he was talking about Qin Yanran, whom he had met before arriving at the academy. He also mentioned that the girl was from the Celestial Guild. At that moment, Qin Yanran called his phone, informing him that she was waiting for him at the back entrance of the academy. The guy did not forget to call the girl his sister during the conversation, and also informed her that he would come to her soon. Passers-by looking at the girl could not close their mouths, so beautiful she was. After that, the guy said goodbye to Yang Shou and Liu Jin, telling them that they should meet another time, and then he would treat them. Xin Xin's cheerful mood instantly evaporated. Yang Shou was also quick to notice that means Qin Yanran is not Xiao Xingyu's blood sister. Therefore, as a loving brother, he suggested to his sister to go and follow the guy. As soon as Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran met, they immediately hugged each other. The girl missed him since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Meanwhile, Yang Shou and Xin Xin were watching them hiding behind the corner of a building. Yang Shou was amazed at how beautiful Qin Yanran looked. He even reminded his sister that she should realize that guys like Xingyu are very much liked by girls, so he believed that his sister should by no means relax. His brother encouraged his sister, noting that if she wanted him to be her boyfriend, she would have to be more proactive. Xin Xin didn't understand what else to do, plus she felt that her actions were useless. Yang Shou decided that it was time to take out the secret weapon. After that, Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran went to a restaurant. Sitting at the table, the girl was telling him that this was the best restaurant of author's cuisine in the city, and since she was treating him, he could order himself whatever he wanted. Looking at the prices at this restaurant, the guy was amazed at how expensive the dishes on the menu were. However, beckoning to the waiter, Qin Yanran asked the guy not to worry about money. She then ordered one serving of everything at the very top of the menu. The waiter took the order and asked them to wait for a while. Soon, their table was bursting with the many treats that this restaurant had. Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran clinked their wine glasses happily, celebrating their meeting for the first time in a long time. The girl pointed out that although their guild members would protect the train as best they could on the way to Huangyan, but the guy shouldn't relax too much. She reminded him that recently the hordes of magical beasts had become active again on the border. Therefore, it was much more dangerous there than inland. If the border fell, the magical beasts would invade the dragon state, and then it would be no fun. However, Xiao Xingyu asked her not to worry about it, because he would be by her side. Then Qin Yanran decided that in this case she would have to rely on Guy. At a neighboring table, the customers were raging. The guy was offering the other guy more wine to drink. But the second guy admitted that he couldn't have any more since the auction in the Tower of Heavenly Secrets was about to start, and he needed to obtain material for the evolution of his battle beast. Hearing the loud conversation at a neighboring table, the guy remembered that the Tower of Heavenly Secrets was the largest auction venue in Lunyin. Qin Yanran asked him if he was interested in this auction and wanted to go, but Xiao Xingyu reminded her that such a place was obviously not for poor people like him. So Qin Yanran got up from the table, took his hand and asked him to go to the auction with her, committing to show him around. Xiao Xingyu being a poor man, he did not forget about the food, which was paid for a lot there. Since he insisted, the girl decided to take the unfinished food to go. After a while, they arrived at the high-rise building, also known as the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. As they approached the entrance, Qin Yanran showed her gold card and the man greeted her. then politely asked them to go inside, noting that VIP seats were already waiting for them. Xiao Xingyu finally began to realize what it meant to have a rich older sister. Walking down the corridor, the guy started to look around since it was the first time he had entered this place. He quickly noticed the feathers of the king of winged hawks, the tail of the ice storm mermaid, and the skull of a black diamond, which left him shocked and surprised as he had only seen such in books. Qin Yanran informed him that the exhibits on the first floor were the personal collection of the tower's mistress, Jiang Xuezhou, and that they were not for sale. A guy thought of the name Jiang Xuezhou. Just at that moment, the rich parent's son appeared. He yelled at Xingyu, telling him to stay out of the way. When Xiao Xingyu turned around and looked at the person who was yelling at him, he quickly realized who he was. Looking at the guy's card, he noticed that it symbolized the Hurricane Guild, which meant that the guy was that bratty puppy, Li Han, from the Hurricane Guild. Li Han decided to show surprise, as if he and Qin Yanran had met in such a place completely by coincidence. However, Qin Yanran was not as excited to meet him, asking him to stay away from her as she wanted nothing to do with him. With an arrogant glance at Xiao Xingyu, Li Han asked Qin Yanran who he was. The girl asked him to watch his tongue. After all, Xiao Xingyu was the champion of the Supernova tournament. Hearing his name, Li Han remembered that the guy was only a second-star beast tamers from a small town with no connections or power. He even rebuked the girl, noting that her taste had completely deteriorated. However, his words gave away the opposite when he expressed to Xiao Xingyu that Qin Yanran was his girlfriend. Therefore, he began to threaten Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu didn't shrink back and asked what would happen if he didn't follow his advice. At this moment, Jiang Xuezhou appeared and asked them not to forget where they were. She pointed out that if they had a disagreement, they could settle their disputes outside. After all, she didn't see the need for them to break her things. The other visitors to the Tower of Heavenly Secrets were excited to see the landlady of this auction and building. The girl covered her face with a fan and asked them to honor her and stop their argument. It seems like the guy is looking for trouble on his own head again and again. Li Han immediately apologized to Miss Jiang Xuezhou. He stated that he had no desire to cause trouble on Jiang Xuezhou's property. Jiang Xuezhou looked at the two of them with a terrifying aura. Looking at her, Xiao Xingyu opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't close it for a while. After that, Jiang Xuezhou announced to all the guests that the auction was about to begin, so she asked all the guests to go to the exhibition hall on the top floor. Xiao Xingyu continued to stare with his mouth open at Jiang Xuezhou's back as she walked away. Qin Yanran, noticing his reaction to Jiang Xuezhou, teased him that he was like any other guy who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. The guy had to apologize, trying to explain that he was actually just lost in thought. Although in reality, it wasn't a ridiculous excuse, because Xiao Xingyu had turned his attention to Snow Ermine, who was in the form of the King of Beasts, sitting on Jiang Xuezhou's shoulders. To tame Snow Ermine, one had to be at least a 6th-star beast tamer. Before leaving, Li Han promised that the guy would answer to him for his words. Xiao Xingyu announced that he was looking forward to that moment. However, Qin Yanran pointed out to him that he should know how despicable Li Han was. The guy admitted that he had heard something about Li Han. The girl then explained that it all started when their guild, Celestial, and his guild, Hurricane, began fighting for influence in the city. The Hurricane Guild had held a monopoly for many years, claiming the title of best guild for years, while also profiting from their customers. For killing a monster worth about 100,000 gold, they charge a whopping 5 million gold. 2 S-rank quests were failed, even though their guild had already taken the money, and all this happened in 1 month. As a result, more and more customers began to choose the Celestial Guild, so it turned out that the Celestial Guild began to oust Hurricane. Customers began to praise the Celestial Guild. However, after that, the Hurricane Guild came up with another dirty trick. They ordered Li Han, a perverted freak, to constantly harass Qin Yanran, offering her to become his 8th wife. Li Han even tried to frame her to discredit her honor. After hearing the whole story, Xiao Xingyu also began to think of Li Han as an even bigger scoundrel. He promised that if the opportunity arose, he would teach Li Han a lesson. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu was called over by a girl. The guy was surprised when he saw her. The girl told him that she needed to talk to him, so she asked him to give her a minute. The guy looked at her in confusion, not understanding what they wanted from him this time and whether he was in trouble again because of the Empress. Turning to Qin Yanran, he asked her to wait for him for a moment while he tried to quickly sort out the problem. As soon as he entered the room, the girl immediately handed him an object. She pointed out that last time the guy was in such a hurry that he didn't even take the thing the Empress had given him. Xiao Xingyu looked at the item and couldn't understand what it was at all. Handing the item to the young man, the girl said that it was the seal of the Emperor Soul. The young man was surprised that he had been given some kind of seal. The girl explained that the Emperor Soul seal was a symbol of the Empress herself, and that its bearer was revered as if he were a stranger whose power was still hidden. Despite the fact that the young man did not yet meet the required standards, the Empress nevertheless decided to give him the seal as a sign of his belonging to the Emperor Soul. The girl hoped that the seal would help the young man overcome all obstacles and complete his studies at the academy without incident. The guy thanked the girl for the item with great admiration and a smile. He also asked the girl to convey his gratitude to the Empress on his behalf. After all, the Empress had rated him so highly. The girl said that there was no need to thank her because she just happened to be nearby. After that, the girl said that she needed to accompany an important person to the border and looked behind her where someone was taking a shower. The guy was surprised that the girl had brought him into the room just as the another girl was taking a shower. The girl assured him that the shower door was closed, so everything was fine, and the lady would not be offended. The guy said goodbye to the girl and left the room. Qin Yanran had been waiting for him outside the door the whole time. She immediately asked if he was okay, but he reassured her, saying that nothing should have happened to him. He also reminded her that it was time for the auction. Qin Yanran tried to find out if the guy had done anything inappropriate when he was alone with such a beautiful girl. The guy was even surprised by the girl's remark because he had only been there for 5 minutes, so he definitely couldn't have done anything in such a short time. Qin Yanran approached him and grabbed his face with her hand. She asked him what kind of girls he liked best. Girls like Jiang Xuezhou, girls like the one he was alone with in the room, or girls like her. The guy immediately dodged the girl's jealous blow, saying that he liked girls like Yanran's sister, heroic and courageous girls. Qin Yanran was even surprised at how mature the guy had become and that he possessed high emotional intelligence. After all, her brother had proven himself capable of pleasing his older sister. The guy just laughed awkwardly at that moment. Soon they arrived at the auction, where Li Han was incredibly angry that Xiao Xingyu was standing too close to Qin Yanran. A subordinate approached Li Han. He asked if he should find a few guys after the auction to drag Xiao Xingyu into an alley and teach him a lesson. However, Li Han was indignant that it was not his style to wait until the end of the auction to punish the insolent Xiao Xingyu. After all, that was his style. Then the subordinate decided to resort to dirty tactics. He asked Li Han to take a look at what he had. The subordinate took out a photo of Xiao Xingyu's sister. Li Han was delighted when he saw the photo of the girl and came up with his cunning plan. He was delighted at how beautiful the girl was. Poor blonde guy, he's so young and so stupid, not understanding what kind of adventure he's gotten himself into this time, but maybe without his legs and arms, he'll definitely have a better life. And he doesn't even know that after meeting Ruo Xue, Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng disappeared. Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran watched as the bids at the auction rose higher and higher. Someone was willing to pay 8 million just to see Jiang Xuezhou smile. Someone was willing to bid 10 million just for the chance to have dinner with Jiang Xuezhou. The guy was surprised that even the skull of the Tianyan beast, which was only worth 3 million, had already been bid up to 10 million. Since the guy grew up in a poor family, he sincerely didn't understand why people were so willing to throw money around. Qin Yanran put her hand on his shoulder and said that the guy was so naive and silly. In fact, they weren't buying things at the auction, but Jiang Xuezhou's attention. These people just wanted to get closer to Jiang Xuezhou. However, the guy said that no matter what Jiang Xuezhou was like, he still thought she couldn't be better than Yanran's sister. The girl found that the guy was an incredible flatterer. However, at that moment, he seemed to contradict his own words and looked at Jiang Xuezhou. Although he was not interested in this woman, he felt that she was surrounded by some kind of mysterious aura. It bothered him that he could not figure her out. In the end, he decided that if the opportunity arose, he would have to get to know Jiang Xuezhou. After that, Jiang Xuezhou announced that the beautiful assistants would bring out the 9th lot of the auction. Jiang Xuezhou announced that it was a rare treasure capable of bringing a dying beast back to life, the root of a dragon's horn. The starting price for the dragon's horn root was 80 million. The auction attendees were in complete shock. They did not expect to see a dragon horn root at the auction. One of the attendees stated that the price of 80 million was nothing, as even 800 million for a dragon horn root would not be a waste. Xiao Xingyu also took a liking to the dragon horn root. Bids for the lot began to come in one after another, but suddenly a noise caught everyone's attention. As it turned out, Xiao Xingyu had allegedly accidentally broken a glass and spilled expensive wine on himself. Li Han, sitting in the neighboring VIP box, was not surprised at all. He believed that a poor man would always remain poor. So, in his eyes, the guy had just embarrassed himself once again. Jiang Xuezhou turned her attention to him. She ordered one of her subordinates to help the guy go to the restroom and clean himself up. Xiao Xinyu was so brazen that he asked Jiang Xuezhou to personally escort him to the restroom. He wanted her to show him where the restroom was. Even she was taken aback by such a request. One of the auction attendees became indignant. He didn't understand who this guy was that Jiang Xuezhou should be helping him. Other auction attendees also became indignant. One guy couldn't understand how it was even possible for a goose to be a match for a swan. The guy saw through Xiao Xingyu's plan that Xiao Xingyu wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to hit on Jiang Xuezhou. He believed that this would never happen. Another guy called security and asked them to immediately throw the insolent man out of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. Even Li Han was surprised at how shameless Xiao Xingyu could be. He was surprised that Xiao Xingyu decided to flirt with another woman when Yanran was right next to him. He even pointed out that now Yanran should finally see Xiao Xingyu's true colors. Where did the wine stain on his t-shirt go? Jiang Xuezhou was so polite that she kindly agreed to accompany the guy to the restroom. Xiao Xingyu thanked her for her gesture. The other auction attendees were simply furious. They couldn't believe that a goddess could like such a scoundrel as the guy in front of them. Another guy complained that he had spent a lot of money at this place over the years. None of them understood why this guy, and not one of them. Qin Yanran also drew a conclusion from this incident, but like everyone else, it was completely wrong. She thought that Xiao Xingyu had deliberately broken his wine glass to get closer to Jiang Xuezhou. At that moment, she thought that the guy liked women in qipaos. So she decided that next time she would wear a qipao too. Qipao, also known as cheongsam or Mandarin dress, is a traditional Chinese dress that gained popularity in the 1920s in Shanghai. It is characterized by a tight silhouette, high collar and side slits, and is often decorated with traditional Chinese patterns. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu and Jiang Xuezhou arrived at the restroom. While in the restroom, Jiang Xuezhou pointed out that the guy had deliberately arranged everything so that he could be alone with her. Therefore, she became curious about what the guy wanted to tell her, since he had done something like that. Wiping the wine stain off his t-shirt, which had already evaporated, the guy said that the dragon horn root that was put up for auction was actually a fake. Jiang Xuezhou was outraged that the guy had declared such an item to be fake. She explained to him that her auction house always checks items for authenticity. Therefore, she told the guy to watch what he said. If he continued to make such claims, she would have no choice but to ask him to leave the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. However, the guy stated with a smile that he was only a beast tamer of the 2nd star, and she was the owner of the snow ermine form of the King of Beasts. Therefore, he saw no point in deceiving her. Jiang Xuezhou was surprised that the young man knew she possessed the snow ermine. This fact alone made her realize that the young man really did have a keen eye. Therefore, she decided to ask him on what basis he had decided that the dragon horn root was fake. Xiao Xingyu tried to explain it to her with a brief lecture. He explained that the dragon horn root grows in an icy valley in the north of the country of Long, absorbs the energy of the sky and earth, and emits a light herbal aroma. However, the dragon horn root that was put up for auction did not have a light herbal aroma. Therefore, he suggested that what was put up for auction was not a dragon horn root, but most likely the bloody whiskers of a jiaolong. Jiang Xuezhou was a reasonable person, so she accepted his arguments, noting that these plants were indeed similar to each other. Thinking about it, because she valued the reputation of her auction house, she decided to immediately request an additional inspection of the plant. After a while, Jiang Xuezhou found the young man again. She thanked him, noting that the Xue clan from Lunyin had decided to deceive her. The young man felt that he did not deserve her gratitude. However, Jiang Xuezhou had other plans. She handed him a special gold card for honorary guests of her auction house. The guy tried to pretend that he felt uncomfortable accepting something like that for such a simple favor. But then he grabbed the card, announcing that he would keep it for now and return it later when the opportunity arose. Jiang Xuezhou even laughed from his joke, thinking the guy was witty. She announced that the auction was still ongoing, so she asked him to return to the hall. In the end, he decided to take his leave and go to the hall. However, looking at his back, Jiang Xuezhou smiled mysteriously, noting that the young man was a worthy son of a leader. The other guests were worried and dissatisfied that Jiang Xuezhou had been with that strange guy for so long and still hadn't returned. They even began to worry, deciding that there was something going on between the guy and Jiang Xuezhou. At that moment, they learned that for some reason, the Dragon Horn route was no longer participating in the auction. At that moment, a satisfied Xiaoxing Yu returned to his seat next to Qin Yanran. The girl immediately asked what the guy had been talking about with Jiang Xuezhou for so long. Xiaoxing Yu only noted that he had started a strong friendship with Jiang Xuezhou and that they hadn't talked about anything special. The girl was surprised and delighted that the guy had only just met Jiang Xuezhou and was already thinking about a strong friendship. However, the cunning Xiaoxing Yu quickly got out of the situation by saying that Jiang Xuezhou was just a friend, and that it was not at all like the brother-sister relationship he had with Yanran. The girl was happy to hear such words from him. Finally, Jiang Xuezhou appeared on the tribune. She apologized to her guests and announced that one of her old customers had already ordered the Dragonhorn route, so this item had to be removed from the auction. Now she was going to put an even rarer item up for sale. She then announced that this item was a special magical monster core with the attribute of holy light. The starting price for this item was 10 million. The core glowed incredibly brightly, enough to blind anyone. Guests at the auction were surprised. One guy was disappointed that he didn't have a beast with this attribute. Another guy thought that a beast with this attribute was already very hard to find, which meant that if you bought this core when you didn't have the corresponding magical beast, it would just be a useless piece of jewelry. Xiaoxing Yu was as surprised as the others, for this core surpassed even the power of demons. He thought that for Freya, this core would be just perfect. Qin Yanran quickly noticed that he was highly interested in this item. She inquired if the guy wanted her to help him win this item. The guy who grew up in a poor family didn't want to burden the girl, but she didn't even listen to him further and announced a bet of 20 million. Her behavior surprised everyone around her, including Xiaoxing Yu. However, it wasn't that simple, because as soon as her reaction to the core saw Li Han, he bet 30 million. The girl was well aware that Li Han was just trying to get back at her, but she had no choice as she wanted to get the core for her brother, so she announced a bid of 40 million. Li Han admired his villainous plan, so he bet 50 million. He said that no matter how much Qin Yanran offered, he would still raise the bid by another 10 million. The girl was outraged, for Li Han was already overstepping his bounds. In response, he declared that he would purposely not let Xiaoxing Yu live peacefully. So he announced that if the girl dared to empty her guild's treasury, he would stop outbidding her. The girl was furious. However, at this moment, Xiaoxing Yu intervened. He declared that he really appreciated Sister Yanran's intentions, but the guy believed that this was just a monster magic core and that he would have many more opportunities to get it in the future. The girl was upset, because such a quality core could not be found anymore. Jiang Xuezhou now intervened in the auction, and taking the core in her hand, she addressed the guy and the other guests. Jiang Xuezhou announced to everyone that Xiaoxing Yu was the holder of the highest gold card of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets and was also her friend. She decided that she would unilaterally remove this magic core from the auction and present it to Xiaoxing Yu personally. The reaction of the auction visitors was quite expected. They completely didn't understand how the guy got a gold card. One of the visitors was shocked by the woman's statement. After all, he had spent half of his fortune at the Heavenly Mystery Tower auction, but he was still only a silver bidder. The one who was most dissatisfied was Li Han. He thought it was unfair. A rich guy who was born with a golden spoon in his mouth was arguing about fairness. He didn't understand why such big money meant incomparably less than being friends with the guy Jiang Shuizhou had just met. Jiang Shuizhou made it clear to him and the others that this was her own business, and if she suffered a loss, it would only be her responsibility. She pointed out that Li Han shouldn't worry so much about her. Xiao Xingyu also didn't understand why such an incident was even happening. All he said was that the dragon horn route was fake. He of course expected to be able to befriend her and get a gold card, but he didn't understand at all why Jiang Shuizhou was helping him. The guy even thought that Jiang Shuizhou thought highly of his ability in analyzing items. Despite how smart he may seem, he is still a young, foolish guy, completely unaware of the behind-the-scenes games going on behind his back in the adult world. Li Han no longer knew where to vent his wounded pride. He pointed out that the guy was incredibly good and so popular with the women. However, he said that he would still see how they would stand up for the guy when he mutilated the guy's face. At this point, a lot of people came over, telling the others to get out of the way. Qin Yanran was outraged that Li Han was up to something nefarious. But Xiao Xingyu sat calmly in his seat, not worried about the situation going on. Li Han announced that he would teach the guy a lesson today, so that the guy would finally realize who was in charge in this city. Hearing him speak, Xiao Xingyu resented the wording. Then a joyful Li Han showed a picture of Ruok Shui on his phone. He stated that the guy should be happy that he had such a beautiful older sister. Otherwise, the guy would have died today. Li Han couldn't hide his admiration at how good the girl was. He had only glanced at her photo, and he could already smell her fragrance. Xiao Xingyu extremely disliked the vile speech that came out of Li Han's mouth. Li Han announced that he used to court Qin Yanran before, but now he has changed his mind. He announced that Xiao Xingyu's sister would now become his 8th concubine, and Qin Yanran, with her bad temper, would now become the 9th concubine. Li Han happily said Xiao Xingyu's sister will spend tonight with him. He did not have time to say anything further, as Xiao Xingyu lightly moved his hand to his face, sending him flying. In addition, Xiao Xingyu knocked out a few of his teeth. The rich guy was so stunned and indignant that Xiao Xingyu dared to hit him at all. He immediately asked if Xiao Xingyu knew who his father was. Li Han was indignant because his father was the head of the Hurricane Guild, Li Jianghe. So if the guy touched him, he would incur the wrath of the entire city. However, Xiao Xingyu kicked Li Han in the stomach. It didn't matter to him that Li Han's father was a big shot. Lying on the floor, Li Han continued to threaten the guy that if he trounced him one more time, the guy's sister would be unfortunate. However, that didn't stop Xiao Xingyu from grabbing Li Han's face and slamming Li Han to the floor with force. Xiao Xingyu angrily said that if Li Han mentioned his sister, he would make Li Han regret that Li Han was even born. Li Han tried to get indignant, but Xiao Xingyu started beating him up again. The visitors of the auction were in complete shock, which was not surprising because it was not every day that they saw the brash and arrogant, rich son of the Hurricane Guild leader being punished by someone. One of the guards asked Manager Qian if they should intervene and save Mr. Li. But Manager Qian must have had enough of him since he didn't want to intervene, noting that it was as if Li Han was being held hostage by Xiao Xingyu. He told the guard to contact the head of the guild immediately. After a while, Xiao Xingyu finished punishing the guy. He stated that the guy was incredibly tough, as he was already tired of beating him. Li Han's entire face was incredibly swollen with bruises, and he could no longer utter anything intelligible. After that, the guards finally arrived and they pulled Li Han aside. Li Han was still conscious. He ordered to kill the guy immediately. Manager Chen told the guards to act immediately. At this moment, the head of the Hurricane Guild, Li Jianghe, appeared. He menacingly asked who dared to beat up his son. Manager Chen and the others were terrified after Li Jianghe appeared. Li Jianghe, did you escape from fairy tale? With huge bruises on his face and barely able to speak his words, the son announced that his father was obligated to stand up for him. Li Jianghe was shocked, not even immediately recognizing that his son was in front of him. He didn't understand who dared to do such a thing to his son. The man pointed his finger at the guy and asked if he was the one who beat up his son. Li Han confirmed that he was the one who beat him up. However, Xiao Xingyu was unfazed, not understanding what the big deal was. Jiang Xuezhou was still watching from the sidelines and had not yet tried to intervene in the conflict that had arisen. Li Jianghe was outraged. He ordered the guards to immediately break the guy's arms. It was Qin Yanran who stood up in the guy's defense. She announced that the guy was not just her brother, but also an honorary pharmacist of the Celestial Guild, so if they touched Xiao Xingyu, they would declare war on the entire Celestial Guild. However, this did not stop Li Jianghe. He vilely stated that the girl's father was not in Lunyin right now, so he felt that he could teach her a lesson. Li Jianghe believed that the girl's father would not confront him over what had already happened. Xiao Xingyu asked Yanran's sister to step aside this time. He was wondering if Li Jianghe would really dare to raise a hand against him. The girl was surprised, not understanding what the guy's plan was in such a situation. Then the guy took out the Emperor Soul Seal. He complained that something had fallen from his hands. Li Jianghe and Li Han stared at the item that fell from the guy's hands. Li Jianghe was so shocked when he saw the Emperor Soul Seal that even the cigar fell out of his mouth. The still uncomprehending Li Han told the guards to immediately follow his father's order and break the guy's hands. However, at that moment, the father slapped his son. The father called him an idiot. Li Han didn't understand why his father did that to him. At the same time, Li Jianghe was examining the Emperor Soul Seal that had fallen from the guy's hands. He realized that the Emperor Soul Seal, so he blew on it as if he was trying to clean it. His face then became covered in cold sweat as he stated that he was apologizing to the guy for the inconvenience his wayward son had caused the guy. The old man inquired about the items the guy wanted to purchase at this auction and that he would immediately buy all the items the guy was interested in. Military Councillor Jie Jun, the 4 governors, the generals of the 3 armies, all these powerful men are Shangguan Lan's confidants, pillars of the state. However, they are not the ones who enjoy the greatest trust of the Empress. In order to strengthen her position in the Dragon State, Shangguan Lan has created an Emperor Soul organization that reports only to her. Every member of the Emperor Soul is like a dead man. Therefore, the Empress gave them the special privilege of wearing the seal of the Emperor Soul. There is an unspoken rule in the Dragon State. If you see the seal, consider that you have seen the Empress herself. Li Han still didn't understand why his father had hit him. After all, they were supposed to punish the insolent man. However, Li Jianghe told him to shut up immediately. He even complained that no one else had a son as stupid as him. Taking the Emperor Soul Seal from Li Jianghe's hands, Xiao Xingyu pointed out that Li Han had almost maimed him, and Li Jianghe had even threatened to kill him. Therefore, the guy demanded an immediate explanation from the old man. The old man stated that it was all a big misunderstanding. He reported that he was incredibly sorry that they had ruined the guy's mood. The old man announced that as a token of the sincerity of their apology, they were willing to purchase any auction items for the guy. Xiao Xingyu rejected his offer, saying that he was not interested in money. Xiao Xingyu decided that since Li Jianghe had admitted his mistake, Xiao Xingyu had the right to choose his own way of apologizing to them. Trying to contain his anger and continuing to smile, the old man asked how he could earn the guy's forgiveness. The guy decided that it would be pretty quick and easy. He reminded him that since Li Han had insulted his sisters and wanted to kill him, he would break Li Han's arm for it. The guy thought that was a pretty fair solution to the problem. The old man was shocked at the guy's words. Xiao Xingyu then reminded him that Li Jianghe could suffer the punishment himself, instead of his son. He asked if the Hurricane Guild no longer needed a guild leader. The old man quickly realized that the situation could get worse. He asked the guy which arm of his stupid son the guy wanted to break. Xiao Xingyu chose the right hand. He declared that if he saw Li Han being able to move his right arm even once more, the old man would face the consequences. Li Han was frightened, not realizing what was even happening. He warned the guy not to do anything stupid. However, at this moment, the old man broke his son's right arm with a slight movement of his hand. Li Han fell to the floor in pain. He squealed because his arm was incredibly sore. The old man asked the guy if he was satisfied now. After that, Xiao Xingyu told them to scram. With a strained smile, Li Jianghe thanked Xiao Xingyu. He promised that he would strictly punish his son. The old man then demanded that the guards finally pick up his idiot son and take him out of here. Xiao Xingyu didn't care about them anymore, and he walked over to Yanran's sister, noting that it was time for them to leave as well. Only now did Jiang Shuizhou intervene. She told all the guests that what happened today in the Heavenly Mystery Tower should stay here and they should not spread about it. She asked all the visitors to remember the rules and act as if nothing had happened. The visitors of the auction immediately supported her idea, and that one should do as Jiang Shuizhou said. When they left the auction hall, the girl asked the guy why he had gotten involved in this story in the first place. She was well aware that if the guy didn't have the Emperor Soul Seal, the guy wouldn't be alive anymore, so she thought that he had acted too unreasonably. However, Xiao Xingyu explained to her that things were not as she thought, and that this was actually the situation he wanted. The girl was stunned, not understanding why he would intentionally get involved in such a venture. The guy explained to her that according to his tactics, he had deliberately made himself look weak. Meanwhile, the unknown pink-haired girl asked her subordinate if she had written down all the information about Xiao Xingyu. The girl said that she had written everything down. The unfamiliar pink-haired girl who had showered earlier turned out to be Shangguan Lan's daughter, Shangguan Qian. She told her subordinate to send the records related to Xiao Xingyu to her mother. The girl obediently agreed to fulfill this order. At the same time, someone also contacted Jiang Shuizhou on the phone. This stranger turned out to be the commander-in-chief of the Flame Alliance, Ye Mei. She asked if Jiang Shuizhou had already seen a guy. Jiang Shuizhou praised the guy, as he seemed much smarter than she thought. After a while in the hospital, the son was complaining to his father. He didn't understand why his father had allowed that plebeian to break his son's arm because of some Emperor Soul Seal. The old man was angered that his son never realized his mistake. His father had clearly explained to him that if he saw that guy, he should either hide or behave calmly. The old man pointed out that even if the guy ordered his son to eat shit, the son should do it unquestioningly. He was outraged that he had to chew on such simple truths to his son. The old man explained briefly and lucidly that the Empress herself was behind the guy, and the fact that his son was still alive was already a great fortune. Li Han's pride was destroyed, so he refused to just take it and retreat. The old man became furious at his words. He declared that if his son continued to be impertinent to him or harm Xiao Xingyu in any way, he would have to give up on his son. He wasn't going to destroy the guild because of his son. Li Han was resentful that some guild was more important to his father than his son. Li Han became furious. He blamed Xiao Xingyu for his misfortune and that Xiao Xingyu had made him a cripple. Now he had also lost value in the eyes of his own father. Li Han became wildly furious, saying that Xiao Xingyu had forced him to do this. He then grabbed his phone and dialed his uncle's number and cried afterward. In a trembling voice, he complained to his uncle that he had been beaten and had broken his arm. Life teaches nothing to such prideful people. The broken arm and his father's adoration of Xiao Xingyu did not teach him a lesson. He had not yet met Wang Yan, whose father had gone out for bread because of his meeting with Xiao Xingyu and never returned. Although morning had already arrived, Xiao Xingyu was too tired recently, so he still continued to sleep. At this moment, his phone rang. The caller woke him up, and after answering the call, the guy didn't realize who was even calling him. He was getting a call from Yang Shou, who informed him over the phone that he was standing outside his house. After a moment, the guy finally realized that Yang Shou was calling him. But he was still sleepy, so he didn't realize what had even happened or why Yang Shou was calling him. Yang Shu announced that Xiao Xingyu should go to his house for dinner since Yang Shu's father wants to meet the guy. The guy even jumped out of bed and instantly woke up, surprised that Admiral Mu Rong himself wanted to meet him. He even asked Yang Shu if it was okay for him not to go to the event. However, Yang Shu stated that he would even forcefully drag the guy to his house. He arrived in his car and stood outside the guy's house. Eventually, Xiao Xingyu gave up and decided to go. In front of the door, he met his sister, who wondered where the brother was going in this weather when it was snowing outside. The brother only told her that he was going to have lunch at a friend's house. Soon they arrived at a giant-sized mansion, as if they were visiting some king rather than an admiral. As soon as they got out of the car, a woman with glasses greeted them with a friendly smile. She was happy that the young master had brought a guest with him. Yang Shou did not deny that he had arrived with his friend. Pointing to the mansion, he informed the guy that this was his home. Xiao Xingyu was astonished, for it was not a house, but an entire palace. Yang Shou then revealed that this house was a gift from the empress. There were only 6 people in their family, including servants, so even Yang Shou thought that they didn't need such a big house. After that, they went up the stairs, and as soon as Yang Shou opened the door, he informed his family that they had arrived. Mu Rongjin was at this time preparing food for their lunch. He asked them to wash their hands while he finished preparing another dish. Xiao Xingyu was even surprised that Admiral Mu Rongjin was preparing the food himself. Yang Shu added that he and his sister had been eating food prepared by their father all their lives. Mu Rongjin intervened in the conversation, holding a plate of food in his hands. He looked at the guy and said that he had heard a lot about the guy and that he was happy to meet him. Xiao Xingyu greeted him politely. He even admitted that it was a big part for him to meet Grand Admiral Mu Rongjin in person. The man decided that they should drop the formalities, so he asked the guy to call him uncle. Mu Rongjin had heard that the guy was quite cheerful and outgoing, so he didn't expect the guy to be so uptight. Xiao Xingyu only gave a fake laugh in response. He was well aware of his tense state. After all, not long ago, they had fought to the death. After a while, the table was set with many dishes that Mu Rongjin had prepared, and they sat down to eat lunch. Mu Rongjin confessed that he had seen the guy's performances in the Supernova tournament. He praised the guy, noting that the guy was a promising young man. Smiling strainedly, Xiao Xingyu remarked that his uncle was overpraising him because he was actually just lucky. Mu Rongjin only laughed in response, thinking that the guy was also modest. He even complained about his son, who doesn't do well in everything he does. Yang Shou was displeased by his father's words. After all, he had never heard anyone say that he was not good at anything. The son even boasted that his theory class essay had recently won first place in the entire academy. Mu Rongjin was even surprised, as he remembered that his son was weak in theory. The father even thought that his son had cheated and told his son to bring the essay to him to look at. After that, the son brought a certificate where the academy congratulated Yang Shou for winning the Azure Dragon Academy's literary competition with the essay, "My Father is an Admiral." After reading such a charter, Mu Rongjin was surprised. Yang Shou confessed that he had copied the work from their library because Mu Rongjin had written something similar. He even bragged to his father that it came out well. However, Mu Rongjin was displeased, for Mu Rong's lineage was a generation of heroes, and his son was cheating so openly. The man was outraged, noting that if Yang Shou's grandfather or great-grandfather was still with them and found out that Yang Shou had written off their essay, they would definitely scold Yang Shou. While the father and son were fighting, the daughter wasted no time. She took some food and put it to Xiao Xingyu, asking him to taste it. This moment did not escape Mu Rongjin's notice. He was amazed by his daughter's actions. After all, she had never put food on him like this. Yang Shou intervened and put his father's food in his mouth. He even covered his father's mouth with his hand. The guy explained that he was the one who taught her this maneuver. After all, it was about his sister's happiness. So he asked that the father play along with them a little. The father thought about his daughter. When Xin Xin was young, her mother died in front of her eyes. Since then, she started to have serious psychological problems. The father remembered that his daughter had become withdrawn and taciturn, began to shun strangers. Even he and Yang Shou found it difficult to communicate with her. However, the father was outraged because it had been a short time since the beginning of her studies, and the daughter had already exchanged almost 20 phrases with the guy. The father was shocked because he had never heard 20 phrases from his daughter in 20 meetings with her. Xin Xin offered the guy some food. She said that it was pork with pineapple and lychee, noting that it was very tasty, and advised the guy to try it. Xiao Xingyu realized that he was about to be fed like a slaughter. The father was still amazed, having come to the conclusion that his daughter liked this guy who came to his house today. At this moment, Mu Rongjin felt anxious. Mu Rongjin was no longer the gentleman he had been at the beginning of their meeting. He stared at the guy with a bloodthirsty gaze and then asked how many people were in the guy's family. Xiao Xingyu was very surprised by Mu Rongjin's sudden change of mood. After that, Mu Rongjin pelted the guy with questions. He wondered how much land the guy's family had, what his parents were doing, He was even curious about the rank of the guy's great-grandmother. He also wanted to know who the guy's grandparents worked as. However, Yang Shu once again intervened, preventing the angry father from continuing. He asked the father not to push so hard, or else he would scare the guy away. But the father wasn't going to stop, so he even bit his son's hand. He was angry, as he wasn't going to let his daughter get hurt because of the guy. Yang Shu didn't expect his father to bite him at all and squealed in pain. After that, father and son began to have a heart-to-heart talk. Yang Shu asked his father to face the reality that Xin wasn't interested in guys at all, much less his own age, so he didn't understand why his father reacted so strongly. Murongjin admitted that Xiao Xingyu was good at everything, but he was completely poor. Murongjin thought ahead, as he didn't understand what they would have to do then if his daughter married such a guy. The father thought that his daughter would then definitely suffer. However, Yang Shu pointed out that Xin had him and her father, so they would be able to feed Xin if there was a dire need. His father wanted to contradict him, but his son asked him to continue without any words after the word but. He even told his father that Xiao Xingyu had become a special pharmacist of the Celestial Guild, so the guy might not even be inferior to their family in the future. After hearing all the information from his son, the father stared menacingly at the guy. The girl kept advising the guy to eat more. Xiao Xingyu noticed the changed atmosphere perfectly. He informed the girl that her father was looking at him strangely. The guy even thought that maybe the girl's father was going to stab him. Xiao Xingyu was extremely reluctant to have Murongjin interested in his person. However, Murongjin had gotten close to him. He stated that he became curious about some details about the guy. He remembered that the guy had only recently entered the Azure Dragon Academy. So he wondered when the guy had the time to become a special pharmacist of the Celestial Guild. Xiao Xingyu confessed that although he was young, he had a talent in medicine and could develop medicines to help injured beasts recover from injuries. Upon hearing this information, Murongjin even laughed, saying that the guy is so young and confident. He also revealed that special pharmacists were a rare resource for all the major guilds. So the man wondered how the guy managed to get the attention of the Celestial Guild if he had such a superficial understanding of the topic. The guy only smiled as he noticed that his uncle thought that he had gotten into the Celestial Guild through connections. Murongjin thought so because he had heard that the guy had a rather close relationship with the daughter of Celestial Guild head Qin Yanran. However, the guy firmly stated that words didn't matter and let the facts speak for themselves. Xiao Xingyu pointed out that Murongjin is a naval admiral, so he should know that sea beasts easily fall ill with fissure syndrome. Such beasts have a drastic deterioration in blood clotting, and if they injure themselves, the blood will be hard to stop. The guy also stated that there is currently no effective cure for this syndrome on the market. Murongjin only laughed at his words, amused that did the guy really have a cure. After his words, Xiao Xingyu took out a small vial. Guy stated that he has in his hands a special medicine that he has developed to treat fissure syndrome. The medicine is a highly active and antioxidant herbal serum called Blue Essence. Grabbing the vial in his hands, Murongjin was surprised, not fully understanding the words the guy said. After that, he told his subordinate Xiao Liu to bring his beast by the fountain. Approaching the fountain, Xiao Liu told Sharp-Toothed to appear. At the same moment, a beast that looked like a walrus appeared in the fountain. The entire body of the magical beast was covered with wounds that didn't want to heal in any way. Xiao Xingyu approached Xiao Liu and advised him to add a few drops to the water and let the magical beast lie in the water for a while. Xiao Liu tried to approach his beast, but the Sharp-Toothed had already been in pain and suffering from the disease for so long that he was constantly angry. The man asked his beast to lie in the water for a while, hoping that the sickness would recede. Xiao Liu dribbled a little medicine from the vial onto Sharp-Toothed, and everything around it brightened up. The Sharp-Toothed's mood instantly changed as he could finally swim in the water and nothing hurt, and the cracks on his body healed. Not only Sharp-Toothed was happy, but also Xiao Liu, who happily informed the admiral that the cracks on Sharp-Toothed's skin had healed. Murongjin jumped up from his seat. He was incredibly happy and excited after noticing that this drug was even more effective than the SK-92 drug that had been developed by the Imperial Research Institute. The guy smirkingly asked his uncle if he now believed in his abilities. The joyful Murong Jin was no longer listening to him. He was more interested in whether the drug Murong Jin had developed could be mass-produced. The guy admitted that if Murong Jin gave him a pharmaceutical factory, he could start mass production. Murong Jin seemed to have forgotten about his jealousy for his daughter, as he was already praising the guy, noting that the guy was a once-in-100-years genius. The man was so happy, for with the guy's help, a great future awaited their fleet. However, Xiao Yu lived in a capitalist world, so he wasn't in a hurry to do everything. He said that they should first discuss the fee for using his patent on the drug. Murong Jin's face immediately changed when he heard about the fee for using the guy's patent on the drug. Murong Jin was a little resentful that the guy decided to go into business with him. But Xiao Yu knew very well that there was no other way to live in this world. He even noted that in order to develop the blue essence, he had to spend a lot of effort and time. The man noted that the guy had practically become his son-in-law, but he still bargained with him. Xiao Yu admitted that he didn't hear what the admiral called him. However, Yang Shu intervened in the conversation this time as well. He asked his father to behave himself, because if other people heard, they would think that his father was selling his daughter. The son reminded that the father should be more diligent in taking care of their family's status. The guy also pointed out that the father doesn't care about him, but his sister is a girl, so the father should take care of his daughter's reputation. Murong Jin restrained his impulses, coughed, and admitted that Xiao Yu's words made sense. He now inquired how much the guy wanted for the patent. With a smile on his face, Xiao Yu admitted that he didn't need much at all, and that only 1 billion would be enough. Murong Jin's mood changed once again. He was angry, thinking that the guy had completely lost his conscience. However, Xiao Yu rightly pointed out that the Imperial Research Institute had charged 5 billion for the SK-92 drug, which didn't even completely cure the disease, for the patent. Therefore, based on this information, the guy felt that he was not asking for too much. His blue essence was the only cure for Fisher syndrome. Murong Jin was shocked to hear such words from the guy. The son approached his father once again. He informed his father that he could consider this billion as Xin's dowry for the wedding. He even thought that with this option, it would be easier for his father to part with the money. And when the right time came, they would just make some changes to the contract. Murong Jin was shocked at his son, for his son's plan seemed perfect to him. Father and son discussed the details and clearly laughed. Xiao Yu, who was standing beside them, didn't know what they were whispering about, but he felt that they were trying to fool him. As soon as Xiao Yu left the Murong family mansion, he received a call from Liu Jin. She inquired if the guy was sure about going out alone in this weather. The girl even suggested that her brother or father walk the guy home. However, the guy informed her that he still had some other things to do, so he felt it was not necessary. The upset Liu Jin asked the guy to be careful on the road. After that, the guy looked at the screen of his phone. He was ecstatic as he had already received an advance of 50 million. Xiao Yu began to already think about what he should buy for his sister and the others. The first thing he decided to order was cosmetics and a massager for his sister, something delicious, and clothes for Xi Ming. For Chen Chinian's teacher, he decided to order tea, and in addition to that, something else for Freya and the others. After that, with an outstretched hand, he told Freya to appear. Freya majestically appeared in front of him while kneeling down. The guy held out a glowing stone to the girl. He admitted that the girl had been with him for so long, and he still couldn't give her anything worthwhile. Looking at the stone in front of her, the girl was incredibly excited. Xiao Yu explained to her that he was holding a magical beast core with the attribute of holy light. He really wanted the girl to make a breakthrough and level up as soon as possible. The girl was happy to hear such information from the guy's mouth. He also confessed that he had prepared a special herb for the girl to protect her meridians and a pill to strengthen her heart. So if the girl felt bad after taking them, she should try to be patient. And if the girl's pain becomes unbearable to bear, she should draw a circle in the snow, and then he will stop infusing spiritual energy. The guy asked if Freya was ready to accept a gift from him. Freya immediately crouched down on her knees, opened her mouth, about to accept probably all sorts of gifts from him, not just the one he was offering her right now. After that, the guy placed a magical beast core with the attribute of holy light into her mouth. As soon as Freya swallowed the magical beast core with the holy light attribute, she felt as if her heart was ready to burst out of her chest. Freya tried her best to contain all the energy. However, there came a moment when she could no longer hold back, so pushing herself off the ground, she flew upwards. Freya's body was covered with multiple small cuts, and then the girl lost consciousness and fell to the ground exhausted. After the impact and all bruised, she came to her senses. The guy was already running towards her, informing her that if it was too hard for the girl, he would immediately stop the transfer of spiritual energy. The girl fell down again and lost consciousness. Xiao Xingyu asked her to wait, intending to help her. Xiao Xingyu tried to look at Freya with his marvelous eyes. At that moment, Freya was back in that long-ago nightmare from the past that happened to her long ago. She was locked in the cage again. The buyer was very unhappy to see the merchandise. The seller said that he would be reselling the item soon, so he advised the buyer to buy if any of the girls appealed to him. The buyer grabbed the hand of one of the water pixies from the cage. Trying to kiss the girl, he declared that from now on, she would serve only him. Freya, locked in the cage, clutched her head at what she saw. She prayed to her ancestors that someone would come and rescue her. From the noise, she abruptly opened her eyes, seeing a worried Xiao Xingyu standing in front of her. After that, Freya opened her eyes in the real world. She reached for the snow and wrote in the snow that she could handle this ordeal. Freya's body was all scarred with cuts as she tried to contain the energy rapidly growing in her body. The energy erupted with devastating force, completely engulfing her wings, making the girl even scream. The guy decided that Freya had suffered enough, and being worried for her life, he wanted to stop everything. At this point, Freya's wings began to collapse and crumble from the fire, so the guy became even more worried for her life. However, suddenly the girl pushed him away, and he fell to the snow. Then the girl rushed to him and kissed him, which made the guy very surprised, but he wasn't the only one surprised. Dailu and Shasha were also watching the scene. Dailu was incredibly outraged that tears even appeared in her eyes. She didn't understand why it was Freya who was doing this and not her. Shasha, on the other hand, tried to calm her down, noting that this was a very important moment for Freya. Freya's wings began to regrow at this point, and in place of the old scorched wings, new wings glowing with brilliance were currently shining. Flipping off the guy, the girl experienced a moment of breakthrough and leveling up. The guy was glad that Freya was able to overcome this path after all and was able to level up. He immediately greedily began to examine the girl with his marvelous eyes. In front of him was a four-winged angel of light. Stage, mature form, level 1. Bloodline, angel's blood, mythic. She now had a new ability, the power of constellations. This ability allows her to utilize the powers of the 12 zodiac signs and other stars, and has a small chance of activating 10 times supercritical damage. She also has a new constellation mark ability. When damaging an enemy, a crescent-shaped mark appears above their head, which updates the recovery time of the Star Jerk skill. Flight was added to attributes other than Angel and Holy Light. Loyalty has increased to 100. Star Jerk was added to the skills. Thanks to this skill, she instantly moves at the speed of light to a marked enemy, dealing damage to all enemies in her path. There is also the Starburst skill. With this skill, Freya absorbs the power of the stars and kicks the enemy with a guaranteed 10 times critical damage. The girl's habits and tastes included that she liked to look at the moon and be near her master. A joyful Xiao Xingyu admitted that he was proud that Freya was able to pass this dangerous and difficult test. The guy then inquired about Freya's current state of health. He wondered if she had any wounds now. The girl was a little surprised to hear his words. The guy hinted to the girl that she had grown everything and even wished that Freya would take off her armor and he would inspect everything. However, the silent Freya grabbed the wooden plaque, noting that the master was a real lecher. The guy was already laughing at the top of his lungs, believing that it was completely wrong. However, there was another disgruntled person here. Dailu and Shasha appeared in front of him. Dailu became indignant, noting that the guy and Freya had gotten much closer than she thought. The guy acted dumb, as if he had absolutely no idea what she even meant. And he was more concerned with why Dailu had suddenly decided to show up. Dailu was outraged, complaining that she would get off the tag whenever she wanted. Shasha decided to clear the air, noting that Dailu had seen everything. The guy admitted that it couldn't be helped. He even smiled and wondered what he should do to make it up to her. The girl informed that just today she was not busy, so the guy could make up for everything in the evening in private. However, the guy kindly declined. The girl wondered if the master didn't like her anymore, but the guy explained that it wasn't like that at all and he loved them all, and then asked if they wanted to go shopping with him. Black Fang was forced to listen to the whole argument. Soon they were already walking quietly down the street as the snow fell. The guy even informed them that they could choose any clothes they liked. They are quietly walking around as if they weren't the most wanted individuals in the Dragon State, and it's like the guy isn't a famous person due to winning the Supernova tournament and no one will recognize him afterwards. A slightly upset Dai Lu admitted that the guy already knows perfectly well that they've never been to a human store. The guy then stated that he was always willing to help them with advice. After a while, they were already trying on clothes in one of the stores. The first option for Dai Lu was the office style. After putting on the new outfit, the girl complained that the skirt was too short for her. The second option was the qipao that Shasha wore. She thought she looked pretty good in that outfit. The third outfit was the maid outfit that Freya tried on. The guy even admitted that it was his favorite outfit. Hearing his words, Dai Lu and Shasha smashed the wall behind him. Shasha was outraged that the guy had brought them to this store just to satisfy his dirty desires. Dai Lu also thought the guy was a pervert. However, Xiao Xingyu tried to justify himself, stating that they were there so that the girls would have something to wear in their daily lives. Dai Lu walked up to him and grabbed his chin. She announced that the guy had pissed her off a lot, so she was demanding payback. The girl will inform that she will now pick up clothes for the guy, and he will wear them and she will not take no refusal. The guy asked her to calm down, as the salesgirls were looking at them. The guy was already shouting for help, for he had a rather exhausting event ahead of him. But the girl with glasses wondered to her co-worker if they should help the rich guy. The other girl said that they should not interfere in the affairs of the rich. The next day, the guy was back at his studies. The teacher announced that today was the day of the midterm exam. Train number 13 was leaving at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and should arrive in Huangyang City tomorrow at noon. Chen Qinian also added that all the stops and the route are detailed in the guidebook. The passing grade of the midterm exam is C, and the maximum standard grade is S. Wu Sheng and Sung Hu looked at the exhausted Xiao Xingyu. Sung Hu didn't understand what was wrong with his friend, for he looked like he was completely exhausted. Wu Sheng didn't understand either and thought that their friend must have just been tired while studying for the exams. Chen Qinian mentioned that if they faced a serious threat and successfully handled it successfully, doing a great service to the country, they would receive a SS or even SSS grade. He also recalled that a guy like them who studied 5 years ago, Ne Qingfeng, got SS and is now a deputy commander in Huangyang. The students were surprised to hear about such a successful academy graduate. Chen Qinian wanted to cheer them up and encourage them, stating that if any of them got a grade of S, he would personally gift that student a mature-shaped beast lightning core. Suddenly, the teacher coughed and declared that the classroom was not a place to sleep. Xiao Xingyu immediately realized that the teacher was saying this to him. Xiao Xingyu raised his right hand up and declared that he promised that he would get a grade of S. Wu Sheng stared at his friend uncomprehendingly. After all, he had heard the teacher say that a lightning core would be given for an S grade. The other students were not as optimistic. One of the students was even grabbing his head, praying to come back alive from this midterm exam at all. Afterwards, Chen Qinian announced that he had given them all the information they needed and that they should now head to the train station to wait for the train to depart. Soon, many students were already standing at the train station. Students from other classes were inquiring about the platform number from other classes. Looking at the weather and exhaling steam from his mouth, the guy even complained a little that this year's weather was not at all pleasant. At that moment, someone called out to the guy. Turning around, he found that it was Liu Jin calling him. The guy wondered what she was doing here, since she should be on the other platform with her class. The girl happily ran up to give him a gift in a bag. Apparently, in this universe, they don't know to dress warmer, and the author doesn't want to bother. The guy was surprised, not realizing what she had even prepared. Suddenly, he was even more surprised when he pulled a scarf out of the gift bag. She confessed that she was not good at knitting. She wanted to give the scarf to the guy early, but unfortunately she was only able to finish knitting the scarf today. Xiao Xingyu immediately wrapped the scarf around his neck. He thanked the girl, noting that the scarf was indeed very warm. However, the guy didn't notice at all that the girl needed it much more. At least he was wearing a jacket, while she was wearing a blouse. At this moment, a train arrived at platform 13. After seeing the train with his eyes, Xiao Xinyu said goodbye to Liu Jin, promising that when they returned, he would definitely go to the movies with the girl. The girl was happy to hear about such a thing. Sung Hu seems to be the kind of guy who is hot and doesn't feel cold. Watching his friend, he grudgingly stated that he smelled romantic. Now Wu Sheng realized why the guy looked so exhausted. Walking up to them, Xiao Xingyu wondered what they were whispering about without him, but the guys decided not to tell him about it. As soon as the disciples boarded the train and took their seats, Qin Yanran appeared. She greeted the students who boarded train 13. The girl announced that she was the deputy head of the Celestial Guild, Qin Yanran. She also mentioned that she was in charge of the transportation of the cargo. The Celestial Guild is responsible for guarding the cargo, so the disciples would only need to help them as needed. The disciples were surprised to see Qin Yanran in person. One of the disciples admitted that he had heard that Qin Yanran was a fifth-star beast tamer, so he understood that next to Qin Yanran they were safe. Qin Yanran reported that the train cars from the 2nd to the 5th are often attacked. Train cars 6 through 10 are relatively safe, but the 11th through 15th are the most risky, as they are most likely to be attacked and even uncoupled. Therefore, based on the requirements of the midterm exam, students had to choose a train car to help. Xiao Xinyu immediately said that he would choose the car at the tail of the train, as the higher the risk, the higher the grade. Wu Sheng and Sung Hu expressed their desire to go along with Xiao Xingyu. Qin Yanran admitted that she didn't expect anything else from Xiao Xingyu, but she also asked that all the students should try their best in this midterm exam. After that, she ordered Xiao Xingyu, Wu Sheng and Sung Hu to follow her to the tail train car. The girl left the further distribution of the disciples to Xiao Wang, who was standing beside her. Soon they disappeared from the general body of students. The girl asked the guy if he had been to Huangyang before. Xiao Xingyu said that he had never been there. Then Qin Yanran promised to show him everything interesting in Huangyang. Huangyang's special pride is the scorpion wine, so if you don't try it, it means the trip was a waste. The rest of the guild members joined the conversation. One guy stated that when they reached the final station, Xiao Xingyu should have a drink with him. Another guy told them that Huangyang was full of all sorts of delicious and fun things to do. Especially the Celestial Guild was paying for everything, so they could party all the way. The third guy even pointed out that Xiao Xingyu was the main treasure of their guild, so they just had to treat him well. Xiao Xingyu stated that he wasn't actually going on this trip for fun. Wu Sheng saw this moment and thought that the guy had not gone to take exams, but to go on a corporate vacation. Sung Hu also thought that if he didn't know that his friend was studying at the Azure Dragon Academy, he would have thought that he was one of the veterans of the Celestial Guild. The Celestial Guild guy behind them explained to them that the guy was practically as good as the guild veterans since he was a special pharmacist of their guild. However, there was still one guy who was dissatisfied. He couldn't believe that a guy at such a young age could have such abilities. Therefore, he thought that the guy had most likely taken the guild's special pharmacist position by blat, so there was nothing special about it. However, at this moment, a man approached him. He stated that if Lin Yue wasn't chosen to be a special pharmacist, then there was no need to slander and malign others. But Lin Yue did not relent. He stated that he had said no such thing, and that if Xiao Xingyu was not well acquainted with Qin Yanran, there was no way he would have become the guild's special pharmacist. However, here Qin Yanran already intervened. She was outraged that the guy speaks so negatively about her younger brother. The girl announced that she was always objective and impartial when choosing special pharmacists. Lin Yue was not intimidated and declared that he had already risked his life for the guild for 8 years and had accomplished a lot of merits. He also mentioned that he had been on a business trip for half a year and had also helped complete several S-rank assignments. Therefore, he categorically didn't understand why the guy took his place in the guild. At that time, Xiao Xingyu had already intervened in the conversation and explained that the rank of special pharmacist did not depend on merit, but on medical skills. Lin Yue saw an opportunity in his words. He stated that if the guy was so confident in his abilities, they could have an argument. Xiao Xingyu was confident but didn't understand what Lin Yue wanted to argue about. Lin Yue had clearly stated that if he lost, he would leave the guild, and if he won, Xiao Xingyu would leave the guild. Xiao Xingyu didn't think about his proposal at all and immediately agreed. At least Lin Yue is setting fair terms and not just arguing over who will take the place of the special pharmacist and not taking any risks himself. Poor hard-working guy doesn't know that even if you work hard, it doesn't guarantee anything, and there can always be someone more talented than you. After a while, the train was already rushing through the ice location. The magical beasts that lived in this location turned their eyes to the train and were already licking greedily, anticipating their prey. Mysteriously, only the head of the train remained, and the cars had somehow miraculously disappeared as if they were invisible. The magical dwellers in this area were quite intelligent. Therefore, they walked around with their clothes on and used their swords. They rushed towards the train to rob it. At the same instant, the train's siren sounded, announcing that the train was under attack. All arguments between Xiao Xingyu and Lin Yue immediately lost their meaning when the siren went off. Qin Yanran told everyone to be on alert immediately as the train was under attack. In the same instant, the train car's plating was cut open with a sword with incredible ease. Then, the claws and paws of a magical beast were thrust into the resulting gap, and then the magic beast widened the opening and stuck its snout inside the wagon. Looking at the magical beast that burst through, Qin Yanran ordered all the guild members to prepare to defend the train. The guy standing next to her instantly summoned his magic beast, telling Lion Fang to appear. The bald guy also had time to react and summoned a monkey dog. The other few magical beasts didn't bother covering the wagon and just went inside, smashing out the windows. The two magical beasts, as if sensing who the leader of the train's defense was, surrounded Qin Yanran. Xiao Xingyu asked her not to worry and informed her to let her provide them to him. He immediately summoned Freya, and as soon as she appeared, he ordered her to attack the magical monsters that had infiltrated the train. It was as if the magical beasts sensed the threat coming from the guy and Freya, so they tried to be the first to attack them. However, the wretched creatures didn't realize who they were messing with yet, as Freya, like a hunter, rushed towards her prey and instantly destroyed all the magical monsters attacking them. She swept through the magical monsters like a whirlwind, leaving them no chance. The guy was incredibly delighted, praising Freya and noting how great she was. Such praise made the girl smile, sensing the guy's sincerity. But things didn't go so smoothly, for while he and Freya were dealing with the pitiful magical beasts, Qin Yanran was kidnapped, and one of the magical beasts dragged her to the roof of the train car. The still recently jubilant guy realized that he had miscalculated. Meanwhile, a magical beast appeared on the roof of the train carriage, holding Qin Yanran in its paw. The girl's pride was still with her, so she told the rat that Master Splinter should immediately let her go. At the same instant, Xiao Xingyu appeared on the roof of the train car. He told the dirty rat to get its filthy paws off his sister. Freya rushed towards fake Splinter Master at full speed. Freya instantly reached the magical beast and struck his paw with her blade. Fake Master Splinter let go of the girl but threw her aside with his last strength. Qin Yanran, while she was falling, started to call out for help to Xiao Xingyu. However, the guy was not alone, then asked his friends Wu Sheng and Sung Hu for help. The guys were not afraid, and Wu Sheng summoned his magical beast, Storm Butterfly. In an instant, a giant butterfly appeared under Qin Yanran, which the girl fell on. But the magical beasts refused to give up at such a moment, trying to pounce on Storm Butterfly. However, Sung Hu now summoned his magic beast, Mad Buffalo, telling him to use provocation. The magical beast then attempted to throw the blade in his hands. Xiao Xingyu sensed that the right moment had arrived, so he told Freya to finish off the magical beast. Fake Master Splinter seemed to have been fooled. However, it was a trick, as he still had some trump cards up his sleeve. Opening his mouth, he tried to spray Freya with some poisonous green slurry from his mouth, but he couldn't keep it up for long, as Freya was faster. She dodged his attacks and went behind his back. Once at the magic monster's back, Freya swung her right leg and kicked the magic beast in the back. The monster received impressive internal organ damage from such a blow. Freya wasn't going to stop there. She rushed over to the fake Master Splinter, who had flown up, and then performed a little plastic surgery on him and some amputation of his limbs. A guy approached Qin Yanran, who had already climbed back onto the train car, and asked if she was okay. The girl stated that she was fine. However, she was shocked when she inquired about the details of Freya and whether Freya was the sacred angel of light. The guy cheerfully informed her that she was, only Freya had already evolved to become a four-winged angel of light. At this moment, Wu Sheng ran up to them joyfully. He was holding a golden-colored stone in his hands. The guy asked them to notice that a poison-type magic core, mature form, had fallen off the magic beast. Xiao Xingyu asked that his friend keep this magic core with him for now. However, their adventure was not over here. Qin Yanran asked him to pay attention to the head carriage of the train set and that there was another mature form beast there. Xiao Xingyu was surprised that the bloody Monkey King appeared in front of them. Suddenly, the train shook so much that the guy and girl were thrown aside. As it turned out, the bloody Monkey King was like King Kong, who decided to play with a toy train. He was so huge that the train fit in his hand. Bloody Monkey King easily broke one of the train cars. Then, with a fierce look, he grabbed the train driver, who kept calling for help. The train driver was just a character no one wanted, so Bloody Monkey King put him in his mouth for refreshment. Xiao Xingyu only stood nearby and just watched this. He noted that it looked like the magical beasts that were hibernating had come at the smell of blood and started devouring people to recover their strength. Qin Yanran walked into the train carriage where the members of her guild were. She told everyone to listen to her orders and then informed them that they had to ward off the magical beasts and protect the train at all costs. However, the students of the academy visibly huffed. One of the guys admitted that their beasts were too weak, so they would hardly be able to deal with the bloody Monkey King. The other guys agreed with him. The only one who wasn't upset was Lin Yue. He approached them and informed them that if their magical beasts were weak, he could help them and they could fight. Qin Yanran had already managed to go outside and tried to attack Bloody Monkey King with his magical beast. Xiao Xingyu happily noticed that the girl already had a three-tailed thunder fox. He was slightly surprised, praising his sister and noting that she was quite strong. Qin Yanran thought that it was just that fake Master Splinter had attacked her sneakily, and in a normal fight, that magical beast wouldn't stand a chance against her. However, Bloody Monkey King wasn't going to just give up, and his gaze became even more fierce. In that instant, he showed why he was called Bloody Monkey King, for as a king, he called out, and his subjects immediately appeared. On the mountain behind him, many monkeys appeared. Xiao Xingyu was already fed up with the whole situation as well. After all, first they had to fight off the giant rats, and now giant monkeys had appeared. Since he was already annoyed with the situation, he summoned Black Fang. Just at that moment, the rest of the guild members appeared and finally decided to show themselves. The guy was surprised that backup had finally come to them. The giant apes easily defeated the magical beasts. However, the magical beasts pounced on the giant apes with fury. Xiao Xingyu noticed at a glance that the magical beasts were somehow strange, but he was prevented from developing this thought by Wu Sheng. He asked the guy to pay attention to the water, as there seemed to be someone there as well. When Xiao Xingyu looked at the water that was on the right side of the train, he noticed a giant magical beast that was fiercely going to eat the prey from the train as well. The giant beast in the water began to spin out like Ouroboros. The resulting vortex formed a water tornado that attacked the train. Xiao Xingyu told Black Fang to immediately use Hell Howl. Black Fang used Hell Howl on the water magic beast's water attack. As a result, they still managed to neutralize the beast's water attack. However, after that, the magical beast itself appeared out of the water. The guild members instantly recognized the magical beast. It was an evolved royal sea anaconda. Realizing that the situation had taken a serious turn, Qin Yanran told the students to immediately return to the train. After all, only Celestial Guild members were supposed to be left near the train now. However, one of the students stated that he could not do so, as his magical beast was not obeying him. The second student stated that Lin Yue had caused their magical beasts to get out of control. Qin Yanran was extremely displeased that Lin Yue was once again up to something. Looking at Qin Yanran, the guy asked that she focus all her attention on the bloody Monkey King, while he himself would take care of the royal sea anaconda. The girl was worried about her brother, whether he would be able to handle such a dangerous beast. But they had no other choice anyway, because the guild was recruiting weaklings, or they had all gone to drink tea. In addition, the Royal Sea Anaconda had already moved to attack. Guy told Freya to use Starburst against the Royal Sea Anaconda. Freya got close and kicked the Royal Sea Anaconda with all her might. She then focused all her attention and attacked the magical beast many times with her ability, that in each kick, explosions rang out all over the anaconda's body. After that, Freya attacked the Royal Sea Anaconda's unprotected back at full speed. From such a blow, the Royal Sea Anaconda whizzed over and crashed into a rock nearby, and it was as if tears came to her eyes. The Royal Sea Anaconda could not be allowed to recover, so Xiao Xingyu told Black Fang to use the Hellfire Lotus. The Royal Sea Anaconda had already regained its senses and tried to fiercely attack Black Fang, but at that moment, it was caught up by Hellfire Lotus's attack. From such a powerful attack, even the giant apes tried to stand on their feet, but they were thrown away by the wind. The Royal Sea Anaconda was fried to a crisp after being attacked by the Hellfire Lotus. Therefore, it was the right time to end this battle. Freya, as a heavenly warrior, swung her sword against all kinds of foul things and rushed towards the magical beast. As the executioner of divine justice, Freya stripped the Royal Sea Anaconda of its head. Xiao Xingyu ordered Freya to prepare to pick up the Royal Sea Anaconda's magical core. Black Fang, on the other hand, was asked to go to his sister's aid. However, Qin Yanran was extremely dissatisfied, believing that she didn't need help in her battle either. Bloody Monkey King, as if he sensed something too, and stopped, looking at the girl greedily. But the girl wasn't going to give King Kong a chance, so she told the three-tailed Thunder Fox to attack him. Bloody Monkey King's muzzle expression immediately changed as three-tailed Thunder Fox's lightning-fast attack hit him in the chest. In the same instant, Bloody Monkey King began to inflate like a balloon, as if it had been pumped with helium. After that, there was a powerful explosion that deafened and scared everyone around. The giant monkeys immediately began to flee, as they had lost the Bloody Monkey King and were unable to continue the battle any further. Qin Yanran assumed a victorious pose, throwing two hands up and declaring that they had won and that they had managed to protect the train. The students were incredibly happy that not only had they managed to survive such a dangerous encounter with the magical beasts, but their group had also managed to defeat the attacking magical monsters. After the past battle against the magical beasts, all the students and guild members returned back to the train, and the train continued moving. One of the guild members was furious that Lin Yue had given all the student-owned magical beasts a neurostimulator. He felt that this was already unbearable. However, Lin Yue replied to Deputy Li with a smirk on his face that he only did so out of good intentions. The guy stated that he was primarily thinking of the students who participated in this exam. After all, if it wasn't for his help, the students would have been sitting on the train, as they were unable to repel even the first wave of the magical beast's attack. Qin Yanran wasn't thrilled with the guy's actions and words either. She felt that he was talking nonsense and that he definitely didn't care about human lives. But Ling Yue was sure that he was right. He asked that Qin Yanran watch what she said to him. After all, he had given the drug to magical beasts, so he didn't understand why he was being accused of not caring about human lives. After that, he looked disdainfully towards Xiao Xingyu, reminding everyone present that among other things, he was a certified doctor, and certainly understood the matter better than someone who had gotten into this industry through connections. Xiao Xingyu wondered if he was the one Dr. Lin was alluding to and trying to hurt with his words. Lin Yue reminded Xiao Xingyu of their argument before the attack of the magical beasts. The guy thought that if Xiao Xingyu was so skillful, then let him go and cure the battle beasts. He even cheerfully stated that the requirements were as simple as possible, and that if the guy cured even one magical beast, he would be considered the winner of their dispute. Qin Yanran was eagerly waiting for Xiao Xingyu to put the upstart Lin Yue in his place. Lin Yue continued to smirk, wondering why Xiao Xingyu didn't budge and if he was willing to admit his powerlessness. He even promised that if Xiao Xingyu kneeled down and asked him nicely, he would have mercy and cure all the beasts. However, at this moment, Deputy Li called Li Yue a clown, because before arguing, it would be better for him to walk through the other carriages of the train. If he did, he would find out that Xiao Xingyu had cured the beasts before he even boarded the train. Lin Yue jumped up from his seat at what he heard. He couldn't believe this information. It was hard for him to understand how Xiao Xingyu could do such a thing. After all, he had been developing this neurotoxin for 10 years. The guy couldn't believe that Xiao Xingyu could handle his neurotoxin in just a few hours. However, Xiao Xingyu smirked, reminding Lin Yue that they were originally at different levels, so for him to cure magical beasts was quite easy. Xiao Xingyu stood up from his seat and then explained how he heard from Qin Yanran about why Lin Yue didn't become a special pharmacist. As it turned out, Lin Yue had forfeited the opportunity to become a special pharmacist because he had done too many abominations. Xiao Xingyu reminded Lin Yue that he didn't care about the lives of fellow beasts, secretly traded beast organs and cores, even cooperated with overseas guilds. Xiao Xingyu stated that now that he recalled that he had made a bet with such a disgusting person in the first place, he even felt nauseous. Lin Yue rose from his seat. He now realized that it turns out Qin Yanran already knew everything about his secret affairs. Lin Yue was incredibly furious and was about to slash the guy. He declared that since he couldn't become a special pharmacist, the guy wouldn't be one either. At this moment, Qin Yanran blocked his path, kicking him with her right foot. Xiao Xingyu was astonished that Lin Yue was even thinking of killing him, which meant that he was definitely not right in the head. Since Lin Yue himself was looking for a fight, the guy didn't deny him and summoned Freya. Only when Freya appeared did she carry out the execution. Looking at the dead Lin Yue, Qin Yanran announced that the traitor had been executed and for someone to post Lin Yue's crimes on the official website. She also added that the Bone Abyss and Kunming Mountain were ahead of them, so they needed to prepare for battle. Deputy Li took her order to be carried out. After a while, the train rushed towards the designated point of their route. As Qin Yanran surveyed the area from the window of the passing train, she found the situation incredibly strange. She remembered that they were almost always attacked by magical beasts when passing through this area, but now it was somehow so peaceful. Xiao Xingyu thought that perhaps the magical beasts were up to something. At this moment, Deputy Li approached them. He reported that they had almost arrived at the Heavenly Wolf Lake station. The girl stated that she already knew it perfectly well, so Deputy Li shouldn't have come out just to inform her. But as it turned out, he also received a report from the princess that she would go with them to Huangyan City. The guy was surprised that Shangguan Qian had decided to go with them. After a while, they arrived at the Heavenly Wolf Lake train station. When they got off the train, Sung Hu was impressed that the princess would be traveling with them. As far as he knew, the princess had already passed the 6th star Beast Tamer's exam, and now she suddenly decided to go with them. Wu Sheng remembered that the empresses only had one daughter. Therefore, he wondered if he could get the girl to like him and have the chance to become the princess's fiancé. Sung Hu, on the other hand, believed that as long as Xiao Xingyu was around them, then the princess would not even look in their direction. But Xiao Xingyu himself didn't want to be dragged into such a conversation. A moment later, joyous shouts rang out in the crowd on the platform as the princess arrived. Some were so amazed by her beauty, noting that she was even more beautiful in real life than on the TV screen. Xiao Xingyu, Sung Hu, and Wu Sheng immediately looked in her direction. Surrounded by many students, the girl welcomed everyone and also thanked them for coming all the way. As soon as he looked at the girl, his face even turned a little red. He was surprised at how beautiful Shangguan Qian was, but he noticed that she didn't look like her mother at all. Qin Yanran came out first and greeted her with all the official posture. She informed me that her name was Qin Yanran, that she was from the Celestial Guild, as well as how she stated that she was very happy to meet the princess. In addition, she said that the VIP carriage for the princess had already been prepared. Shangguan Qian smilingly asked the girl to omit all these official welcoming ceremonies. Suddenly, for everyone, she turned back around. The guys immediately tensed up. Xiao Xingyu didn't understand who she was looking for in this crowd. Sung Hu, on the other hand, suggested that she might be looking for a husband right now. And Wu Sheng thought that there was nothing to help his friend with such thoughts. After that, she suddenly looked at Xiao Xingyu, saying that he would be her assistant on this trip. The gazes of the students immediately turned to him. The guy's face turned slightly red when he questioned if she meant him just now. After everyone got back on the train continued its journey according to the planned route. The princess was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea, while the servant Xiao Xingyu stood beside her. Gaining courage, the guy decided to ask the princess if she knew him. The girl started teasing the guy. She jokingly said that if she said she knew him, he would already refuse to help her. Shangguan Qian noticed that next to the guy is such a beauty, and doesn't he like being in the same room with her? Xing Yu immediately started to wiggle out somehow, confidently stating that if the girl wasn't a princess, he would have hugged her long ago. However, he was too hasty, as the girl declared that she would not tease him anymore. After that, she told him to get what she wanted to see immediately. The guy immediately twitched, as he didn't realize what exactly she was hinting at. His face changed drastically, as he didn't know how the princess knew about it. At that time, Shangguan Qian had already directly told him to take out the Emperor Soul Seal. The joyful guy reached into his pants with his hand, which surprised the princess. He was happy that the girl was also a member of the Emperor Soul, so he waited for further instructions from the princess. The girl even screamed, completely not understanding how the guy thought of hiding the Emperor Soul Seal in such a place. But the red-faced guy, holding the Emperor Soul Seal, explained that he thought that the princess already knew herself where he kept the seal. Coughing slightly, Shangguan Qian explained that according to the Emperor Soul's information, a fake human-type monster had infiltrated Huangyan City a month ago, causing their troops to suffer defeats. Strategist Z suspected that the monster was hiding among the leadership, so the Empress ordered that Shangguan Qian and Xiao Xingyu figure out the traitor. The girl clearly pointed out that there should be no mistakes on their part in this matter. The guy was a little surprised when he heard about the fake human-type monster. He remembered that there weren't any monsters in the Bone Abyss and Kunming Mountain. Now he thought even more that the monsters were probably up to something. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of the guy's face. The system reported that a special assignment had been activated. Get an SSS grade on the midterm exam. The reward for completing this task was a random SSS skill crystal, as well as 20,000 experience. The guy was shocked to see that he had to pass the midterm exam on the highest difficulty. On top of that, there was also a princess involved, so he realized how serious the situation had become. The guy decided to ask the princess why the Empress had sent her daughter to such a dangerous organization as Emperor Soul. After all, the girl was a princess, but was still in such a dangerous organization. However, the princess only stated that it had nothing to do with the guy. He noticed that there was no dragon aura emanating from the princess at all, so he realized that Shangguan Qian was most likely not the Empress's own daughter. After a while, the train successfully reached its final destination, Huangyan City. After that, a voice came to everyone on the train to ask for some attention from the passengers and announced that the next stop was the final stop, Huangyan City. Soon, Shangguan Qian and Xiao Xingyu were already sitting at the table with Zhou Xiong. He greeted the princess with a glass of wine and thanked that the Empress had personally come to Huangyan, so he wanted to raise a glass of wine in her honor. However, the girl asked that Zhou Xiong not observe the formalities. She felt that she was the one who needed to thank him. After all, he had defended the border for decades. The others sat at a separate table. Deputy Li asked Qin Yanran if Xing Yu was on such good terms with the princess that he was even allowed to sit at the same table with her. The girl sipped her wine and called the guy a traitor. After all, he had traded his sister for a girl. Then Zhou Xiong stood up from the table and walked over to the guy and handed him a box. He handed the guy the color of the magical glow that he had asked him for a long time ago. The guy was pleased and politely thanked the man. Suddenly, the princess tapped her elbow on his arm. She whispered and pointed out to him that he should stop accepting gifts and should concentrate on the task at hand. The guy, also in a whisper, pointed out that he had not forgotten about their assignment. Just at this moment, 3 more men arrived. Zhou Xiong admitted that he had completely forgotten to introduce the guy and girl to his subordinates. One man was his deputy, Zhao Ming, who commanded 3 elite squads of beast tamers. Next to him was the frontline officer Liu Ruijie, and the third man was Sun Lan, who was the commander of the sabotage squad. After Zhou Xiong introduced them, they themselves greeted Shangguan Qian and Xiao Xingyu. The princess inspected them with a suspicious gaze. She felt that at first glance there was nothing wrong with them, so there was a possibility that it was someone else from the officers. For a moment, she even thought that she shouldn't rule out the possibility that Zhou Xiong could be the traitor. Xing Yu suddenly stood up and took the hand of one of the men, making the man even slightly surprised. The man trembled, not understanding why the guy had grabbed his hand so tightly. However, the guy only smiled, stating that fake human actually had a very good disguise. Zhou Xiong was shocked. The princess was in the exact same state. A guy showing off his abilities so openly. Zhou Xiong wondered why Xing Yu suddenly accused one of his men so harshly. The man also picked up on the idea, although his face was covered in cold sweat. He stated that he wished for an investigation to be done and for the monster to finally be found. The princess wondered why the guy thought that the fake human monster they were looking for was the one in front of them. The guy got angry, as where would he get the proof since they had just arrived? He wouldn't be telling them all about his marvelous eyes. The man sensed an opportunity and stated that back then, all of the guy's accusations were just unsubstantiated. However, Xing Yu assured the others to listen to him. He clarified for the others that monsters like fake human could not summon battle beasts. Therefore, he felt that if Deputy Zhao wanted to prove his innocence, he should show his beast right now. The man was slightly surprised. Then his face seemed greatly surprised, as if he was in a serious situation. Zhou Xiong recalled that Zhao Ming had recently said that his beast was under treatment. He couldn't believe that Zhao Ming was that fake human-type monster. Suddenly, a giant flower appeared out of Zhao Ming's face all over his head. The monster was extremely displeased, not understanding how some brat in front of him was able to figure out his disguise. If only the monster knew that he had met a protagonist with a bunch of secrets, then he would have pretended to be sick today and not come to meet the guy. Would the monster be able to escape in such a situation? The monster tried to attack the guy, who was surprised by the monster's attack but managed to dodge. The guy jumped away from the monster. The princess behind his back confirmed that the monster was a fake human. She then ordered everyone to immediately grab the monster. The summoned magical beasts rushed towards the monster that revealed its essence. In the blink of an eye, plants formed around the monster and began to wrap around its body. In an instant, the monster's entire body was wrapped in vines, forming a protective cocoon. However, multiple attacks from the magical beasts were directed towards the monster. The people present were shocked by what they saw. After all, the protective cocoon was not very protective and instantly shattered from the attacks of the magical beasts. And everyone was surprised because after the dust settled, they saw a female figure. This monster turned out to be the all-devouring poison ivy. Bouncing off the pillars, the monster climbed up. The monster even praised the guy for being pretty smart since he was able to expose the monster so quickly. However, the monster felt that it made no difference that the guy had exposed him. After all, the monster had already stolen the city's defense map a long time ago. So when the monster army breaks into Huangyan, it will be the end for humans. The princess was tired of listening to the monster's words, so she summoned her Ice Qilin. After that, she told Ice Qilin to use the Ice Soul ability. The roof of the building was destroyed from such an attack, but the monster managed to dodge such an attack. At this moment, Zhou Xiong jumped out following the monster onto the roof. He was angry that the monster had killed Zhao Ming. The man felt that the monster had to pay for such an act with his miserable life. After saying that, Zhou Xiong summoned the Imperial Battle Rhino, telling it to crush the monster. The Imperial Battle Rhino easily crushed the monster with its hoof. Deputy Li was slightly disappointed, not understanding why the monster was so weak. Qin Yanran explained to him that the monster was not originally designed to fight battle beasts, and its target was beast tamers, who didn't have a beast at the moment. The monster continued to shout that Heavenly Father would definitely bring the troops and destroy the humans. The monster realized that his end had come, so he decided that he would take the princess to the grave with him one last time. The monster attacked the princess with his leaves like shurikens. The princess froze in place, looking at the pieces of monster that were flying towards her. However, Xing Yu didn't wait for the princess to go to the other world because he still needed her. So he pushed the princess aside, and the leaves whistled over their heads. Zhou Xiong told Imperial Battle Rhino to destroy the monster, so the magical beast once again attacked the monster with its hoof. The red-faced girl panicked, wondering if the guy was all right and if he was under the monster's attack. But after slightly getting up from the princess, the red-faced guy admitted that she smelled so nice. He even inquired what kind of perfume she uses. Shangguan Qian didn't expect such a question from the guy at all. She explained to the silly guy that it was wrong to ask a girl such a question. Then she told him to get up off her. At that moment, an excited Qin Yanran ran up to him and called his name. The guy immediately began to justify to his sister that he hadn't molested the princess at all. However, the girl felt that this was not the time to think about it. She told the guy to leave Huangyan immediately. The guy couldn't understand why he had to do that. Then the princess told him that the whole problem was the heavenly father Yerdis, who is a mutant, beastman, beast god of the first rank. Qin Yanran informed him that very soon Huangyan will become a battlefield, so before that happens, the guy should leave the city immediately. However, the guy admitted that he was very reluctant to leave the city. Qin Yanran stated that the guy had exposed a fake human-type monster. Therefore, according to the rules, his grade was raised to SS, so now the guy should return home. However, the guy was still against it, announcing that he would stay and protect the city. Qin Yanran felt that the guy probably didn't realize that the beast god was not an easy opponent at all. So if the guy stayed, he might die. Xiao Xingyu proudly declared that defending the motherland was a true man's duty. He asked his sister not to worry because he would definitely survive. Zhou Xiong was thrilled to hear the speech not of a boy, but of a man. He believed that the guy was right and that there was nothing more important than protecting Huangyan at this moment. Zhou Xiong then ordered all of his subordinates to prepare for the great battle ahead of them. He even called it a blood feast. Shang Guanqian believed that ordinary fighters would be unable to do anything to the beast god, and only a general would be able to fight him. After that, she dialed a number and called someone. She believed that only a general would be able to come to the aid of Huangyan City. After a while, many flashes of lightning lit up the night sky above the city. Meanwhile, the residence of the Huangyan town governor was turbulent. The princess was sitting at the table, and Zhou Xiong was reporting to her about the current situation. He reported that the students of Azure Dragon Academy had already been completely evacuated from the city. The only remaining student of the academy was Xiao Xingyu. The guy had agreed to stay in the city as a healer. The man also shared that after a thorough check in the city, they no longer found any fake human-type monsters. Shang Guanqian informed him that a general would arrive in the city before noon, and that it would then be difficult for the magical beast army to break through Huangyan's defenses. She realized that since Poison Ivy had been killed, the monsters would probably already know that their spy had been exposed, so she felt that they should definitely go on the offensive as soon as possible. In the end, the princess said that Zhou Xiong's main task was to hold out until General Lu arrived. Zhou Xiong proudly declared that he would defend Huangyan until his last breath. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu was rejoicing that he finally had all the necessary ingredients in his hands: phoenix grass, magic radiance flower, and beast king form beast dung. Now he was ready to cultivate the seed. After that, he poured the necessary ingredients onto the seed. In the same instant, everything around the seed glowed with different colors, and then the seed started sprouting little by little, which the guy was greatly surprised by. Suddenly, a giant plant formed out of the flower pot. The plant began to wrap around the guy's arm, which made him worried. However, the plant suddenly tickled the guy's face, so the guy relaxed and smiled. In the end, the guy declared that it was his first plant beast from now on. He decided to name his new plant battle beast, Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin agreed with his new name, nodding approvingly. The guy was delighted, noting that it was not without reason that Xiao Yin had an ancient illusory god bloodline. He was happy because with Xiao Yin, they could now shine on the battlefield. The guy examined his new pet with his marvelous eyes. In front of him was the heavenly soul vine. Stage, mature form, level 1. Bloodline, illusory god, ancient. In addition to this, the pet possessed some abilities. Disarm, after entangling an enemy with vines, the result is that the enemy is temporarily unable to use weapons. Sun and moon essence releases a fragrant mist that significantly restores the health of allies and surrounding structures within a certain radius. Well of souls. Upon the death of any magical beast, automatically absorbs its soul. Attributes: ancient, plant, mental. Loyalty: 100. In addition to abilities, there were also skills. Deadly spikes. Releases a multitude of branching vines that burst from the ground, instantly hardening and creating a zone of spikes that deal permanent damage to enemies. Deadly embrace envelops enemies, gradually shrinking and slowing them down. Fireflies discharges a multitude of silver particles the size of fireflies, covering allies and providing strong health regeneration, up to 60% of maximum. Evolution path: Heavenly Soul Vine, Vine of Bloody Heaven, King of Soul Vines, Vine of Souls. Hidden Evolution path: Heavenly Soul Vine, Heavenly Underworld Dose, Immortal Emperor Vine, Illusory Divine Vine. Of habits and tastes: loves affection and bathing in water with pollen of the magical radiance flower and the underworld flower. While the guy was genuinely excited about his new pet, a whole delegation of monsters arrived at the city. One of the people present said that it was quite unexpected that the all-devouring poison ivy had actually died. Standing nearby was Underworld Butterfly Rommel, Beast King form, level 3. She stated that she had seen the poison ivy's demise with her own eyes, so their plan had failed. Behind her was Heavenly Father Eurydice, a level 1 beast god. He said with a smile that because of the new circumstances, they no longer needed to wait. Eurydice suggested that they would most likely send Bai Yu or Lu to help the humans, so he wanted to send out a few units to delay whoever was to arrive. He also told Rommel to take some of the army, then infiltrate the city and attack the city from within. After all, they had to capture the city at any cost. Dropping to one knee, Rommel understood his order and obeyed his words. Meanwhile, the main force of defenders was awake. The princess noticed that the guy somehow looked bad. The guy then admitted that he had a rather strange feeling right now. Zhou Xiong wanted to know more information about it. The guy then explained that it was too quiet this night. There wasn't the slightest sign of an attack. Xing Yu thought that if the monsters really feared the general's strength, they would have launched an assault long ago. He even wondered if it was really all about the rain. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, which even made him curse in front of the princess. The girl inquired at him, wanting to know if the guy understood anything about the situation. Xing Yu turned to her and informed her that the abilities of the all-devouring poison ivy included controlling shaman beetles in addition to disguise. The girl remembered how the shaman beetles could be used. Only now did she realize that they needed a map of the city's defenses in order to dig an undercut. At the same instant, the city began to shake and the ground began to be covered with numerous cracks, forming rifts into which people fell. Along with this, monsters came out of the ground. Looking down, Zhou Xiong was horrified that the monsters had already sneaked inside the city. At the same time, a full-scale monster attack began. A multitude of monsters rushed towards the city gates, intending to take over the city. Zhou Xiong was incredibly disappointed with himself, for they had underestimated the monsters. Shangguan Qian was frightened after noticing that there were about 20,000 monsters. Xing Yu broke the unpleasant news, noting that Huangyan City's garrison only had 5,000 soldiers. All they had left was to fight to the death against the monsters. The girl had no intention of backing down from the battle and summoned her ice Qilin. As a warlord, she loudly informed the warriors of the dragon state to keep watch. The princess declared that they would go outside the walls and meet the enemy face to face. Meanwhile, in the city engulfed in flames, crow-like monsters were trying to peck out the eyes of the warriors. The other monsters easily dispatched the weak beast tamers. The city was engulfed in flames, and there was chaos and destruction everywhere. A little girl was sitting and crying frightenedly, calling her mum for help, while one of the monsters was already running at full speed to eat her. But in the same instant, the monster was torn apart as the three-tailed thunder fox ran through it, leaving the monster no chance. Qin Yanran ran up to the little girl, wondering if she was all right, but the little girl only kept crying and calling for her mum. Qin Yanran was well aware of the dire situation they were in. After all, if even the monsters inside the city were so strong, the situation outside the walls must be even worse. The girl was very worried for Xing Yu's life. The guy was fighting the monsters with all his might. He told Black Fang to use the Hellfire Lotus. Black Fang's attack caught up with the giant monster, knocking it to the ground. Xing Yu, who had not participated in this kind of clash before, was already trying to catch his breath. He was not happy that there were too many monsters. He even saw undead and giants among the attacking monsters. Now he understood very well that all the monsters from the Bone Abyss and Kunming Mountain had fled here, and that was why no one was attacking their train. The princess wondered if the guy could withstand such an onslaught of monsters. Instead of a normal answer, the guy started blustering, noting that he was a man and so he would definitely be able to handle it. Ice Killin went to attack the Sand Toad King using his ice breath. The Sand Toad King was instantly iced by a single attack from Ice Killin. After that, Ice Killin attempted to bite the Sand Toad King. Xing Yu, who was watching this, was delighted. He clapped, noting that he was now not surprised at all that Ice Killin was the princess's favorite magical beast, considering that Ice Killin had destroyed the Sand Toad King with only 2 attacks. The princess reported that she had no shortage of cores, so she thought the guy could have the Sand Toad King's core. The joyful guy thanked the princess. Approaching the Ice Killin, Shangguan Qian realized that it wasn't as simple as it looked. The monster's strength was truly terrifying, as the monster could reflect 80% of all damage, so Ice Killin almost died. The girl noticed that Ice Killin was severely injured and could no longer fight. She was disappointed, realizing that she would now have to retreat to the rear. At this moment, the guy called out to Xiao Yin. He told Xiao Yin to use the Sun and Moon Essence ability as well as the Firefly's skill. Ice Killin looked at the body suspiciously as fireflies flew onto the body. In the blink of an eye, all the equals on Ice Killin's body were healed, much to Ice Killin's surprise. After discovering the silver particles, the girl turned to look at the guy. She couldn't believe that the guy had a heavenly soul vine. The guy confirmed her hunch. Xing Yu admitted that Xiao Yin had the ability to restore about 60% of the maximum health of the entire team. On top of that, Freya possessed a sacred shield of light that dispelled negative effects. And also the Black Fang's demonic power increased attack and defense by 20%. So the guy proudly declared that he had a real support squad. The princess pointed out that the guy really was a monster and that for him to be a 2-star beast, Tamers was too low. Guy admitted that he thought so too. He announced that when he returned to the academy, he would go straight to take the 4th-star beast Tamers exam. Noticing a guy with such great ambition, the princess announced on behalf of the examiner that the guy's grade had been raised to SSS. The guy was so happy at the princess's words. At the same instant, a system window appeared. The system reported that the guy had completed the special task of getting an SSS grade in the midterm exam. As a reward, he would receive a random SSS skill crystal as well as 20,000 experience. Looking at the crystal that appeared, Xing Yu thought that it was the infernal path. So he noticed that Black Fang seemed to be lucky. His joy couldn't last long as the wall in front of them collapsed. Shouts were heard that the northern gate had fallen and that reinforcements were needed. Only now did the guy remember that it was not yet time to relax. The princess told him to retreat with her. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiong was sitting on the ruins of the city. His subordinates ran up to him one by one, reporting the situation. One subordinate reported that the 3rd company had lost more than half of its men, and the captain of the 5th company, Chen Nian, was dead. Another subordinate reported that veteran Wang Fan had died in a battle with a Beast King form monster, the bone-armored giant. After that, another subordinate ran up, reporting that the 3rd company had been completely destroyed. Zhou Xiong, who was tired from such an intense battle, continued to listen to the reports, realizing that he had a difficult decision to make. At this moment, an amalgamation of monsters appeared beside them, a bone-armored giant, Beast King form, 2nd level. The monster looked at the humans like ants. Barely staying on his feet, Zhou Xiong felt that it didn't matter that a monster fusion had occurred. He also believed that it didn't matter that the monsters from the Bone Abyss and Kunming Mountain had merged into one. The man showed his fighting spirit out of his last strength. He declared that Huang Yan was here, and that this was not a place where monsters were allowed to rampage. Zhou Xiong swore that he would protect the Dragon State Gate even at the cost of his life. A martial aura enveloped his body. Bone-Armored Giant had already gotten too close to Zhou Xiong and Imperial Battle Rhino. Bone-Armored Giant swung his axe towards them. Zhou Xiong told Imperial Battle Rhino to use Thunderbolt. Imperial Battle Rhino blocked the Bone-Armored Giant's giant axe with his horn. Using his horn and the ability effect concentrated in it, Imperial Battle Rhino slowly began to smash the axe. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the axe and made his way towards Bone-Armored Giant, dealing a powerful blow with his horn. From this attack of the Imperial Battle Rhino, the Bone-Armored Giant was unable to stand on its feet and flew aside. Looking at the cloud of dust raised from the Bone-Armored Giant hitting the ground, the princess noticed that the hordes of magical beasts continued to arrive. Therefore, she realized that Zhou Xiong would not be able to hold out for long. After listening to her, Xing Yu thought about how they could block the passageways through which the magical beasts kept arriving in the city. Suddenly, a thought on the matter struck him. He called out to the princess, informing her that he urgently needed some herbs that would disorient the monsters in the tunnels. For this plan, he needed emperor grass, bamboo spirit mushroom, shadow deity flower, and stinging yang ginseng. The girl was slightly surprised by his request. Refusing to question her further, she immediately turned to her subordinates and asked if they had heard what Xing Yu had said. She then ordered them to gather all the ingredients that Xiao Xing Yu had named. The subordinates obediently began to carry out the princess's order. After a while, Xing Yu gathered all the herbs he needed and began to make his potion with the help of Black Fang. Shangguan Qian, who was standing next to him, covered her nose with her hand as she couldn't stand the disgusting smell anymore. She wondered if the guy was sure it would work. But the guy asked her not to worry about anything and just trust him. After a moment, he displayed 3 small bottles of potions in his hand. He handed them to 3 people, telling them to pour the potion all over the tunnels. The guy explained that this potion would cause the magical beasts to lose their orientation in space and become confused. He even guaranteed that it would happen just as he said. The people with the bottles set out to carry out the order. Quite quickly, they happily noticed that the magical beasts were no longer climbing out of the ground. The area around the other pit was also quite quiet. A smile finally appeared on Shangguan Qian's face, and she praised the guy for being smart enough to come up with such a simple yet ingenious idea. But Xiao Xingyu is a tough guy, so with a laugh he tried to point out that the princess was overestimating him, and he was just an ordinary second-star beast tamers. However, because they were relaxing, all their fun was interrupted in a rather unexpected way. A monster approached them from behind and, using kusarigama, easily hit the guy's right shoulder with a sickle hook and then pulled the guy towards him. That monster was a mutated magic beast demon scythe crocodile. The injured guy wasn't confused and didn't silently wait for the demon scythe crocodile to eat him, so he summoned Freya. Just by appearing, Freya instantly broke the chain that demon scythe crocodile used to pull the guy towards her. From such a drastic action, the hook flew out of the guy's body, and the guy fell heavily to the ground. The princess immediately ran up to the guy, trying to see if he was all right. Seeing the look on the guy's face, the princess thought that the blade had been poisoned. Unhappy with the monster's behavior, the guy said that it didn't matter if the weapon was poisoned or not, because Freya would cleanse it with the holy light. The demon scythe crocodile did not run away, but continued to stand in front of Xing Yu. The guy broke the silence that had arisen between them by telling Black Fang to attack the enemy with Hell Howl. However, despite Black Fang's attack being so powerful, Demon Scythe Crocodile deftly dodged the attacks, swiftly advancing forward. In the blink of an eye, he was near Xing Yu and Freya, intending to take a bite out of the guy. However, Xing Yu commanded Freya to lift him into the air, and as a result, the Demon Scythe Crocodile, who hadn't expected this turn of events, hit his head on the ground. Dailu and Shasha couldn't just sit silently and hide. Shasha was the first to ask if he needed help. Dailu thought that the guy just wasn't strong enough to defeat the monster in front of them alone. But Xing Yu asked them not to worry, noting that they could handle the monster. After that, he dropped an SSS rank crystal to Black Fang, telling Black Fang to eat the crystal. Black Fang deftly caught the SSS rank crystal with his mouth. In the same instant, the aura around him changed, and everything around him was enveloped by an energy of darkness that even destroyed the ground beneath his paws. The guy then pulled out electric hair, asking Black Fang to not hold back and attack their opponent. Black Fang used Hellfire Lotus, and thanks to electric hair, 4 Hellfire Lotus could be seen in the sky at once. However, Dailu and Shasha were surprised when they saw that Black Fang was able to use the 5th Hellfire Lotus as well. The 5 Hellfire Lotus were in the sky behind Xiao Xingyu and Freya. He then released all those 5 Hellfire Lotus into the Demon Scythe Crocodile. Demon Scythe Crocodile tried to dodge the Hellfire Lotus, trying to run away as far as possible. At that moment, there was a huge explosion formed from Hellfire Lotus colliding with the ground. When the puffs of smoke dispersed, there was a toasted Demon Scythe Crocodile lying in a crater on the ground. In the same instant, a monster core appeared in that spot. The princess was surprised that the guy was able to deal with such a monster. She even thought that the guy was scarier than any monster. Meanwhile, in the mountains nearby, where lightning and rain raged everywhere, Heavenly Father Eurydice was unhappy that since the attack on the city began, the advance party still hadn't captured the city. Rommel kneeled before him and informed him that the situation had changed, as there was one extremely unusual second-star beast Tammuz in the human camp. At her words, Eurydice became furious and grabbed her by the throat. He categorically did not understand how a mere beast tamer's second star was able to hold them back. Rommel pleaded for Heavenly Father to give her another chance. She vowed that she would capture the city as soon as possible. However, Eurydice stated that his patience was running out, so he wished to meet this guy himself, who was beast tamer's second star. At the same time in the city, Xing Yu informed the princess that her magic beast's wounds were completely healed. The princess thanked the guy for his help and then wondered why the guy was wearing a scarf all the time. After looking at the scarf, he admitted that it was a gift from a good friend. The girl seemed to have completely misunderstood him, and her face turned slightly red. Zhou Xiong walked over to them and thanked the guy for managing to save their current situation. But at this moment, from the tower walls, one of the subordinates informed Zhou Xiong that Heavenly Father Eurydice was already near the city. Zhou Xiong was greatly surprised that Eurydice had appeared so early. In the same instant, they noticed huge monsters began to approach the city. A lightning discharge illuminated the silhouette of Heavenly Father Eurydice, standing surrounded by his subordinates. Heavenly Father Eurydice is ranked 78th in the ranking of magical beasts. Eurydice said with a smile that he was happy to meet Zhou Xiong again. Zhou Xiong was greatly surprised that Heavenly Father Eurydice had appeared in front of them after all. He ordered everyone to immediately retreat back, and it was best to leave Huangyan City. Heavenly Father Eurydice swung his giant axe, declaring that Zhou Xiong should perish. From such a powerful attack by Eurydice, Zhou Xiong and the princess and Guy, along with their magical beasts, were thrown aside. From just one swing of the axe of Heavenly Father Eurydice, a huge portion of the city was destroyed. The dust that had risen began to settle, and the silhouettes of Xing Yu and the princess could be seen. Xing Yu was amazed by his attack, that with just one strike, Eurydice had almost destroyed Huangyan. The girl was also stunned by such destructive power of the Eurydice, realizing that if it weren't for the protective barrier, they would have all died. Zhou Xiong was all wounded, but he was still on his feet. He thought that the princess and the others should leave the city immediately. His speech was becoming less and less coherent, as every word he spoke was difficult and hurt all over his body. At this moment, Xing Yu noticed that the scarf around his neck had suddenly disappeared. When he looked up, he noticed that the tattered scarf was hanging on the ruins of a building. Eurydice finally turned his attention to it, noticing that the guy had Hell Nether Wolf and Four-Winged Angel of Light. Eurydice instantly appeared in front of the guy, making the guy think it was as if Eurydice had teleportation powers. The monster grabbed the guy by the throat, lifting him above the ground. The princess was startled when she saw this. Examining the guy from all angles, Eurydice found him special. He even admitted that at first he just wanted to destroy the guy, but now he had changed his mind. He was incredibly curious to find out how much the guy's blood tasted better than the others. The monster's grip on the guy's throat was getting stronger and stronger, so Xing Yu was already starting to lose consciousness, noting that the monster's strength was clearly not lacking. However, he wasn't going to give up so easily, so he threw the scarf right in front of Eurydice's eyes, and he was confused by the guy's action. Will the guy be able to humor Eurydice and wait for the general's reinforcements? Heavenly Father only laughed out loud at the guy's action. Releasing his axe from his paw, he attempted to remove the scarf from his eyes. In doing so, he was amused that Xing Yu continued to resist, even in the face of death. But as soon as Heavenly Father removed the scarf from his eyes, he was hit by someone else's powerful fire attack. The attack was with tremendous speed and power, throwing Heavenly Father a considerable distance away. The stranger who appeared was General Lu. He deftly caught hold of Xing Yu, who flew out of Heavenly Father's paw. Looking at the man, the guy asked for him to let him go. General Lu only laughed, noting that since the guy had the power to joke around, it meant that he wouldn't die now. However, the guy was actually feeling grandiose shame. The The princess finally decided to approach him since he was now within reach. General Lu said hello to the princess and apologized to her for being late and not arriving on time. He also asked that she get the guy away from the upcoming battlefield. Heavenly Father couldn't be dealt with so easily, so rather quickly he jumped up from the ground and yelled angrily at General Lu. However, the general was not the least bit afraid and asked Heavenly Father to be more polite towards him. Heavenly Father was not going to be deterred and ordered all of his subordinates to attack General Lu. All of the monsters under Heavenly Father's command rushed to attack. General Lu did not lose his smile and commanded his Zhuqiye magic beast to use the blazing sky ability. The magic beast flew high into the sky and began to concentrate flames around him. After that, it abruptly swooped down, blasting everything around it and emitting flames in all directions. The monsters instantly realized that they couldn't fight it and rushed to get as far away from it as possible. But it was too late because of such a destructive flame, they were instantly burned and there were no bones left. At the same time, in the still undestroyed hospital in the city, Xing Yu was lying unconscious on a bed. The doctor examined the guy and reported that he was seriously injured in the chest area, but his heart was still intact, so the doctor thought that the guy needed rest. Princess and Qin Yanran understood the doctor's intentions and were about to leave the room. The princess was upset and crouched down next to the guy's bed. She stated that she was already used to the guy's chattering and that now it was even somehow unusual for her to be in such silence. Therefore, she requested that the guy would definitely wake up. In the end, Shangguan Qian and Qin Yanran left his room in the hospital. However, it turned out that the guy had been faking it all along. In fact, as soon as they left his room, he immediately opened his eyes. He was even surprised that the princess said such sweet things. Showing jealousy, Dailu noted that she could see at a glance that the princess had impure intentions. It was as if the guy didn't listen to her, but sat down on the bed, announcing that it was time for the man in the black cloak to act. Dailu was worried about his, thinking he should get some proper rest for starters. Shasha joined their conversation. She thought that Heavenly Father was no equal to General Lu, so the guy didn't need to go to the battlefield. Putting on the red shirt, Xing Yu reminded them that he never picked up the scarf. He didn't like that Liu Jin might think he lost the scarf on purpose, and after all, she had worked so hard to knit it. But there was another thing that bothered him the most. On the battlefield, he sensed the aura of another beast god. Shasha was surprised that another beast god had appeared. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, General Lu used the Scarlet Lotus Sword and a giant flaming sword formed right above his hand. He then threw the Scarlet Lotus Sword at Heavenly Father. Even though he gave Heavenly Father a good roasting, he still showed his beastly grin. He stated that General Lu was not considered the youngest and strongest 9-star beast tamers for nothing. Heavenly Father even praised him, saying that he was impressed with his abilities. General Lu confidently reported that he could crush his core magical beast in just half an hour. However, Heavenly Father stopped hiding his devious plan. He grinningly called General Lu a fool and declared that he had not come to the city alone. At the same instant, a giant sea wave appeared above the shocked General Lu's head. One subordinate remembered that they were in the desert, so he didn't understand where the smell of the sea came from. The other subordinate was startled and asked him to look at the sky. As if out of nowhere, a water tornado appeared in the desert, along with thunder and lightning. Afterward, another girl appeared. She said that Heavenly Father was nothing, and that the general did not even consider him as a rival, but thought that he was just a punching bag. Heavenly Father asked her to keep her mouth shut and help him in the battle with the general. He even admitted that if he failed, Lord Nidhogg would definitely kill him. The girl smilingly reminded General Lu that last time on the Heavenly Island, he failed to protect the girl with red hair, and this time he would lose an entire city. General Lu was shocked and couldn't find the right words. In his mind, he vividly recalled that moment on the Heavenly Island when he couldn't save the girl, even though he won the battle. All his cheerful mood instantly faded away, and he became overwhelmed with anger when Naga once again reminded him of the incident. Overflowing with anger, he began to emit flames around and went on the offensive, trying to throw Naga and Heavenly Father off. Naga didn't have the best opinion of him either. She distinctly remembered that she had been defeated last time because of General Lu. Today she was going to restore her honor at all costs, and she was even going to soak the general's head in wine after the battle. The overjoyed Heavenly Father had implied that since Naga had reserved General Lu's head, he wanted to take the heart of the Dragon State's princess. General Lu was even slightly surprised that Naga and Heavenly Father had suddenly decided that they could harm the princess from some reason. After all, they needed to defeat him first. Anger overwhelmed him, and flames enveloped him more and more. He ordered the use of the blazing fire, a myriad of tongues of flame. His magical beast did his bidding, and a fiery tornado formed around General Lu. Heavenly Father was displeased that Naga had taken to pissing off the general for some reason, but Naga reminded him that he himself had said he wanted to take the princess's heart. Heavenly Father figured that since he couldn't kill General Lu, then he would just destroy the city. Raising his axe above his head, Heavenly Father told the general to go to hell and then used the gravity control, meteor shower. The general told Jukie to stop Heavenly Father's attack. Jukie rushed up, trying to block the attack or at least deflect it to the side. He successfully managed to throw meteor rain aside. However, this was a mistake, as Naga appeared behind General Lu and used Mirror World. In an instant, General Lu was trapped in the Mirror World. Heavenly Father was so happy, noting that this time no one would save the foolish man anymore. He was so happy that he stuck his axe into the ground and used his gravity rampage ability. Many military men and rocks flew into the air after being hit by his ability. However, that was the end of his happiness, as he was hit by an energy attack from the sky. As he stood up from the ground, he became indignant as he felt the pain from this attack. He was amazed that dragon flames had been used. Heavenly Father didn't understand who dared to attack him in the first place. The black-cloaked man and his subordinate magical beasts appeared on one of the city's defensive towers. Jingyu admitted that he could only last 10 minutes at most, and then he would pass out like last time. Shasha was assigned to guard the city, and they would deal with the beast god. Naga was stunned, feeling the pressure of the bloodline. She couldn't believe that she had the aura of a pure-blood dragon in front of her. Naga knew that there hadn't been dragon lords among humans for about 100 years. Her confusion was taken advantage of by General Lu, who was about to deal with her. He even called out to her to avoid stabbing her in the back stealthily. Dai Lu, in the meantime, was having all sorts of fun with Heavenly Father, dealing him blow after blow. Once again flying away from her blows, Heavenly Father didn't understand why she was so strong. He thought about retreating, but quickly remembered that Lord Nidhogg would definitely kill him then. So he decided that the first thing to do was to get rid of the beast Tamer. Heavenly Father abruptly rushed towards the guy, which surprised Dai Lu. Swinging his axe and energizing it, he was going to deal with the vile beast Tamer. However, Dai Lu was faster than him and stood in front of the guy, catching his axe with her hand. Heavenly Father was in complete shock, not realizing how the fox could catch his axe with his bare hands. He refused to believe that he was that weak. His attempt to harm Xingyu only made Dai Lu angry. She wasn't going to let him hurt her master. She squeezed the caught blade of the axe with her hand, and the axe gave a crack. In the same instant, the axe shattered into many shards. And then Dai Lu gave him a powerful blow with her fist, punching a hole in him so that he would definitely not be able to eat anything else. The great Heavenly Father Eurydice turned out to be nothing more than a pathetic beaten dog. However, at this moment, the girl felt that there was something wrong, as if she hadn't hit her target. Xingyu asked her what was wrong now and what she felt. But her words were no longer needed as the Heavenly Father in front of them shattered into many mirrored pieces. Guy realized that a mirror reflection had been used on Heavenly Father. Naga complained, not understanding why Heavenly Father couldn't handle them. She couldn't restrain General Lu forever. The mirror world that General Lu was trapped in had long since cracked. Heavenly Father tried to catch his breath, glad that his life had just not been cut short. He realized that if he had received a third blow from the fox, he would have definitely died. Heavenly Father even thanked Naga for his help. He informed Naga that he had a plan. The plan was for Heavenly Father to distract the fox, and Naga would have to kill the beast tamers. Heavenly Father ran forward and told the cursed fox to come out and fight him. Dai Lu immediately rushed towards him, asking him not to blame her later, since he was the one asking for the battle. In the same instant, they clashed fists on the battlefield. Heavenly Father felt her blow on his skin, realizing that this was practically the final battle. He then ordered Rommel to finally act. Instantly, some kind of butterfly appeared in front of the guy. The butterfly increased in size, and Rommel appeared in front of him. The guy realized that he had fallen into a small trap. Rommel grabbed him by his clothes and started to lift him into the air. However, Dai Lu was against her initiative. It even angered Dai Lu that her was so brazen. She used the Eye of Misfortune ability. Rommel's body began to turn into stone, which really scared the girl. So she had to let the guy go, stating that everything was now in the hands of Heavenly Father. The guy started falling in a huge height downwards. But Naga was already ready. A smirk appeared on her face, and she welcomed him into her mirror world. Xingyu began to fall right onto the mirror world she had created. Dai Lu tried to help him, but Heavenly Father held her back, noting that he was her opponent. At the same instant, her brilliant rival Heavenly Father was hit in the face with a fist, and lost a tooth as a result. Meanwhile, Xingyu was trapped in a mirror world created by Naga. Many copies of his sister Ruoxue appeared around him. She urged him to go to the amusement park with her. The girl invited him to go for a walk with her. Xingyu tiredly said that he knew his sister wasn't here and that it was just an illusion. He even asked the restrained Naga if she was climbing into his memories. In the same instant, the mirrored space opened and Naga appeared in front of him. She was surprised to find that the guy in front of her was the very same two-star beast tamers, Xiao Xingyu. Xingyu remarked that although the girl had succeeded in finding out his secret, she would still take this secret with her to her grave. Hearing his words, Naga only smirked. She told him to show what he could do without his pets if he wanted to kill her. After stringing an arrow on her bow, she used the empty mirror arrow ability with her former smile. Xingyu was amazed at the incredible speed at which her arrows moved. But at this moment, the mirror world cracked, and General Lu appeared and told him to turn away. He covered the guy with his body and received all of Naga's arrows. General Lu's body in front of the guy instantly shattered into pieces. Naga's face turned red with happiness and pride. She couldn't believe that she had managed to kill a Dragon State general. Naga was so happy, for she had waited for a whole 10 years. She had dreamed of killing General Lu in her sleep so many times and never expected that today her dream would finally come true. The girl looked at the guy with delight, noting that no one else would have his back. Now she wondered how the guy would get out of this situation. However, the guy only laughed in response to her words. Naga didn't understand why the guy suddenly laughed. Xingyu excitedly reported that it was now the end for Naga. He swore that this time he would rip out her magic core. Naga was stunned by his words. Then she looked at his hand, which was reaching for her. Then she drew the bowstring of the arrow once more. The girl wasn't going to be intimidated by beast tamers who didn't even have a magical beast to herself. She even declared that the guy would die soon. In the same instant, the dragon power ability was used and Dai Lu pierced through the mirror world. Naga didn't expect to see the fox here at all. She couldn't believe that Heavenly Father was so useless that he couldn't even delay the fox. Dai Lu asked that Shasha detain Heavenly Father and the others while she headed into Naga's mirror world. Entangled in the giant snake's body, Heavenly Father realized he was finished. The aura of the golden dragon enveloped the guy. He noted that he was glad that General Lu had bought him a few seconds of time. After all, otherwise he would have died, not General Lu. Nevertheless, he assured that General Lu's sacrifice would not be in vain. Naga emitted a terrifying aura towards the guy. She was displeased that he was underestimating her. After all, she wasn't nothing, and she didn't care that the guy wielded the power of a dragon. Especially since Naga was able to kill Beast Tamer, who had a phoenix. However, contrary to what she said, a phoenix flew right over her head, putting her out of her mental balance. Xingyu also couldn't understand what was even going on, and why the phoenix had appeared. Naga couldn't believe what she was seeing with her own eyes. After all, if the phoenix was still alive, then General Lu was also alive. She refused to believe it. But at this moment, General Lu appeared in front of her, using the flame of rebirth. He called Naga incredibly naive and stupid with a smile. General Lu reminded her that beast tamers of the 9th star could share skills with their beasts. The guy looked shocked at General Lu, who had literally put his entire body back together again. Naga's mood became discouraging. She realized that going up against two beast tamers at once was beyond her strength, so she wanted to retreat from the battlefield as soon as possible. Naga once again decided to use the mirror reflection ability. Many of Naga's spears appeared around them, but General Lu asked the guy to move farther away and leave everything to him. The guy obediently agreed to his request. Destructive flames enveloped everything around General Lu, and then he told Jukie to use the True Soul ability and fuse. A powerful explosion occurred around General Lu that even giant rocks were flying in different directions. And then from that explosion, General Lu appeared in his new form. He merged with his magical beast in one body, taking on a new form. The anger in his soul was blazing, and he told the man in the black cloak to join his attack. The guy obeyed the general's request. He still continued to stare at the general, marveling at his incredible transformation. Guy even decided to memorize the technique. Naga stated to Heavenly Father that they needed to leave as they would not be able to defeat the general and the guy. Heavenly Father realized that Naga was defeated as well. However, General Lu was even slightly surprised that they were suddenly thinking of escaping. Shasha also surrounded them, preventing them from escaping. Heavenly Father was the first to decide that since they were not allowed to retreat, then they should fight. He used the gravitational heavenly lightning ability. Naga decided to fight as well, fueling his attack with his ability Mirror Reflection. General Lu asked if the guy could handle fire. The guy was fine with fighting the beast gods and withstanding the flames. General Lu then went on the attack using Blazing Rebirth. Dailu joined him, using the Dragon Breath ability. General Lu shrouded in Dragon Breath, and his own flames rushed towards the two beast gods at full speed. Heavenly Father tried to stop him with Heavenly Cover, and Naga tried to stop him with Thunderous Mirror Reflection. But General Lu burst through by using Reverse Wave and then using the Hellfire of Justice. An even more powerful and destructive flame enveloped his body, and he continued to break through the attacks of Naga and Heavenly Father. Naga held on with her last strength, trying to hold him back. Heavenly Father also held on with his last strength, but realized that his life had come to an end. At the same instant, General Lu, shrouded in flames, broke through their attacks and swept through them, instantly destroying them. Where Heavenly Father and Naga stood a short while ago, a huge crater formed. And then, as the dust and steam settled, two magical cores that had fallen from the dead beast gods appeared in the crater. Zhou Xiong was incredibly happy as he announced that they were able to win the battle against the beast gods. His subordinates shared his joy. One of them still couldn't believe that they had actually managed to hold the city. The man with the beard was shocked at how tough General Lu had turned out to be. He also praised the guy as well. General Lu thanked the guy for his help. He admitted that he had absolutely no idea how he could thank the guy for helping him in the battle. So he decided that the guy could take the two magical beast cores that fell off Heavenly Father and Naga. Xing Yu didn't refuse and decided to take the gift promised to him. General Lu suddenly inquired if the guy had found the scarf. He instantly replied that he had found the scarf. Xing Yu realized what a stupid thing he had just done and literally confessed who he was. General Lu stared at him intently and then said that after all, the man in the black cloak was a highly wanted criminal with a large bounty on his head personally from the Empress herself. Therefore, he felt that he should still know something about it. Xing Yu cautiously and with a slightly trembling voice tried to find out if General Lu wanted to expose his identity. However, at this moment, General Lu suddenly fell to the ground as if he had run out of strength. Lying on the ground, he began to defiantly talk loudly about how he had no strength left at all and was also dizzy. The man supposedly didn't understand how he would be able to catch some criminal in such a state. Xing Yu was even slightly indignant at the method General Lu had chosen for himself. Dailu and Shasha appeared next to the guy. Dailu tried to find out what was even going on. But the guy didn't want to tell her anything here, believing that they should leave immediately. Bloody tears were already starting to flow from his eyes, and he admitted that the side effect of the dragon elixir was already starting to show. At this moment, General Lu's phone suddenly sent an alert. The man received a message from an interlocutor whom he signed Little Beast. Little Beast complained that he was very hungry, but was too lazy to order food. When General Lu read Little Beast's message, a smile appeared on his face. He wrote to tell Little Beast to be patient for 2 days, and then he would come back and prepare a home-cooked meal. General Lu also seems to have a little secret. Just the next day, newspapers came out with shocking headlines. The front page of one newspaper said that a divine-level support genius has appeared in the Dragon Country, Xiaoxing Yu of the Azure Dragon Academy. Another newspaper revealed that Air Force General Lu Mingxiao had come to the aid of Huangyan City. The third paper reported that a mysterious man had killed the beast goddess Naga. However, the news of Naga's murder was soon found to be false. All the news was released on Sunday, November 1st, 2019. It was also stated that Lorem and Ipsum were getting married today. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering around the hospital and snow was falling. Qin Yanran tried to ask the doctor for details about the guy's condition. She didn't understand why Xing Yu was fine not so long ago, but now it was getting worse. After once again looking at the guy's vitals on the tablet, the doctor coughed and then informed her that they didn't know either. Besides, the medical devices weren't showing any complications with the guy. The princess tried to calm the girl down. And then she turned to the poor doctor and told him to cure Xing Yu at any cost. Despite having the princess in front of him, the doctor openly confessed to her that she was asking the impossible from him. Suddenly, Shang Guanlan appeared in the room in the guy's hospital along with General Lu Mingxiao. Shang Guanqian was surprised and then suddenly tried to call her mother, but stopped halfway through and called her Madam Empress. Shang Guanlan said that ordinary medicines wouldn't be able to help the guy, but fortunately she had one remedy with her. The princess took the outstretched vial of liquid in her hands, not understanding what it was. The empress explained to her that it was the blood of the rainbow Qilin. She asked that her daughter give this vial to the guy to drink, and then he should wake up soon. Shang Guanqian was astonished. After all, the blood of the rainbow Qilin falls off once every 10 years, and that it was all the blood that was shed. This blood was even called the gold of life, that it could pull a person out of the clutches of death no matter how badly injured they were. She remembered that she had only been given Rainbow Qilin's blood once, when she was on the verge of death due to a severe illness. The girl was incredibly amazed by her mother's act. She thought that Xiaoxing Yu was not their relative, but her mother was still so worried about him. Shang Guanqian felt jealous because of her mother's act, so pouring the liquid into his mouth, she asked that the creep get well soon. Meanwhile, in Lord Nidhogg's chambers, he was extremely dissatisfied when he heard the report from his subordinates. He couldn't believe that some second-star beast Tamer was able to destroy his attack that he had been planning for 10 years. All the surviving magical beasts were shaking with fear, and at the same time they felt ashamed and embarrassed. Sitting on his throne, Lord Nidhogg looked at his subordinates with anger and disdain. He slapped his hand on his chair, declaring that they were all trash, and then emitted a monstrous aura. From just one of his movements, the surviving subordinates screamed in pain and disappeared without leaving anything behind. Standing up from his throne, Lord Nidhogg ordered the remaining subordinates to put Xiaoxing Yu on the list of those who must die. With his action, Xiaoxing Yu had turned everyone he could against himself and also revealed his identity to General Lu Mingxiao. The princess, through her words, once again gives a clue to readers as to who Xiaoxing Yu really is. Where will the further plot of this story go? And that's all for today. Thank you very much for watching the video. If you would like to see a sequel, please like, subscribe to the channel, and leave your wishes in the comments. You can also subscribe to Telegram to know about new videos. Bye everybody.